Father. Waking up to an unfamiliar environment, Leon had cried out at the last scene of his father being murdered by the very hands of the people that sworn to serve and protect them. The Divine Book of Life was a treasure of unparalleled knowledge in the use of medicine and alchemy. Founded and inherited by his father, the Divine Medicine King, it drew the envy and greed of all who walked the path of medicine and the everlasting. But as one of the top figures standing at the peak of the divine realm, who dared to offend his father? It is absurd that his father did not perish at the hands of a rival divine king, but at his own subordinate's hand. His short life also ended after. The mere thought of his father's death by betrayal drove him furiously to the point of near insanity. Vengeance must be exact. All who participated will die. All who schemed in the dark will also not be spared. His father's subordinates did not have the courage and strength to plan this betrayal on their own. Someone must have plotted and pushed them to act when his father was at his weakest. Do you have a problem with my teaching, Leon? A question broke him out of his chain of thoughts as he quietly inspected his new surroundings. He appears to be in a classroom. The person asking him was a very young but beautiful woman. She was standing at the very front of the class with a dark and fiery expression. Ah, she must be a teacher, he figured. Realizing that his sudden outburst must have disrupted her from teaching, he felt a bit uncomfortable with all the weird gazes directed his way. He pushed back the previous thoughts in his mind and took his time to figure where the heck he is. No problem, teacher, Leon answered. Despite his attempt to ease the situation, the teacher still exploded. Either the teacher had issues or his answer was not satisfactory. Good. Very good. My class must be very boring for you, right? I did not say anything when you were sleeping in my class, but now you start to scream and disrupt my class. Is this amusing for you? Geo, stand outside. The female teacher exploded. Oh, yes, Leon answered. He got up from his seat and started walking towards the exit door, obediently without complaint as he had yet to adapt to his new environment and understand the situation. Nevertheless, the teacher sure had a fiery personality. Wow, bro. You got guts to yell in teacher Lena's class like that. I like. A fatty commented while giving him the thumbs up. You can join him in the hallway too. Teacher Lena said darkly. The fatty froze like his brain had short-circuited, with his thumbs up hanging in the air. Did you hear what I said? No. Why yes, teacher Lena. Not wanting to further antagonize the teacher, the fatty resigned to his fate and sadly made his way to the exit. This was one of the legendary school punishments. Naughty kids have to stand in the hallway, right? Leon thought amusingly. Although the students were already in universities, which supposedly give students a greater degree of freedom, it was a different case at Royal Crawford University, which retains strict discipline. The classroom had a mixture of different expressions. Some tried to stifle their laughter, some showed disdain, some indifferent, and some amazed. Leon had heard all sorts of whispers as he exited. Is he crazy? Doesn't he know teacher Lena is a spicy hot pepper? His good days are over now that he offended teacher Lena. Father? What father? Isn't he an orphan? He must be some bastard child to be able to study here despite his poor background. The last comment almost sent Leon into a violent fury and smacked the person to death. However, he no longer possesses the strength from his past life, and without fully grasping his situation, it was not wise to act recklessly. More importantly, he felt incredibly weak. Leon did his best to rein in his violent urges. Standing in the hallway, the fatty introduced himself. Hey bro. My name is Benjamin Farley, but you can also call me Fatty Ben. Despite his body size, Benjamin had no scruples with the way he looks and exuded confidence. However, Leon paid him no mind as his already pale and weak body grown a shade paler. His body contained traces of a lethal poison, which must have been what killed the previous host of the body and allowed his transmigration. But at this rate, his second life might be a short-lived one. His consciousness was like a flickering candle fire on the brink of being snuffed out when a wave of pure medicinal essence with life force suddenly washed over him from the recesses of his soul, remolding and rejuvenating his body and soul back to a healthier state. Hey bro, what kind of trick is that? Fatty Ben asked curiously, seeing Leon's complexion undergo various color changes. Leon stared at him, speechless. This was no trick. He was poisoned, but something cured him. Closing his eyes, Leon began self-introspection to figure out the source. Something had come from the depths of his soul, and he was bent on finding out immediately. Yo tilde 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 bro, why aren't you talking? Am I annoying you? Do you not want to be friends with me? Fatty Ben asked. After not getting any response, he decided to keep quiet and wait. There was a mystery surrounding Leon that drew his attention to him. He wasn't sure what it was, but instincts told him that he was not ordinary or rather normal. It has been 2 months since the start of the semester for the first years, and it was Fatty Ben's habit to secretly study everyone's expression. Being a noble is to know how to read expressions. Royal Crawford University isn't any ordinary place one can get into if they want. It was a prestigious establishment meant for nobles. The kingdom's elite are gathered here. It is not hard to guess that he was part of the nobility. His father was a baron, and their Farley family had an estimated net worth of 150 million crores. Leon's enrollment to Crawford Royal University was a special case that left students pondering without an answer. Leon was an orphan, abandoned at the doors of Silver Oak Orphanage when he was just a newly born infant with nothing but a jade pendant and a note to his name. Adopted to an ordinary family at 7, and showed the first sign of extraordinary intelligence in middle school. Granted scholarship upon entry into Crawford and eased the family's financial burdens. With the dean's silence on the matter, Leon's entry into Crawford remains a mystery. Some students believe he is the bastard son of some noble, while some reckon his identity was purposely kept hidden due to having a strong background. Some noble families exercise such practice on their offsprings to temper them and force them to mature quicker so they can become someone capable in the future. Regarding the assumptions, the majority of students tend to believe the former rather than the latter. Leon's soul lacked the brilliance it once possessed, but his consciousness was still much stronger than what the average person around him would have. Having once experienced tribulation, shedding mortality, and achieving the divine, he had retained the ability to dive into the depths of his consciousness and inspect his soul core, which only divine practitioners are capable of performing. Even though he was just an alchemist doctor who achieved the divine through pills and could not hold a candle to other practitioners in a battle, a divine was a divine nonetheless. Swimming through a sea of fragmented memories and into the deepest depths of his consciousness, where his soul core resides, Leon froze upon sight. His eyes swelled red as tears threatened to overflow. At the epicenter of his soul core was one of the 10 heavenly treasures that ever existed in the divine realm's history, the divine book of life. Whether it's used to become an unparalleled doctor or its world space to store medicinal plants, and all creation has to offer. Both are great uses to a divine practitioner, but perhaps its most remarkable aspect has yet to be uncovered. However, Leon did not care about any of that. The significance of the treasure being in his soul core means that it has fused with his very being, becoming one with him. His father no longer being the master of the said treasure means his father will never reincarnate like he did. The separation of the divine book and soul would result in the collapse of the soul's structural integrity, leading to true death. A divine king is considered a master of samsara. Even if the body dies, so long as the soul remains whole, a divine king can never truly die. However, it was different for the young Leon who had just stepped into the divine, far from the peak. His body's death would result in the slow dissipation of his soul without his body's nourishment. Eventually, true death will still claim him. His father knew and made the ultimate sacrifice, giving up his own life for his, and sent him far away from the divine realm where he could be safe and start anew. A father's love is like the mountain, weighing heavily on his heart. The new world was lacking in spirit energy, the source of divine practice. Compared to the divine realm, it could be considered desolate. Perhaps the average person can't reach the divine state, but was he an average person? Before returning to the divine realm to unleash his wrath on his father's enemies, he will not be stumped by any difficulties on his path. Opening his eyes, Leon did not continue standing in the hallway and decided to leave. "Hey bro, you just going to leave me like that?" Fatty Ben asked. Leon paid him no mind and started walking away. However, before he got far, he halted his footsteps as he was struck by a massive headache. Seeing Leon stopped, Fatty Ben smiled. "Looks like you aren't completely heartless." Tapping Leon on the shoulder from the back, Fatty Ben continued, "As I was saying. Before he could finish talking, Leon had already fallen onto the ground, out cold. Scratching his head, Fatty Ben was a bit bewildered at how the event unfolded. It's apparent that his EQ was a bit lacking, but he was not stupid. Fatty Ben brought Leon to the infirmary, albeit difficultly. An endless stream of memories poured into Leon's soul core, fusing with it, as Leon relived the body's experience in the past 17 years in fast-forward motion. The influx of information had put a significant strain on his soul core, causing him enormous pain, unlike any fleshly wounds can inflict. Too great to endure, Leon was unable to retain his consciousness. Sometime later, Leon woke up, feeling like he had been unconscious for a long time, but only a few hours have passed in truth. The last class on campus has already finished a while ago, and everyone has already gone home. Alone in the infirmary, Leon sat up in a daze. He wasn't so sure who he is anymore. He was confident he was still the son of the Divine Medicine King. However, he wasn't so sure if he had taken over the body of someone who had shared his name, or he was reborn with his memory sealed, only to have it awakened later. He wondered if poison was the catalyst that triggered the awakening if it was the latter. He also feared he would have been dead for good if a different method had been employed to kill him. He should thank the person that poisoned him for the chance to awaken his memories, by sending that person off to meet King Yama, of course. He could not allow his enemies to live. Wait, is there even a King Yama here? Leon suddenly thought. The spirit energy in the world is faint, and the heavenly laws even fainter. Leon speculated that it should not be hard to find out who poisoned him. There can only be so many that would detest him to the point of killing him. After all, Leon easily got along with the female students on campus. His popularity among the ladies naturally draws the envy and animosity of the males. Even did not know how this came to be. Perhaps it was due to Leon's extraordinarily unordinary look that he was friend-zoned, making it easier for ladies to interact with him. Only a select few people would have the courage to attempt an assassination. There's no use trying to figure out who it was now. Leon pushed the thoughts to the back of his mind. Finding the culprit was secondary. Increasing his strength takes priority. Only with power will he wield the ability to protect himself and not fear the plots and schemes of others. Plots and schemes are transient, only real strength is everlasting, and right now he could not even hurt a fly if he wanted to. Without further distracting thoughts, Leon sat in a meditative posture and begun contemplating which cultivation technique he will use to walk the divine path once more. Divine Fiery God Manual was the cultivation technique Leon had used in his past life, given by his father. Being the Divine Medicine King's son, he was expected to follow in his father's footsteps and walk the medicine path to become a well-respected doctor. The Divine Fiery God Manual was a technique that complements the path of medicine due to its supreme fire control in pill forging. There are 4 known grades to cultivation techniques: mortal, earth, heaven, and divine. One can easily guess that the Divine Fiery God Manual is a divine grade cultivation technique, as all divine grade techniques will have the word divine in their name. It is logical to think that Divine Fiery God Manual should have been the technique Leon would pick, as it is the one he is most familiar with and cross the divine with. However, the world is severely lacking in spirit energy, making Leon hesitant. It is unknown how long one would have to practice to reach the same heights as the divine kings. No, he had to exceed them. The technique will only allow him to cultivate to the divine king realm. What he wanted was to go beyond that. He wanted to surpass the divine kings. Only with greater strength will success be guaranteed on his path of vengeance. Leon suddenly recalled an ungraded and incomplete cultivation technique his father had obtained from an ancient ruin with 4 other divine kings' help, the hegemony of primal chaos. The incomplete cultivation manual introduced that one would not be restricted to spirit energy but strive to draw in all forms of energy, transforming them into primal chaos energy, the source energy of the universe. The name and introduction allowed the divine kings to infer that the technique is extraordinary and possibly higher than the divine grade. However, none was able to make any progress in the technique. In fact, no one was able to practice the method. It was later concluded that the manual was bogus, something an ancient being came up with during their boredom. However, if the ancient being was still alive, he would have been angered to death. Since I don't have any cultivation, I should at least give it a try. It wouldn't be too late to practice the Divine Fiery God manual if it doesn't work out. Leon decided on the incomplete hegemony of primal chaos. 8 p.m. sharp, History Department, Teacher's Office. Teacher Lena was still on campus, reviewing study materials and papers for her history students' upcoming mid-semester exam. Teacher Lena hailed from the Green family, which was once a distinguished noble family headed by an earl in the past. It was unknown what the Green County did, but they suffered misfortune one instance after another until the Green family declined, losing their fief, and moved into the capital. Although the current head of the Green family, Lena's father, held onto Earl's rank through the hereditary system, it has become nothing but an empty title without land, power, and wealth. Lena Green was hardworking and managed to become a history teacher at the Royal Crawford University at the tender age of 24. She continued to work hard in the hopes of making her household prosper once more. It's already so late. Lena suddenly released the time and decided to finish up work for the day to head home. Leon did not have high hopes of successfully practicing the hegemony of primal chaos, but he did not want to give up before even trying. One cannot hope to achieve anything if they do not even take the step forward. The hegemony of primal chaos had 5 stages before one gains full mastery over the technique. In precise order, each stage requires one to gain mastery of the 5 elements: space and time, life and death, destruction and creation, and finally primal chaos after fusing all elements from the previous stages. Expanding his senses, Leon perceived numerous types of energies in his surroundings. However, Leon only requires the energy of the world's 5 primary elements: wood, fire, earth, metal, water. Spirit energy was scarce, but the 5 elements were in abundance. Leon used a simple breathing exercise to draw in the 5 elements at once. All life could draw energy into themselves, but transforming that energy into power was a different matter. Due to his limited ability, the elements Leon could draw in was limited. However, it was sufficient to practice the initial stage. Following the manual's instructions, Leon began circulating the 5 elements through his body's meridians in accordance. The human body is said to be built similarly to the structure of the universe and can be viewed as a small universe, as a microcosm. The circulation path was attuned to the way of the universe. Leon grew increasingly familiar with each complete cycle and increased his circulation speed to refine the 5 elements. The next step will decide my fate. The next step was the hurdle that stumped many powerhouses, labeling the step impossible to achieve: the fusion of the 5 elements. It was not clearly explained how the fusion would occur and only instructed to continue increasing the circulation speed. Leon planned to do precisely just that. The circulation speed continued to steadily increase until it reached an unbelievable rate. At this point, sweat had already formed on Leon's forehead. He started losing control of the 5 elemental energies in his body. If he let them run out of control, he would suffer severe internal injuries despite the minuscule amount of energy being circulated. There's no turning back now. It's all or nothing. His mental strength was depleting, but Leon was determined to succeed. Steeling his resolve, he continued to push his limits. For my father. Leon gritted his teeth, but the inevitable happened. He failed to keep up with his circulation speed, and it started rampaging out of control, inflicting tremendous pain to his meridians. Had Leon given up earlier, he would have only suffered some light internal injuries, but he did not. He kept pushing himself and reached a dangerous turning point. If he failed here, the backlash might just kill him. Damn it, father, your son has failed you. Leon's eyes started swelling up with tears. Leon's mental strength was depleted, and the energy wreaked havoc in his body. His consciousness started fading. In his fading consciousness, he revisited the scene of his father shielding him from the enemy's attack. His father exhausted all his remaining strength and dispersed his own soul to protect Leon's soul from shattering. Got him it! Leon roared back to life. The incident was like hot oil being poured into a waning flame that transformed into a raging fire. Leon drew strength from an unknown source and forcefully brought the rampaging energy back under control with renewed and unprecedented circulation speed in blazing anger. Was this the clarity before death? Leon sought for a split moment but no longer care. Closing his eyes, Leon was exhausted in body and mind. The sudden burst of strength came briefly as it went. While thinking that death would soon claim him, the energy circulating in his body reached consistency and speed, revolving on its own. It was like it had been tamed and no longer tried to spiral out of control. The five elements started fusing before finally forming new energy, a strand of grand mist energy. The strand of grand mist energy continued circulating through his body, swiftly repairing the damages to his body before resting in his glabella. Leon was just a bit short in circulating speed, and the burst was just what he needs to succeed. Under the cleansing and healing prowess of the grand mist energy, Leon felt like he was undergoing a sort of rebirth. His body was partially remolded and became slightly more robust. Impurities were expelled from his pores, and a horrid stench slowly permeated the surroundings. Leon fell back on the infirmary bed. He sighed in relaxation, dazed for a moment before breaking into laughter stupidly. He achieved the impossible. This hegemony of primal chaos technique really tests one's willpower to the limit. Leon shook his head with a grin, not knowing a deeper secret to his success was concealed. Screech. The door to the infirmary was opened. Light shortly shone into the room, parting the darkness randomly before resting on Leon's face. Hey you. Campus hours are long over. What are you still doing here? A security guard questioned, finding trouble with Leon. My apologies, I'll leave now. Smelling the horrible stench exuding from Leon, the security guard's face quickly paled in disgust. Oh my god. What is that smell? Quickly get lost. The security guard shooed, no longer interested in making things difficult for Leon. Leon did not mind the guard's aggressive bullying and scurried off. It was a regular occurrence he had learned to tolerate as a weak person. However, things will change from now on. Grrr tilde. Exiting the campus, Leon's stomach began rumbling in protest. He rubbed his stomach wryly. One cannot conquer anything on an empty stomach. At the same time, Leon felt nostalgic. When one reaches the divine state, food becomes a luxury and not a necessity. Reaching the divine state allows one to shed their mortal body and construct a spirit body, becoming self-sufficient through the spirit body's ability of photosynthesis. As long as the world is not devoid of energy, hunger will become a foreign word to divine state practitioners. Smelling a pleasant scent drifting in the air, Leon followed its trail, leading him to a small fried chicken stand. Boss, how much for 5 chicken pieces? It'll be 10 craws. Craws, it was the currency of the Crawford Kingdom in the form of special papers. Searching his pockets, Leon fished out a note valuing 10 craws precisely before paying the street vendor. Smelling the fried chicken, Leon almost forgot the joy of eating. The taste was not comparable to the divine realm's spirit-enriched food, but it was enjoyable nonetheless. Lower District. Hey, big brother. That lady is gorgeous. Maybe we should, you know. A young thug said lasciviously while staring at a beautiful lady walking home alone in the middle of the night. Looking at where the younger thug pointed, the thug's eyes lit up. Licking his lips, the thug made his way over immediately. Lena was making her way home through a relatively remote road. Had it have been any other day, she would not have chosen such a road home. She immediately regretted not keeping track of time when she was working in the office. Just when her day could not get any worse, a voice called out to her. Hey beautiful, it's a fine evening, is it not? Why don't you come and play with us? Big brother thug said lewdly while checking her out. And no thank you. I'm busy. Lena replied nervously while trying to make her way around the big thug in a hurry. Unfortunately, her path was blocked by 2 other thugs. Fear gripped her hard. She was fearless in front of her students. However, in front of big muscular thugs, she can only cower. Hello. Do not reject us while we are nice. We promise to give you a good time. Lena's hands were swiftly grabbed before the 3 thugs dragged her into a remote alleyway, away from the main road. And no, please let me go. Lena cried. The thugs covered her mouth to prevent her from making noises, and only muffled sounds could be heard. Coincidentally, Leon was heading home in the same direction. While he enjoyed his fried chicken, he suddenly heard the muffled cries coming from the alleyway up ahead. Whatever, it's none of my business. Leon had not familiarized himself with the world yet. It was best to be low-key and avoid inviting disaster upon himself, at least until he possesses the strength to protect himself. He had little information about the experts in this world. However, he was sure that the strongest person was definitely not him. A little bit of progress was not enough to make him complacent. Even so, with one single strand of Grand Mist, Leon already possesses the strength equivalent to the first layer of the body-tempering realm. He must treasure his life above all others, even if it means going against his principle to help the weak. After all, his life was no longer his own but also his father's, who died granting him a new lease on life. As long as he is still breathing, his father will continue to live on inside his heart. Leon hardened his resolve and decided to walk off. Unfortunately, after taking one step away, he suddenly froze. A string of words repeated itself in his head. It was the Heart of Saint mantra that his father once forced him to recite in his younger days. Recalling the daily repetition of reciting the Heart of Saint mantra made him shivered. It had developed a sort of trauma. Sigh, I didn't choose the good guy life, but it chose me. Leon turned around and walked towards the alleyway. Turning the corner into the alleyway, Leon was a bit startled. It turns out to be his teacher Lena that was in trouble. Lena's clothes were torn apart, arms pinned down against the wall, and her mouth still covered by the two smaller thugs. Big Brother Thug was just getting ready for the good part. Leon was thankful he was not too late. Stop. Brad, what do you want? Can't you see this daddy here was just getting to the good part? Big Brother Thug paused and questioned him with annoyance. Hearing the thug proclaiming himself daddy triggered one of Leon's nerve, but he did not erupt and calmly observed the alleyway to see if there were any other thugs hidden around. Seeing it was just 3 average thugs, Leon was inwardly relieved. Yo, some random person tells you to stop and you just stop. Tusk, such a good dog. Here's a bone for you. Having said that, Leon tossed one of his chicken bones with swift speed. The chicken bone hit the Big Brother Thug accurately on the forehead with great force, knocking him flying back off his feet before anyone could react. The concussive blow was enough to knock him out cold. Leon dashed forward after swiftly, giving a chop to the back of the neck of each thug, followed by grabbing them by the collar and flinging their bodies onto the unconscious Big Brother Thug with each hand in the distance. Taking off his coat, Leon draped it over Lena's body. Are you all right, teacher? Leon asked. If it was the previous fearless Lena, Leon would probably receive a reply like, Are you all right? Do I look all right to you? However, the current Lena was still quite shaken and was not in the right state of mind to process what just happened. Looking at the pile of bodies on the ground, then slowly looking up, their eye meet. You are Leon. Seeing the familiar face with a concerned look, Lena did not think too much. She embraced him and started weeping at the grievance she suffered. Even when the thugs had pinned her down and torn her clothes, she did not cry. But now that it's all over, she could not hold back her tears. Being embraced so suddenly, Leon's mind was short-circuited as he had never encountered this situation before. He did not know what to say or where to put his hands, which were still hovering in midair. After a moment of difficult pondering, Leon gave her 2 pats on the shoulder and said, They're there. That was the best choice of action he could come up with. Leon inwardly had an impulse to shove her away, but he refrained from doing so. It had to said that he is still covered in impurities and smell horrendous. He must give her a thumbs up for not being put off by his smell. If the other male students on campus had learned of what had transpired in the alleyway, their faces would have gone red with envy and anger for not being in Leon's shoes. But since they aren't, they could still curse him like, damn it, it's like seeing a flower being grown on a pile of sh*t. Or something like, he's not a man if he doesn't take advantage of the situation. After all, Lena was still young and beautiful. She did not have a lack of admirers. But who was Leon? He was not the same as them. With his father unavenged, he did not have the hearts for romance. He was not interested. While Lena was still weeping to herself, Leon noticed that Big Brother Thug had awakened and had been trying to stealthily crawl beneath their notice. Peeling Lena off his body, he said, Wait here. Walking over, Leon sat down on top of Big Brother Thug with his bag of unfinished fried chicken, startling him. Not good. Zod the Thug. He never thought he would bump into such a monster, who can throw chicken bones with such power. Do you know who I am? Big Brother Thug put on a strong front. How the heck would I know who you are? Leon gave him a powerful blow on the head, making him dizzy. I'm part of the Black Snake Gang. If you know what's good for you, you will get off me, kowtow, and apologize. Big brother's thug threatened. Idiot. It seems like you don't know what sort of situation you're in. Having said that, Leon unleashed his murderous killing intent on the thug. The killing intent that he honed through the corpses of countless beasts he has slaughtered was thick and heavy. It wasn't considered high level in the divine realm, but here, it wasn't something a normal person could bear. Leon swiftly retreated from the thug's body. The poor dude could not handle the pressure brought by Leon's killing intent and gone pale, shivering and wet himself. Disgusting. Just a bit of killing intent is enough to make you wet yourself. Leon scorned. Big brother, please spare me. This little brother was wrong. Big brother's thug pleaded. Feeling vexed, Leon kicked him away. Who the hell is your big brother? I don't have a little brother like you. Right. Father is so mighty, how can he have a little brother like me? The thug had scurried back and said, The fuck? Who the hell wants to be your father? I don't need a trashy son like you. Leon was triggered and gave him a stronger kick, sending him flying. Groaning in pain, the thug did not get back up and stayed on the ground. He has already lowered himself and tried bootlicking the person, but the person just kept kicking him. He was so angry and wanted to cry, but no tears would flow. When have I ever been bullied like this? It's always been me bullying others. What do I have to do for you to spare my life, grand boss? He was going to address him as grandpa but refrained. Bam, pity he still got kicked. I don't need a lackey like you either. It's not hard to spare you. You just have to stop committing crimes and turn over a new leaf. Leon started leaving without waiting for his answer. Are you coming? Leon asked while looking at Lena. No. Why yes. Lena snapped out of her thoughts and followed. As to what she was thinking, no one knows. But the thug was groveled on the ground in joy, having been spared, and said to the duo leaving in the distance. Why yes. I will stop and turn over a new leaf. The thug said with a determined look. I hope so. There's no second chance. Leon's voice trailed from the distance into his ears. He shivered, but once they had disappeared from his view, his face quickly changed into a dark, vicious look and gnashed his teeth. This humiliation, I will remember it. Big brother thug swears that when he gets the opportunity, he will kill them, but not before he finishes torturing them. YHMPH. Turn over a new leaf. What a joke. Being deep in the underworld, there is no backing out. Being among the higher ranks in the Black Snake Gang, he was privy to some information. He would probably be silenced should he try to leave the gang. For a crime gang to survive in the capital, they had to have the backing of nobles, someone with a powerful background. To consider these gangs backed by nobles as their subordinates is just putting it nicely. They are just dogs who do the dirty work for the nobles. Should I escort you home? Leon offered. When you decide to help someone, don't stop halfway. Thank you, I would be very grateful if you do. Lena accepted the offer as she gripped the coat draped over her. She no longer had the courage to walk home alone. It is not safe for a lady to walk home alone at night after all. So where do you live? It's just about half an hour's walk in that direction. Lena said weakly as she pointed in the direction of the commoner's district. Leon heard what she said and was speechless. You originally planned to walk that far alone at this time. Women, aren't you just asking for trouble? Leon thought. But what Leon did not know was that she does not usually go home this late. Is it too much? Lena bit her lips. Oh no, sorry, my house is also in the same direction. Let's go. Lena was relieved. She was afraid Leon would reject her. The walk home was awkwardly silent. Leon had nothing to say and walked in front calmly, while Lena trailed behind. While she wanted to say something, she does not know what to say. Where's my dignity as a teacher? Relying on my students like this. How good would it be if he wasn't my student and a few years older? What the hell am I thinking? Lena was embarrassed to think that way and tried to rid the thought. The walk continued in silence. Leon suddenly thought that it was strange that she had to walk home like this. After all, she is an earl's daughter, not to mention there are cars and carriages. Being a noble, her situation should naturally be different his, who grew up as a commoner. What Leon wasn't aware of is that her situation isn't much different from his, if one ignores her status of nobility. The Green family had already sold away their car and carriages for the extra cash to continue living in the capital.
What?
The Crawford Kingdom is situated right next to the Wildlands, with a great metal wall separating the two. In the distant past, humanity was once on the brink of extinction in these unforgiving lands when the world suddenly changed. Humanity, who was once at the top of the food chain, fell to the bottom. The animals all mutated into beasts, becoming faster, stronger, bigger, and more aggressive. The humans that did not mutate along with the rest of the world were hunted down tragically. The weapons of humans were not effective on the mutated beasts. At that time, a person rose to power from a humble background and fended off the beast invasion alone. His name was Aldrich Crawford. He was a human who had awakened a powerful ability to manipulate metal. With his power, he slaughtered the beasts easily like chickens and erected the Great Metal Wall, establishing the Crawford Kingdom with the duty to guard the wall from future beast invasion. The people worshipped his feats and capability and referred to him as the first hero, King Aldrich Crawford. An unfathomable amount of metal was invested into making the wall bigger and more stable to endure the growing beast attacks. Thus, cars have become a luxury and privilege owned by the nobles and the rich, since metal is strictly regulated by the royal family and their value is sky high. When people start to become too comfortable after enjoying the kingdom's prosperity over a long passage of time, they begin taking it for granted and start looking for their own interests. They forget the terror that awaits them on the other side of the wall. The kingdom would not be able to enjoy prosperity forever. Referring from the records of history, no kingdom had ever been able to endure the test of time and remain standing forever. The Crawford Kingdom had already begun to show signs of decline from within. 17 years ago, a coup d'état had occurred. Although it had ultimately failed and the duke who led it was executed, it had weakened the royal family. Thousands of soldiers had perished, the newborn prince went missing, and the king had fallen into coma with no signs of waking up after suffering severe injuries to the head. Since then, the kingdom has been under the queen's ruling. Those who voiced their opposition were all personally executed by the queen in cold blood. The tragedy of her family had transformed her into a cold, ruthless ruler. The throne belongs to her husband, and she will defend it with her life. All who eyes the throne shall be killed without mercy. My house is just there. Lena pointed in front to the building. Oh, I see, then I will see you next time. Good night, teacher. Leon left without waiting for her reply. Lena wanted to return his coat, but considering she would be exposing herself, she held on to it and decided to return it at a later time after it is washed. Good night. Heading inside her home, she tried to make her way to her room quietly but was immediately spotted. My daughter, you are finally, what happened to you? After noticing her appearance, her father's warming welcoming was immediately replaced with concern. Lena's eyes swelled as she recounts what happened to her as they sat at the dinner table with her mother, where the food had already gone cold. It was her father's birthday. Such audacity! Robert was immediately enraged and slammed the table after hearing his daughter's grievance. How can he let his daughter be bullied like this? But alas, he is too useless of a father. He was even reliant on his daughter to support the family. The Green family of the past was a military one, producing outstanding generals for each generation. However, he was no longer an outstanding general. He is completely ordinary. Alas, if it weren't for that damn curse. The downfall of their family first began when they were mistaken to have favored the Duke's side when the coup took place. Reasonably thinking, their entire family would have been executed as rebels. However, due to their lack of participation in the matter, and in addition to their military contribution, they were spared. But not without consequences. They were forced to drink the water of absolute nothingness, a sinister and powerful poison that sealed their bloodline ability. Although the Queen seems lenient in the matter, the punishment was an absolute vicious one. The effects of the poison is passed on to their descendants, and from their descendants onto the next like a contagious disease. It is not much different to cutting off one's lineage. After being angry for a short moment, Robert could not do anything else except deflate back onto his chair. Sigh, this is the price for not supporting the royal family. They should be thankful for just being alive and keeping their nobility status. Go wash up and then come back down for dinner. Not much could be done. They didn't possess the strength to avenge their grievance. Lena nodded sadly. Leon's home was not far from Lena's, only 5 minutes' walk. Leon closed the distance in a matter of seconds with his tempered body prowess. Sneaking into the house, he headed straight for the bathroom and washed off the impurities. His foster parents had later found out he was home and questioned him why he came home so late. Leon made some random excuse of having stayed back for club activities that involved teaching dogs some tricks and how to behave. Although his adoptive parents had their doubts about what kind club that was, they did not question further. Kids will eventually grow up and have their own thoughts and secrets. However, they were a bit sad when Leon addressed them as adoptive mother and adoptive father by accident, instead of the usual dad and mom. Leon had subconsciously created some distance between them due to the fresh memory of his previous life. He had immediately noticed this problem but didn't have a good solution to tackle the problem. Although they were not his real birth parents, they did raise him with love and care. Originally, this would not have been a problem for the previous Leon, but now that his memories had awakened, with the more dominant one being the latter, he couldn't bring himself to call them mum and dad immediately and required time to adjust himself. His soul was experiencing a unique problem. It wasn't as simple as taking over a new body or awakening past life memory. It was like two souls sharing one body, except they were both souls belonged to him. One lived for 30 years in the divine realm and the other lived for 17 years in the world. He soon learnt to be called Gaia. The two souls began clashing for dominance, making his character complicated like a person suffering from multiple personality disorder. Which one is real me? Which one is not? Leon felt lost and the problem was difficult to ignore. However, he had no solution for it. Maybe he could accept both life and fuse the two opposing soul. However, there was an invisible barrier preventing them from merging into one. Leon wished he had someone who can enlighten him and give him the answers he needs. Unfortunately, no one can help him except himself. The soul was a complicated and very profound topic that not even the peak experts of the divine realm dare lay claim to having complete understanding of it. He can only leave it be for now as he is clueless with which direction to take regarding the issue. It's better to focus on cultivation. It is already late in the night, but since Leon have the spare time alone, why would he waste it on sleep? Fortunately, after cultivating a strand of primal chaos energy, he can now access the divine book of life in his soul core. The world space of the divine book has a special environment, overflowing with life force that aids the growth of spirit plants planted inside. The spirit herbs grown inside also have a higher chance of upgrading to a higher tier, the lower the current tier and the longer the spirit herb stays inside. Unfortunately, the higher ranked divine herbs don't enjoy this benefit. Spirit and divine rank herbs that have already been harvested will not have its medicinal properties deteriorate if it remains inside the world space. Spirit herbs were divided into 5 tiers, and divine herbs were divided into 4 tiers. The higher the tier, the stronger its medicinal properties. More importantly, in the divine book of life, is the record all plants in existence and a plethora of complete pill recipes, from spirit to divine rank. However, to peruse the information, one must use their divine sense to see it. So if one has the book in hand without being at the divine state, then tough luck. Luckily, Leon is an anomaly who has retained his divine sensibility without possessing his past divine state cultivation. I can't concoct any pills to aid my practice for now, but I should take a look at what spirit herbs are available so I can plan ahead, was what Leon thought since he does not have a pill cauldron and rare flame to concoct pills with. Of course, one can also use normal flames, but it would affect the final grade of the pill. When Leon inspected the world space, he was immediately dejected. The expected overflowing life force-filled world space was not there. Most of the space have been grayed, and the divine rank plants have all withered and looked lifeless. A small patch of life force was still present, but only the lower tier spirits herbs survived. Leon's mouth twitched at the sight. Of course, even divine treasures are not completely indestructible. He should be grateful it survived on the journey of reincarnation with him. Perhaps even his father's power was insufficient to allow him safe passage into the cycle of reincarnation, and the divine book of life had used up its powers to provide the extra help needed for him to complete the journey successfully. It finally made sense to him why he didn't possess his memory immediately upon rebirth, and the divine treasure was probably in hibernation up until now, recovering its powers. Leon continued to stare at the low-tier spirit herbs. I guess it's better than nothing. It will be more difficult than ever for him to achieve the divine state without the divine rank herbs, but it's fine. Life was never meant to be easy. He didn't experience any hardship while he was under the halo of his father in the past, but he guessed no one can escape the fate of hardship. He's just experiencing it a little later than others. Fortunately, all the herbs needed to concoct the Meridian Fortification pill is present. But where in Gaia will I find a pill cauldron? Leon thought. Maybe an antique shop. I should give it a look tomorrow. The Meridian Fortification pill, as the name suggests, will allow him to strengthen his meridians so it can bear a bigger load of energy. This will help him refine more energy at a time, increasing his cultivation speed. Being clear of his objective, Leon sat cross-legged on the bed in meditation and continued practice the hegemony of primal chaos. As the guardian kingdom that defends humanity against the invasion of the beast tide, the Crawford Kingdom had enjoyed a yearly tribute of massive fortune from their neighboring kingdoms. The accumulated wealth and centralization of power in the kingdom allowed it to develop rapidly, entering a new era. It's been 500 years since the start of the human restoration era, when hope was restored to humanity after the Great Wall was built. The Great Wall was the symbol of humanity's hope. Year 524 HR, the present era. After experiencing a boom in steam-powered technology, humanity have come a long way from using swords and spears. With the development of guns and bloodline ability, they were also no longer as helpless against the beasts beyond the walls. Bloodline ability wasn't something everyone has, but those who do were granted peerage and became nobles. During the early construction of the Great Wall, there was not a single noble who did not contribute for the great cause. Although the main role of building the Great Wall was handled by the Hero King's powerful metal manipulation ability, the nobles had assisted in every possible way to hasten the transport of metals to the area. Only a select few with special fire element abilities stayed on site to smelt the metal wall into one solid structure. Lena had continued her job as a teacher the following day. In the year 118 HR, who can tell me what happened? Lena questioned her class on history. The answer was not hard if they had done their homework. All sorts of hands were raised. The male students were particularly more enthusiastic to answer to look good in front of the teacher. How about you answer for the class, Princess Stella? Lena ignored the males and chose the princess from the neighboring Durham Kingdom. As the leading kingdom in terms of development, their educational institutions are also attended by nobles and royalties of other kingdoms. Answering the teacher, the year 118 HR was the year when the Crimson War erupted. Stella answered. During that year, the beasts had shown clear signs of increasing intelligence and mounted a second beast tide. The beasts were able to scale the wall by climbing on top of the corpses and bodies of their own. The Great Wall was not as tall and big back then as it is now. At the time of the Crimson War, the wall had only possessed a height of 30 meters. The humanity had neglected the Great Wall after 100 years of peace, and they had paid dearly for it during the year the beast tide erupted. Guns and other advanced weaponry had not been invented then. They had to rely on the use of swords and their bloodline ability. It was truly a bloody battle. Corpses of both sides piled like mountains, while their blood flowed like rivers, dyeing the land crimson red. After being snapped out of their illusion of peace, humanity had moved in full force to upgrade the wall with heightened passion, allowing the wall to reach a staggering height of 120 meters as of today. Very good. Lena praised as she gestured for Stella to return to her seat. Stella's seat was not far from Leon's seat. Lena discovered that the seat was empty and became a little absent-minded. The events of last night had caused a small ripple in her heart. Although she does not believe in love after being saved once, she had become more curious about the boy, who is usually quite humble and timid. What Leon displayed last night was a clear contrast to how he was usually seen. How did he get so powerful? Did he awaken? Bloodline ability is something that all humans on Gaia innately possess. However, rigorous training or special pills are required to awaken the ability. To date, only the nobles enjoy the privilege of receiving awakening pills within their circle. Commoners simply can't afford it. When a person awakens their bloodline ability, they also receive an overall boost in their body strength and speed, allowing them to be comparable practitioners of the first layer tempered body. Hence, Lena had a misunderstanding that Leon had awakened. Considering the strength he had displayed that night was not something an ordinary person like her would possess. She was a bit sad that she can never awaken. Her green family had a support-type wood element bloodline ability that passively grants them superior regeneration. So long as their body parts were not severed, all their wounds would be healed back into perfect state within a short period of time. The previous heads of the green family were all muscle brains and did not make full use of their ability, as their ability can also be actively used to save the lives of others. They can also make use of their ability in alchemy to create better recovery pills. But that is all a what-if situation. They cannot unseal their bloodline ability and can only lament in regret. There is also no medicine for regret. Damn. In class, Lena's absent-mindedness did not go unnoticed. Seeing as if their teacher appeared to be love-struck, they started guessing among themselves who the lucky bastard could be. Leon Bradford is absent today. Huh? It wouldn't be Leon, right? What? How can it be that bastard? A student snapped when the students arrived at that guess. Lena awoken from her absent-mindedness at the abrupt noise. Edric Gray, do you have a problem with my teaching? Sorry, teacher, no, I do not. Edric steadied his emotions and answered. Don't do it again. Lena did not continue. She did not want to offend Edric, who is the son of Albert Gray, the Earl of Ebonmaw. The Gray family was rumored to have connections with the underworld. Lena was still afraid of the lawless denizens of the underworld and didn't want to take the risk even if it is just a rumor. A Jew? While this was happening, Leon, who was searching for an antique shop in the Commoners District, suddenly sneezed, unaware of what had transpired in the classroom. Which bastard is cursing me? Leon said aloud, attracting the attention of the surrounding passerby. Ha, take it easy, young man. That is just a superstition. A kind old man patted him on the shoulder and said. Turning around, Leon saw the facial features of the old man and knew the old man was sick through his skill of observation as a doctor. In the past, he had reached the 6th-tier Divine Medicine Master. His skills as a doctor was not shallow, but he was still far from being comparable to his father, the only 9th-tier Divine Medicine King. However, for him to become a Divine Medicine Master at the age of 30, he was already considered a super genius. Unlike cultivation, which can be boosted with divine pills and miracle elixirs, to progress in medicine, he had to study and practice. As a doctor, he was planning to save the old man since he had bumped into him. Although the Heart of Saint mantra had been drilled into him, he wasn't so stupid as to believe he can save everyone. But he can still help those within his reach. Since he had seen the old man, he was not going to ignore him. Perhaps it was fate that they met each other. But he would not tell the old man his illness right away. No one would believe it if some stranger suddenly say you are sick, unless you are already aware of it. You right, old man. If I was a famous villain, wouldn't I be drowned by the wave of curses directed at me? Leon tried to crack a joke, but it wasn't that funny. By the way, you don't happen to know where I can find a pill cauldron? Pill cauldron? Are you aspiring to be an alchemist? The old man, taken aback, and questioned. You know about alchemists, old man. Leon was raised by a common family. He naturally didn't think there would be any alchemist around since he couldn't even find a shadow of divine practitioners in this world. Of course, it's not something privy to commoners, but all the nobles would know about alchemists. The alchemists are quite important to nobles after all. However, to become one is far too difficult. The old man's mood dropped as he explained. He used to be a young man aspiring to be an alchemist too. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. He did not have the talents. Pity he realized it far too late after spending decades of practice and an unaccountable amount of resource and wealth. When Leon had learned of the old man's story, he did not feel any sympathy and looked down on him instead. Old man, are you idiot? How can you spend decades of practice but not have any results? Leon insulted him. How can someone spend decades and not even become a Tier 1 alchemy adept? How lacking is the development of the alchemy profession of this world? You? Don't be too arrogant, young man. Alchemy isn't something anyone can learn just because they want to. The old man was angry and warned. You are mistaken about something, old man. I am not aspiring to be an alchemist. I am already an alchemist, Leon stated confidently. Having heard what the young man said, the old man did not believe him and thought he was being pretentious. How can an alchemist not have a pill cauldron and know anything about other alchemists? What a joke. However, Leon was not lying. True alchemy is very profound and comprehensive. So much so that one can spend hundreds of years studying and would still be far from learning all there is to learn about alchemy. Medicine was just one branch of alchemy. But before Leon became a Tier 6 Divine Medicine Master, he was already a Tier 5 Alchemy Sovereign. Wanting to take the young man down a peg, the old man thought of ways to make him drop his arrogance. The old man's eyes lit up when he thought of a way. How about accompanying this old man to his home? I have a pill cauldron at home. If you can really concoct a pill with it, I will gift it to you, said the old man. Leon's eyes lit up at the old man's words. He was able to infer that the old man was in possession of a pill cauldron and had planned the choice of words to lead to this situation. Remember the words you said, old man. Don't let people say I'm bullying the old when I take away your cauldron. Leon smirked. YHMPH. Save your rubbish till after you actually concoct a Tier 1 pill. The old man fumed as he took the lid. Following the old man, he was not surprised that the old man lived in the upper district, where the nobles reside. What he has yet to understand was why he was in the commoners' district and was quite kind and humble when talking to other commoners. Of course, only if you don't agitate him. Before long, they arrived at a big villa. Old man, your home is not bad. Leon examined the villa from outside and commented. YHMPH. Only not bad. The old man was obviously not satisfied with the comment. His family was able to remain wealthy due to their great success in the real estate business. They had the best architects on the job during the villa's construction. To say it was very beautiful and one of the finest homes in the kingdom was not far-fetched. Leon was not trying to look down on the villa, but he had, after all, lived in a mountain palace in his past life. As they arrived in front of the entrance, a young lady was coincidentally walking out. "No, Grandpa, you're home." "Oh, and who is this?" the lady exclaimed as she examines Leon while hugging the old man's arm. "Haha, you're here, Lin. This is a very arrogant young man who claims to be an alchemist." The old man chuckled and introduced Leon sarcastically. If he likes tooting his own horn, then just ignore him, Grandpa. How can you bring home random strangers? What if has ill intentions?" Lin stamped her feet and complained. Leon began to sweat. "You're right. I do have ill intentions on your family's pill cauldron, but I plan to cure your grandpa after. This is considered an equivalent exchange, right? A woman's intuition is fearsome," he thought. The old man was also a bit startled at his granddaughter's words, but he immediately recovered his calm appearance. "Ha ha ha, I may be old, but I haven't gone senile just yet. Your grandpa is still a third step awakened after all. There's no need to worry. I just want to see this kid lose face when he fails to concoct a pill." Leon didn't mind them looking down on him. The alchemists in the kingdom all seem to be old, while he is still very young. There's no need to speak up for himself. His actions will speak louder than any words when he concocts the pill. Leon just shook his head and smiled. "Then, will you be using the underground pill room again?" Lin was concerned about her grandpa's health. As an awakener, her grandpa's health should have been very good despite his old age. However, her grandpa had isolated himself in the underground pill room, practicing pill concoction for decades. The room was murky and lacked ventilation. The smoke and herbal impurities had accumulated in his grandpa's system and caused his health to deteriorate. The doctors had advised him to stop practices and go for daily walks to get fresh air as a means to improve his health. "Yes, I'll just be watching from a distance. The young man will be the one pill concocting," the old man said. In the underground pill room there was a chair, a simple stone table, and only laid a small pill cauldron, a small portable fire stove, and some scattered herbs and pill recipes. The ceiling has already been dyed black by the smog. Leon understood the source of the old man's illness. As an alchemist, you have your own herbs to concoct pills with, right? Or are you expecting us to provide for you?" Lin said provocatively. Leon looked at her speechless. He had already set his expectations low, but he was still left disappointed when he saw the pill cauldron. He was expecting the pill cauldron to at least be a low mortal grade treasure, the lowest grading a treasure could receive, but it was not even a graded treasure. It was a completely ordinary object. Spirit treasures have four main grades: mortal, earth, heaven, and divine. It is further divided into four subgrades: low, middle, high, and peak. I'll forge my own if I can't find a better cauldron in the future. Leon decided. Leon took off his school bag and reached his hand inside before he circulated his energy and brought spirit plants out from his divine book's world space. Lin and the old man could not see what's inside the bag and thought the herbs had already been inside the bag. If they could see the herbs magically appearing in his hands, they would be shocked. Spatial storage were something that didn't exist in Gaia. Leon was planning to concoct a Tier 1 toxin cleansing pill to expel the impure substances in the old man's body. Leon checked his Grandmist energy level and knew he had more than enough to aid him in pill concoction. There were 10 strands revolving in his glabella. After the initial breakthrough in the technique, it had become easier to progress through the technique until the next bottleneck. Leon was able to gain an extra 9 strand after a night's worth of practice. Leon started the fire as he heats the cauldron. After it was heated, Leon threw in the ingredients directly and mentally controlled the fire with his Grandmist energy. The fire's temperature drastically increased when it contacted the Grandmist energy. Leon continued with practiced ease as he burns away the impurities in the ingredients, leaving only the herbal essences behind. Moments after, the herbal essences started to coagulate and formed a pill. The process only took 15 minutes. Not bad, a mid-tier one, Leon said as he took the pill out of the cauldron. Lin and the old man were shocked speechless during the entire process, and only recovered after Leon's comment as they stared at the pill in his hand with wide eyes. Leon was pleased with their reaction. Although he made the entire process look easy, he was a bit mentally tired as his divine practice was still low and the process required full mental focus. Seeing that the duo did not say anything, Leon decided to say something first. "Well then, thanks for the pill cauldron, old man," Leon said as he reached for the pill cauldron. "Slow down, young man. You misunderstood something. I said I would gift you the pill if you can really concoct one with the pill cauldron," the old man said. "Nonsense. The ingredients were provided by me and the pill was concocted by me. How can you gift me something that is already mine? Where is the logic in that?" Leon refuted. The old man had left a loophole in his words before and was taking advantage of it to keep his pill cauldron now. "Well, that was what my intention was. It's not my problem if you misunderstood me and thought I was gift you my pill cauldron," the old man said shamelessly. The old man didn't admit nor deny when Leon had said he would be taking his cauldron and told him not to say he was bullying the old, giving him the assumption that it was the cauldron and not the pill. "Old man, you are bullying the young." "Well, whatever, I don't want your trashy pill cauldron anyway," Leon said with a mischievous smile. "I can even give you this pill," Leon continued as he threw the pill to the old man. The old man was startled as he tried to catch the pill like his life depended on it. In fact, he said so much nonsense to negotiate buying the pill from Leon. Although he did not know what the pill was, he thought it was most likely something special. A man's rubbish is another man's treasure, Leon thought. Leon had seen through his intention and just decided to play along even though he was going to gift them the pill anyway and didn't care about the cauldron the moment he saw it. The pill cauldron was completely ordinary. There wasn't much difference between concocting pills with it than a cooking pot and the kitchen stove. "By the way, old man, you are sick," Leon suddenly said. "Huh? You are sick. Your whole family is sick," Lin interrupted, thinking Leon was cursing her grandpa. Leon stared at her, speechless, then continued talking to the old man. "That pill is called the toxin cleansing pill. It can cure you of the ailment you are suffering." After hearing Leon's words, the old man swallowed the pill without hesitation. "Grandpa, how could you trust his words so easily?" Lin shrieked as she stared daggers at Leon, fearing something might go wrong after her grandpa swallowed the pill. Apparently, she seems to distrust Leon very much and viewed him as a big bad wolf. Did I offended you in a past life or something to be treated like this? Leon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's fine, the pill is real. The old man could feel himself getting better as he tried to calm his granddaughter down. Really? Lynn doubted. Maria. The old man was going to assure his granddaughter, but before he did, he started coughing violently. Cough asterisk cough. A large amount of black blood was expelled from his body. Grandpa, I knew it. You are a bad guy. Lynn screamed at Leon as she was supporting her grandpa. Placing her grandpa on a chair, she charged at Leon. She was already a first step awakener and closed the distance in an instant. A punch thrown straight at his chest. Leon easily sidestepped the attack, grabbing her wrist in the process, pulling her into his embrace and seizing her other wrist. She was caught in an arm lock, and her physical strength was insufficient to break free from Leon, who is now comparable to a second-layer tempered body. Why are you jumping to conclusions? Have a look at your grandpa. Leon directed. While struggling to escape from Leon's clutches, she saw that her grandpa seems to be slightly glowing with a brilliant expression. Grandpa. Lynn probed. Ha, I haven't felt so good in a long time. I coincidentally made a breakthrough to the fourth step. The old man chortled. Young man, you have my thanks. Gratitude aside, how will you repay me? Leon asked. Startled at the question, the old man thought about it for a while, then had a glance at Leon and his granddaughter, who are still tangled together. How about I give my granddaughter to you? The old man smiled. Goff, thanks, not funny, old man. Leon coughed at the unexpected suggestion. How long are you planning to hold me? Lynn was still captive. My apologies. Leon released her and apologized. After being released, she tried to get back at him by stepping on his foot, but it was dodged. How can Leon let her step on his foot so easily? Having failed in her attempt, she stamped her feet in displeasure. Ha, Lynn, you are already 18 years old but still so childish. The old man chuckled. Grandpa Tilda, your granddaughter has been bullied, how can take his side? Lynn shook the old man's arm and said coyly with teary eyes that seems to say she had suffered grievance. Ha, let that be a lesson for you to not jump to conclusions so quickly. The old man said as he tried to console his granddaughter. By the way, I haven't quite learnt your name yet, old man. Leon suddenly said. Oh, you are right. We have not introduced each other yet. I am Dwight Cromwell. You are Leon Bradford. The two finally introduced each other as they shook hands. Black Snake Gang's secret headquarters. Big brother Snake, please avenge this little brother's grievance. The little brother pleaded on his knees. In front of him was a man in his middle ages, standing upright as he listened to his little brother's pleading with a frown. They weren't real blood brothers. Brother was a term commonly used to show one's closeness to another. For a group of criminals working together, a heavy emphasis is placed upon bonds and loyalty. Whether they are the bigger or the smaller brother within the gang is determined by their hierarchy. Big Brother Snake was the boss of the Black Snake Gang and a second-step awakener. He was able to possess his current strength due to the benefits received from doing dirty businesses for the nobles backing them. He used to be a poor commoner. There was no other way of receiving awakening pills, which were monopolized by the nobles. Little brother Thorpe, what happened? Snake frowned as he looked at Thorpe's tattered look. Thorpe was the big brother thug Leon had encountered the other night. I was beaten up by a kid. He did not put our Black Snake Gang in his eyes even after I warned him. Thorpe said hatefully. How is that possible? Snake deepened his frown. The Commoners District and the area between it and the Royal Crawford University was all part of his territory. He knows that Thorpe was one of his best men among the unawakened. Thorpe should have been able to put up a fight and not be thrashed so badly. He should have already awakened. He was very skillful at throwing chicken bones and finished off our group of 3 brothers in the blink of an eye. However, he should be a commoner. Thorpe didn't recognize Leon's uniform as it had been dirtied by his impurities. Chicken bones. What nonsense are talking about? Snake thought but didn't voice his thoughts. He knew Thorpe was simple-minded but wouldn't make joke on a serious matter. An awakened that isn't a noble. Is he from another gang? What is he doing our territory by starting trouble? Are the other gangs getting restless and started eyeing our territory? Snake rubbed his chin as he voiced his thoughts, clearly overthinking the matter. His gang was not the only gang residing in the capital. There were three other powerful gangs besides his own: the Azure Wolf Gang, the Red Salamander Gang, and the White Ferret Gang. The capital is divided into the Upper District and the Commoners District, which is also called the Lower District. The Upper District is located within the inner area of the capital, while the Lower District is located on the outer area. The Lower District is further divided into the north, west, east, and south. Each one is occupied by one of the four gangs. The Western District belongs to the Black Snake Gang. What should we do, Big Brother Snake? Thorb asked. For now, you need to go investigate his background. If he does not belong to any gang, you may call Arlo and Gower to assist you in apprehending, then bring him to me. Snake ordered. Arlo and Gower were his right hand and left hand man. Both were experts at fighting and are both first step awakeners. Right away, Big Brother Snake. Thorb answered. Back at the big villa, Dwight and Leon sitting down at a table drinking tea, while Lynn was standing at the side serving them. She did not have to be the one serving them tea as there are servants in the villa. However, she was interested in listening in on their conversation. Old man, although the toxins have been expelled from your body, unblocking your meridians and allowed you to make a breakthrough as a result. The toxins had stayed in your body for a long time, damaging your vitals, and your organs are showing signs of failure. You will need further medical treatment to fully recover. Unfortunately, I do not have the tools required to treat you at this moment. Leon stated. Do you have special eyes or something? How do you know if my grandpa's organs are failing or not? Lynn doubted. I do not need to see directly to know. I can still hear, smell, and feel your grandpa's pulse to find out. It is my skill as a doctor. Leon answered her doubts. What? I thought you were an alchemist. How did you suddenly become a doctor? Lynn asked in confusion. Leon was a bit speechless and looked at the old man only to see he shared the same confused look. Leon had no choice but to clear their doubts. I have always been a doctor. It's just how can I become a doctor without having some foundations in alchemy? I can be considered an alchemist and a doctor. Leon said in a steady tone, but he was starting to get annoyed with the girl for nitpicking at everything he says and do. Young man, you are really good. Already a doctor and an alchemist at such young age. The old man praised. Just the title of alchemist is enough to boost his status to the top of the kingdom and be respected everywhere. The number of alchemists is just far too few. The number of awakening pills they are able to concoct was not enough to support the demands of the nobles, let alone the rest of the masses. The reason Leon didn't end up trying to hide his talent as an alchemist was because alchemist was treated with great importance in the kingdom. Nobles would try everything to establish a good relationship with him. Leon had lived a short 30 years with his father in his past life, but he had seen many people and faces. He can tell that the old man was kind in nature and appeared trustworthy. Leon displayed his skills to show his worth, making the old man owe him a debt of gratitude for curing him and to make it easier for himself to negotiate a business deal. The quickest way to gather wealth and resources to further increase his divine practice was to rely on a powerful family to assist him. 2 hands are better than 1 and 4 is better than 2. If you don't mind me asking, who is your master? The old man inquired. A person who can nurture such a young qualified alchemist must be extraordinary, the old man thought. Leon could see that the old man wishes to establish a connection with this so-called master, but Leon can't just say it was his father from his past life. I don't know much about my master. He likes to be free and unfettered, traveling the vast world to further his knowledge. He is usually the one to contact me. I am unable to contact him. Leon Bolsh ** T-Ted. Ah, that is unfortunate. It would have been a great honor to meet him. The old man sighed. Never mind that, if there's an opportunity, you'll surely meet him. How about striking a business deal with me, old man? Leon brushed off the topic about his master and changed the topic. Hello? What sort of business? The old man was intrigued. Naturally, the sort of business where I concoct pills for your family, and you will pay me accordingly. The payment can be made in the form of cash, special herbs, or rare minerals. Leon stated. Oh, just that. Of course, we will happily accept your offer. The old man said happily. The old man was more than happy to accept such a business deal. In fact, if Leon did not suggest it first, he would have been the one to suggest it. Leon was still young and promising, unlike the other old bones. This is a rare chance, hard to come by for his family to rise to new heights. Leon did not need to say much further. They were able to read each other's intention. There was no need to worry that the Cromwell family would publicize his status as an alchemist. It would be an extremely stupid thing to do. Why would they want to introduce Leon to others when they can monopolize the pills concocted by Leon for themselves? Not to mention Leon is still young and without a strong background. It may attract those with ill intentions if the words were spread. Well then, here's to a happy cooperation. Leon smiled and reached out his hand for the old man to shake. To a happy cooperation. The old man shook Leon's hand as he briefly glanced at his sulking granddaughter, seemingly to have been ignored as they were lost in their own conversation. You really don't want to consider my granddaughter, the old man brought the matter up again. Cough asterisk asterisk old man, you really know how to joke. Leon was caught off guard again. He really wasn't ready to be involved in such matters. Yeah, it's a pity that you don't fancy my granddaughter. The old man felt regretful. Grandpa Tilda, how can you try to sell your granddaughter off? Lynn complained. Ha, it's actually not a bad thing for you to be married off to him. He is a much better choice than all those noble sons. He is a real dragon among men. The old man tried to convince his granddaughter. Her grandpa was right, and she seemed to have been a little too prejudiced against him this whole time with no good reason. Why is that so? Lynn was a little confused, but how could she not be aware of her grandpa's underlying intention? In fact, Leon was also aware. They were all aware. The old man wanted to take one step further and tie Leon to his family. Wily old fox glanced at the old man and thought. Old man seemed to have sensed his thoughts and gave him a smirk. Little fox. Leon coughed awkwardly, having his thoughts read. When two intelligent beings confront each other, words seems to be unnecessary to communicate. At the end of the day, although Leon did not manage to find a mortal-grade pill cauldron, he did manage to secure a business deal, and the written contract was signed shortly after. He did not have to concern himself with money and resources in the short term. At least, if he abides by the contract and continue to supply the Cromwell family with awakening pills on his end. There are some worries about whether the herbs he is looking for would be available or not. He is after all in a different world, and the herbs maybe not be entirely the same or exist on this planet. As long as he can find them, he would be able to grow them in his world space and promote them to spirit herbs. Old man, do you have the awakening pill recipe? Leon asked. Oh yes. Sebastian, please fetch my pill recipes from the pill room. Dwight ordered a servant of his, whom been standing guard outside the tea room. Right away, my lord. Sebastian answered. There was no reason for Dwight to not own a copy of the awakening pill recipe. It was the pill he had been trying to concoct all these years. He had apprenticed himself to an alchemist when he was young. The alchemist had given him the recipe for him to study and to practice with. Come back when you successfully concoct the pill, was what his teacher had said to him. It was the final test for him before he graduates from his apprenticeship and become a full-fledged alchemist. Dwight had practiced concocting the pill, one failure after another with no sign of success in sight. It was a huge blow to him, whom had been bright and intelligent and with great expectations from his teacher. Too ashamed and stubborn to seek his teacher's advice after his repeated failures, he continued to practice concocting the pill with an obsession. Dwight had been able to concoct a few types of different pills under his teacher's supervision, but he was unsuccessful when left on his own. It only took a few moments for the servant, Sebastian, to return with a stack of recipes and handed it over to Dwight. Dwight had a quick look through the recipes before pulling one out and passed it over to Leon with a nonchalant expression. There was an unwritten rule among alchemists that their pill recipes should only be shared among themselves and their disciples. The reason for such a rule was to prevent all the ambitious people from hoarding the resources to practice the recipe and attempting to raise their own qualified alchemists. Although the herbs required to concoct the awakening pills is not rare, it is not that common either. It would be very wasteful to squander it thoughtlessly. The prices would rise as the resource become less, and it would be detrimental to the alchemists, which is already a costly profession if it was to happen. Although Leon had not entered their circle yet, the old man had acknowledged him as a qualified alchemist. There was no problem in allowing Leon to peruse the recipe. When Leon read the recipe for the awakening pills, his eyes widened in disbelief and looked at the old man in awe. How can anyone concoct a pill with such a trashy recipe? These medicinal herbs are already clashing, giving it a 10% chance of success if he was to concoct it. If you follow the instructions to the teeth, then it would become impossible to concoct the pill. How can this old man be so intelligent yet so stupid at the same time? Leon thought. Whatever the case was, he was really in awe of the old man's dedication despite following a dead recipe. The old man was unable to understand Leon's thought this time, and after being stared at by Leon in such a weird way for a long time had started to make the old man uncomfortable. "What's wrong with you? Why are you staring at me like that?" The old man asked uncomfortably. Perhaps he wasn't interested in my granddaughter because he was into men. Dwight thought as a chill ran up his spine. He subconsciously took a step back. The old man's weird actions snapped Leon out of his thoughts. Leon was able to understand the old man's thoughts and was quickly enraged. "Do you think I would be into you? You old bag of bones. Just for your information, I am straight." Leon roared. "Gee, I didn't say anything. You are the one who said it. Who are you calling an old bag of bones?" Dwight roared back. Lynn wasn't that bright and even a bit slow, but having seen Leon's look at her grandpa, and hearing her grandpa's following words was like a fuse that lit a light bulb in her head as she quickly understood the matter and felt disgusted. Leon caught her dirty look at the corner of his eyes and was so angry he could spit blood. "This was a major misunderstanding. I was just thinking how stupid you are to waste your whole life practicing a fake recipe." Leon exploded. "Nonsense. The recipe was handed to me personally by my teacher. How can it be fake?" Although Dwight roared back in defense of his teacher, he had long had this doubt. How else could he keep failing without a single success? He knew that even his teacher only had a 10% success rate of concocting the pill like all the other alchemists. Only one batch out of every 10 would succeed. But he did not even succeed once after hundreds and thousands of attempts. "Your teacher is a quack," Leon sneered. Having released his outburst in frustration, Leon was able to quickly steady his mind and regain a calm look, but the same could not be said for the old man. "Why you? If you don't give me a justifiable answer, then don't think about leaving this villa in one piece after disrespecting my teacher," Dwight said with boiling anger while pointing his finger at Leon. "Are you threatening me?" Leon questioned with a dark look and deep voice. It was difficult for Leon to rein in his temper, nor was there any reason to when his good intentions were repeatedly met with doubts and criticism. Especially when there is still a burning rage hidden deep inside him when his father was murdered. An invisible pressure was exuded from Leon's body as his figure became towering in the eyes of the old man, making him hard to breathe. Lynn didn't feel any pressure and only felt something was wrong as she was not the target of Leon's pressure. This pressure did not come from his cultivation, which is currently comparable to a second-layer tempered body, but from his soul who was once a divine state practitioner. The old man was breaking out in sweat as he had the illusion of his entire self was nothing more than an ant being gazed upon by a deity. "Have mercy, great lord," Dwight pleaded as his legs felt weak. "Why are you bullying my grandpa?" Lynn pushed Leon over, clearly upset with the matter. "This jerk seems to usually be well-tempered, putting on a false anger play with my grandpa. Why did he suddenly become ill-tempered so suddenly?" Lynn thought simply as she supported her grandpa up and looked at Leon. Leon felt guilty for losing his temper and unleashing his pressure on the old man who he had a favorable impression of. Situations like this might continue to occur if I don't fix my personality disorder. I should find ways to release the pent-up stress and anger in my heart. He thought, "I'm sorry for losing myself there. The reason I believe your teacher is a quack is because if one concocts the pill according to the recipe, it would be impossible to succeed. Fire fruits and the water roots contain two opposing force, greatly reducing the medicinal essence when they clash. Furthermore, the method of extracting the medicinal essence is too inefficient, wasting what little medicinal essence is left. Although there are other minor problems, these were the main ones. How can one succeed in pill concoction if there's no medicinal essence left to concoct the pill with? The reason you were also able to make an immediate breakthrough after your toxins were expelled was because your body had absorbed a portion of that medicinal essence. Leon apologized and explained his reason in detail. His explanation was reasonable and justified. Even the slow Lin was also able to understand, even if she had no prior knowledge in alchemy. Dwight sighed as he seems to have mentally aged a few years after hearing Leon's explanation. Well, it was all in the past now. He had already given up practice under his family's urging when his health had deteriorated to its current condition. He was now preoccupied with what exactly was Leon's identity. He wanted to ask, but Leon was one step ahead. Some things can't be explained at present and is better kept to yourself, Leon said. The old man nodded, understanding Leon's intention, and sighed again. Leon will tell him eventually when the time is right. None of the trio knew but the servant. Sebastian had long since retreated outside the Tarum to continue guard duty. He was currently wiping away sweat from his forehead. The situation inside had abruptly turned intense, and he had no idea whether to storm in or not. It was his duty to protect his lord, but without his lord's command, he did not know what to do. Sebastian heaved a sigh of relief now that situation seemed to have calmed down. I who can understand the stress in life, a small figure like me have to go through, Sebastian thought. When the questions and doubts were settled aside, Leon wanted to concoct the awakening pills immediately, so he can start receiving payments for the work. They wouldn't pay before they received the pills. Leon took the time to revise the awakening pill recipe, while he is still recovering to his optimum mental state. The revision of the recipe was not something difficult for Leon to do. He had fully understood the true effects of the awakening pill. The awakening pill wasn't some miraculous pill that would allow a person to awaken without side effects. In its truest sense, the pill allows the person to overdraw their body's potential to stimulate a certain part of their brain, where the latent ability lay dormant. Why else would you need pills in order to gain abilities that is already inherently yours? In other words, using the pill is regarded as forced awakening. Those who chooses forced awakening would have limited growth. Perhaps the reason the world had not seen another being comparable to the first hero king was because they had become too reliant on pills to awaken, since no other methods were known. Even the fabled queen is stuck at a bottleneck after reaching the 9th step awakening. Leon deduced that one should be able to naturally awaken, and that it was hard to figure out that the first hero king was a natural awakener. If there was already such a leading example of a natural awakener, how can the method to natural awakening not be researched and make any breakthrough in its findings after a few hundred years have passed? Why resort to pills that limit their growth and the collective strength of the entire race? Leon sensed there was a sinister plot that has been in motion for a few hundred years, and felt a chill crawl up his spine. Leon doubted the beasts could have gained such great intelligence as to pull it off. Could it be a third race they don't know about? Or an anti-faction that opposes the current regime? Leon had questions but no answers to them. He shook his head as he felt he is still too weak to concern himself with this looming threat. To think there was another sword being pointed at humanity from the shadows, in addition to the threat of the beasts. Leon felt a greater urgency to grow strong as possible. It's better to keep this information to myself. Informing the Cromwells of this speculation would only put them and myself in harm's way. However, it is also not good to allow them to continue taking this sort of pill. He needs to remove its side effects. He can replace the fire fruit with the woodleaf Ganoderma. Its effects are similar to the fire fruit but mild in nature and doesn't conflict with the water roots. It complements each other and may provide better effects, without losing its medicinal essence during pill concoction. The rigid snakeroot is a supplementary ingredient that he must definitely remove. Although it has a binding effect which helps to fuse the ingredients together, it is poison. The stem of the rigid snakeroot contains toxins that attacks the nerves and paralyses the body. The toxin isn't lethal but regulate usage could lead to lifelong problems. This is naturally speaking for a normal estimate. Too much of anything would kill you. Leon planned to use blue sages instead, which has some beneficial effects instead. There's no need to follow the bad instructions on the pill recipe. He has his own pill concoction techniques. Leon requested for them to fetch him a pen and paper, and he began writing down the list of ingredients needed for the new revised awakening pill. If it works as intended, he will call it the True Awakening Pill. The herbs he written down was all available in the Cromwell's treasure vault, where all their valuables are stored. It had been Leon's worry that the herbs he listed may not exist, or they existed under a different name. Luckily, he did not encounter such situations. When the herbs were delivered to him, he headed back to the pill room and got to work right away. Crawford Kingdom bordered Great Wall. Soldiers are stationed here all year round. The Bloody War tragedy had taught them a terrible lesson. Those who lived in the capital, away from the front line, may have forgotten or never even learned about the history of mankind's struggle, as it wasn't required of them, or they did not live during such chaotic times. The soldiers stationed at the Great Wall had it differently. History was a compulsory lesson that was drilled into their bones to teach them never to let their guard down and to continue to guard the wall with great vigilance. The Great Wall is armed with cannons and large projectile weapons, while all soldiers are armed with bayonets and their rifles. The invention of guns had revolutionized the course of their war, but they would not forsaken the blade, as it could still be used to protect themselves in close combat if the situation ever arises. A punitive expedition is regularly sent out on their airships to scout beyond the walls for any signs of beast within a certain distance of the wall. This allows them to alert the garrisons in advance if another beast invasion was arriving. A large-scale invasion had not occurred in the last 300 years since the Bloody War. Only small skirmishes take place every now and then. On aboard the airship Freebird, Dale was a veteran soldier who have served in the army for many years. He was also the commander of the Freebird. He was standing on the deck, gazing up at the grim clouds and sky with a frown. In his long career as a soldier, he had developed a sort of sixth sense for danger while he was fighting against the beasts, and it had saved him on multiple instances. His instincts tell him it would be unwise to continue the expedition. "Turn the ship around. We are returning early today," Dale commanded. "Yes, sir." His men answered as his men got to work, operating the airship. The airship shortly made way and headed back in the direction of the Great Wall. "Commander, is there a reason for the early return?" A young man at the side of the Dale questioned. "It is not safe to continue the journey," Dale said flatly. The young man frowned. He was a young noble who was specially assigned onto the punitive expedition to gain experience by his father, the General Marquis Hendrik Graham. As the son of the General Marquis and a fourth-step awakener at the age of 20, Rowan was naturally arrogant and proud. He did not put the soldiers on board the airship in his eyes. He was not happy with Dale's order to return, as he had not even seen a shadow of the beasts. "Not safe? How can you be so cowardly as a soldier and as a commander?" Rowan questioned Dale's unhappily. "You can call me a coward if you want, but I have a duty to look after my men." Dale's frowned. "This is a military airship, not some kid's playground. You may be the General Marquis' son, but he had assigned you under me. Punishments will still be meted if you fail to comply with military discipline." HMPH Rowan did not continue. His father had told him to strictly obey orders from his superiors. At this moment, a low rumbling sound had become audible to the people on the airship. "Do you hear that noise?" Rowan asked. Dales frowned as he looked back in the distant skies and noticed a section of black clouds moving closer to them at a noticeable speed. Dale squinted his eyes as he tried to gain a better look of the black clouds. The rumbling grew louder as the black clouds came close enough to be identified. "Men, full speed ahead." "No," Dale suddenly roared. The soldiers started dumping coal into the steam engine and setting the sails as the airship steadily picked up speed. The airship was not gaining speed fast enough, and a battle was inevitable. "Prepare for battle," Dales ordered. The soldiers became tensed as they got into position and had a clear view of their upcoming enemy. It was a flock of aerial beasts. Their numbers in the hundreds. "Ready your aims," Dales ordered his men as they aimed their bayonet rifles. The soldiers were unclear of whether Rowan was fearless or a fool, as the young noble was standing at the front with an excited look. Rowan had not fought a beast before, but he was excited to slay some beast and show off his prowess to these timid soldiers, while earning himself some contributions at the same time. He was confident because his bloodline ability allows him to manipulate the wind. Wind users were the kings of the sky as they can propel themselves with their ability to fly. Rowan stand down. Dales tried to stop Rowan, but it was too late. Rowan was too excited to listen to Dale's command as he launched himself into the air towards the flock of Ariel's beast. He gathered the wind into the palms of his hands as he compressed them, then fired them at the aerial beasts. It was a simple technique to shoot wind blades. Rowan was confident his wind blades would slay some aerial beasts, but he was shocked when his wind blades only managed to give them some fleshly wounds, far from killing them. "Quickly retreat, you fucking idiot." Dales was furious as he cussed at him. Rowan quickly retreated before Dales even needed mention it. His confidence was utterly shattered in that single bout. "Fire at will. Make sure not to hit that bastard," Dales commanded as he continued to cuss. He was usually well-mannered, but once he snapped, vulgarities would come flying out. Bang asterisk bang asterisk bang. The shots were fired continuously. The bullets, with its penetrative force, dealt much more damage than Rowan's wind blades. The weapon that revolutionized their war should not be looked down upon. The aerial beasts pressed forward their attacks as their brethren fell out of the skies one by one. The numbers of aerial beasts dropping from the skies continued at a constant rate, but there were far too many of them as they were heavily outnumbered. Rowan did not make it back to the airship in one piece as he was swiped by their claws a few times. He did not lose any limbs, but they were threatening to fall off as his wounds were bone deep. He had never suffered such heavy injuries in all his life, and cried in pain as he couldn't bear it after landing back on the deck. Someone takes him inside and give him emergency dressing. Dales continued his series of command while fighting alongside his men. Rowan dragged into the cabins by one of the soldiers as the soldier gave him a hateful look for being a deadweight and stopping him from fighting on the deck alongside his brothers. Rowan had passed out after using up all his energy squealing in pain and did not notice. He was just an ignorant brat who grew up in a greenhouse in the eyes of the soldiers. Rowan regained consciousness and found himself wrapped in heavy bandages and laid in an adjustable bed. The room he was in was a private ward, clean and quiet, giving his mind a sense of tranquility. It appears he was in a hospital. The military camp near the Great Wall did not have such a facility. There was only a small medical center there to provide emergency first aid such as stitches and bandages to stop the wounded from bleeding. He had most likely been sent back to the Royal Hospital in the capital. He tried moving his limbs, but they did not respond. Rowan sighed but did not grieve. Such was the price to pay for his ignorance. At least he was able to keep his life. He stared blankly into the air absent-mindedly. Although the situation was caused by his own foolish actions, he did manage to stare death in the face and escaped from its jaws. Having managed to keep his life, his mentally seemed to have changed and had a renewed outlook on life. His father had been sitting by his side, watching his every movements and expression. "Father," Hendrik nodded, "you've woken up. How is the expedition team?" Hendrik was silent, satisfied with his son's first question. He did not ask about his own condition, but showed concern for the expedition team instead. There was many injured but no deaths. Reinforcements had arrived in a timely manner and successfully fended off the attack, escorting the Freebird back to safety behind the walls. Each soldier on the expedition team was an elite in the army. They had all undergone rigorous training and tempered on the battlefield. They were also all awakeners. A contribution system existed to reward soldiers with outstanding contributions and merits. Dales was one who had accumulated a significant amount of contributions and merits through his years of service and been rewarded with many awakening pills over the years. However, Dales had never taken the pill for himself. He had always given the pill to his own men. The reason he was the commander of the Freebird was not because he was the strongest, nor was it because he was the most senior. It was because he was revered and the most worthy of the position. "Oh, I see." Rowan was relieved no one died. "Are you not going to ask about your own condition?" "There's no need to ask about my own condition. I know my own body best," Rowan said. His tendons were cut and nerves damaged. Most likely, he would never be able to move his limbs again. There was a small chance it could be recovered through rehabilitation, but such chances were close to zero. Hendrik nodded. Perhaps this is a test for you. If you can overcome this trial, you can still become a great person in life. Rowan listened to his father's wise words and gave it some thought, not immediately understanding his meaning. Hendrik Graham did not rush his son and got up to leave. I still got to deal with the aftermath. Give it some thought. Rowan pondered his father's words deeply after he left. How can I be someone great if I have already become disabled? I am still young and still had a long road ahead of me. Long road. Is there even a path left for me to walk? I'm just a crippled now. Silence permitted the room for a while. Fortunately, Rowan did not fail Hendrik's expectation and didn't take long to figure it out. Had it been the previous Rowan before his change in mentally, he would have been too blind and narrow-minded to figure it out, even if you give him all the time in the world to figure it out himself. My life is still very long and there are many paths to take in life. Losing my limbs is not the end but a new beginning. Don't I have my brain and bloodline ability? Rowan's eyes lit up. So what if I can't move my limbs? Don't I still have my ability to move myself? If I can hone my ability and control to the peak, would there still be any difference when I use it to move my limbs? Rowan was excited at the new providence in life and was impatient to practice his ability. Wind gathered under his arms to lift it, but before he was able to move it up very far, he was racked with pain. Arg, no rush, no rush. Rowan calmed down as if a bucket of cold water was poured on him. The first step is to recover. He closed his eyes to rest as there was nothing else he could do for now. Leon was presently walking home with extra cash, some medicinal herbs and a single piece of stainless steel ingot he had traded for with the Cromwells after successfully refining a batch of true awakening pills for them. The process went smoothly. He was able to refine 6 pills in one session. One had immediately been used on a servant who had yet to awaken. The process took longer and wasn't as forceful as the original awakening pill, and when the servant had finally awakened, he had a greater jump in power and was filled with vitality. It quite different to the usual awakening where the person would be sapped of their energy and required some rest to recover. Metal was strictly regulated, but it didn't mean it was unobtainable. It was just expensive and limited. If one had the money, then they would be able to buy, albeit not much. Most of the metal are concentrated on defensive and military purposes. Leon planned to use the stainless steel ingot to make a set of acupuncture needles, which doesn't require much of the metal in his hand. At this moment, at the construction site for an upcoming hotel ahead, an ironwood beam was threatening to fall from the crane holding it. One of the cables had snapped, causing imbalance in the hold the beams were loaded on. The imbalance in the hold caused it to swing as the beams threatened to fall outside of the construction zone and onto the sidewalk by the road next to it. There were a group of people in that location. Everyone watch out! Leon shouted. The surrounding crowd was alarmed at the sudden warning and was able to see what was happening. The adults in the area was able to react quickly and evacuated away from the danger zone, but a mother was knocked over in the process. Snap! When one of the cables snapped, the other one was unable to bear the load for long before it also snapped, and the beams started falling. Although the mother knocked over into a safe spot, her little 9-year-old girl was not. She was just standing there innocently, unaware of the impending danger. No! The mother cried out. The crowd couldn't bear to watch what would become of the little girl. Leon did not hesitate and dashed towards the little girl, using an instantaneous movement technique called the Extreme Vanishing Step. The Extreme Vanishing Step was a high-level instantaneous movement technique that allows one to travel great distance within an instant, but puts an enormous strain on the body during the instantaneous burst of speed. Leon did not think he was powerful enough to deflect the falling beams and could only pick the girl up and jump out of the way. Boom asterisk, boom asterisk, boom asterisk. The beams smashed into the ground like thunder as it has narrowly missed Leon and the girl. Leon had landed on his back, while covering the girl as they rolled a bit from the momentum. Although the ironwood beams are generally considered as wood from the trees, it is no different to steel beams. The whole world had undergone a transformation. It wasn't just humans who gained unique abilities and the beasts who evolved from animals. The plants and trees had also transformed. The ironwood tree was a tree that had gained the characteristics of metal. The ironwood beam has the same strength and weight as a steel beam. The only exception is the feel. Are you all right, Aileen? Thank goodness you're safe. The mother cried as she quickly hugged her daughter, fearing that she would disappear if she doesn't hold her tightly. Only after a while did her heart calm down. Thank you, young noble. The young mother thanked Leon. There's no need to thank me. It's what I should do. You can just call me Leon. I am no noble. Although she thought it was impossible for an awakened person to be normal, but she did not voice her doubts and nodded as if she had understood him. Maybe he is trying to be low-key, she thought. Her eyes couldn't follow Leon's movements. She had only seen a blur before Leon appeared and saved her daughter. An unawakened would not be able to move like that. Aileen quickly thanked this big brother for saving you. Thank you, big brother, for saving me. The little girl said cutely. Ha ha ha, it was no big deal. Listen to you, mother, and be more careful from now, okay? Okay. The little girl answered, and Leon could help but rub her head before he left. A person with keen eyes would notice he was slightly limping, as his right foot had been injured from the backlash of the movement technique. His body wasn't strong enough to bear the strain of high-level techniques yet. No one knew, but when the thundering beams struck the ground, it had shocked the construction workers on the site, and one of them had unfortunately slipped and fell from the high building frame and broke his leg. No, I need a doctor. The workers able to send him to the hospital in an efficient manner and put an end to the interlude. When Leon arrived home, it was already sunset, but his foster parents wasn't home yet. They were still working outside. Leon felt that he should have a look at where they were working. If their work was hard labor, he would convince them to quit their job since they are already past their prime age. He can now earn a lot of money. Why should he let them continue working when he can support them and let them enjoy their life? This is what he should do. This was filial piety. He wasn't sure what type of work they did since they never mentioned it to him, so he can only wait until they come home to ask. Leon went for a shower to clean himself up since he was dirtied by the events of today. He would return to his room after and continue practicing the hegemony of primal chaos. He had only made initial progress in the technique and was still far from mastery. Even the Grand Mist energy he had refined was not real Grand Mist energy. It was just quasi-Grand Mist energy at best. Grand Mist was the source of all matter from before the formation of the universe. All matter in existence was formed by Grand Mist energy. How could Leon's mortal body possibly handle the weight of the force that formed the universe? The current quasi-Grand Mist energy he had refined doesn't share much resemblance to true Grand Mist energy. It was just slight heavier and stronger than spirit energy. Great Wall Military Camp Command Center. Tell me what you make of today's attack, Dales. Hendrik Graham said with a dark look. He did not have the same calm composure when he was facing his son. Hendrik was not an unfeeling person. In fact, he was a very doting parent and loving husband. He loved his wife dearly, whom passed away early while giving birth to Rowan. His wife had made him promise to look after their son well before she passed away. Even if without his promise, he would pour all his love in looking after his son, whom was the materialization of their love. He had moved away from the capital and focused on defending the border from the threats of the wildlands, while raising his son after his wife passed away. He did not want to have his son involved in the politics and schemes of the nobles back at the capital. He was also not a narrow-minded general who would blame Dales for failing to protect his son. He knew Dales was a capable and loyal commander who was willing to put his men's lives before his own. However, Hendrik was burning with an impulse to charge into the wildlands and go on a killing spree, but he forcefully refrained himself from doing so. Yes, General. I believe today's attack was not a coincidence but one planned by them. Hendrik frowned at Dale's words. Elaborate. Yes, I believe it was their goal to destroy all our airships and cut off our vision over the situation in the wildlands. It has been 300 years since the last major war. The beasts were getting restless and another war is coming their way. The beasts had been growing increasingly intelligent throughout the years. It's high time they start treating the beasts' intelligence their equal. It seems the beasts are planning something and they don't want to be under our watchful eyes. I fear the next great war between humanity and beasts will be erupting soon. Hendrik frowned. The reconnaissance operation mustn't be stopped. However, your men and airship would not be able to resume operation in the short term. But there are not many who are capable at commandeering as you. I plan to transfer you over to the Thunderbird team to command. This will be a very dangerous mission. You have the right to refuse. Dales didn't require much time before coming to a decision. When had it never been dangerous on the battlefield? This was an important mission that could decide the fate of humanity. It was crucial to understand the beast's movements and know what and when they are attacking so they can react accordingly. I accept. Dales was firm in his answer with no doubts of his choice. His conviction was strong. Leon managed to refine another 3 strands of energy during his practice before he decided to stop. The energy ran their course through his body, and the pain in his foot had eased substantially under the energy's influence. At this moment it was already 8 p.m., but Leon's adoptive parents had not returned yet. They should have finished working at 6 p.m. There wasn't any reason for them to be out this late without notifying him. Leon was beginning to worry that something may have happened to them. Another half hour had passed, but no sign of them were seen. Leon was beginning to be genuinely worried and decided to go out and look for them. They weren't his birth parents, but they were better than his real parents. At least they did not abandon him and raised him up as a parent would with their real child. His adoptive parents couldn't have kids of their own, so their love was poured into him. He could still remember his adoptive mother's disappointed look the night before. He wouldn't be able to live with himself if something were to happen to them. Leon left the house as he began his blind search. They were commoners, so it was best to search from the commoners' district first. He ran past street stalls one after another. There were still a lot of people walking around on the streets at this hour. This won't do. I should start with more crowded places. It was usual for there to still be this many people outside at this hour. It was currently winter season here and the place was covered in snow. People wouldn't be out after work unless there was something special going on. Leon decided to pull over a couple and ask them some questions. This older brother, what's going on tonight? Why is there so many people on such a cold night? You don't know. It's the weekly night market today. The couple was baffled. How could you not know about such a regular event? Do you live under a rock? Leon slapped his head in realization. He seemed to recall there was such a thing, but he didn't have much impression of it because he never went due his financial situation. His parents shouldn't be shopping either. Could they be working at this time? Leon decided to head to the market square, where the main event is held. The market square was very busy. There were large crowds going in and out of the square. Leon squeezed his way into the square and began searching for his adoptive parents. At this moment they were caught in an argument with a pair of ruffians. You have to pay for those meat skewers. Leon's adoptive father, Brian Bradford, cried out. I have to pay. This daddy eating at your stall is already me giving you face. Scram before I beat you up, one the ruffian said arrogantly. Stop. We have already paid your Black Snake gang protection money. How can we also let you eat for free? How will we survive if we can't earn any money? Brian grabbed onto the ruffian's clothes to stop them from leaving. Bastard! You don't know what's good for you. The ruffian was enraged for being stopped as he gave Leon's foster father a strong kick, sending flying back into the stall and knocking it over. Brian! Leon's adoptive mother cried out as she ran over to check on her husband. Cough asterisk, Brian coughed out blood. The kick had been heavy-handed as he suffered some serious internal injuries. Seeing her husband cough blood, she was angry. You are too much. How can you be so overbearing? The ruffian didn't like her look and gave her a heavy slap. Shut up. There's no need for you to question how the Black Snake gang do things. The other stall owners were also angry at this scene, but they in the crowd did not have the courage to stand up for the couple. Leon had just arrived at the scene and was quickly enraged after seeing the state of his adoptive parents. He felt as if his heart was bleeding. He felt he was unfilial for allowing them to be bullied like this. Email protected #%. A string of curses came out of his mouth as he closed the gap in an instant and sent the ruffians flying with a kick each, their fates unknown. Mom, Dad. He ran to his adoptive's parents. His mother, Helen, was suffered a lighter injury. Some blood could be seen at the corner of her lips, but it was just fleshly wounds. His father, Brian's injuries was more serious and need medical attention. He did not have any healing pills on hand, and his acupuncture needles hasn't been forged yet. He felt regretful for not concocting some earlier while he was still in the pill room. He could only strike some pressure points on his foster father's body to temporarily stabilize his condition and elevate his pains. Helen was surprised at Leon's strange set of action. "What? Mom, let's take Dad to a hospital," Leon said before she could ask her question. "Getting your father to a hospital is more important. The questions can wait, but his father couldn't." Leon gently lifted his father up onto his back to carry him as the crowd cleared a path for them to walk. "Wait, you bastard! How dare you kick me?" the ruffian shouted as he crawled his way back. "No, you aren't dead yet." Leon squinted his eyes for a moment before continue leaving. Leon did not hold back his strength. His leg strength contained the weight of 200 kilograms as a second layer tempered body. If calculating momentum and speed into his kick, the force generated should have been far greater. The ruffian's body should have been destroyed and not be able to survive the kick, but seeing only one had crawled back, then the other one must have kicked the bucket. There was no need to pay attention to a dead man. The ruffian would soon die from his injuries. The city guards should be arriving to shortly after their deaths. Leon did not want to stay for the trouble he had caused. "Let's go to the Royal Hospital, Mom." "The Royal Hospital? We can't afford the medical fees there. It's better head to the nearby medical center." "You don't have to worry about the medical fees, Mother. I can afford it." Leon stopped a car that was driving on the road. "Beep, are you crazy? Why are you suddenly stopping in middle of the road? Do you have a death wish?" The driver of the car shouted. "Sorry for the bother, but my father needs to be taken to the Royal Hospital immediately." "Why you?" The driver was angry. Leon had already opened the doors and placed his father inside before getting in with his mother, without waiting for the driver's permission. "Please," his mother pleaded. "Yeah, fine. Consider it my bad day." The driver conceded to their request. Although they were rude, they had asked him nicely. Furthermore, they are going to the Royal Hospital. Their family shouldn't be poor if they could go there for treatment. The driver could consider himself to be in the upper class, considering he was able to afford a car which would have cost him millions of crores. He had made a fortune for himself through his stone gambling business in the recent years. The queen had shut herself in her palace for many years and turned a blind eye to all noble disputes as she awaits the day her king awakens from his coma. With no news of her missing son and only her comatose husband by her side, she had no heart to run the kingdom. The kingdom did not require the royal family to govern after the kingdom had achieved centralization. However, their royal authority remains absolute. Traveling by car was much faster than traveling by foot. Within minutes, they have arrived at Royal Hospital. "We shall remember this favor. Please leave us your name so we can repay you in the future when we have a chance," Leon said while carrying his adoptive father out of the car. "Ahaha, it's William Kent." William laughed awkwardly. His mind seemed to be in a different place, worrying about something. "What's the matter?" "Oh, no, it's nothing." Leon did not continue to pry into his problems since William did not want to explain. More importantly, he still needs to get his adoptive father treated. "All right, we will see you around next time. Please drop by if you need any help." Leon took out a pen and piece of paper from his school bag and wrote their home address on it and passed it to William as he said. It might be strange that Leon carry his school bag everywhere, but it was a convenience for him when he takes things out of his world space. Otherwise, he would not be able to explain himself if it was discovered. It was a secret he wishes to protect at all cost. The existence of the divine book was something that drove divine practitioners mad with greed. Although there didn't seem to be any practitioners in this world who would have knowledge about the 10 heavenly treasures, he did not want to take the risk unless he possesses absolute strength to protect himself. "Will do." They nodded to each other and then part ways. William was just worried how to explain to his wife why he came home so late. They did not have the convenience of radios to converse from long distances like the military. Long-distance communication devices weren't commercialized for public uses. He was also a henpecked husband and naturally fear his wife when she's angry. Entering the Royal Hospital, Brian was sent straight to the emergency department for immediate treatment. Leon had argued with the doctors on the job. He wasn't sure how his adoptive father would be treated and insisted on following into the operating room to observe in case they screw up the treatment. Why do you want to watch the treatment procedure? You would just get in the way. I'm a doctor. Are you? A doctor. Do you even have a doctor's license? Stop wasting time. The doctor on duty did not believe what Leon said. I have already checked my father's condition. Broken ribs and punctured lung causing internal bleeding. His life will be threatened if the bleeding is not stopped. Leon didn't have a doctor's license and Natural couldn't provide one. He ignored the question and just stated the symptoms. Looking at the patient, it did seem to be case, but they couldn't take Leon's word for it and decided to run Brian through detailed checks using their medical equipment to be sure. The results had proven Leon's words to be true, and the doctor was quite astonished at how capable Leon was at a young age. He didn't want to continue bickering with Leon and continued with his job. All is well if the boy didn't cause trouble for him. The doctor was a pretty renown in the capital for his skills. His name was Ivan Vandel. The operation proceeded smoothly. The doctor was quite skillful in draining the blood and air from the affected areas and patching up the wound. Further steps are required for the patient's recovery before the patient can be discharged. Such natural process would usually take about 6 months for a full recovery for ordinary people who had not awakened. However, Leon planned to concoct a healing pill for his father so he could recover much faster after he arrives home. While in the operation room, Leon had noticed there were a lot of strange medical machines and equipment that seemed relatively high-tech. Isn't the technology gap between the hospital and the outside a little too wide? It was strange, but Leon wasn't too bothered. He had a feeling he would find the answer in the near future. Let's go home, Mom. Father's situation has stabilized for now and had fallen asleep. We can visit him tomorrow. Heading to the front desk, Leon paid a deposit before taking his mother home. The journey home was uneventful, and Mother Helen had tucked into bed and fallen into deep sleep straight away. She was exhausted and mentally drained from the long and difficult day. Leon wasn't ready to retire to his bedroom just yet. He had waited for Helen to be asleep before he headed to the kitchen and took out a cooking pot and turned on the stove. This is probably unprecedented and a blasphemy to alchemy, but it'll make do for now. Leon took out spirit herbs from his world space and got to work. He was doing pill concoction with a cooking pot. The process wasn't much different from when he was in the underground pill room, but due to his unfamiliarity with the cooking pot, the quality was slightly lower than the true awakening pills he concocted. Nonetheless, he managed to refine a batch of 5 low-tier 1 all-purpose healing pill. The all-purpose healing pill was good for treating both internal and external injuries of practitioners in the body-tempered state. As his adoptive father and mother were only ordinary folks, the effectiveness of the pill should be much greater. Leon secretly popped one of the pills into his sleeping mother's mouth and helped her absorb its efficiency with his energy. His mother had only suffered a bruise to the cheek and small cut at the corner of her lip and didn't require a pill for recovery, but he didn't like his parents suffering, so he extravagantly used one. Retiring to his bedroom, he didn't have the heart to cultivate just yet. There was a lot of things on his mind. He had realized his divine self had also accepted his adoptive parents as his own parents. He's failed to protect his father in his past life, but he still has parents in this life whom he could protect. His past life father's death must be avenged, but he could not live solely for vengeance. I'm sure father wouldn't be happy if I lived solely for revenge. He would have wanted me to be happy too. Leon closed his eyes as he could feel his connection to the divine book in his soul core, and his father's love along with it. A single drop of tear unconsciously fell from his left eye. After the drop of tear fell from his face, he felt as if a weight had been lifted from his heart and his mind elevated into a higher state. It was a strange feeling, but Leon felt very comfortable. Is this what it feels to be enlightened? He was the son of the divine medicine king, but he was also the son of Brian and Helen. He had truly accepted his identity of both life from the bottom of his heart. He felt as if the two souls had stopped clashing and achieved harmonization. The souls did not fuse, but as long as they are not clashing, Leon wouldn't concern for now. He had already taken a big step forward. Leon reopened his eyes as it shone with new light. His heart of saint, mantra seemed to have lost its control over his thoughts and actions toward certain matters. The heart of saint, it was never meant to control me but to guide me. He understood what his father wanted to expect of him. To be principled and follow one's heart without regrets. To return kindness with kindness and to condemn evil with evil. Only by cultivating an indomitable will would he walk very far on the path to everlasting. The underworld has become very unscrupulous and unruly in recent years. He wishes nothing more than to eradicate all the gangs in the capital to keep his parents safe from harm's way. However, he knew that so long as human exists, there would always be darkness in the world. This isn't to say humans were inherently evil, but there is always an invisible balance of good and evil. It is impossible to eradicate evil completely. If he had the power to eradicate the gangs, new ones will rise to take their place. Since he can't eradicate the gangs, he will take over them and rule the underworld. Only when he controls the underworld would be able to keep those close to him safe from the underworld. Tomorrow, he will pay his father Brian a visit early to feed him the all-purpose healing pill. Then he will return to Crawford University. He still had to find the culprit who poisoned him. There is also all sort of knowledge about the world contained in the library there, and it is accessible by students. He would pay a visit to the library so he could learn more about the world he now resides in. Knowledge is also power. Leon finalized his schedule and sat in meditative position and started practicing the hegemony of primal chaos. He would not slack on his training now that he had sorted out his thoughts. On the weekend, there were no classes at Crawford University, but its facilities are open for students' use. Students normally come on the weekends for either private studies, research, or club activities. Leon had dropped by Royal Hospital earlier and fed his foster father an all-purpose healing pill. It had worked wonders and Brian had mostly recovered from his injuries within minutes and could be discharged. However, Leon wouldn't be able to explain to the doctors how his foster father had recovered so fast, so he decided to continue letting Brian rest in the hospital for now. Brian was pleasantly surprised at how mysterious and capable Leon had suddenly become. He was initially in shock of being treated at the Royal Hospital, knowing full well how costly it was compared to the local medical center. Leon had already assured him that everything had already been paid for by him, and that Brian didn't need to worry as it was legitimate money earned by him, although the details weren't explained. Kids will grow to have their own secrets, Brian thought. He had felt the medical efficiency of the pill, and it wasn't something he thought was possible. Leon had, after all, used spirit herbs from his world space, and not the normal herbs he had collected from the Cromwell's vault. The effects between spirit herbs and normal herbs are like the difference between heaven and earth, worlds apart. Leon was currently now browsing through the list of books in the library. All students enrolled to the university are free to browse the books provided by the library. However, they would have to pay a fee and record their name and item if they wish to take it outside the library. Leon was mainly interested in books pertaining to history and the world. As he browsed the books in the history section, there was numerous books with simple but interesting titles that caught his eyes. Battle for Humanity, Changes of the World, History of Humanity and Discovery of Ancient Ruins. The Discovery of Ancient Ruins book had especially caught his eyes. He wanted to take the book for a look, but someone else had beat him to the chase. Unexpectedly, it was his history teacher, Lena Green. Lena realized another hand was stretched towards the book she had grabbed and traced the hand's source through the arms with her eyes, before resting on Leon's face, and was startled. Her startled expression did not last long before it quickly changed into a frown after realizing who it is. "Why did you skip my class?" Leon was taken aback by her first choice of words to him. It couldn't be helped that he didn't attend any of his classes yesterday. He had important things to do. "I was busy." Leon wasn't sure what else to say. Lena pouted. Clearly, she wasn't happy with his answer. "You skipped my class because you were too busy, and yet I find you in the history book section. Sounds like a poor excuse. Were my lessons too boring you?" Leon frowned in thought. He just wanted to learn more about the world, and she may not necessarily teach what he wanted to know in class, not to mention her class only goes for 2 hours. It wasn't enough to cover the information he wanted to know in a short time. When Lena saw Leon's frown, she instantly flinched, thinking back to Leon's previous violence with the thugs. Sorry, did you want to look at this book first? Her dominating teacher aura seemed to have suddenly dissipated as she turned into a timid little girl, and she apologized and offered the book in her hands slowly with some unwillingness. Leon was amused at her sudden change in attitude and chuckled as he shook his head. He wasn't frowning because he was unhappy with her words or anything. He just seems to have developed a tendency to frown when he is in thought. No, it's fine. There are other books I can read, Leon said with a light smile as he reached out to grab the Changes of the World book that was next to where the Discovery of Ancient Ruins book was. However, his actions and words didn't seem to match his previous impression of him, and seemed scarier to her instead as retracted her hands and subconsciously stepped back. Look, I was just grabbing the book, okay? Leon waved the book in his hand. Am I really that scary to you? You even hugged me and wailed the other day. Lena was reminded of that night and blushed. You're not allowed to mention that night. Lena gripped her spare hand into a fist and said with false anger, making her look particularly cute, and her previous apprehension dissipated as Leon appeared to be very easygoing this time. That night had been a traumatic experience for her, but the way Leon mentioned only made her embarrassed and not disturbed by the event. She felt Leon was very reliable and felt safe around him, although she didn't notice this before. She was a bit puzzled from her past interactions with Leon. She felt he was like a different person with each encounter, and yet he seems to be the same. It was an odd feeling. Maybe this is the real him, and the one he usually displays in class was just a facade to stay low-key, she thought. However, Leon would have protested if he could read her mind. If I was low-key before, how could I be attracting such animosity that someone wanted me dead, is what he would have thought. Unfortunately, he wasn't exemplary in reading a woman's thought. A woman's mind had always been an enigma, unable to be comprehended by men. They could say one thing and mean another. Hahaha, I won't mention it anymore, so put away that big fist before you hurt someone with it. Leon joked as he surrendered his arms up in an exaggerated manner. PFD asterisk Lena laughed. Yeah, my fist is really big and dangerous. Be careful not to get on my bad side. She threatened him with her small this. All right, I'll try my best not to. I am going to go read my book now. Leon surrendered as he wanted to end the conversation and read his book. Leon didn't want to interact with Lena for too long in case their interaction was discovered by her admirers and caused trouble for himself. I'm going to read my book too. They sat down across each other at a big table provided by the library for students to study. Even teacher Lena has her adorable side. Leon secretly glanced at her before reading his book. Probably only he gets to enjoy such an adorable side of her. Leon figured she probably put on a strong front in front of her students to make them fear and respect her in order to cover up her weakness, as to not be bullied by them. She may be a teacher, but she was just an ordinary person that will never awaken. The university was a place where the young nobles and wealthy scions of the kingdom gather, each having background and power greater than her own. There was silence between them as they focus on reading each of their books. Lena likes spending her time reading books related to history on her weekends as to reinforce her knowledge. It would be embarrassing if she taught her students incorrect knowledge or her students asked her questions she didn't have an answer to. As for Leon, he was very drawn to the book as he read it with incredible speed. He had sharp eyesight and strong memory, which was bolstering his reading speed. The world of the past was very much different to the present. The beasts of the present used to be normal animals that weren't feared by man. Some were reared as livestock while some were tamed as pets. Human intelligence had allowed them to stand at the top of the food chain and allowed them to span their development across the entire continent. However, everything changed when the blue skies was suddenly painted gold and the world was suddenly swept in a massive energy storm. The world was like a beast that was starved for eons as it swallowed the unknown energy greedily. The earth changed, the plants, the trees, and the animals changed. Everything changed noticeably except humans. The years of oppression by the humans have led the beasts to concentrate their hatred on humanity after their intelligence was awakened. The first wave of beast tide erupted across the continent. The humans fought back, but with each battle they fought, their warriors grew less, while the beasts continue to grow increasingly in numbers and strength. Cities were razed while people were slaughtered and devoured. Gradually, they were pushed back all the way to the corner of the continent where they made their last stand, and the legend of the first hero king was born. At this point, Leon already knew what happened after, as he had learnt it in his history class. Leon couldn't help but frown after reading to this point. Something didn't add up. Reading the book had raised more questions than answers. They didn't possess the present technology back then. There should have been many kingdoms and empires across the continent. How did they all congregate to that corner of the continent to make their last stand? They shouldn't have long-distance communication back then, and their carrier pigeons should have been useless after the change. Such an important point, but there was no mention of the reason. What happened back then? After flipping to the next page in the book, there was an incomplete map of the world. Leon noticed that most of the map was covered in black, which suggests it was unexplored and thus unknown. Only the continent and its surrounding were detailed, but the continent only covered a tenth of the map. This is strange, Leon voiced his thoughts. What is strange? Lena asked after his voice interrupted her own reading. Many hours have passed, but she was surprisingly still present. They had both been caught up in their own reading, unaware of the passage of time. How do we know the world is this big and the continent is only this small? Leon shared his thoughts with Lena, should be more familiar with the world than him. I'm not too sure either. Lena gave honest thoughts. Leon was speechless. However, in the past there was a group of mysterious people who claimed to be able to read the stars in the skies and divine the world's fortune. Could they be related to how the world map is portrayed? Lena added. Leon's eye lit up momentarily after hearing. He had a few guesses, but he didn't want to share them with Lena. At this moment they both finally realized how late the time was, and they should continue reading another time. They had spent the whole day in the library. Both their stomachs began to rumble. Let's find somewhere to eat and head home together after, shall we? Considering they didn't live that far apart, Leon suggested. All right. That would be great. Lena was happy to walk home together. She would be able to feel safe and secured with Leon around. What would you like to eat? Anything is fine with me. Lena did not have a preference and left the decision to Leon to make. Food was just a necessity to sustain the body. Ever since she could remember, she had always eaten at home with her parents and had never eaten outside food. Food at home would always consist of one vegetable and one meat dish served with rice. The situation had not changed ever since she first started getting her paycheck. Leon's situation was much different either. He hadn't eaten anywhere except for the meat skewer stand he had 2 days ago. I'm not familiar with the restaurants and stalls around here. Let's go have a look and just randomly pick one. All right. There were plenty of restaurants and food stalls around outside the campus. It was a good business for the owners, as the students who attend the campus do not lack money, and the campus food weren't as good as the outside. How about dining at this place? Leon asked as they stopped at the entrance to a steakhouse. There was a menu stand in front of them by the entrance. Looking at the classy restaurant in front of her, Lena became a bit panicky. How about we look at the menu first, she asked quietly. All right. Leon was rather confused. Wouldn't it be the same if we go in to sit down and then look at the menu after? Leon thought, but he didn't voice his doubts. They had a look at the menu and Lena immediately staggered backwards. The prices of the dishes were ranging from the 3 digits all the way to the 5 digits. The cheapest was a 200-gram cut of cheap domesticated meat, served with accompanying vegetable and sauce at a price of 150 kros. The rest were using beast meat. Beast meat was considered a luxury as it could only be acquired from the wildlands. It was common for merchants to do business with the soldiers at the Great Wall to acquire the beast meats. The beast meat is very popular among the upperclassmen who could afford to eat it. Not only does it provide several health and strengthening benefits to body, it is also very delicious. I don't feel like steak. How about we try somewhere else? Lena suggested quietly. Didn't you say you didn't mind what we eat? Leon was even more confused. He didn't know that Lena didn't have much money on her, as she would leave most of it with her parents to manage. He didn't think her financial situation would be too bad either, as she was a teacher at the Royal University. It would be a joke if they were stingy on paying their teachers, who teaches the future elites of the kingdom. All right, how about that place? Leon pointed to the restaurant opposite of the steakhouse. Its appearance was even fancier than the steakhouse. Lena widened her eyes in horror and said, No, let's not." Leon was dumbfounded by her exaggerated reaction. "If you don't want to eat there, then you don't. You don't have to react so exaggeratedly, right? How about there? No. What, this one? No. Maybe this one. No. No. This one looks good. No." Leon was speechless. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Can't we just pick a place and eat already? Why do you have to be so picky?" He was starving. Leon was defeated and threw in the towel. "How about you pick?" he suggested. Hello. Lena looked around and her eyes lit up when she saw a cheap-looking food stand a bit far in the distance. "Let's eat there." She pointed. Leon felt like a light bulb had lit up in his head when he saw food stand Lena pointed to. "No. Could it be that you don't have enough money?" When she was asked so bluntly, she felt embarrassed and angry at the same time. "Do you have to ask?" She pouted. Leon felt guilty. He was a bit too thick-headed to realize earlier. All this time, although he had been interacting with Lena and they seemed closer, he had subconsciously built a wall between them. He had labeled her as a trouble magnet and wanted to avoid her, but he also couldn't ignore her. She suddenly seems very pitiful in Leon's eyes, and he felt more guilty for being inconsiderate and not trying to understand her. "Why do I still seem confused? My path is very clear. Why should I be afraid of trouble when I already decided to even rule the underworld? Never mind, I feel like eating at that steakhouse after all." Leon's mouth curved up into a smile as he grabbed Lena's wrist and dragged her in the direction of the previous steakhouse. Leon really did want to try the beast meat for once. He had heard news of the benefits when the nobles were discussing it on campus. He wanted to know if it'll be beneficial to his divine practice. "What? Stop joking. We can't afford to eat there." Lena began protesting. "Don't worry, I can afford it." Sometimes he just has to be more assertive. Women have their worries, but men could free their worries. But Leon really wasn't freeing her worries at all. Lena felt even more worried. She recently learned that Leon lives near her in the commoners' district, and there were rumors about his poor commoner background in class. How can he afford the cost? Leon could see that Lena didn't believe him, so he pulled out a stack of cash from his bag and waved it for her to see. "Look, I really can afford it." "No problem." Lena widened her eyes in surprise at the stack of cash, but so what? How can she let him pay? Where would her dignity as the teacher be if her student must pay for her own meal? "No, this won't do, I can't allow you to pay for me." She continued to refuse. Tilda, why is this woman so stubborn at times? "Look, I really want to eat there, okay? If you really feel indebted to me, then you maybe buy me a meal next time." Leon was headstrong in the matter. They wouldn't be able to eat anything at this rate if they keep up this charade. "Fine, I will owe you one." Lena relented. "Finally. Let's go. I'm starving." His hand was still gripped onto her wrist as he dragged her along the way. Lena just helplessly stared at his grip as she was carried along by Leon. The restaurant opposite of the steakhouse was a high-class restaurant called Heaven on Earth Palace. It had 9 floors, and each floor provided a different level of service and quality of food. The first 3 floors were affordable by commoners, and the next 5 floors were for nobles and reputable people. The top floor wasn't open to the public. Only the most distinguished of guests could dine there. There was a group of young nobles dining in private room by the windows on the 4th floor. "Are you sure the poison wouldn't be traced back to us?" one of them said. "There's no need to worry, that was a special compounded poison. It is odorless and colorless. It would be very difficult for people to trace its origins. That person should have died off somewhere by now." "That should be the case, he was absent from class yesterday." "Finally, the eyesore is gone," the youth said with a dark smile. "Anyone who dares to get close to Brother Edric's goddess would not be able to live very long." Another youth said, "Was there a need to go to such extreme means? Couldn't you just teach him a lesson by beating him up?" "Beating him up? And upset my goddess? No, if I want to remove any obstacles, I must strike swift and quietly from the shadows. Only when there is no competition can I focus wholeheartedly on winning her heart. Edric said cruelly. Despite being young, his heart had already become so twisted. He was obsessed with a female student in their history class, Rachel Lancaster. She was daughter of the remaining duke in the kingdom, Ignes Lancaster, whom is also the sworn brother of the king. There had always been two dukes in the kingdom since its founding, but ever since the rebellion, only one remained after the other one had been exterminated. Many noble households were exterminated for participating in the rebellion. Rachel was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty on campus and would attract a crazy number of pursuers. They would skip their own classes to try and cram into hers. Such disruptive actions aroused the teacher's anger, and harsh punishments were dished out before the situation was finally calmed. Not long after, there were an increasing number of cases of her pursuers caught up in mysterious accidents, and not many had dared to publicly pursue her after. Leon was the only male friend she made. He was different to the young nobles, who were too proud, arrogant, and boastful. Such behavior these days weren't pleasing to the girls. Only Leon's humble attitude earned him their goodwill, but it also made him the public enemy of all the other boys. What right did that peasant have to be able to be her friend? It was a slap to the face for us nobles. Another one said resentfully. They were too narrow-minded and proud to realize how Leon interacted with the girls so well. Right. It was a good thing to get rid of him. As they were cursing him, one of them happened to glance down the window and notice Leon and Lena entering the steakhouse. Huh? Isn't that Leon? How is he still alive? The youth suddenly exclaimed. That joke isn't funny, Adrian. Edric doubted but still took a look. His face abruptly froze before turning malevolent as he watched Leon, still alive and kicking. He seems to be with teacher Lena. Oh, they seem pretty close, even going to eat together. Adrian commented. What? Another one shot up from his seat. Seems like you're out of luck, Caden. Adrian jested. Caden shot him a dark look. Haha, joking. Adrian also had someone he was pursuing, but she wasn't part of their history class. She was someone from the business department. As Edric and Caden glared at Leon from the distance with ill will, Leon had felt it and turned around to glance back at them and squinted his eyes at the same time. He knew he wasn't well liked, but their glares were laced with killing intent. He wanted to burn their images into his memory, as they could be a lead to finding the culprit that poisoned him, or they could even be the culprit themselves. Leon probably would have never guessed that it would really be the latter. It would have been far too easily, since they weren't masking their killing intent at all. They weren't trained killers or assassins, so they didn't know how to, even if they wanted to. They could only be shocked at Leon's sharp senses. Leon marked them on his list as he entered the steakhouse. The royal palace of the Crawford Kingdom was once a hot spot for people to pay a visit to. To see the king and queen in person was an honor, and the birth of the crown prince was a news worthy of celebration. Nobles and commoners alike would line up to congratulate with gifts to the birth of the next ruler. However, to be part of the Crawford royalty is not a fortune but a curse. One plagued with heavy responsibility. As the guardian kingdom of humanity, they have a duty to safeguard the Great Wall and all who live safely behind its wall from the threats that lurks beyond. Unfortunately, the greed of human hearts corrupts the mind. Those who taste the sweetness of power would not help but want more. They would not be satisfied with their position and aim higher. The King of Crawford had always been fair and just in his ruling, bringing stability and prosperity to the kingdom. However, this stability was heavily undermined when Duke Agni started a coup in order to seize the throne for himself. Such action was completely brainless beyond redemption in this age. Many would rise to oppose such forceful seizure of power, especially when the kingdom is ruled by descendants of the hero king, whom the people worship. Such efforts were fruitless and would only earn the public's outrage and condemnation. No one knew what had possessed the Duke to do what he did. The coup had dealt a severe blow to the royal family. There was no telling when the king would ever wake up from his slumber, and the crown prince was lost in the chaos, his life and death unknown. Ever since the queen had cleaned out the house, she had shut herself within the palace and closed it off to the public. She no longer had the heart to uphold her royal duty. To what purpose did her family owe the country? They had done a good job serving the country and their people, but what did they repay them with? Malice. Although it was a minority, it dealt a serious blow to her mentally. She did not even get to hold her baby for a month before she lost him. It had already showed great restraint as to not wash the kingdom in blood and turn it on its head. Inside the king's bedchamber was the queen lying beside the king, who is wrapped up in all sorts of medical equipment to monitor his condition and provide him nutrients. Despite already entering her early 40s, she was still as beautiful as she was at her peak. But her eyes were soulless and her hair had already turned gray from the grief. Sister Elizabeth, you can't continue like this. The people need you. Another beautiful-looking woman said. She was Rachel's mother, the Duke's wife, Amelia Lancaster. She and the Queen were close as sisters since childhood, just as their husbands were sworn brothers. The two families were very close, and their son and daughter were born on the same day and year. Such an auspicious event led them to arranging a marriage for their children to bond their family closer together. However, things never quite happened as planned and had led to the current situation. They might need me, but I don't need them. Who can give me back my son? Queen Elizabeth said hoarsely. Oh yeah, you need to take care of yourself. Your son might still be alive, but if the capital is so chaotic, he might not be able to survive it for long. You don't need to try and console me with false hope. If he was still alive, how can there be no news after 17 years? It's true. We've recently uncovered information that one of the palace maids had sent a newborn baby to one of the orphanages in the lower district 17 years ago during the chaos. It was very difficult to track down this information because the palace maid had died shortly after. Some life returned to the queen's dimmed eyes when she heard her son might still be alive. She thought that her son had most likely died in the chaos that occurred within the palace without an intact corpse. The Duke who rebelled was an idiot, but he was still a master of the flame. His power over fire was so great that one would only be left with scattering ashes if one was incinerated by the Duke's flame. The palace had been lit up in flames and the bedchamber, where the prince was located, had been reduced to ashes. Nothing could be distinguished from the ashes, and the baby prince could only be pronounced dead or missing. Whose order was the maid under? Or was her action of her own volition to protect the prince? It still can't be confirmed that the baby she left at the orphanage was my son. However, the chances are high and leaves me some hope. Will you resume management of the kingdom affairs? Many nobles have been corrupted and involved in dirty business since the absence of royal authority. No, it's better to summon the shadow guards to investigate their corruption from the dark and keep records of their crimes first. But the prince. Queen Elizabeth was momentarily silent at the further mention of the prince. It's been 17 years since he's been living out there without our protection if he is indeed still alive. I'm sure he would know how to take care of himself. It would serve as a great tempering experience for him before he takes up the crown. She spoke with sadness. No one else in the world wanted to see her son more than herself, but the matter could not be rushed as they could only search for him slowly. They had limited information and could only search each orphanage one by one. However, the matters with the corrupted nobles could not be rushed either. In the age, even if the crimes committed by nobles are worthy of death, she could not sentence them to death without concrete evidence. Their ancestors had contributed greatly to the continuation of their race, allowing their descendants to enjoy their current status today. If she arbitrarily sentences them to death, it would only incite panic and chaos upon the masses after their retaliation. It would be silly to think that they would be willingly to kneel and let their own heads roll when she gives the word. Most likely, they would resist by spreading false rumors to the public about their queen going crazy and wanting to slaughter all the nobles. It was an outcome she did not want to face. It would be better to capture them all after they have been fully investigated. That way she could publicly execute them all while listing their crimes in one clean sweep, leaving no stones unturned. Sister, I hope I can leave the matters of finding my son to you. Queen Elizabeth said with pleading in her eyes. Sister, you are treating me like an outsider. That's my son-in-law after all. Amelia said with a smile, having succeeded in the objective of her visit today. Thank you. There you go again. Amelia shook her head helplessly. Since when did they need to be so polite between them sisters? She took her leave from the palace after they were done talking. The matters of the finding the prince couldn't be delayed. A storm is coming to the capital now that the monarch is exiting her seclusion. Was better to find the prince before than after the storm. No doubt the queen would want to stabilize the kingdom and rid it of the filth that is plaguing it as a welcome gift to celebrate her son's return and crown him as the next king. The kingdom had always been ruled by kings, and it is the prince's rightful place to sit on the throne since the current king is still in a coma. Kaziv, Queen Elizabeth called out after Amelia left. At your command, my queen. Kaziv appeared from the shadows and answered. It's time to get to work. I want you to mobilize all the shadow guards to investigate into all the corrupt nobles and record their crimes. Elizabeth paused, then continued. If you still have spare manpower, assist Amelia in finding my son. As you command. Kaziv bowed before disappearing back into the shadows. The shadow guards were a secret force the king had nurtured in secret after discovering a dark truth and big secret. But since the king is in coma, they answer to the queen. What would you like to order, dear customers? A waiter asked. Oh, this 500-gram Amur tiger steak doesn't sound half bad. I'll be getting it. What about you, teacher? I will get. Lena's eyes were spinning. The steak Leon ordered was 4,500 kraws. She had never learned of such extravagance. 4,500 kraws for a meal was something she didn't think was reasonable price. She felt it was extremely wasteful. She decided to pick the cheapest meal even if Leon was the one paying. She didn't want to owe Leon too much. I will get this one. Lena pointed to the 200-gram steak with ordinary meat. What? How can you waste such a good opportunity to eat ordinary meat? You should try out the beast meat at least. Please get her the 200-gram grizzly bear steak. Leon overwritten Lena's order. Thank you for choosing to dine at our steakhouse. Your food will be brought out shortly. The waiter didn't confirm with Lena. She had concluded that Leon was the one paying and was more than happy to write down the more expensive order, which was 1,200 kraws. It was more commission for her. She stamped his foot beneath the table and pouted. Why bother asking me if you're going to order for me anyway? Leon played dumb and pretend not to notice her annoyed look. While waiting for the food to come out, there was an awkwardly silence. They both stared outside the window beside them as they weren't sure what to talk about and let their thoughts wander about. Leon randomly thought about the human's bloodline ability. It was quite a miraculous ability that seems to incorporate the three systems: energy, body, and soul. Although Leon didn't think that awakeners were better than divine practitioners, he thought their ability had a lot of potential. The ability to manipulate elements was, after all, something he was currently incapable of doing. He needs to break through the tempered body state and enter the energy condensation state to be able to cast spells. Furthermore, he would not be limited to one element when casting his spells, since his foundation is the 5 elements. He would be able to use spells of all 5 elements. However, he was curious what element he was aligned with if he was to awaken. The awakeners didn't solely use energy to manipulate their ability, and could use their ability for far longer duration than an energy condensation expert. They seem use a mixture body and mental energy. But there was a pros and cons to everything. Energy condensation expert wield far greater power in their spells than awakeners. But one shouldn't forget that awakeners walk a different path to divine practitioners, and that there should also be a higher state to awakeners that is comparable to energy condensation state. Teacher Lena. Why yes. Lena stumbled after being called abruptly. How much do you know about awakeners? Leon asked after thinking that his teacher would know more about the subject since she was of noble descent. People might confuse his cultivation method to be of the body cultivation system since he is in the tempered body state, but it is not. It was in fact part of the energy cultivation system. The body tempering stage was just a necessary and foundational step to take before embarking on the true energy cultivation path. It was the concept of a weak body cannot contain strong power, and only a strong body would be able to contain strong power. The bloodline ability didn't belong to a single system. It contained traces of all 3 systems but didn't seem to belong to any. It seemed more like an evolutionary talent born out of necessity for humans to survive. It didn't exist before the Great Change. The sudden question came as a surprise for Lena, followed by dejection. Matters relating to awakeners were like poking at her sore spot. She could faintly remember when she was young and asked to drink the poison that would seal her talent forever. The tragedy of the royal family was something that affected the whole kingdom. The Green family had always been a line of loyal subjects to the crown. But unclear complication and confusion had made them out to be viewed on the wrong side. In fact, several other small noble families were also implicated despite being innocent. It was a sensitive period, and the queen didn't want to leave any possible traitors go unpunished. Perhaps the queen would regret her impulsiveness that was ruled by her rage years later, but the deed has already been done. They have no antidote for the water of absolute nothingness, but this might not be a problem for Leon if he was presented to solve the problem. However, he is in the dark regarding Lena's condition. The event was something that happened almost 17 years ago and not many students knew about it because some weren't old enough to think for themselves, while others weren't even born yet. The subject was also taboo and no one dare speaks about it. Otherwise, Lena wouldn't be able to be respected by her students if they were fully aware that she was doomed to be ordinary. They thought she was just like them, who are unable to get their hands on some awakening pills as the pills were distributed to their more important family members first. I don't know much at all about awakeners. What I know are all common knowledge. Why do you ask? Lena shook her head before asking curiously. Leon smiled wryly. He thought he could learn more about awakeners from her mouth. He wanted to understand the nature of awakeners so he could figure out if it was safe for him to awaken his own bloodline ability. He could refine a true awakening pill for himself, but he didn't want to awaken so recklessly. If the ability was incompatible and conflicted with his own divine practice, then he would stand to lose more than he would have gained from it. Maybe I should ask the old man next time I pay him a visit to refine more pills for him. Leon decided. Never mind, I was just curious. Oh, I see. Lena said, seeing Leon didn't have any intention to continue the subject. Sorry for the wait, here are your 500-gram Amur tiger steak and 200-gram grizzly bear steak. I hope you both enjoy a pleasant meal. The waiter brought out the meals and said courteously with a smile before leaving. The strong aroma made their way to both their noses, instantly whetting their appetites as they remembered they were famished. They couldn't wait to devour the meat in front them as their stomach rumbled. Table manners and their faces could go down the drain. What was the use of faces anyway? Could it be eaten? They came from humble backgrounds to begin with. One had always lived the commoner's life, while the other only is living a similar lifestyle with and only had vague memories of her noble childhood. The waitress was shocked at their behavior. Are they the reincarnation of some starving beast? How can they enjoy their food like that? It's not like the food would run away. Damn, this is some good stuff. Leon said while chewing with his mouth full. He was pleasantly surprised. The beast meat was endowed with spirit energy. He could feel the benefits from refining the energy as he ate. It was better than taking some pills, which would leave behind lingering pill toxins. On Lena's side was a different story. After they had finished eating, her face was red embarrassment. She had lost all her reasoning and ate with great gusto and in an unladylike manner. Her body had moved on its own. Ah, what have I done? I want to find a hole to crawl myself in. She didn't know how to face people from now of if word of it got out. Phew, Tilda, we should eat here more often. Leon rubbed his belly with a satisfied smile. Lena blushed with anger as she stamped his foot under the table. Hey, what was that for? Didn't you enjoy the meal? Leon was startled. This wasn't the reaction he was expecting. Lena stared at him with daggers in her eyes. Won't I die from embarrassment if I keep eating like that? Leon scratched the back of his head, not sure what the problem was. Teacher Lena, are you all right? What do you mean? I'm feeling fine, That's weird. What's wrong with me? Lena suddenly felt lightheaded as her body started burning up. Leon had asked because he noticed her nose was bleeding. What's wrong with me? I feel so hot. Lena started squirming as she felt very uncomfortable. Leon dashed to her side and felt her pulse. OSH*T. What do I do? Was the first thing he could think of. He had immediately figured out her body's situation from feeling her pulse. For some reason, her body was unable to absorb the spirit energy from the bear meat, and all her pores were closed, trapping the energy inside her body to run amok and making her body burn up like overheating. What made matters worse was the grizzly bear was aligned to the fire element. Its spirit energy-rich meat would be infused with fire element. It was like adding oil to the fire. He didn't think he would come across a person with a heavens-locked confined body constitution. It may sound amazing, but such body constitution was considered the lowest of all constitutions suitable for cultivation. People with such constitution was unable to cultivate energy and doomed to live an ordinary life. Leon knitted his eyebrow into a frown. This wasn't a natural-born heavens-locked confined body, but an artificially made one. Her life would be in danger if he doesn't do something about her present situation, but if he did, then she might learn some of his secrets. He wasn't sure he could fully trust her yet, but she did fall into this situation because of him. Despite having a teacher-student relationship, she could also be considered the first genuine friend he made. He wasn't cold-blooded, and if he let her die because of him, then it would become a knot in his heart. That knot could fester into a mental demon and impede his future divine practice. Leon shook his head of the useless thoughts. There's no time to think so much. Leon lifted her up and carried her like a princess. He proceeded to dash past the waitress and out of the steakhouse. The direction he was heading in was the direction of the Cromwell's villa. He had seen the Royal Hospital Medical Standard and didn't think they would be able to treat his teacher. Eek, the waitress felt a gust of wind blew past and the pair had disappeared. The sudden situation was too abrupt for the waitress to process quickly. Huh? Did they just dine and dash? My commission. The waitress despaired with her eyes wide. However, it didn't take long before she felt something amiss. Her chest pocket felt heavier and noticed there was 6,000 crores cash in her pocket. 5,700 for the bill and 300 tips. Why did she get 300 crores tip? Thinking back carefully, she felt like someone had brushed against her chest with their hand. She thought about the boy that just left. Did he tip me to cop a feel? The waitress felt a bit angry and embarrassed. He's so bad, Tilda. In fact, she was thinking too much. It was a complete accident on Leon's part. He just wanted to tip her for her excellent customer service, but he was in a rush. What's wrong, Mary? Why did you scream? Another waitress came and asked with concern. It was nothing. Mary blushed. All right. As long as you're all right. The new waitress was a bit suspicious but didn't pry deeper into the matter. It wasn't her business to be nosy. Rubbing his eyes, Caden thought there was something wrong with his vision. He has been on guard after learning that Leon and Lena were dining in the steakhouse. He had been keeping a tight watch on the entrance of the steakhouse since then. He was planning on spying on them in the steakhouse, but felt it wasn't a good idea. There wasn't any good place to hide in there since Leon had seen them. He decided to follow them secretly after they left instead. He wanted to know what relationship Leon with Lena was. However, all he saw was a momentary blur before he lost them. Leon sneezed while he was making speed for Cromwell's villa. He felt someone was thinking or speaking about him. He subconsciously felt his own hand, as if he felt something nice a moment ago. It's so hot, Tilda. Lena wanted to strip herself. Leon stopped her with his hands. He was traveling fast, but the cold night breeze doesn't seem to be alleviating her symptoms. Lena's condition was growing severe. She could no longer think straight as her vision blurred. Leon could also feel her burning hot body in her arms. His own body was originally quite warm, but grew relatively cooler from brushing with the cold breeze in the night. She dazedly reached out her arms and wrapped it around Leon's neck, as she wanted to bring herself closer to whatever cold source was within her reach to cool her own body down. Stop fooling around. I will make you feel better soon. Leon tried making distance with his head. He wanted to treat her at the villa since it was relatively close and more convenient, but his words came out a bit ambiguous. He was also stimulated by Lena's actions and was quite self-conscious of it. She was after all a beauty and he was a man. His sexual orientation was normal. It would be strange if he didn't have a reaction. His natural reaction put him in an awkward spot. He didn't want to take advantage of his teacher as it was morally wrong. He could only endure and carry on. Within minutes, they arrived at the villa. Halt! This is Lord Cromwell's private villa. Trespassers shall be met with force. One of the two guards guarding the entrance shouted. Zmag! Idiot, that's the Lord's most esteemed guest. Did you do your homework? The other guard smacked him in the head and warned before making way for Leon with a smile. Please enter with ease, Sir Leon. The guard said courteously. Leon nodded and continued rushing in. The guard's smile disappeared after Leon entered the villa. If you want to lose your job, don't drag me down with you, all right. The other guard rubbed his head and smiled awkwardly. Sir Leon was approaching us very quickly. How could I have gotten a clear look at who it was? Feeling wronged. Inside the villa, Leon placed Lena on a sofa. Her nosebleed had dried up from her high-temperature body. Leon shot a few acupuncture points to try directing the untamed energy out of her body through her orifices in order to ease her symptoms. Leon proceeded to go fetch some water as to hydrate her body. Her burning body would have dried up her body fluids and make her dehydrated. When Leon came back with a jug of water and cup, Lena was currently stripping herself. Leon was shocked and placed his jug and cup down before rushing over to stop her. Their presence had made quite the ruckus. Is that you, Grandpa? Lynn came downstairs, wondering what the noise was all about before spotting the two. What the hell are you trying to do in my house? Her favorable impression went bad once more when she saw the scene. Leon was grabbing Lena's wrists while her top was half taken off. Leon was a bit stumped for words. Their position did look a bit ambiguous and could invite misunderstandings. Noticing his silence, Lynn came up closer and saw Lena's red complexion and weird squirming behavior. Her soon felt disgusted with Leon as she thought she understood the situation. Are you a man? How can you drug her? What were you trying to do just now? She questioned with gritted teeth. Being a girl, she absolutely despised men who uses forceful methods to bed women. What was worse was that he had rejected her grandpa's offering of her to him, and instead brought another woman to their home to do that kind of thing. Leon felt the situation was turning bad and quickly explained the situation. Don't misunderstand. She is sick and needed to be treated immediately. Her life is in danger. Leon's face was especially serious. Lynn was startled and tried to calm herself down. She needed to stop jumping to conclusions. What's wrong with her? Her body can't absorb the energy from the beast meat, and it's burning her up from the inside. Where is your grandpa? Grandpa. He might still be in the pill room. Never mind then. I suppose he is trying to concoct the true awakening pill himself. Lynn laughed awkwardly. It was indeed the case since Leon had left them the revised recipe, and her grandpa still hasn't given up his dream of being a full-fledged alchemist. Leaving behind the recipe behind was a sign of immense trust between them. With the recipe in hand, they would be able to refine the pills themselves and would no longer need Leon and could break their business contract. But they weren't ingrates who burns the bridge after crossing it. They wouldn't dare to. Leon was still young and full of potential. He also had this powerful unknown master. Is there anything I can help with? Leon thought for a bit, writing down some herbs on a piece of paper. Can you fetch the herbs listed? Lynn looked at the list of herbs with curiosity. Are you going to concoct a pill to cure her? Yeah, I can only resort to pills since I don't have any acupuncture needles. Otherwise, it would be a simple matter to solve. Lynn blanked for a bit. Did you say you need acupuncture needles? Lynn asked in confirmation. Yeah. Leon was puzzled why she had to ask. Wait a moment, Lynn said as she scrambled upstairs. Leon could hear the sound of rummaging coming from above. Lynn came back down with a set of acupuncture needles. Leon was pleasantly surprised she had acupuncture needles. He didn't think there were any acupuncture needles lying around. Here. Lynn handed the needles to him. You had a set of acupuncture needles? Leon asked while taking the needles from her and preparing to treat Lena. Yeah. I wanted to learn how to use it to help my grandpa get better, but it doesn't seem like I need to anymore. Lynn said with some dissatisfaction at her vain efforts. One of the visiting doctors had proficiency in acupuncture needles and had used it to treat her grandpa. Although the doctor was only able to expel a small amount of toxins, it was good enough to make the old man feel slightly better. The doctor was considered competent compared to all the other visiting doctors, whom couldn't treat her grandpa and suggested to send her grandpa to the hospital for an operation instead. She had wanted to learn the skills as she thought it was quite profound and useful. You're quite filial. Leon saw her in a new light. HMPH. Lynn showed an expression that it doesn't make her happy to be praised by him. Leon didn't mind as he cleaned the needles and got to work. He wasn't able to expel all the energy in Lena's body before, but he would be able to do so now with the acupuncture needles. It could have been a simple matter of driving the energy out of her body with his own energy if her pores weren't blocked. But since it was, he had no way of sending his own energy in without tools. However, if the pore were unblocked, then she wouldn't be in this situation to begin with. The energy would naturally dissipate outside if her body couldn't absorb it. But since it was trapped inside, she ended up becoming a human furnace. Seeing Lena squirming around so much, Leon gave her a chop on the neck and knocked her out. Lynn stared at him speechless. It would be difficult to perform acupuncture needles on her when she's moving about too much. He explained. I didn't say anything. She was looking at him with a questioning gaze, but he didn't want to start bickering with her. He started inserting the needles into 64 different acupuncture points on Lena's body. He circulated his energy and sent it through the acupuncture needles and started driving the fiery energy in her body out through the needles. Lynn could see the needles started to glow red as little bits of steam was rising from the top of it. Lena's red complexion receded to pale once before Leon retrieved the needles after all the energy was dispelled. Lena was no longer in danger as she was started breathing stably. However, Leon was still watching her as he was pondering an issue. Why wasn't she able to absorb the energy? Normal people were able to strengthen their body from eating beast meat, but it did not apply to Lena. It was killing her instead. He was pondering the issue deeply with a frown. Lynn was at his side a little absent-minded as she stared at him in a daze. Leon wasn't considered good-looking by normal standards, but she had discovered that he was quite charming when he was working seriously and thinking deeply. It was unknown how long she was staring at him for, but Dwight had already snuck up behind her and whispered into her ears, "It looks like my granddaughter has finally been charmed." "Grandpa, what are you saying?" Lynn was shocked and startled as she said in a panic. Leon was disrupted from his thoughts by the sudden clamor. "Old man, you're here." Leon nodded as if acknowledging his presence. "This is my home. Where else would I be? Little brat, you got guts bringing another woman into my home after rejecting my granddaughter." Dwight said rhetorically with false anger. Leon laughed it off. The old man was salty and still wanted to pair him up with his granddaughter. "Old man, matters of the heart can't be forced," Leon said with a smile. "Which is to say, my granddaughter still has a chance." The old man's eyes lit up. The old man was very insistent. "It's not impossible." Leon smiled wryly. Grandpa Tilda Lynn was shy as she shook the old man's arm in complaint. "What are you complaining about? I'm fighting for your happiness here," Dwight argued. Lynn wanted to retort, but she had no words and can only blush. Looking at her behavior, Leon shook his head helplessly at how fast people change. They have only known each other less than 2 days, but her attitude already changed 180 degrees. "So who is this young lady?" "Your lover," Dwight asked. "Gov." This old man never stops jabbing him with his words. "That's my teacher." Leon placed particular emphasis on the word teacher. "No, Tilda, isn't this Lena Green, the history teacher?" Lynn finally had a good look at her face and figure out Lena's identity. "Ho Green, you say?" Dwight traced his chin with his thumb and finger and thought. "What's up, old man? You know something?" Leon was curious. An expression of pity could be seen in the old man's eyes. The Green family should be one of the unfortunate noble families that was wrongfully punished during the rebellion in the past. Although Dwight had shut himself underground for most his life, such a colossal event would not have been able to escape his ears. "I'm afraid this little lady is doomed for a life of mediocrity. It's a pity we will never experience the Green's family rare wood element ability." Dwight pitied. "What do you mean?" The Green family was forced to drink the water of absolute nothingness. It is a poison that seals people's bloodline ability, and there is no cure for it. What an overbearing name. Leon was surprised but soon said sarcastically. The name was nothing but a joke in his eyes. Nothing is absolute in this world. Anything is probable. Leon spoke with confidence. How can you be so sure? Dwight and Lynn were taken back by his confidence. The world is governed by laws, and laws exist to balance the world. Balance is synonymous to stability. Only with stability does the world continue to exist forever. For every force there will be a counterforce. Leon's philosophical words sent their heads spinning. They thought he had gone crazy and started uttering nonsense. Leon could see their puzzled looks and doubts. He knew they didn't understand his words. In other words, there is a cure. You guys just haven't found the method yet. Dwight did a fist clap in understanding. You should have just said that instead of all that rubbish. Leon felt Lena's pulse for another inspection, using acupuncture needles to guide his energy and consciousness through. He felt he must have missed it the first time, when using the normal pulse feeling technique. This time he did a thorough scan over her brain. When his scan reached her glabella, he knitted his eyebrows into a frown. There was a core in the center of her glabella. Normal people shouldn't have a core in their glabella. The core was devoid of power and there was something latched onto it. Leon wanted a clearer look at what it was, but then something unexpected happened. His energy was devoured along with his spirit imprint on it, cutting off his connection. Attaching his spirit imprint on his energy was another way of using his divine sensibility. Leon's face paled from the loss of both the strand quasi grandmist and mental energy. The loss of grandmist energy was not a problem as it could be regained through cultivation and didn't affect the body much, but the loss in mental energy affected his mind. He felt mentally tired as he started to sweat from his forehead after the loss. His divine sensibility was an omnidirectional observation skill that could be used inside and outside himself. The only difference between the two was that he could use it to introspect himself freely, but using it outside, it is very limited and draining. If he wants to increase the range and use of his divine sense outside, he needs to increase his mental capacity. Unfortunately, even back in the divine realm, no one knew how to cultivate the soul. The mainstream practice was the energy cultivation system. Are you all right? Lynn had caught Leon from behind when he staggered back from the loss. I am all right. Leon said weakly, I just need to rest for a while. What happened? Dwight asked. It was just a brief moment before his connection was cut, but he was able to identify what was latched onto Lena's core. A devouring parasite. Devouring parasite. What's that? An abominable existence that preys on any form of energy. Dwight and Lynn were surprised. It sounded dangerous. Leon had decided to withhold some information from them. The full name was Devouring Parasite Demon. They were something reared by demons. The public knowledge of demons were something the people had created in their storytelling to scare naughty children to sleep. The demons in each story was never fixed, as their shapes and form were always changing depending on the author's preference. There could be winged demons, horned demons, shadow demons, and so on. But who knew that what they thought they had created from their imagination turned out to be reality? The demon race were creatures of the darkness that like to avoid daylight. They are powerful and brutal race, who also likes to toy around with life and kill for enjoyment. Leon lamented at the new revelation. Humanity's fate sure is grim. The rise of the beast race had already given them a handful, and yet now they must also face the threats of the demon race, which they know nothing about. No one had ever seen the shadow of a demon, let alone knew of their existence. Perhaps some of them had even been living among them under a disguise. Maybe the storybooks of demons were their ploy to instill an instinctual fear of demons into mankind, starting from their young ones. Whether his speculations were true or not, Leon did not like it one bit. He felt his power alone would not be able to survive the upcoming storm. He needs to build up his own force and strengthen humanity. His own battle experience wasn't great to begin with. He was a doctor, not a fighter in his past life. But in this life, he had decided to focus on the path of a fighter and pursue the peak of martial arts. Which one of the divine kings of the divine realm weren't an expert in the way of battle? If he wants to avenge his father, then he had to be better, faster, smarter, and stronger than them. The Divine Kings was a colossal mountain he would have to overcome in the future. But for now, he should focus on the present. So do you have a way of curing her? They asked curiously. Yeah, devouring parasites are afraid of fire. Although they can also devour fire, it would be like eating something foul to them, so they generally avoid it. But I should just be able to lure it out and kill it. Leon had a clearer understanding of the circumstances. Lena's wood element body is weak to fire. It would be strange if her body didn't show such strong reactions under those conditions. He himself still has lingering energy in body that he had not absorbed yet. It didn't pose much a problem for him. He speculates he would be able to gain the initial stage of 5-element body after completing his body tempering. I will take some time to recover my mental strength first. He already decided on her treatment method. First unblock her pores, then lure the parasite out before killing it. Won't take you time. Dwight didn't mind Leon treating himself at home in his villa, nor did he mind it being used like a medical center. It was an opportunity to witness more of Leon's ability and medical skills. Leon took the chance to absorb the rest of the beast meat energy in his body. The loss of a single strand of energy didn't affect him much. He was still in the tempered body's second layer. Absorbing the beast meat energy was a lot faster than drawing in the elements from the air. Nevertheless, he still had to draw in different elements to balance the element from the beast meat. Leon circulated his technique as strands after strands of Quasar were produced. 8 strands were produced in the span of 2 hours as he made another breakthrough to the third layer. Each new layer brought about a cleansing effect to his body as he felt it being strengthened, and more impurities were expelled from his body. The amount was not worth mentioning compared to his first cleansing. Leon opened his eyes as he exhaled some foul air. He felt power coursing through body from the promotion in strength as his mentally returned to peak shape. So smelly, Lynn complained as she pinched her nose with one hand and waved the air with the other. Sorry. Leon smiled awkwardly. Are you going to treat her now? Dwight asked. Leon nodded. The acupuncture needles were cleaned, then heated with fire. After the preparation were completed, Leon began working on a specific area. He didn't need to unblock all her pores. That would tire him out. He just needs to create an opening so he can channel the heaven and earth energy into her body. The blockage was formed by the poisonous substances used in the water of absolute nothingness. Lena's body would be able to unblock her pores herself as she progressively gains strength as an awakener. Leon controlled the energy to form a line leading to her glabella. Learning from his past mistake, he did not go too close and observed from a distance. Once he felt that the parasite has been lured, he pulled back his senses and back for it to get close to the surface. Time slowly ticked as Leon waited patiently with his eyes closed. His fingers were steady as they rest on top of the needles. 1 second, 7 seconds, 19 seconds passed. Leon felt the sudden vibration coming from one needle, which was caused by the parasite coming into contact with it. Leon swiftly trapped it with his energy as he yanked out the needles like fishing after the fish took the bite. Its appearance quickly came into being as Dwight and Lynn with their hair rising as they paled at the sight. It had an appearance similar to centipedes with its 100 creepy crawler legs. Leon pierced it to death with the needles at his disposal. That's it. Is it done? Lynn asked nervously while gulping her saliva. It's done. Leon nodded. He had performed the treatment in a swift and simple but also skillful manner. He didn't want to give it a chance to feed on his energy again. Lynn secretly swore that she would rather die than let such a grotesque little thing inside of her. Ha ha ha, today is a day worthy of celebration. Dwight laughed. To think the poison publicly acknowledged to be incurable was solved by the young man so easily. The old was in admiration. Leon didn't think what he did was anything great. He knew he was able to find the root of the problem and solved it so easily was due to his divine sense. There was no reason to feel proud for possessing something that could be considered a cheat in their world. Looking at unconscious Lena, some color had slowly returned to her face. The disappearance of the parasite had allowed her core to slow gather the wood elements through the opening Leon had made. It was like a dried-up plant returning to life. Leon looked at Lynn in thought. What is it? What do you want? Lynn wasn't sure why she was feeling apprehensive. She thought she would be happy at having Leon's attention on her. Nothing much. I was just wondering if I could also check your pulse. Oh, is that it? Yeah, all right. Lynn gave him her wrist. Is my granddaughter sick? Dwight was concerned. Leon wouldn't ask for no reason. His worries were unfounded. Leon just wanted to check what the glabella of an awakened person would look like. As he thought, Lynn also had a core in her glabella. Differently to Lena's, hers was filled with water element. It seems awakeners will form a core of power when they awaken. Lena should not have awakened before, so the parasite must have formed it for her. Leon wasn't sure if this was a blessing or a disaster. But at least she would have a true awakening soon when the core gathers enough wood element. Lynn was different to Lena, who was still unconscious. Leon was unaware that Lynn had already advanced to the second step after taking in one of the pills from the first batch of true awakening pills Leon had refined the other day. She had her perception and more sensitive to energy. When Leon was inspecting her core, she felt like she was stripped naked for Leon to watch. No, pervert. Lynn retreated a few steps back while hugging herself with her arms. Dwight was confused. Leon was stunned. What's wrong, my precious granddaughter? Grandpa. He took advantage of me. Lynn pointed at Leon with shaking hands. This time it was Dwight's turn to be stunned, while Leon wanted to cough up blood at her words. Care to explain yourself, young man? Dwight wasn't sure how his granddaughter was taken advantage, but he was happy to play along. How did I take advantage of you? You peeped at me, Lynn said before she resumed covering herself, as if fearing Leon's eyes could see through her clothes. Leon didn't know where to laugh or cry. Didn't you allow me to inspect you? What is this farce? You have to take responsibility for my granddaughter, young man. Her chastity has been tainted by you. You have to marry her. Leon felt like he had been wronged. What kind of nonsense was this? If he had to marry every woman he examined as a doctor, would doctors still be considered a saintly profession? Maybe they should all be called smelly old perverts instead. He had treated all sorts of patients in his past life. There were people's daughters, wives, aunties, granddaughters, nieces and grandmothers, even children. He would be cursed to death by men. Well played, old man. Leon stared daggers at Dwight. What? You don't want to? Dwight narrowed his eyes before he continued. It's not like you are losing out. He shrugged. Leon smiled wryly as he checks out Lynn from top to bottom. Indeed, for a normal guy, a beauty like Lynn would be their dream girl. Lynn didn't quite follow what was happening, but hearing the matter of her grandpa wanting to pair her up with Leon again, her heart started racing. She looked at Leon shyly as she waited for his answer with some hope and fear. She didn't understand what she was feeling towards Leon, but she didn't dislike it. Everything had been moving too fast. She didn't expect her little tantrum would go down this direction. Seeing her hopeful gaze, Leon sighed. He could see the seed of love budding in her. But he wasn't sure what love was himself. He had been through a hedonistic period in his past life before, but he had never fallen in love. It could be seen as not giving them face if he continues to reject them. Indeed, I'm not losing out on anything. I'll accept her since you're so desperate to give your granddaughter to me. But I'm warning you now, there's not emotional foundation between us. Leon shrugged as he spoke in a joking manner. He had resigned to his fate. He felt like the old man had planned this trap for him to jump in. No, that wasn't accurate. It should be said that he had dug his own hole to jump in. If he wasn't curious about what an awakened person's core looked like, then he wouldn't have ended up in this mess. A classic example of curiosity killed the cat. Excellent. A real joyous occasion. Dwight laughed joyfully as he walked up and grabbed both his granddaughter's and Leon's hands and joined them together. No emotional foundation is fine. It can be cultivated slowly, Indeed, it could be cultivated slowly. Leon felt the softness of Lynn's hand. It was a pleasant feeling holding hands. Lynn felt her heart racing faster than ever as her face became a little hot from blushing. Her head was facing the ground as she became awfully quiet. My granddaughter has her shortcomings, but she is a good girl at heart. You better not bully her, Dwight warned. Leon laughed. You personally delivered her to me. Even if I bully her, you have no right to complain. Leon smirked. You dare. Ha ha ha, it was a joke. Leon appeased the old man. But I don't understand why you are in such a rush to marry your granddaughter off to me. He began voicing his doubts. Ha ha ha, Dwight laughed awkwardly when Leon finally asked the question. You should know that arranged marriages is not uncommon among noble families. Leon nodded. This is especially the case among noble families who share the same element. People believe that when awakeners of the same element copulate, the element's ability would strengthen in their offsprings. The rarest element is metal and wood. It is followed by water and fire. Although water and fire aren't rare like wood and metal, it isn't common either. Then we have the most common element among awakeners, earth. Dwight explained. I see, so that is to say, you have been receiving a few marriage proposals for your granddaughter, but you are not happy with the candidates, so you chose me to be the shield. Yes, no, cough asterisk yeah, Dwight was embarrassed for being seen through. An official marriage date will not be set. However, we will establish the marriage contract so you both will be engaged officially. How's that? Whether the marriage falls through or succeed in the future will depend on you younglings. Dwight laid it out bare. That's fine by me, but are you not going to compensate me for the trouble you are bringing me? Leon smiled. Haven't you already been compensated? Dwight smiled shamelessly as he shifted his eyes to his granddaughter. Leon was speechless. He wasn't expecting anything when he said what he did, but wasn't the old man a bit too thick-skinned? Ah, whatever. I will just go refine another batch of pills and then head home. He had spent a fair bit of cash and needed to replenish his cash on hand since he would continue to dine at the steakhouse for the beast meat. In the past, practicing alchemist burns money. In this life, practicing cultivation burns money too. Indeed, money makes the world go around. Leon shook his head as he let go of Lynn's hand and headed to the underground pill room to concoct pills. Lynn snapped out of her little world when she felt her hand was missing something. She felt disappointed that they couldn't hold hands for longer. Dwight shook his head at his granddaughter's expression before he followed Leon, wanting to observe his pill concocting techniques. Wouldn't my granddaughter suffer if the boy doesn't reciprocate her feelings? It's fine for now since she isn't aware of her own feelings, but hope things will work out for her. Grandpa has already done what he can for your happiness. It's up to you now to grasp onto that opportunity. He didn't like the candidates from the other water families. Their young masters were all good-for-nothing playboys who only know how to chase skirts. Wouldn't his granddaughter suffer following them? They can only dream of this marriage but not have it. Lynn recovered after a moment and followed them shortly. After they all left, Lena had opened her eyes. She had regained consciousness earlier but continued pretending to be unconscious. She had overheard their conversation and had vague memories from when she was being carried by Leon until she was knocked out by him. She felt a bit of grievance. How can he just knock her out like that? However, her heart was genuinely moved when she figured out that he had rushed to save her. Bits of memories and information was slowly pieced together before she had deduced what had happened after. She could slowly feel power building up in her. She can tell it won't be long before she awakens. The curse that plagued her family no longer applies to her. She can also strive to be extraordinary and make her parents proud. The one who made it all possible was Leon. She felt a sense of loss when she heard that Leon agreed to the engagement. Why couldn't it be her? Why isn't she a few years younger? Why were they teacher and student? She was discouraged by the distance between them but didn't lose hope. I won't give up. Her heart was set and her determination was firm. Her heart had been snatched by that boy whom changed her world and destiny. An unknown amount of time had passed, and she could hear footsteps getting closer. She closed her eyes and continued pretending to be consciousness again. Well then, we will be heading home. I'm sure our parents would be worried sick if we don't go home any later. Leon said as he picked Lena's body up and placed her on his back. Be careful on your way home. It's dangerous at night. Dwight nodded. I will, Leon said and left. Lynn had some unwillingness in her eyes as Leon left with Lena on his back. You both go to Royal University. You can meet up with him on campus, Dwight said. "Alright." Lynn blushed and nodded. Dwight mentally sighed. His granddaughter is a lost cause. "No." The night was cold as Leon dashed through the streets, making his way back to the commoner's district. Leon suddenly felt Lena's arms that was wrapped around his neck tighten as she leaned her head forward and gave him a peck on the cheeks. "Thank you," Lena whispered softly into his ears before burrowing head back in his shoulders. It had taken a lot of courage out of her to do what she just did. Leon was stunned as he was caught off guard. How long have you been awake, teacher?" "A while ago." "Don't call me teacher. Just call me Lena." Okay, Leon stuttered. His words were borderline incoherent. He didn't know how to react in this situation. Lena could see the awkward situation he was, so she gave him a way out. "Don't think too much. That was just a small reward for what you did." Okay, Leon said. He felt it wasn't that simple, but he didn't want to inflate his ego. He can't expect every woman he saves to like him, so he just left it as is. However, he trusts that she would keep his secret, as she didn't seem like a person with a big mouth. "Well then, I'll see you next time." Leon bid farewells after dropping Lena off at her house. See you next time." Lena watched him disappear into the distance before heading inside. "Mom, Dad, I'm home," she called out. "Lena, where have you been? We were worried you had encountered a mishap." Her mom started interrogating her. Well, there was a mishap, but it turned into a blessing." Lena smiled. What do you mean?" Lena's father asked. They were puzzled how mishap can turn into a blessing. "Your daughter had a fortuitous encounter and broken free from the shackles of the curse." "Oh, what?" Their daughter had spoken in a roundabout way. Didn't understand her meaning immediately, but they were shocked after they realized her meaning. She wasn't going to tell them it was all due to Leon. "Is it true? You're not joking with father and mother?" They grabbed her shoulders and asked carefully. Lena nodded. She wasn't surprised by their reaction. It was to be expected. Hearing her confirmation, her mother started weeping tears of joy, while her father looked up and laughed boisterously. "The heavens have eyes," he exclaimed. Her parents did not ask for details. They did not care if they themselves would also be able to be cured. Such a matter was no longer important to them. They weren't young anymore, but it was different for their daughter. She was still young and full of potential. They had no other thoughts and were just overjoyed for their daughter. Such was a selfless love from her parents. She understood that, but as a daughter, she also wants her parents to be freed from the shackles that bind them. She plans to bring the matter up with Leon when there's an opportunity, but she also feels guilty. She owes him too much already and wasn't sure how she would be able to repay him. The situation was different at Leon's home. His father had fallen asleep on the couch, waiting for him to come home. There was food on the table, but it has already gone cold. Leon felt pained in the heart. He went and grabbed a blanket to cover them. The small movement had stirred his father awake. "Ah, Leon, you're finally home," his father said with a warm smile. His mother woke up shortly after. "Mom, Dad, I'm home. When did you get discharged from the hospital? You could have waited for me to pick you up." "Oh, it's fine. I've already recovered after taking your pill. I just made some excuse to leave." Your father isn't used to lying in bed all day. Leon shook his head helplessly. The doctors would definitely be suspicious at his father's fast recovery, but what's done is done. There's no use mulling over it now. "Have you and Mum eaten yet?" he asked. Your mother and I have already eaten," his father answered. Looking at the food on the table, it was just enough portion for him. He did not mind that the food was cold and that he had already had dinner as he ate again. His parents cooked for him, so he would finish it. "Mum, Dad, there's no need to go to work anymore or wait for me at night. Your son is very capable now and would only be busier at night." Having said that, he pulled out 10,000 crores in cash and passed it to his parents. "This is what I earned doing legitimate business with the Cromwells. You don't have to worry about it being dirty money." His parents' first reaction wasn't pleasant surprise, but concerns about how he earned so much or if he had gone down the wrong path, but since he had already said it forthrightly, they did not question him. He had more money in his world space, but he did not want to shock his parents too much. He would break it down to his parents slowly so they would find it more acceptable in the future. How is that fine? It is dangerous at night. Honey, it's fine. Our son had grown up. He knows what to do and how to take care of himself. His father comforted his mother. They say mothers always have their worries, but their fathers are always more understanding. The saying seemed quite true in this case. You don't have to worry, mother. Your son has the strength to protect himself. Leon tried to give his parents greater assurance by grounding a wooden spoon to dust with his bare hands in front of their eyes. He thought his parents would be assured with his display of strength, but his mother went up and smacked him on the shoulders, startling him. This kid, just because you are earning enough to guarantee our livelihood, you cannot start adopting bad habits. It is not good to be wasteful. His mother reprimanded him. This, you're right, mother. Your son understands his wrongdoing. He admitted his mistake. It's good that you understand. His mother was satisfied with his answer. One mustn't grow complacent and arrogant after gaining power. It is good to always be humble, lest they invite disaster upon themselves. His father instructed. Yes, I understand. I have something for father and mother. Leon changed the topic. He already understood those principles. He gave them a true awakening pill each. He had been quite successful with his pill concoction and had a surplus of pills from the batch. He decided to pocket 2 for his parents. He explained their use and watched over them as they consumed the pills. They were surprised over his explanation as they understood the worth of awakening pills. It was something only nobles get to enjoy, but Leon brushed over the matter as something he gained as part of the business with the Cromwells. It was his turn to advise his parents to not brag about the matter to their neighbors and friends, lest they invite trouble. In the dark of night, the Thunderbird airship sailed over the skies of the wildlands. The darkness affected their vision but did not stop them from carrying out their mission. Dale stood at the front deck as he peered into the distance. His transfer was not a smooth one, as the elites of the Thunderbird had disapproved serving under a different superior. But they had submitted under his strength, and the direct orders of the General Marquis was absolute. His strength was different to his peers. He had never taken an awakening pill and had awakened naturally through battle. His ability did not belong to any of the 5 elements. He was a variant who had greater physical strength and sharper senses to danger in exchange for his control over the elements. He had a hunch that the night would not be a quiet one. It didn't take long for his premonition to be realized. His danger senses were ringing alarm bells in his head with greater intensity than when he was on the Freebird. Turn back. Make speed for the wall. He commanded. His face was grave. The men swiftly got to work without question. The soldiers are well disciplined and military orders were absolute. His grave face made the soldiers on board tensed. Rumbling sounds could soon be heard from both the skies and the land below. Alert the garrisons of an incoming attack. Prepare for battle. Dales barked out his orders. He wasn't confident he would make it out of this ordeal alive. To think so many beasts was hiding right under their noses. The darkness concealed their presence as the night was eerily quiet, but when they charged out of their concealment, their movements were fast and loud like thunder in their ears. Luckily, Dale's orders was timely, and they were able to escape being entrapped by the hundreds of aerial beasts. The ground beasts numbered in the thousands. They were preoccupied with the aerial beasts, while the ground beasts charged in the direction of the walls, completely ignoring their airship. The distance was great, but their speed was not slow. In fact, it was incredibly fast. It would only take an incense worth of time before they reached the wall. It was fortunate that they have long-range communication devices on board and able to alert the wall garrisons immediately. They no longer worry about the wall as they busy themselves fending off the aerial beasts attacking their airship. Over at the Great Wall, the troops had received the order and were positioned on top of the wall, armed and ready. The height of the wall was great, and the darkness had impaired their vision, but the troops were still able to notice the shadows in the distance making speed towards them. The charging beasts did not seem to have any intention of slowing down as they made a great leap and smashed into the metal wall. These beasts seemed more powerful and ferocious than all the previous beasts they had fought. The claws of the beast were sturdy and penetrative as they clawed their way up. Their leap had already given them a 20-meter head start in scaling the wall. Steady your aims and fire. Bang asterisk bang asterisk bang. Thousands of bullets descended onto the beasts, and the ones at the forefront took all the hits. The beasts in the front row were tenacious and didn't die immediately and continued climbing a bit further before succumbing to their wounds and fell. Switch aim and fire. Commands were dished out as the front row troops swapped position with the troops behind them to reload. The rear troops stepped forward, took aim, and fired as commanded. Another round of bullets flew down, striking the next beasts in line. The chain of command continued to repeat as the soldiers followed in a strict and orderly manner. The beasts continued to inch closer and closer, but still had a long distance to the top. Just when everyone thought they were in for a long and hard battle, a deafening and powerful howl from a beast shook the very land. The beasts climbing the walls seemed to have received an order as they stopped climbing, and jumped off from the walls as they retreated. The soldiers felt weak in the knees as they dropped to the ground in cold sweat. What kind of beast was that? The howl was so powerful it temporarily stunned them and stopped them from shooting the retreating beasts. I don't know, but it felt like its howl could shatter the very earth. They didn't know what the beast was, but they had the illusion that the wall wouldn't be able to protect them from it. After many rounds of bullets, they had only managed to kill a few hundred of them. Their bullets don't seem to be as effective as it was in the past. No, the beasts were clearly different from the past. They felt fortunate that the battle didn't continue for longer. The next morning, the troops stationed on the walls were still on guard as the carcasses of beasts littered the ground. Thousands of deep dents and holes could be seen over the lower half of the wall. Report, the General Marquis said with an imposing aura. Yes, General. The wall suffered a substantial amount of damage. 12,000 rounds of ammunition have been expended in battle. 346 beast carcasses waiting to be retrieved and studied. Contact with the Freebird have been lost, and we suffered 2 casualties in battle. A soldier reported. 2 casualties. How? The General Marquis frowned after hearing the report. Their defenses weren't breached, and troops did not enter close combat. How did they lose lives? This, the soldier stuttered and sweated as if it was something very difficult to say. Speak. Why, yes, General. It was death by falling. The soldier answered while sweating profusely. He was very afraid of how the general was react to the news. The expression of the General Marquis immediately darkened at the reason. Utter rubbish. They have never had an accident like this since the founding of the wall. Its structural design made it very difficult for accidental fall to occur. Unless one was an idiot, it would not happen. It was embarrassing to die to heights and in battle. According to the witness's statement, the 2 unfortunate men lost their bearing and fell after the howl. The soldier added. The General Marquis went silent. The news had become a bit more acceptable. The howl was shockingly powerful. The General Marquis was a 9th step awakener, but he wasn't sure he would be a match for the beast. After being distracted for a moment, he focused on more important matters. Never mind then. Pass down my orders. The Swiftbird team is to set out and search for the Thunderbird team. Another team are to head outside the wall and retrieve all the beast carcasses. Remind them to send one to the research department to study. Yes, General. The soldier left. Each airship was an important asset to the military. They do not have many airships as the manufacturing was complicated and required very rare materials. The most important component of the airship was levitation stones, which contains anti-gravity force and allows the airship to float in the air. General Marquis Hendrik went back to pondered over the issues of the last couple of days. The attack on their scouting airships, the attack on the wall, the howl, and the retreat. Each move seems planned and organized. The beasts were no longer a disorganized mob. Their intelligence was high, but strength was even higher. What were the motive behind their actions? A display of strength to intimidate them. A proclamation of war. These assumptions seem very wrong. They were never able to establish communication between their races to even negotiate. Most likely, the attacks were just a probe to test their strength and gather information. The expression of General Marquis Hendrik's face turned grave when he thought in this direction. If such a powerful attack force was only used to probe them, he did not want to think what would happen if they attack in full force. The severity of the matter was beyond what the current force of their military can handle. He decided to pay a visit to the Queen in person to report the matter and request even more resource and manpower. The beast carcasses' appearances did not match their previous knowledge they had of them. Although their animal ancestry could still be identified through the unique animal traits their bodies possess, their appearances are beginning to take on more humanoid forms. It was not incorrect to call them beast carcasses and should be called beast corpses instead. Perhaps human beings were the most ideal form of evolution. The soldiers had all sorts of thoughts as they cleaned up the battlefield. Some soldiers shook their heads. Why think so much? Just leave it to the experts to figure out and just worry about their own job. Goff, who's still alive? Dales called out. He still had no idea what had happened during the battle last night. He just woken up. They were fending off the aerial beasts as the airship headed back towards the wall, when suddenly their airship suffered a powerful impact from something. The force of the impact was too great to be estimated. It had sent their airship flying into a different direction. He was very lucky to survive the crash, but he wasn't sure how many were as fortunate as him. Cough asterisk I'm still alive. A soldier called out weakly. Dales made his over to the source of the sound and found a soldier half buried under some debris. He helped remove the debris and pulled the soldier out. The soldier less fortunate than Dales, who only had bruises and small cuts. The soldier suffered multiple bone fractures and was impaled by a splintered ironwood in his left leg. The only fortunate news was his life was not in immediate danger. Dales made use of the broken remains of the airship to administer temporary first aid to the soldier. Are we the only ones left, Commander? The soldier asked depressingly. There were a few bodies of his brothers laying around at the site of the wreckage. They were hard to look at. Some were impaled in the head and chest, while some had become a mangled mess. All were obviously no longer breathing as they have all become cold corpses. I'm afraid so. The numbers present were far from the total of their men, but Dales assumed the rest must have been flung off somewhere. Dales started digging through the wreckage and stopped after he found what he was searching for. The long-range communication device was destroyed beyond recognition. They would not be able to contact the military camp. They weren't even sure where they were. Everything was destroyed in the crash. No equipment, no good, no reinforcement. They were all on their own. What is your name, soldier? It's Tom, sir. Well, Tom, you can just call me Dales. I'm afraid that is inappropriate, Commander. Drop the formalities. We are brothers in arm who survived a life and death situation. There's need to distinguish between ranks in the face of adversary. Yes, Sir Dales, Tom said awkwardly, clearly wasn't accustomed to the new way of addressing. We need to find shelter quickly. They didn't need to secure food. There was a carcass of an aerial beast near them. They were also stranded in enemy territory. They did not know when they would be surrounded by the beasts. I would like to, but Tom expressed his agreement, but he could not do much. He was wrapped like a mummy by broken ironwood and shredded sails. As I know, I was just stating our objective to survive this god-forsaken place. Dales made a stretcher out of some suitable size ironwood and ripped sails. He then salvaged some edible meat from the aerial beast carcass and wrapped it up. He proceeded to placing Tom on the stretcher before they made way for the forest near their location. The trees of the forest were massive and reached a staggering height of 200 meters. Dales figured it was the best course of action to enter the forest and stay out of sight. It was a mystery how they did not get attacked and eaten overnight after being knocked unconscious from the crash. It was stranger that they did not see any beasts in the vicinity as they entered the forest. Although Dales believes the General Marquis would send out a search party for them, it was unknown how long it would take before they were found. Awaiting their rescue at the crash site would be an extremely stupid idea. It would not be much different to waiting for death, as beasts with keen sense of smell would be attracted to all the corpses at the crash site. It was unfortunate that he could not give them a proper burial. Military Camp Research Facility. A bunch of researchers were busy dissecting the corpse of a beast of white tiger lineage. Blur, a young researcher, barfed. What is wrong with you? Never dissected a body before. The head researcher in charge criticized. My deepest apologies, Professor Zen. See, could this still be considered a beast? Excluding its body of fur, claws, tail, and head, everything else wasn't much different to a human. Dissecting it felt like dissecting a human body and made the young researcher feel uneasy. Yes and no, the most appropriate term should now be beastmen. But no matter how much they are beginning to resemble humans, they are ultimately not human. As long as you understand that point, then you would find it easier to accept. Professor Zen lectured. I understand, Professor. The young researcher repetitively chanted, not a human in his mind as he continued his work. Don't forget to clean up your mess after. Professor Zen reminded with a frown. Vomit wasn't something pleasant to smell. But as they were all wearing face masks, it didn't affect them too much. Why yes. What's going on today? I'm not sure. I heard there was going to be a big announcement. Inside the assembly hall at Crawford University, all the students were gathered. The day was proceeding as usual, when a notice for all the teachers on campus were to cancel their classes and escort their students to the assembly hall and wait for further instructions. Leon didn't really care about the cancellation of the classes, as he weren't planning to attend them anyway. He had planned to continue his reading in the library when he was forcefully dragged along. There were military personnel everywhere on campus, and it was not wise to resist. He was dissatisfied with the interruption of his schedule, but he could only comply. Considering the severity of the issue, it seemed like something big was about to happen. There were hundreds of students gathered in the hall as they were chatting among themselves. Their noise was soft, but when many are chattering at the same time, it becomes a noisy commotion. Silence, the dean on stage demanded. The noise died down into utter silence as the student waits for the dean to start speaking. A person stood behind the dean in military uniform, with medals indicating his rank as a commander in the army. The Queen has decreed that all students are to be conscripted into the army and start their military service. This person here will be your training instructor for the following 2 months to prepare you for the service at the front lines. Those attending from other kingdom do not have to partake in the conscription and can return to resume your classes. The dean announced. It didn't take long before the students broke out into an uproar. What? Forceful conscription into military service. What is happening? I thought we had the choice of deciding when to start our military service before the age of 25. Did something big happen at the Great Wall? It can't be another war, right? What about our mid-semester exams? Wow, they are kind of lucky to skip the exams. Yeah, I kinda want to join. Do we still get to go home during the 2 months training? All sorts of topics and concerns were raised. The dean was not angry at the commotion. Such a reaction was to be expected. He gave the students some time to digest the news before stepping away from the front stage and nodded to the military commander. The military commander stepped forward and waited patiently for them to stop talking. He was different to the dean. He held the rank of commander, but he was a commoner. He had to give the students some special treatment and privileges. They were all either nobles or came from distinguished families. Their statuses would be different once they start their military service. They would all be assigned as cadets, a rank higher than sergeant major. Cadets were only 4 ranks away from commander. There is second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, then commander. It might not take long for them to reach his rank if they achieve some major contributions during their military service. They were different to him who started from the bottom. He had spent 15 years in the military, climbing up the ranks step by step from a private to corporal, then sergeant, sergeant major, followed by the next 4 ranks to commander. He had skipped the cadets rank. Cadets was a special rank in between sergeant major and second lieutenant that was created to temporarily assign the students of Crawford University before they received their official rank as a second lieutenant. It wasn't fair treatment for commoners like him, but such was the way of the world. It had always been a cruel and unforgiving world. It was just a matter of when you realized that fact. The noise finally died down when the students became aware of the commander standing at the front. I am Commander Eugene, your training instructor for the next 2 months. You would be allowed to go wherever you wish outside of school hours. However, During school hours, you will all be under strict military regulations. You are expected to be present on time and ready to carry out any instructions given. Punishments will be meted to those who failed to comply. That is all. Training will commence tomorrow. You are free until then. Commander Eugene stated in a strict and disciplined manner before leaving from the back of the stage. You can choose to continue classes for today or return home and mentally prepare yourselves for tomorrow. Assembly is dismissed. The dean added before returning to his office. Leon rubbed his chin in thought. Looks like things aren't going well at the front lines. He has 2 months to settle his matters in the capital. When he is sent to the front lines, he would longer get the chance even if he wants to. Military service is expected to last 1-2 years, but if a war had broken out, then it could last even longer. Military instructors were also sent to other schools to prepare the students. Those who weren't of the minimum eligible age for military service would at least be knowledgeable for when they reached the age to conscript. At the end of the assembly, Leon returned to the library. He still had things he wanted to learn. He had archaeology, geology, etiquette, and history classes today, but he won't be attending them. Leon Tilda, a familiar voice called out to him. Leon stopped in his tracks to check who it was. A beautiful girl could be seen heading in his direction. It turns out to be the Duke's daughter, Rachel Lancaster, whom he managed to befriend before his memory awakened. She was followed by 2 servants to protect her. Where are you heading? Archaeology class isn't that way, right? I'm heading to the library to read some books. Hey Tilda, you're going to skip class. Well, there's not much point in going since military training starts tomorrow, right? You're right. Maybe I'll skip and join you to read some books too. If that is what you want, then it would be my pleasure to have your company. I can't possibly decline the request of a beautiful lady, right? Leon said jokingly. Rachel blushed at Leon's words. She had received many praises and compliments for her outstanding beauty since young, but it had never made her happy. On the contrary, it made her disgusted instead. It was always the young masters from esteemed noble houses that sing praises of her beauty and confess their love for her, but they could not hide their lustful gaze that wantonly roams her body. Leon had never directed such gazes towards her. His compliments were always pure and of genuine admiration. She wasn't repulsed by Leon, which allowed them to become friends. Perhaps it was their difference in status, or he wasn't interested in women that he never entertained such a thought. Or maybe he was good at concealing such things. None of her guesses seemed correct either. Leon was a perfectly healthy young man. He wasn't lacking confidence and seemed like a genuine person, not those kinds of two-faced hypocrites. Her curiosity got her interested, and wanting to understand him better as if he was a rare creature that needed to be studied. They were also not restrained by formality and status as they conversed freely. You're such a sweet talker. All right, let's go. Rachel slightly blushed. That was considered sweet talking. I guess haven't seen real sweet talking before. Leon shook head with a smile. Lo, how about you show me what real sweet talking is? Rachel said defiantly. She wasn't going to take that comment easily. What sort of sweet talking haven't she experienced? She wasn't lacking admirers and pursuers after all. Well, all right. You asked for it. Leon stopped in front, showing her his back. He slowly turned around with a charming smile and said, Oh, Rachel, your beauty simply does not belong to the mortal plane. Your skin is flawlessly white like snow and your eyes like the starry skies, body carved from jade and your silky smooth hair dances in the wind. You must be a goddess that descended from the heavens above. Just a simple glimpse of your beauty has enraptured my heart. Please go out with me, Leon said in an exaggerated manner. His little act made her blush as her heart was a little moved. It was a fresh but pleasant feeling she hadn't experienced before. She was a little absent-minded, but recovered when Leon's little play started attracting the surrounding people's attention. Nice try. Aren't your words lacking some genuine emotions? Rachel smacked him on the shoulders and dragged him away from the watchful eyes. Ha ha ha, you're right. I don't know what being in love feels like, but you have to admit that my act was pretty good. Leon laughed. Well, it was different compared to what I usually hear, she said while lost in thought. She didn't remember Leon being this daring in the past. He seemed different. How strange. My lady, please refrain from making contact with other males. One of her female servants advised. The interrupted warning made her unhappy as her mood dropped. She was reminded of her status as the fiancée of the missing prince. Rachel's mother had recently mentioned to her that she had fiancé and that it was the long-thought-to-be-dead Prince of Crawford. She was also informed that her mother was searching for the missing prince who could still be alive. She was upset by the news. She didn't want her happiness to be decided by others, and she certainly didn't want to marry someone she never met and know nothing about. But alas, she doesn't have a choice in the matter. Her parents loved her, but their decision was final. Such was the life of women born in noble families. Their life is used to be traded for their family's interest. Being born in noble families, they enjoy higher privileges but also loses their freedom. If she had a choice, she wished she was born to a common family. She didn't need such privileges as long as she had her freedom to choose how to live her own life. Leon could see that Rachel was feeling down, but he didn't know how to console her under her servant's watchful eyes. It would feel awkward to do so. He felt like they weren't really bodyguards sent to protect Rachel, but more like the eyes of the Duke to keep track of his daughter's activities. Leon smiled wryly at that thought. Rachel and Leon's gaze met each other and understood they were thinking the same thing. Let's book a private room. It would be easier to read books without being interrupted. Rachel suggested. She was used to her servants arranging such things for her. It was annoying that the boys would flock to wherever she goes. All right. Leon gave it some thought before agreeing. It would be annoying to read while having a bunch of jealous eyes directed at him. His luck with women seems to be really good these days. Rachel was originally the only friend he had since the start of his studies at the campus. But suddenly now there's also Alina and Alin, who he is now being used as a shield for. They went to grab the books they wanted to read and headed to the private room reserved for them. Leon picked The Discovery of Ancient Ruins that he didn't get a chance to read last time, while Rachel selected some books related to archaeology. The library occupied the whole building that consists of 9 floors. Each floor had 8 private rooms offered for hire. They arrived at the second private room on the 4th floor. You two can guard the door outside. Rachel suddenly said, This doesn't seem appropriate. The Lord instructed us to keep you within our line of sight. The servants refused after being startled. Where could I even run to from here? Besides, how am I supposed to focus on reading with you two standing around? Rachel argued. The servants were put in a difficult spot. They gave Leon a glance. Rachel started frowning. Never mind, just let the lady be willful for once. Please call us if you need us, my lady. They ended up conceding. After they left the room and closed the door behind them, Rachel let out a long sigh of relief. Was there a need to make things difficult for them? They are only following your father's orders. I wanted to feel some freedom, even if it's just an illusion. Say, did you really mean it when you said I was like a goddess that descended from heavens? I guess so. Leon wasn't sure where their conversation was heading. But I feel more like canary locked in a cage. Rachel had a sad look. Leon thought he should try to lighten the mood. You could be a canary that was locked in a cage after descending from the heavens. Leon joked. So it wasn't the descent of a goddess but a canary. Why do you have to separate the two? Can a canary also be a goddess? I didn't think you were into canaries. I seem to be lacking appeal to a certain someone. She joked. Aren't you a canary? Rachel blushed. What does that mean? He didn't deny anything. Is he saying that he likes me? Well, I don't dislike him. He would be a better choice than some prince I never met. She contemplated. Leon was unaware that he created such an ambiguous misunderstanding. He thought they were still joking around. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly go quiet? Can I tell you something? She thought before asking. Yeah. Leon was puzzled. It doesn't seem like he can keep up with a woman's thought process. But if he could perfectly understand woman, then he might begin questioning his own gender. Just kidding. The reason he wasn't charmed by beautiful women is because he had seen all sorts of beauties back in the divine realm. People's appearances become more perfect the higher they progress through their divine practice. But he had to admit that Rachel was very beautiful despite not having any divine practice. Rachel began recounting her situation to Leon and started ranting about her grievance. Why did she had to marry someone she doesn't know? No. Thanks for listening to my protest. She felt like some of the burden on her heart was lifted after having someone to share her story with. Ha ha ha, the fact that you chose to share something like that with me means that you consider me a close friend. Leon was honored. Friend. Idiot, Rachel pouted. Huh? Leon was taken back by her reaction. Did he say something wrong? Maybe she wants me to console her. He thought. Don't feel so down. You said that the prince had been missing for almost 18 years. Maybe it would still be a long time before he is found. Maybe he would never be found or he is already dead. Gasp asterisk asterisk while you just cursed the prince to die. The queen could execute you for that if she found out, never mind, continue. Rachel interrupted before asking him to continue. Right. Leon awkwardly scratched his head. He was the son of the divine medicine king. He didn't need to be mindful of talking about other people, as they would still smile back and bootlick him. But it's not the same anymore. He should be more careful with his choice of words. Wait, wasn't he saying so much nonsense to cheer her up to begin with? Leon shook his head. There's so many orphanages in the lower district, it would be difficult to find the prince. For all we know, I could be the missing prince. I also came from a lower district's orphanage. Leon shrugged his shoulders. Rachel was astonished at the sudden possibility. Hope could be seen in her eyes. Don't place too much hope on such a slim possibility. The higher the expectation, the harder the fall. I think I wouldn't mind at all if you were my missing prince. Rachel smiled happily as she hugged his arm and said coyly. Leon felt a shiver upon contact with her. He almost lost his self-control. You shouldn't act like that. I am after all a man. What if I pushed you down and eat you? That doesn't sound too bad. After all, cooked rice can't be uncooked, right? Would the arranged marriage still proceed afterwards? Rachel seemed to be seriously considering such a dangerous idea. Ha ha ha, your father would skin me alive. Leon sweated. His smile seemed a little forced. He didn't have enough strength to contend with a duke yet. He wasn't stupid enough to pluck the dragon's whisker and arouse its anger before he grew sufficiently powerful. Otherwise, we would be very tempted to do so. Hello. Look how scared you are. I'm just joking. Rachel laughed. Leon smiled wryly as he wiped his sweat. You might be joking, but I didn't find it all that funny. All right, settle down now. It seems your mood has improved. Let's read our book now, shall we? They wasted enough time. He still wanted to read his book. He didn't wait for her answer as he began reading. Anji, what a killjoy. Rachel grumbled cutely as she also opened one of her archaeology books and started reading. Ancient ruins. The continent they lived on contained many ancient ruins buried underground. Such was the speculation of the famous archaeologist whom wrote the book. Although they only managed to discover one ancient ruin in the remaining part of the continent they possess, they were able to come up with many speculations. They weren't the first to live on the continent. There was a more technologically advanced civilization that had lived on continent before them. But for some reason, that advanced civilization had perished into the annals of history. From the relics they were able to uncover from the ruins, they estimated that the civilization had existed some many thousand years ago. Reading to this point, Leon closed the book. There was too many miscellaneous information that he did not need to know about. He already digested what he wanted to know from the book. He understood how the medical equipment of the Royal Hospital came to be. Mist hovering over his doubts were cleared. Leon shook his head. That technologically advanced civilization should no doubt be more powerful than the current one they live in. Yet it still perished and became history. It was probably the demon's work. Leon couldn't think of a better opponent who could have destroyed such a powerful civilization. 2 hours have passed since Leon and Rachel had been reading. When Rachel heard Leon closing his book, she also stopped reading. Don't mind me. You can keep reading if you want, Leon suggested. I think I read enough. It's time for a break. Rachel's stomach started rumbling as soon as she finished saying that. Indeed, it's time for a break. Leon stared seriously at her stomach and said. Rachel blushed. Rumble, an even louder rumbling sound was heard from Leon's stomach. PFD asterisk hahaha. Rachel cracked up in laughter. Leon looked up at the ceiling and closed his eyes. Ah, so embarrassing. Karma strikes pretty fast. Ever since he had awakened his memory, he felt alienated with eating. He had been trying to fix his eating habits too before his memory awakened, but he still ended up skipping breakfast this morning. What should I eat? Leon thought back to the juicy and tenderizing beast meat coated in the steakhouse's special mushroom sauce as he licked his lips. What are you thinking of eating? Rachel tilted her head to the side and poked her cheeks with her index finger in a cute manner. Maybe me. Cough asterisk Leon's thought bubble popped. I was thinking of the steakhouse near the campus. Leon smiled wryly. To think everyone's perfect and pure goddess also know how to crack dirty jokes. Only her jokes put him between laughter and tears. Hello. Rachel seems to find great amusement in poking fun at him and enjoying his reaction. It was like when a kid suddenly finds an interesting toy to play with. Anyway, that's where I'm going to eat. Aren't you going to ask what I want to eat? You are quite the gentleman. Rachel joked sarcastically. Well, I never considered myself one. Leon shrugged his shoulders. Are you coming? I probably can't. Her shoulders drooped down. She already acted willful once. Her servants wouldn't allow her to leave the campus with Leon during school hours. There would be complications if they report to her father about how close she was to another male that isn't the missing prince. She knew about Leon's humble background. She was responsible enough to not cause him trouble. That's fine. There would surely be plenty of opportunities in the future. Leon went to return his book before heading off. One of the servants guarding the door narrowed her eyes at his back as he left. The other one pat the female servants and shook her own head. The young miss is actually quite pitiful. Should we report this to the Lord? Let's not. We should be more flexible with our work. As long nothing serious is happening, we can just turn a blind eye. It's rare to see the young miss being willful, but it should be fine as long as she doesn't forget her own responsibility. The servant nodded to each other. They were very fond of Rachel as they had watched Rachel grow up since she was a child. They had spent a lot more time with the young miss than the young miss did with her actual parents. Her parents were always busy with work. Being a Duke household with manipulation over fire, they were people who focused on the art of blacksmithing. They oversee management of a big business, responsible for the production quality equipment and weapons for the military. Rachel took some time before she left the private room. Oh, young miss. The servants greeted. Sorry for being unreasonable before. Rachel apologized, feeling guilty for how she treated them. It's fine. We understand. There was no need for the young miss to apologize to them. They understood her feelings very well. Leon browsed the menu at the steakhouse. Although what he ate last time was great, he wanted to try something different this time. If possible, he would order multiple dishes to balance the elements he can absorb. The menu was incredibly detailed. Each dish was explained what type of meat used, its elemental attribute and benefits provide, in addition to the simple information. Hello, esteemed customer, what would you like to It's you again. The young waiter exclaimed, losing her composure. Leon jumped at the sudden exclamation. He looked up and noticed it was the same waiter that served him yesterday. Ah yes, hello. We meet again, but there's no need such a strong reaction, no. Leon greeted with gentle smile followed by a question. No need for such a strong reaction. Why you groped me at that spot last time? Mary said while pointing at Leon with her shaking hand. I groped you last time. I don't think I did such a thing, no. Leon was puzzled at the accusation but still replied calmly. He felt a headache coming. They had raised a commotion and some customers in the steakhouse also turned their attention towards his area. Seeing Leon not admitting what he did, she was disappointed and angry. She must be dealing with a rogue. Dare to do but not dare to admit. She pouted. You fondled my that when you paid the bill and left in a hurry. She explained while trying not to explode. Leon tried to remember if such a thing did happen. He was in a rush and didn't pay too much attention to the details. But now that he thought about it, it seemed such a thing did happen. He was wondering what that pleasant sensation his hand felt in that moment was. After looking at the young waiter's chest, he realized what that pleasant sensation came from. Such large rabbits would indeed be difficult to avoid contact with. He thought, "What do you want?" Mary covered with her arms and retreated when she noticed where Leon's lewd gaze was directed. My apologies. It was an accident. I'm sorry if I had caused you distress." Leon apologized for his conduct. Since he really was the one in wrong, it was only right for him to apologize. He was man and would own up to his mistakes. Was it really an accident? She doubted. Leon's expression was genuine. She was easily convinced that it really did seem to be the case. But she can't just let him go scot-free, right? Accident or not, you have to take responsibility. She tried to put up a brave front. Yeah, young man, you should take responsibility for what you did. The crowd hollered. Don't worry, lass, we'll make sure he does whatever you want. They assured her. The crowd who joined in were a bunch of old people who were regular customers. Leon rubbed his temples at the unwanted attention and smiled wryly. How do you want me to take responsibility? Mary froze at the question. She had demanded in the spur of the moment, but what did she want from him exactly? She wasn't sure why she was making a big deal out of it. She was confused with what she was feeling. Being a waiter at the steakhouse, it wasn't uncommon for her to be harassed by some of the unruly young nobles that choose to dine in. They were all taught a lesson by the owner of the steakhouse in the end, though. She held a special status in the steakhouse. The owner was fond of her when she was young and adopted her as her granddaughter. Why did she need to waste so much time talking to Leon? This I haven't decided yet. How about I get back to you after I decided? That's fine. I'll be dining here for a while. All right then. What would you like to order? She asked. I'll have this, and this. Leon pointed to a total of 5 different dishes. Leon wasn't joking when he said he would be there for a while. He was planning to eat and cultivate at the same time. All right, thank you. Mary didn't think he would be able to finish all of it. She thought he was feeling sorry and wanted to help her earn a little more from the commission even though she didn't need it. I guess you still have some good points. She went off with the order while smiling. She didn't really care about her wage. She didn't really have to work there, but she wanted to help her foster grandmother take care of the restaurant. Hey Mary, what's with that love-struck expression of yours? Who could the lucky guy be, eh? Isn't that the guy from yesterday? Her coworker said. SHH. What nonsense are you saying? Mary panicked. How was that even possible? She thought she should be feeling the opposite, but Leon had indeed left an impression on her in that one contact. She wasn't sure how she was supposed to feel. Gee, fine. Don't admit it then. They continued with their work. Leon was a doctor and he was adept at acupuncture and massages. The years of practice had allowed him to perform the medical skills without conscious thought. Although his hands haven't fully regained his previous level of dexterity, it was still dexterous. Leon was unaware that he had used some of his massaging skills and gave Mary a brief but pleasurable experience in that one moment. Leon's meal was brought out one by one until all 5 dishes was placed in front of him. The lovely aroma easily whets his appetite as he couldn't wait to dig in and demolish it all. However, he refrained from doing so. He's living in a world full of danger where he doesn't know when the Great Wall would be breached and the safety of mankind jeopardized once more. He had to focus on his cultivation. Sating his hunger and pleasure was secondary. Are you sure you can finish it all? Mary asked with curiosity. I will try. He didn't give a definite answer. Good luck. Don't force yourself if you can't though. She said with some concern. Leon nodded, not sure why she cares whether he can finish it or not. This woman was a strange creature. Making trouble for him one moment, then showing concern the next. Maybe she just wanted his attention. Leon wasn't sure, but it didn't matter. Leon tested the tenderness of each dish with a fork. Each dish felt more tender and juicier than the next. When Leon rested his eyes on the beast meat with the metal attribute, he was at a bit of a loss. Ting asterisk ting. Is this even edible? The metallic texture made it seem terribly tough. He would probably break his teeth trying to bite into such a thing. How is this meant to be eaten? Hehe, if you pour the special sauce on it, the meat will become soft and tenderized. Mary explained to him after giggling. Leon did as instructed, and the result was as she said. The meat really did go soft. Such an interesting discovery. This is really fascinating. I wonder who came up with such a novelty. Leon praised. It was my grandma. She is a master chef. She likes to research different ways of preparing beast meat. Mary could not help feeling a bit proud as she commented. Her title as master chef is well deserved. Are you going to watch me eat? No, please enjoy your meal. She blushed and left. Leon focused on his meal, taking a few bites from each dish equally. The taste was heavenly and filled him with extreme bliss. He had strong urges to keep eating, but he forcefully restrained himself from doing so and focus on refining the energy that entered his body. He continues repeating the same step of taking a bite then cultivate. What is that guy doing? I'm not sure. He seems to be trying to meditate while eating. Why would you choose meditate when you are eating? That doesn't make sense. Then why is he doing it? How would I know? Why don't you go over and ask him? This I rather not. He might be a bit special in this department. The person said while tapping his own head with his index finger. The crowd continued discussing Leon's weird action. Leon didn't care what they said as he filtered out their voices and focused solely on his divine practice. There were 9 layers to the tempered body state. After every 3 layers was a small bottleneck one would need to overcome. This is due to the limited space within the glabella. One would need a large amount of energy to expand the space and overcome the bottleneck. Unless special methods were used, one would reach the maximum naturally expandable size after achieving the peak 9th layer. To promote their strength further, they would have to compress their energy to create more space. When they successfully compress all their energy strands into liquid form, they would have broken through the tempered body and entered the energy condensation state. Leon was still far from the peak tempered body layer. He was concentrating on breaking through to the 4th layer. 4 hours quietly passed by before Leon finally managed to gather up enough energy to storm into the 4th layer. The process was like flooding a water balloon with extra water causing it to stretch and strain. Leon gritted his teeth and perspired from the pain due to the expansion of his glabella space. Perhaps back in the divine realm, the reason body cultivation system weren't as popular as the energy cultivation system is due to its self-torturous nature. No one wanted to struggle painfully to become more powerful, and so they favored the energy cultivation system more, which didn't possess such nature. But how could divine practice be that simple? Divine practice was the act of stealing life from the world itself to prolong your own, in your continuous efforts to attain everlasting life. Its very nature is to struggle against the heaven's will. How can it be without risk? There was a delicate balance to the amount of force one should use to expand their space. Too little causes one to fail breaking through, while too much would overstrain his glabella and inflict damage upon himself. While he would still succeed in breaking through and the injury could be healed, his foundation would become unstable, and a hidden trauma would be left behind that could potentially affect his future breakthroughs. Thanks to his previous life experience of breaking through the stage, he was able to find the delicate balance and able to make a breakthrough on his first attempt. He remembered how he had spent many days to break through each bottleneck because of his poor talent in his previous life. This was also under the condition that he had many spirit-gathering pills to squander, in addition to the spirit energy-rich environment of the divine realm. Otherwise, it would have taken him even longer. He was lucky to have the experience and able to save himself a lot of time in promoting his strength. He did not have a lot of resource to squander like he did in the past. Leon stabilized his tempered body 4th layer as his body experienced the strengthening effects brought by the breakthrough. At this point, there was only about a quarter of the food left in each dish. He calculated that he would be able to push for another breakthrough in his divine practice with the remaining food. Leon spent another 2 hours to finish the food, refining the energy and breakthrough to the fifth layer tempered body. There were no surprises during this time as there were no further bottlenecks until his breakthrough to seventh layer. Phew, Leon exhaled a wisp of foul air. Leon's eyes shined with new light as he finished his divine practice session. He had received an epiphany during his practice. A famous saying went, "All roads lead to the great way." He had always taken it as the truth, but now he realized it wasn't entirely correct. He believes that it should be, all road eventually converges onto the great way. What is the great way? The great way can be many things, but it can also mean only one thing. It was a belief, a truth. People believe that when one attains the great way, they would have already attained everlasting life. It was a profound topic that Leon unfamiliar with. His father had described the great way to him that way, but he is still unclear as to what it truly means to him. He believes the roads refer to the cultivation systems, and that he would find his answer when he cultivate all body, energy, and soul to the peak. This was an arduous path to take, but he was willing to see it through to the end. Many teachers and masters had advised their students and disciples against such ambitious decisions in the past. After all, it was better to be a master of one than to be a jack of all trades, master of none. What Leon was aiming for was to be a master of all. But whether he would be a master of all or a master of none, only time will tell. The steakhouse was a popular choice for its quality meals and was usually busy all day long. It was about to enter its peak period, as most people usually choose around this time to have dinner. A line of people had started queuing up from outside, as the tables inside were all occupied. Some people were dissatisfied that Leon had been hogging a table for four, all to himself. Why is he still here? Some waitress was made aware after the complaint. They knew he had been there since noon. Mary, can't you do something about your lover? He's been sitting there all day. Is he planning to live here or something? There's people waiting to be served. What lover? Don't talk nonsense. He had ordered 5 dishes to himself. The dishes aren't cheap either. How can we shoo away such a good patron? Mary blushed and tried to defend Leon. The dissatisfaction was understandable. Leon had spent a total of 6 hours sitting at the same table without leaving. Most people only dine for an average of an hour usually. I don't care, he has already finished his meal. There's still a lot of people waiting in line. Fine, I'll do something about it, Mary said helplessly. If possible, she wouldn't mind Leon sticking around. He had this mysterious aura around him that seems to draw her in. He was also not bad looking to boot. Who said that only boys check girls out and not the other way around? However, she can't be selfish since she had chosen to help her grandma take care of the restaurant. She can't do something selfish like that and affect their business. Hardening her heart, she decided to head over to ask him to leave. But just as she had decided to, she saw Leon getting up and waving for her to come over to settle the bill with a smile. What was all that determination for? She nearly staggered. Looking at the empty plates on the table, Mary was amazed and concerned. Although it took 6 hours, he did finish 5 meals worth. How fast could a person digest their food? Are you going to be okay after eating so much? Although such questions hardly seemed to be part of their customer service, Leon didn't mind too much since she was concerned for him after all. The food was great. I'll be coming back often. Leon paid bill, which amounted to 25,000 crores. That's great. Thank you for your patronage. Mary accepted the bill and thanked with a bow. She actually seems like a nice girl. He thought before leaving. She still didn't know what she wanted from him, but it was just a small problem. She'll just let the matter rest. Leon had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs today and was feeling full of power. He plans to drop by the Cromwell's villa and check if they have procured the herbs he was looking for, while concocting some pills in passing. It was a give-and-take relationship. He powered himself up as he tested his newfound speed. His image blurred as he disappeared from his spot. Bang, he didn't make it very far before he accidentally tripped over nothing and smashed into the pavement. The sound of the impact was quite discerning, alerting the nearby people. This little brother, are you all right? A passing businessman in his 40s asked with concern. I'm okay. The ground is quite slippery. Leon picked himself up off the ground and said awkwardly. The man looked down at the rough and rigid pavement speechlessly. This is considered slippery. He was planning to warn him to be more careful next time, but by the time he looked back up, Leon had already disappeared. Leon was too embarrassed to stick around any longer. The consecutive breakthroughs had loosened his control over his strength and required time and practice to adapt. But Leon had forgotten about it and made a rookie mistake. Swoosh *, Leon darted over the wall to the Cromwell's villa. Did you hear that? Hear what? Thought I heard something flew past. Might be your imagination. The guards conversed among themselves. Leon opened the door and entered the villa. The front doors and gates are usually left unlocked and are only locked when the guards retire from guard duty for the day. Old man, are you home? Leon called out. I'm over here. What happened to your forehead? Dwight asked from the couch. I'd rather not talk about it. That's fine. Did you come over to refine another batch of pills? Yeah, has the herbs I mentioned been found yet? The more common ones have arrived and stored in the vault. But the other ones you wanted are quite rare and only found in the neighboring kingdoms. It will take more time to collect them. That's fine. There's no rush. Leon was disappointed, but he didn't show it. Their herbs he requested had a whole range of purposes towards cultivation and healing. Considering it could be highly dangerous at the front lines, it would be safe to prepare a few life-saving measures. While the all-purpose healing pill was good, it didn't heal fast enough and not suitable for situations where life and death could be decided in one moment. It would be a tragedy if he bled to death before the pill took effect. His body was different to his foster father after all. A Tier 1 pill wouldn't be as effective on him as it was on a normal person. It would take more time for the effects to show. He plans to refine the golden ointment when the herbs reach spirit tier in his world space. It was effective for external wounds and stopping bleeding. I'll just go refi. Leon stopped midway as his face went pale. Grrrr, his stomach started growling. Old man, let me use your toilet. Yeah, go ahead, it's just around that corner. Startled, Dwight pointed him in the direction of the toilet. After given the confirmation, Leon bolted as fast as possible, like as if his rear ends were on fire. Dwight was dumbfounded at the sudden turn of events. Larg, begone, you demon! He widened his eyes, hearing the yells coming from the direction of the toilet. What is going on? Leon was regretful of his decision to run after eating. He thought that with his present cultivation he would be immune to digestive problems, but he thought wrong. He didn't consider the amount he had eaten, which led to the current situation where it wants to come out, but it's compacted and difficult to come out. Half an hour quickly passed before Leon exited the toilet with exhaustion written all over his face, like as if he had just survived a hard-won battle. Leon felt depressed. Nothing seemed to be going well for him. Mortal bodies were too troublesome. His medical skills could not help him there. When nature calls, he had to answer it, whether he liked it or not. Leon went to refine a batch of true awakening pills, then left the villa. Dwight thought his mood was poor and wanted to stay for a chat. It didn't take long after Leon left that Dwight exploded with outrage. Leon had clogged his toilet, and the lingering smell covered his entire villa. Leon had washed his hands of the matter and didn't want to deal with the aftermath. Damn it, what kind of dump did you take? What happened after he left the villa, Leon did not want to know. I should eat with moderation in the future. Leon shook his head as he headed for the lower district. Thorpe had been roaming the western lower district aimlessly these few days without a single lead on Leon. It was too hard to find a single person with just him and his two brothers. The three of them were the only ones who had seen what Leon looked like at that time. Unfortunately, none of them were talented enough to sketch his appearance, otherwise they could mobilize all the brothers in their gang to track him down. Thorpe was frustrated, but there was nothing he could do except leave it to chance. He decided to take a break by the Mirror Lake Park since he was close. The Mirror Lake Park was a popular spot for people to visit during the day to enjoy the scenery, but it becomes empty and silent at night. There was a lack of light sources to brighten the area, and everyone had a natural fear of the darkness. He thought the park would be quiet, but he didn't expect to hear sounds coming from the park. Being in his line of business and a capable fighter, he would be fearless to investigate the source. The park was a part of the Western Lower District, and the Western Lower District was entirely ruled by their Black Snake gang. Is there a fight going on in the park? He thought as he draws closer to the source. The sound of the impact grew louder the closer he got, and the more fearful he became. It reached a point where his face became very ugly, but since he was already close, he would just hide nearby and peek. The impact noises were caused by powerful blows, and the powerful blows didn't seem like something ordinary awakeners could produce. Thorpe widened his eyes in disbelief when his eyes adjusted to the darkness, and able to determine who and what was happening. Leon was practicing some movement and martial skills in the park to help him adapt to his newfound strength faster. He was currently practicing the 9-echo oscillating fist on an ironwood tree. It was a skill that allowed the user to punch with 9-fold their normal strength when mastered. The skill requires throwing 9 punches at a single point so fast that the power overlap, creating one extremely powerful impact with 9 echoes. It wasn't as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. There was a world of difference. For example, 9 strikes with 100 Jin force is not the same as 1 strike with 900 Jin force. Leon had not mastered the 9-echo oscillating fist and was only able to produce 2 echoes. But even with just 2 echoes at the 5th layer tempered body, he was able to produce a force of 1,000 Jin. His punches were able to crack and shatter parts of the ironwood trees, and had to change trees every few punches. He did not want to collapse the trees, as it would inevitably create a large enough commotion to attract people to investigate the source. Thorpe was scared silly. 1,000 Jin force wasn't something their gang could go up against. He had to back and report the matter to his gang leader. It was best not to provoke this monster and make an enemy out of it. He had given up all thoughts of revenge. Leon would be able to slap him to death as easy as swatting a fly. Thorpe subconsciously took a step back, but he accidentally stepped on a fallen tree branch. Crack, the noise was small, but it was enough to alert Leon in the quiet park. Who? Leon's eyes easily traveled through the darkness and locked onto the culprit who accidentally exposed himself. This great lord, I was just passing by, didn't see anything, Thorpe tried to explain himself with cold sweat. Leon's glare was very chilling and piercing, making his heart go cold. When Leon realized who it was, he smiled. I planned to look for your gang, and yet you came to me. He thought, you came at the right time. How about a little spar? Leon said with a smile. Although the other party was smiling, Thorpe felt colder. Great lord, please spare me. Your power is too mighty. I fear my frail body would just snap at the slightest pressure exerted by you. Thorpe didn't dare to spar with Leon. Looking at the web-like cracks in the trees, it would be like asking for death. You have no right to refuse. Leon did not take no for an answer. Lena was now considered his friend, so he didn't like Thorpe after what he tried to do. He felt he had let him off too easy last time. But he would not kill him yet. Thorpe still had some uses, and Leon wasn't a cold-blooded killer yet. He had only ever killed spirit beasts in his past life. No human lives had been taken, only saved. His father and him have saved many with their medical skill, including other divine kings. Yet they plotted against them, father and son. IGMPH. To bite the hand that fed them. Leon would rest until they meet their just ends. Is there no other way? None. Having said that, Leon dashed forward and rained down a volley of blows on Thorpe. Although Leon had suppressed most of his strength, Thorpe was still unable to fight back and ended up suffering a beating. Oh, mercy. Leon didn't have much experience in fighting humans and wanted to gain some experience by fighting Thorpe, but the thug was too weak and had no will to fight. Why would he bother fighting when the result would be the same? It was better to surrender early to minimize his suffering. He couldn't get what he wanted, but he still felt pretty good beating someone up. It was like the anger suppressed deep within himself finally had an outlet. It wasn't good to keep his feelings bottled up inside forever. His resolve to avenge his father would not be affected either, so it was good to beat up some thugs. It also aligns with his objective of taking over the underworld. They would not submit easily. It was best to beat them into submission first. If you take me to your gang's headquarters, I can find someone else to spar with, and you would not need to suffer further. Leon suggested. He thought the thug would give in easily, but he had more backbone than he thought. No way. Thorpe refused without hesitation. You must be joking. There was no way he would do that. Thorpe was already beaten black and blue, but it was just fleshly wounds. He could endure physical pain, but it would be different if he sell out their hideout. His boss would kill him. Loyalty is absolute. No room for betrayals. Death to all traitors. Are you not afraid I will kill you? Refuse. You can kill me if you want. If I expose our secret headquarters, then Brother Snake will definitely kill me anyway. If I must die either way, why would I help outsiders and sell out my own brothers? Thorpe was resolute. Being part of the underworld and doing shady crimes, they were prepared to be killed in their line of business at any given moment. Death is easy, but living is hard. I can make you wish for death but not have it. Do you believe me? Leon was prepared to torture Thorpe into submission. He did not trust people like Thorpe, who likes to indulge in benefits at the expense of others. Claiming protection money, free dining, violence, and attempted asterisk. He had already seen quite a few actions that would earn his displeasure from the Black Snake Gang. Who knew what else they do behind the scenes? Thorpe had already seen his power. If Leon cannot control them, then he would destroy them. I don't believe. Great. You can have a taste of it. Leon lifted him up and hit a few acupoints that immobilized him. That's it. Doesn't seem like much. Thorpe mocked, seeing he could only not move and nothing else. But before long he was struck by an endless wave of immense pain. Larrig. He could not endure the pain for even a second before screaming in pain. He wasn't even allowed to squirm as he was immobilized, making it unbelievably more torturous. What did you do to me? Nothing much. Just stimulated the nerve and made the blood flow in reverse. Your meridians will start rupturing after 2 minutes, and you will bleed from your 7 orifices until you die, but don't worry. I am a doctor and will be able to heal you, allowing you to continue the experience. Leon explained nonchalantly. There were no mental burdens in what he was doing. There were other methods with greater intensity of pain, but he chose not to use it. If he broke the thug's mind, then who would lead him? Narg, just kill me. No way, I still need you alive to lead me the way. Fine. I give up. I will lead you. Thorpe quickly gave in, seeing there was no other way. Great. Leon hit a few acupoints and ended his suffering and immobility. Why choose the hard way when there's an easy way out? When I take over your Black Snake Gang, you would have earned a merit instead. Who would dare to kill you then? Leon shook his head. You want to take over our Black Snake Gangs? Thorpe wanted to roll his eyes and black out. Motherfucker, why didn't you say that in the first place? Who would want to refuse such a powerful leader? Thorpe thought Leon wanted to wipe them all out. He got news that 2 of their brothers had been killed a few days ago and thought it was Leon's doing. He planned to die alone instead of dragging his brothers with him. In fact, his assumption was correct. It was Leon's doing, but the 2 thugs deserved death for touching his parents. Lead the way. Leon nodded. Thorpe got up weakly and lead the way. He was lucky to give in early before his meridians started rupturing. Their gang was willing to submit to a more powerful leader, but their leader had to have their interest in mind. If they couldn't indulge in their vices, then what was the point of joining the underworld? Thorpe felt deep hatred for Leon, but he did not dare to show it. He would just submit on the surface, but he swears he would kill him if the opportunity arises. I'll let you play leader for now, kid. A man knows when to retreat when the odds are against him. Thorpe thought, unaware of his inevitable demise. While it was true that Leon wanted to take over the Black Snake Gang, a little house cleaning was needed. He didn't want to keep the bad eggs around who committed evil. When he takes over, he would lay down new rules and regulations. He decided to only keep those with better characters. He was just using Thorpe for now. Not everyone who joined the underworld was evil. Some were just too poor to survive on their own and was forced to join, while some younger ones thought it was cool. There could be various of reasons, but regardless of the reasons, if they were moldable and not inherently evil, he would correct and guide these people onto the correct path. They arrived at a nightclub. Leon blinked his eyes as if he was seeing wrongly. He thought the headquarters of the Black Snake Gang would be more secretive and difficult to find, but who knew that they would pick such an obvious spot for their headquarters? Was this pure stupidity or confidence? Did they think that the most obvious spot was also the most unobvious spot? What logic was that? Leon didn't want to think too deeply into the matter. He feels like it'll affect his own intelligence. They entered the nightclub and headed straight to the back. There was a door guarded by two men. The men recognized Thorpe and opened the door for him. They cast a glance at Leon's unfamiliar face but didn't think too much. They thought he was a newcomer with big connection to be brought personally by Thorpe, who held a high status in the gang. Behind the door was a set of stairs that led underground. The undergrounds had 3 levels, and the first level was where most gang members gather. Brothers Snake, Arlo Gower, and 20 other men were present. Including Thorpe, all these people comprised the core of the Black Snake gang strength. They were the strongest and held the greatest statuses in the gang. Ordinary members weren't allowed on this floor as it involved their important decision-making and confidentiality. They were in the middle of a serious talk when Thorpe and Leon intruded. "How is the pill business going the past week?" Snake asked. The Black Snake gang conducts a weekly meeting to report their earnings and discuss plans and problems. Compared to the previous weeks, our earnings have dropped by a fair bit. The pill business they mention was referring to the sales of their fantasy pill, which had the effect of causing hallucinations and was very addictive. It uses cheap herbs and easy to produce. Dropped. Why? Snake asked with a frown. We have discovered that members of the other gangs having been entering our territory and stealing our customers. Do they think we are easy to bully because we are weaker? Dark expressions hung on everyone's faces. No one would be happy with others intruding in their homes and taking what was theirs. But it was true that they were weaker than the other gangs. Snake was still a second-step awakener, while the other gang leaders had recently taken the next step and became third-step awakeners. Have we not given any new jobs from the Gray family? None. The Gray family was their backer. They could earn a lot of money by completing tasks given by the Grays, and used that money to trade for awakening pills. Although they knew they were being ripped off, buying at a greater price than what the nobles pay for, they had no other choice. There was no supply outside of the noble circle and the army. Snake was about to ask for the rest of the reports when he saw Thorpe entering with an unfamiliar face. "Thorpe, what the hell are you doing? New recruits don't have permission to be on this floor," Snake said with an annoyed expression. Thorpe didn't want to explain himself since we would draw more attention to himself. He just retreated behind Leon and let him do the talking. "I'm here to take over the gang," Leon said bluntly. "Nonsense. Who did you think you are? Do you think you can be compared to Brother Snake?" A member jumped and lashed out at him while trying to bootlick Snake at the same time. It wasn't a rare occurrence for the high-ranking members to try bootlicking Snake to increase their favoritism and position in Snake's heart. They do what they do to earn higher chances of receiving the next awakening pill their gang gets their hands on. Snake was the sole decision-maker for the distribution of awakening pills, as he was the strongest and the leader. The other members secretly cursed the one that lashed out first and regretted not being fast enough. "You are right. We shouldn't be compared. We are not on the same level at all," Leon said with a mocking smile. "Arrogant," Snake snapped. Since when was his prestige was so lacking that he would be looked down upon by some random kid? "Let me teach this kid a lesson for you, Brother Snake." Another member took the opportunity to show off. How strong could a 17-year-old looking kid be? He closed the gap from behind and swung his hand down, intending to grab Leon's head and press it into the ground, forcing him into a kowtowing position. How could things go the way he intended? His actions were too slow and predictable in Leon's eyes, who even had his back towards him. "Wanting to humiliate me? You're not worthy. A man should only bid to kowtow to his parents." Leon gave him a powerful back kick, sending him flying into the walls with a bang. His fate was undetermined. Everyone's expression quickly changed at Leon's display of strength. The force of his kick wasn't something a normal person could produce. The unawakened members took in a gasp of air. They were thankful they weren't the first to attack Leon. "So you are already an awakener. But that still doesn't give you the right to be cocky here, brat." Snake was surprised but recovered quickly and gestured for Arlo and Gower to attack together. Arlo and Gower nodded, acknowledging that they understood his intentions and dashed over, flanking Leon from two sides. Their fists aimed at his left rib and right cheek. He dodged in a spinning motion while grabbing their wrists with an unbreakable grip. Their expression changed at his vice-like grip. They've underestimated this kid far too much. Clearly his strength is a lot greater than theirs. With their wrists clamped, Leon spun them in a circle with himself at the center like he was drawing the yin-yang, before he tosses them flying into the walls in the distance like tossing away garbage. Bang bang asterisk Leon tossed them with great force due to them having stronger bodies than the previous member. Arrogance. Cocky. No, this is confidence. Leon's expression was calm and steady. Which noble house's young master are you? Snake finally started taking him seriously. It wasn't strange for Snake to think this way. Leon was still very young, yet his strength was comparable to the second step or higher. Only a noble house would be able to nurture such a young talent. Noble house's young master. Ha, I'm not from a noble house. I'm a genuine commoner. How is that possible? Never mind, that doesn't matter. Snake shook his head. He was relieved as long as Leon wasn't from a noble house. He thought Leon was some young noble who was bored and ran over to his territory to play. If Leon was from a noble family, then he would have to treat him respectfully. He didn't want to have the old come knocking on his door after he bullies the young. But since Leon wasn't from a noble family, then it simplified the matter. He could kill him without fearing repercussions. Snake pulled out a revolver from inside his coat and pointed at Leon's head. He wasn't confident in fighting close combat with Leon, who could be stronger than him. He had no intention of allowing Leon to join their gang. He didn't want to hand over his position. Since you aren't from a noble family, then die. Bang! Leon widened his eyes as he quickly dodged the shot. You have a gun. How the hell do you have a gun? Leon hid behind a stone pillar. Anything can be bought with money, boy. You are still too green to challenge me. Leon really wasn't expecting the underworld connections to run so deep for them to be able to get their hand on guns. He might have been a bit reckless, but the plan has not changed. His body wasn't strong enough to repel bullets, but he was sure he could dodge them. He wasn't faster than a bullet, but he was fast enough to dodge them from a certain distance. He made a dash for another stone pillar. Bang asterisk, another 2 shots were fired, but they both missed. You might have a gun, but it's useless if you can't land a shot. Leon provoked him. What are you guys doing? Go force him out of his hiding. Angry, Snake barked at his men who were standing there like useless bums. The gang members secretly cursed him. Didn't you see how easily he sent Arlo and Gower flying? What can we doing? Snake didn't think they would be able to do anything. He just said it in a fit of anger, trying to regain some face in front of his men. Are you just going to hide behind there like a turtle? What a coward. Snake tried to provoke him. Why PH? You have a gun. Even if I was a coward, what are you going to do about? Why you? Well, playtime is over, Leon said and dashed out from the pillar. Seeking death. Snake was delighted. Bang, bang, bang. Snake fired consecutively. Leon dodged the bullets one by one, beautifully as if his movements were a work of art. After the third shot was dodged, Leon used the extreme vanishing step and blink over in an instant, slapping the revolver out of Snake's hand before trading blows with him. Leon hadn't used the movement skill earlier because it was too direct and not versatile. He would really be seeking death if he dashed over in a straight line, only to have the gun pointed to his head and shoot him dead. Extreme vanishing step granted extreme burst of speed, but there is no room for maneuverability once in flight. He wasn't going to take that chance. Not sure if by coincidence or not, but the revolver flew in the distance and hit the ground before sliding to Thorpe's feet. Various thoughts ran through his mind. Arlo and Gower were already out cold, pinned to the walls. If Leon and Snake were also taken out of the picture too, then he would be the strongest person present. He already betrayed the gang once leading Leon here, so his situation wasn't stable. Why not take them both out and become the leader instead? The other members wouldn't be able to threaten him. The position of power was like a deadly temptation to his heart. Making up his mind, he picked up the revolver and pointed it at Leon's back, whose attention seems to still be focused on Snake. He was delusional of his future prospect that he didn't gauge the situation properly. Click, he pressed the trigger, but nothing happened. His excited expression quickly turned horrible. At this moment, Leon turned around and flashed him a devilish smile while grabbing Snake by the hair. Snake was already unconscious. His limbs were all broken. He couldn't withstand Leon's powerful blows and snapped under the force. Thorpe felt all his hair standing up as his heart go cold with fear. Leon released his grip on Snake's hair as the body dropped on the floor, and he made his way over to Thorpe. He had already calculated that the revolver only had 6 rounds. All sorts of knowledge could be found on campus. Knowledge of guns weren't an exception. It just surprised him that one of the latest models could be found in the gang's hand. Please give me another chance," Thorpe pleaded. He was rooted into the ground and did not dare to run as he imagined the moment he ran would also be the moment of his death. He stood in his spot as he clings to the slightest hope that Leon would still spare him. Unfortunately, Leon's soft whisper to his ear extinguished the last of his hopes. "No more chances." Leon snapped Thorpe's neck and ended his life. Leon had purposely sent the gun in Thorpe's location as a test. He wasn't used to killing without a proper reason and wanted some peace of heart. Fortunately, Thorpe didn't fail his expectations and gave him a reason to kill him. Leon had been enlightened after Thorpe's death. The purpose of a doctor was to save lives through medicine, but it was not the only way to save lives. He could save even more lives by killing all the evil and sinful people he come across. These types of people would have harmed a lot of lives. Killing them would save future people from being harmed by them. He did not picture himself a hero, but he did wish to create a cleaner and safer place for those close to him. "Anyone else object to my leadership?" "None." The 19 remaining members answered in unison, while shaking their head vehemently as if fearing that if their actions and words were not seen and heard, Leon would kill them next. "All right, since you all acknowledge me as leader, I will now give you my first order. Go wake up those 2 idiots." Leon nodded and said. The 2 idiots he was referring to was naturally Arlo and Gower stuck in the walls. The unconscious Snake was also an idiot, but he is already dead in his eyes. It's just that Snake still had some uses alive before he gets rid of him too. What kind of lousy awakeners not make full use of their greatest ability, their bloodline ability in a fight? Arlo and Gower were roused awake and dragged in front of Leon. Their minds were still hazy and couldn't make sense of the immediate situation, like they were still suffering from a concussion. "What is going on? What happened?" They rubbed the sore spots on their head. They weren't knocked out for long and could still feel the pain. "Everyone here has acknowledged me as the gang leader except for you 2. Will you submit to me or will you resist?" Their eyes roamed the surrounding freely, checking everyone's expression to verify the matter before stopping on Snake's mangled body on the floor and shuddered. His arms and legs were all bent in weird angles. They didn't want to be like that. "We choose to submit," they said in unison. "Very good." Leon clapped his hands. "Now that everyone has acknowledged me, there are some new rules I'll be instating. You will no longer be involving yourselves in illegal and dirty businesses. Any businesses involved in harming or forcing the people are to be stopped. You are to conduct yourselves properly to be respected, not feared by the public. The weak and innocent in need are to be helped, not oppressed. Those who fail to comply and continue to do evil will only have one result, death. My words are to be effective immediately. Are my words clear?" Leon was basically telling them to stop doing bad and do good instead, or he will kill them. But even if they comply, their profitable businesses will plummet drastically. Would they even earn enough money to cover the cost of living for all their people? The men discussed problems and concerns among themselves. "Are my words clear?" Leon repeated. "Yes." The crowd was jolted. "I am aware of your concerns. I will invest money from my own pockets if the funds are lacking until the establishment is in order. I'm also not afraid to inform you all that I am an alchemist. Those who do well might be rewarded with an awakening pill by me." Leon showed them the stick and the carrot. Leon had taken over as leader, and it wasn't appropriate to continue calling their gang the Black Snake Gang. From henceforth, the gang shall be called the Golden Lion Gang instead. You may refer to me as boss while I am here. However, outside you are to pretend you don't know me. I do not wish to be publicly known. You know what will happen otherwise. Leon let a bit of murderous aura leaked out to scare the gang members. We understand, boss. Good. You can all go and inform the outer members under you. You know what to do if they don't comply with the new rules. Report back to me if any problems you cannot solve crops up. Yes. They acknowledged and left one by one. You two can stay back. I have something to talk to you two about. Leon stopped Arlo and Gower. What do you need from us, boss? The two was tensed, not sure what Leon wanted. No need to be tensed. I just wanted to know why you two didn't use your bloodline abilities in the fight. The two smiled awkwardly at such a simple question. They thought the answer was obvious, but perhaps the boss weren't aware of their element. Including Snake, all of us are Earth element users, boss. As much as we would like to use our abilities in the fight, we must think of the time and place for such occasion. We wouldn't want to tear down our own headquarters. What if we also accidentally caused the whole building to collapse and crush all of us underneath? We aren't tired of living yet. The duo cleared his doubt. Leon broke out in sweat at the revelation. He had been too careless. He was lucky these people valued their lives very much and didn't want to die. If they went crazy, they could drag him down to hell with them. The only earth element they could use in the underground floor was the building materials themselves. He would definitely die under the crushing weight if the building collapsed as a result of its structural integrity being compromised. Cough, never mind. Tell me about the operating businesses of the nightclub. Leon felt a bit awkward for asking a stupid question, but he couldn't be blamed. While he could roughly estimate a person's strength through his acute observation skill as a doctor, he could not tell their elemental alignment until they used their ability. Yes, the ground floor is divided two sections. A bar section to provide liquor and beverages, and an entertainment section to liven up the place. The second floor has special rooms for rent, while the third floor is reserved for high-ranking gang members. Arlo explained. There is a nightclub manager who was more familiar and could have explained the details better, but since Leon asked them, they had to answer instead. Special rooms for rent. Leon frowned. He didn't think it was that simple. Oh well, we provide special service to the guests by providing young ladies to accompany them. Our regular guests are usually young nobles. Since Leon asked for the more specifics, Arlo didn't dare hide the details. Prostitution. Is this a brothel? Were the ladies doing the job willingly? Leon frowned. He didn't look down on women who sell their bodies to survive, but he was reminded of when his teacher was almost raped on the streets. We capture the ladies the young nobles caught an interest to and send them to their rooms to enjoy. The young nobles pay a lot of money. Arlo broke out into sweat as he explained. Gower similarly sweated as well. Leon's expression darkened immediately. Did any young nobles came with special requests tonight? I am not sure. The nightclub manager should know. Take me to him then. Why, yes. Leon glanced at the unconscious Snake and went up to hit a few of his acupoints to immobilize him before they left. He didn't want Snake to escape while they're gone. His limbs were disabled, but he doesn't necessarily need working limbs to escape. Leon still needed Snake alive to be a lab rat for him to do further research on Awakeners. Lynn had already reacted strongly when he thoughtlessly inspected her glabella and gained a fiancé as a result. He could have asked Dwight instead, but he doesn't dare to. The thought of the old man asking him to take responsibility makes him shudder violently. It seemed like something the shameless old fox would definitely do. Manager Doug, this is the new boss of the gang. He has some questions for you. Hi boss, what questions do you have for me? Manager Doug was startled. Why did they suddenly change boss? How can the new boss also be a kid? But he did not voice his doubts. Being in his line of business, it was best not to ask too many questions and just do what he's told. Only then would he be more successful and live longer. He was able to climb up to his current position because he stayed true to such belief. He understood the principle of knowing too much could get you killed. I want to know if you've received any noble guests tonight. Leon's expression was calm. Manager Doug couldn't read anything from his expression. We just received one not long ago. Is he staying the night alone? No, surely he would have had better choices for accommodation if that was the case. Manager Doug didn't want to look down on their own establishment, but they don't specialize in accommodations. There are hotels for that. Was the girl voluntary or unwilling? Unwilling, of course. When were they ever willing when they received these sorts of requests? By this point, Manager Doug would be an idiot if he couldn't tell what was wrong. But he didn't understand why that was the case. They were a gang and running dirty businesses was the norms. I don't mind if we have call girls working voluntarily, but this business of forcefully capturing women to please men has to stop immediately. I do not want to hear another word of something like this happening again. Is that understood? Understood. Though Manager Doug wanted to say doing so would be cutting off a good source of money for them, but he ultimately decided to stay quiet. You can fill him in on the new rules on the way. For now, take me to that young noble's room. Leon told Gower before ordering Manager Doug. Yes, boss. Arya was just a commoner, but she wasn't your average everyday girl. She was beautiful but had a very cold temperament that would make people keep their distances from her. Not many are aware of her beauty because she had learned to conceal herself since a young age due to her parents' teachings. Her parents were experienced people and knew the ugliness of the human hearts. The capital had laws and regulations in place to protect the people and keep the order in place, but the peaceful surface is just a facade that hides the darkness underneath. No matter the times and place, the world had always been ruled by the laws of the jungle and the strong would prey on the weak. No one would really care if a single commoner was bullied. Unrelated people would just ignore it and rejoice that they weren't the one being bullied. Such situations weren't rare, but they're considered one of the lighter cases happening in the capital in recent years. There are people going missing every day without clue of whether they are dead or alive. With her face covered by her long black hair, spectacles, and dirty smudges, no one would be able to tell the beauty that lies beneath. She was taught that beauty without strength is not a blessing but a disaster. She would have never thought that she would have captivated the eyes of a young noble who chanced upon her beauty while she was wiping her sweat on the job at her family's coffee shop. She didn't think it would also land her in her current predicament on the same day after she was just finishing up work and making her way home. Were nobles these days too proud and arrogant to pursue her normally in daylight and can only resort to despicable means to obtain her body at night? Where their commoner lives only the plaything of nobles? She had experienced firsthand the cruelty and unfairness of reality and wished she could just kill herself and put an end to everything. She didn't want to live in such a world, but she didn't have the courage to commit suicide either, not to mention she was currently bound. She wanted to struggle against fate, but reality makes her falter. Face cleaned and body tied, she was placed on the bed in an unfamiliar room by a pair of men in black at the special request of their client. Normally, they would drug the person, so she doesn't remember what happened on the night. But whether the young noble was confident or stupid, it was not their business to worry about as long as they are paid. Generally, the noble houses care a lot about their face in public, and would be furious if scandalous news of their sons playing around with women with lowly backgrounds reached their ears. No doubt the fathers would break their sons' legs and place them under house arrest to reflect on their behaviors as punishment for embarrassing and humiliating their fathers in public. As I thought, aren't you the little beauty with all the blemishes removed? The young noble said to her lasciviously, while admiring her beauty from the side. Arya didn't say anything and just looked at him coldly. Her fists were clenched and body shaking, but she couldn't break free from her bind with her weak strength. Quite the cold beauty. All the more interesting. Let's see if you can still maintain that cold exterior when I give you a taste of heaven. The young noble started undressing himself before climbing into bed, ready to pounce on her. Arya closed her eyes as a teardrop fell as memories of the past flashed by. She wanted to go back to that time when she was still attending middle school. When everything was still simple and pure. She would hide in a corner and watch a boy studying in the library instead of playing outside like the rest of the kids during break time. She wasn't sure why she was captivated by the boy who was different to everyone else. Maybe it was his hardworking efforts, or maybe it was his drive to not be ordinary. Whatever the reason was, it didn't matter because she fell in love with the boy at first sight. She felt there's an invisible string that connected them. Unfortunately, they never managed to interact with one another. She had never approached him and was satisfied with just watching him from afar. Why was she thinking about that boy now? Did she think he might come save her like a prince with shining armor? How was that possible? She hasn't seen him since high school, why would he suddenly after all these years? Bang, the door was kicked open as Leon walked in. The door was locked from the inside, and he didn't have the patience to wait for someone to fetch the master key. The sudden blast startled the young noble greatly that his raging stiff rod shrank at noticeable rate until it was unseen as he grabbed at things randomly with his hands to cover himself. He looked at the broken door before looking at the people at the entrance unhappily. His eyes and Leon's locked onto each other for a moment. Room service. Leon broke the silence with a random topic. I didn't call for room service. The young noble roared angrily while making his way over after finding something to cover himself. He felt humiliated and angry for being interrupted and being seen naked by a bunch of men. How are you people doing your business? He was prepared to slap Leon, who was in front, but Leon kicked his overweight body to one side of the room. Wasn't talking to you. Leon made his way over to Arya and untied the ropes binding her. Are you all right, miss? Arya was a bit dazed as she looked at Leon's familiar face. There were some slight changes in his appearance, but she recognized him as the boy that she used to watch in middle school. She didn't answer Leon and just stared at him with red and passionate eyes. How dare you kicked me? Do you know who I am? Guards! The young noble was enraged. Don't bother, and I don't care who you are. They're already been knocked out cold by the door, I mean the entrance. The door isn't there anymore. Leon corrected himself before refocusing his attention on Arya. Were you drugged? Leon asked with a frown. Her expression didn't seem right. He checked her pulse but didn't see any signs of aphrodisiac or any other drugs in her system. Why you? The overweight young noble was speechless. What was he going to threaten him with? His guards are already out cold and he couldn't threaten with his father's name. His father would probably break his legs and keep him home if he found out instead. Gower Arlo kicked them out of building. Leon said with a frown. Yes, boss. Why you? The fatty kept stuttering with pointed fingers. Why you this, why you that? Can't you speak properly? What were you even trying to do just now? Aren't you afraid a fat pig like you would flatten the flour? Why, I'll remember this. The fat pig was taken away, leaving only Arya, Leon, and manager Doug left in the room. What if the young noble seeks his father for revenge, boss? Manager Doug could no longer stay quiet, voiced his concern. They have offended a noble after all. He wouldn't dare. Leon was confident the young noble wouldn't inform his father. He wasn't afraid if low-level guards was sent for revenge either. Manager Doug, send the money the young noble paid us back to this lady and find some people to escort her home. Leon said, seeing that the lady was physically fine and was probably just traumatized. He was prepared to send her away since she was already safe. Yes, boss. Manager Doug complied but inwardly grumbled that the new boss was incompetent. He was just informed of the new rules, but he could see that the gang would fall apart if it was followed. Offending noble houses and giving away money. How were they supposed to function? They weren't going to make money that way. This wasn't a hero game. But he didn't dare complain and just kept these thoughts to himself. The strong makes the rules. This way, miss. Arya wasn't willing to leave and just grabbed onto a corner of Leon's shirt. This, what should I do, boss? Manager Doug wasn't sure how to approach this situation. It's fine. Just attend to your own work. Leon sure either and asked him to leave for now. Yes, boss. Manager Doug gave him a knowing smile before leaving the room. It's hard to refuse a beauty of that quality. That boss is still a boy after all. Leon wasn't planning to do anything to the girl, but couldn't be bothered correcting Doug's way of thinking since he didn't said anything. It would just look like he was guilty if he tried to explain himself. Even if he was planning to do something, it wasn't going to be in the room with a busted door, where people could walk in freely. He wasn't an exhibitionist. Leon scratched his head and looked outside the windows. He finds it uncomfortable to be stared at so passionately by such a beautiful girl. Can I ask why you are staring at me like that? Arya didn't expect to see that boy again in this sort of situation. She had many things on her mind but didn't know where to start. You don't remember me. She mentally, though. Leon understood her thoughts and was immediately confused by it. Do they know each other? It would be hard to forget a person this pretty, but he doesn't seem to have any recollection of seeing her before. Noticing Leon's confusion, she wanted to slap her head for thinking that way. Of course he wouldn't know her. They have never met face to face, let alone talk to one another. She felt embarrassed and started covering her face with her hair to hide her embarrassment. When her face was covered, Leon felt like a light bulb had lit up in his head. Are you the stalker girl from middle school? He said in a hurry. Arya wanted to find a hole to crawl in when she was asked that, but since there's no hole, she could only put on a cold face to hide her emotions. Leon had an illusion of the temperature dropping. Sorry, I didn't mean that. Leon apologized right after. He felt it was inappropriate to call such a pretty cute girl a stalker. If an ugly person was stalking, then it would be creepy and repulsive, but if the person was pretty or cute, then it was acceptable. Such existing contrast in treatment is unfair, but it is just how things are. Cuteness is justice. Leon remembered her because she left an impression on him. She was quite clumsy at hiding while he was studying in the library. Or maybe she wasn't trying to hide at all. He had discovered her quite early because of it. He wasn't sure why she would watch him every break time, but it made him uncomfortable at first. However, he eventually got used to her presence until he would find it weird if she wasn't around to watch him study. There was a sort of tacit understanding, intimacy, or connection between them that couldn't be described with words. It seems to transcend the planes. They were both pleasantly surprised to meet once more. You don't want to go home? Leon asked. Arya shook her head. You want to stay with me? This time Arya nodded. She blushed as Leon's words as if there was an implicit meaning behind it. This is going to be hard. It was difficult to communicate when the other party was unwilling to talk. His brain was working overtime to understand her thoughts. We haven't properly introduced each other before. I'm Leon. What is your name? Arya looked left and right around the room. Leon wasn't sure what she was looking for until she held his hand and wrote on his palm with her finger. Is Arya. Arya nodded with a smile when Leon got her name right, but he didn't notice because he became absent-minded at the name. There was someone who had also shared the same name as Arya. The person was his maid in his past life. He wondered how she was doing back in the divine realm after both him and his father was murdered. She was the person closest to him after his father. The thought that the two Arya could be the same person never crossed his mind. It was already a miracle that he was able to reincarnate. No one really understood how the cycle of samsara works. Divine kings were able to possess a newly forged body or fetus when their own body is destroyed to gain another chance at life, but their lifespan would not change. What he experienced was a true reincarnation. His memory was supposed to be wiped clean and start his life anew, but it was most likely protected by his father's power and the Book of Life collectively. Leon shook his head of irrelevant thoughts and looked at Arya. He decided to check her pulse again in case he missed something. He did a thorough sweep and realized she had vocal problems that impeded her ability for speech. He looked at her with some pity. No wonder why she didn't say anything she couldn't. It was such a great loss. Someone who is born beautiful should also be born with an equally beautiful voice. He decided he would treat her vocal problem when he gets the chance. He would have to borrow Lynn's acupuncture needles again, or find an opportunity to forge his own customized acupuncture needles. There was no problem with Lynn's needles, but he wishes to own a set of needles with better conductivity towards his energy. It was more convenient for him that way. His silence had made Arya concerned. When he noticed that, he felt a bit apologetic for having his mind wander off. Sorry, I was just thinking about some things. I just noticed that you are unable to talk, but this would not be a problem much longer with me around. I can cure your vocal problem. Arya was surprised when she heard those words. What had he been doing in the past few years? Did he change his study to medicine? She was a bit skeptical how far he could progress in the study of medicine in a few years considering it was a profound subject, but she ultimately chose to believe his words. She knew just how hardworking he was. I know you want to stay, but you have to go home. Your parents would be worried if they don't see you come home. You can always come back tomorrow to see me. She struggled between her decision inwardly, but still ended up listening to his words. She nodded. That's a good girl. He gave her head a rub and took her downstairs to the ground floor. She pouted at being treated like a little girl. Manager Doug, you can arrange some men to escort Miss Arya back home safely now. Right away, boss. Manager Doug got to work right away, and 2 members of the gang arrived to escort Arya home. Her eyes showed reluctance and insecurities before she left. Leon had given her a reassuring smile. After she was gone, Leon headed back to the underground floor to deal with Snake. When Snake regained consciousness, he noticed that the floor was empty and he couldn't move his body. In his immobile state, anyone could threaten his life. He could manipulate the earth, but it had limited uses at his level. He wasn't aware that all the top members of the gang had already submitted to Leon. He decided to use his ability to manipulate the earth to split apart the concrete floor, and controlled the broken concrete pieces to move his body. He had better control over the earth than Arlo and Gower, and wasn't afraid he would accidentally pull the earth element from the ceiling to him, but it was already the limit for someone at his level. Bloodline ability required training to be able to control elements well, but it also becomes relatively easier to control the stronger the Awakener was. As an Awakener, his body was stronger than normal people and was able to regain consciousness much faster. When he was making his way to the stairs leading up to the ground floor, he saw Leon walking down from it. His expression turned ugly and was worse than crying. Leon had immediately noticed the conscious Snake before Snake noticed him. Leon immediately closed the distance and knocked him unconscious again. Snake wanted to threaten Leon, but his vision turned dark before he could voice his threats. Leon wasn't going to show mercy to someone who pointed a gun at his head. Snake deserved death anyway. Being the ex-boss of the gang, his hands would surely be stained with the blood of many people. Leon dragged the unconscious Snake by the collar back to the rear end and placed him on a table. Arlo and Gower returned at this moment. It shouldn't have taken them that long to kick the people out of the building, but he wasn't going to question them. Do you have any other instructions for us, boss? I need you two to guard the stairs and not allow anyone to come down and disturb me. Right away, boss. They took a last glance at the miserable and unconscious Snake before leaving. The new boss seems to have strange aesthetics taste. Arlo suddenly said while they were guarding the stairs. What do you mean? Gower was puzzled by Arlo's comment. Didn't you say? The boss sent away the beauty without touching her before, yet he told us to keep others from disturbing him while he's in there with the ex-boss. Arlo explained. This surely not that right. Gower felt chills crawling up on him. I hope not. Who knows how kids are raised these days. It's fine as long as the boss don't call us for that. If Leon knew how the two was talking behind his back, he would have puked blood from anger. There was no problem with his sexual orientation. When Leon finished his preparation, he sent his divine sense into Snake's unconscious body and inspected every part of his body, making sure not to miss anything important. He wanted to study the difference in the body of a second-step Awakener. The body was naturally stronger than ordinary person. Leon discovered that the strengthened body wasn't simple. It was tempered by Earth element and would have a degree of resistance against Earth element attacks, albeit not much. Leon speculated that other Awakeners are also tempered by their respective elemental affinity. With the acquired resistance, the chances of Awakeners being harmed by their own ability is lowered. For example, it would be bad if a fire user accidentally burnt himself to death. Leon sent his divine sense into the glabella region after he was done with the other areas. The Earth core was spotted in the center as he expected. But seeing the core failed to answer some of his doubts. How do Awakeners advance their powers without the help pills? From the Awakeners he had encountered so far, none seemed to be training under any sort of special technique to advance their powers. Even without pills, they could still advance naturally. It was just a matter of time. There must be a bigger secret behind their source of strength. Leon couldn't discover anything new in the glabella, so he decided to peer into the core directly. The core was not solid. It was just a body of energy clustered together. Leon's divine sense was immaterial and was able to pass through it easily. The center of the core was empty, just a bunch of earth elements revolving around it. Nothing particular stood out. Leon was disappointed and was about to give up when suddenly he felt the faintest connection of the earth core leading elsewhere. It led direction into the sea of consciousness, which could also be called the spiritual sea. If it was someone else, he would think carefully before entering the spiritual sea of another, as he could cause irreparable damage to that person if he was not careful. He didn't have proficient understanding of the soul to be able to heal a soul injury. However, since the person in question is an ex-gang leader, he had no misgivings and entered the spiritual sea without hesitation. Whether Snake suffered any soul injuries as a result didn't bother him. In the depths of the spiritual sea was supposed to be the lone soul core, but Leon discovered that an earth seed was orbiting around it. The earth seed was minuscule. He might have missed if it was stationary. He could feel the earth laws radiating from it and was shocked. How are awakeners able to come in contact with the laws? The heavenly laws weren't something that could be comprehended unless one reaches a high enough cultivation level to come in contact with it. If one had a high enough perception, then they can also perceive the laws, and their cultivation level would not matter. Leon was indeed an oddity to be able to faintly feel the laws with his high perception due his strong soul. Awakeners can establish a connection with the laws upon awakening, and able to draw power from it with their soul as the medium. Such relationship between awakeners and the laws was like making a contract. The power isn't truly theirs and they are just borrowing it. If the connection was cut, then they would be as good as being crippled from using the power of the laws. One would have to comprehend the laws to truly make it a part of their own strength. It could be seen that although awakeners could manipulate the elements through their established connection with the laws, the power is not great without comprehension. It's similar to owning a weapon but not knowing how to use it. Leon realized that if he establishes a connection with the laws, then it would be easier for him to comprehend it, becoming clearer to him. To have a head start on comprehending the laws would be great aid to his practice in mastering the 5 elements for his cultivation technique. There were 2 cons to awakening. He would have to find a way to comprehend the other 4 element laws too if he wanted progress in his technique. So far, he is still stuck at the initial stage of mastering the 5 elements for the hegemony of primal chaos technique. The other con is, awakening would temper his body in one of the elements, creating imbalance and making it harder for him to advance his 5-element body. However, the 5-element body wasn't required for practicing his hegemony of primal chaos. It was just a byproduct of possessing quasi-grandmist energy. As long as he tempers his body in the other 4 elements too in the future, then the problem would be resolved. Seeing that there was no big problem to awakening, Leon retracted his divine sense and ended Snake's life since he had no further uses. If the girls had seen what Leon was like this night, they would have been surprised. But it wasn't something surprising for Leon. He understood the principle of having mercy on your enemies is to be cruel on yourself. Although he might be strong, the people close to him wasn't. He would feel regret if they were implicated as a result of his act of mercy. Leon took out a true awakening pill and swallowed it. Leon had been pocketing extras whenever he successfully refines more than 6 pills in each batch. He had refined 9 pills at the Cromwells earlier, 1 more than last time. He was becoming increasingly proficient in using Pour Fire and Pill Cauldron to concoct pills. He wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. Leon wasn't sure which elemental law he would be building a connection with. However, he thought that the missing prince would have a metal element if the missing prince were to awaken. With that thought in mind, Leon popped the pill in his mouth and swallowed it. He sat down in meditation position to absorb the pill's efficiency. He felt it rushing into his brain region after running a cycle around his body. He felt the effects of the pill lingering in his brain for a while before he felt a part of his brain being stimulated and becoming active like it had awakened from a long slumber. It felt strange to Leon knowing it was a part of him, but he could not tell which part of his brain it was exactly. But the moment it fully awakened, Leon felt one of the laws become clearer. A connection has been established between the two just like that, and a wave of fire element descended upon Leon's body to temper it. Strangely, the tempering effect did nothing on Leon's body, and the awakening ceremony ended just like that. Apart from his connection to the fire laws, there was no other benefits. When he thought about it deeper, he shook his head in understanding. His initial five-element body was tempered by quasi-grand mist energy. Even if it just quasi-grand mist, it is still stronger than fire. As such, the fire tempering process brought no changes to Leon's body. He didn't even feel the heat. But then again, he was already at the fifth layer tempered body. First step Awakena was equivalent to first layer tempered body. Body tempering for first layer would naturally have no effect on a body tempered to the fifth layer. He speculated that only when his strength as an Awakena exceed his own level in divine practice would it start to affect his five-element body. Opening his eyes, he started playing with a wisp of fire as he made it dance on the top of his fingers with his will, showing his exquisite control of fire. His high-level control of fire was a result of his years of practice in alchemy and fire, along with his family's fiery god manual. He was hoping for the metal element, but he ended up with fire. Being granted a second life was enough. My luck in my second life would have been too great if I was also blessed with a high status as a prince. Leon sighed. What Leon didn't know was that with the karmic virtue he accumulated in his past life as a doctor, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility to be reborn as a prince. In the end, it was all just chances, and perhaps karmic virtue was used to bless his luck with the ladies instead. But if it was, then Leon wouldn't know whether to laugh or cry if he knew about the karmic laws. Leon had never made much progress in comprehending the laws before, but even then, he could tell that as a first step Awakena, the power of the laws he could wield was probably not even a millionth fraction of its true might. His newly acquired fire ability was very useful. It only required his mental will to interact with the energy of heaven and earth to conjure his flame, and did not require being powered by his own energy. Using his own energy to conjure the flames was very wasteful, as the energy could not be recovered, and his cultivation would be lowered instead. Unless he reaches energy condensation state, he wouldn't be so extravagant in using his energy. Leon could freely control the form his fire takes with his strong visualization. Control is dependent on good visualization. If the person could not form a clear image of what they wanted their fire to look like in their mind, then the fire would just stay in its most naturally form. Leon had practiced visualization techniques to master his control over fire in his past life. Although there was some difference in using energy and using his will, it did not affect his control over fire too much. Leon conjured a decent-sized fireball and threw it at Snake's corpse after tossing the body to stone floor first. The fire spread quickly until it swallowed the whole corpse in flame. He was testing the intensity of his flame, but the temperature of the flame was not great. It wasn't much different to regular fire, and obviously wasn't enough to incinerate the body into ashes. All he got out of the experiment was a blackened body. The sight was sickening, but it didn't affect him much. He had long graduated from throwing up over gory scenes. He had treated all sorts of terrible wounds and illnesses before, building up a high mental resilience to such ugly sights. "You two can come in." Leon called for Arlo and Gower. "You can just call us Arlo and Gower, boss." "What do you need us for?" Arlo took the initiative to talk first when they were called in. "I need one of you to get rid of the body," Leon said bluntly while gesturing to them what was left of Snake's body. Despite being in the underworld for so long and experienced many blood and violence, the duo still could not help gasping in cold air and shiver in fear at the sight. "What grudge did you have against him to torture him to such a state?" "This kid, no, our boss looks pretty innocent, but his heart is so cruel." The duo secretly swore that they would do their job wholeheartedly and try their best not to get on Leon's bad side. They didn't want to end up like Snake. "Why, yes, boss," Arlo answered. He proceeded to getting a black plastic bag to dump the body in. The body was still scalding hot, but Arlo had thick leather gloves for the job. When he was picking up the body, a part of it snapped off and a corner of his face twitched. "What do you need me to do, boss?" Gower asked after Arlo left. "Fix the floor for now." Leon thought for a bit before saying, "Right away, boss." Part of the floor was broken apart when Snake was using his ability to escape. Gower tried to put the stones back in place with his ability, but the whole place started shaking instead. "Stop. Do it manually." "Sorry, boss." Gower quickly apologized. Clearly his control over his ability was atrocious and wasn't focused enough. He would have teared the place down instead had he continued. Leon wasn't going to instruct him on how to improve his control though. He had just taken over the gang and required a period of time to observe the characters of its members. He would reward and punish them accordingly. Boss, the Gray family has a job for us. Manager Doug came down and reported with another person following behind him. The person was a servant of the Gray family. He was taken aback when he heard Manager Doug addressing a 17-year-old kid as the boss. What happened to the previous boss? Although he had doubts, he did not voice them as it was not important. The internal affairs of the gang did not concern them as long as they can continue to complete the tasks given to them. What is the content of the job? Leon frowned. The Gray family wants your gang to secretly sabotage the construction project of the Cromwell's family. Here is the payment in advance. The servant said arrogantly, as if he already knew that they would accept the job. The Cromwell family was a giant in the real estate business. The Gray family wanted to take advantage of the project failure to sling mud on their reputation and make it easier for their Gray family to enter the real estate business. The real estate was a lucrative business and they wanted a piece of the pie. You're just another dog of the Gray family. What are you acting all arrogantly for? Leon was displeased with the servant's arrogant behavior. What did you say? The servant was dumbfounded. He thought he heard wrong. This bag of cash we accept, however we will not carry out the job. Leon said coolly he wasn't going to repeat himself. Who did the servant think he was to make him do what he says? Leon also have zero intention on accepting the job. The Cromwell family was his ally and business partner. The old fox was a stubborn but trustworthy person, but as for the Gray family, he couldn't bring himself to trust a family that involves itself in the underworld. Why you take the money yet dare to refuse? Do you understand what you are doing, brat? The servant understood he wasn't mishearing things and was quickly enraged. Your intelligence must be really lacking to ask me that. I do what I do because I understand what I do. Only dogs would happily wag their tail when their owner tossed them a bone. I'm not a dog like you. Our gang will not see you out. Leon said very quickly, that left the servant confused. What is this I do what I do nonsense? The servant couldn't comprehend Leon's words all at once. The first half was almost like a tongue twister, which left him confused. By the time he digested the second half, his anger reached a new peak. Who are you calling a dog, brat? It seems I need to teach you some manners on how to respect your elders. The servant had his own pride as a servant of the Gray family and a third step awakener. He couldn't stomach Leon's continuous insults. But before he could act, Leon's image in front of him blurred for a split second, and the next thing he knew, he was slapped into the ground so hard he couldn't tell left from right by the concussive blow. Which dog is barking? Leon hit his acupoints and immobilized him. This dog is barking, the servant said while suffering from a concussion, but his anger did not diminish. However, his face turns green after he realized what he said in the spur of the moment. PFDT. Gower and manager Doug were breaking out into cold sweat when Leon offended the Gray family's servant, but they could not help but laugh when Leon showed his strength and played the servant like a fool. They felt their past dozen years of frustration being vented. In the past, they had to put up with the Gray family's arrogance and lower their heads, but perhaps they no longer need to under Leon's leadership. Exactly. The Golden Lion Gang is not your Black Snake Gang of yesterday, and will not continue being the pawns of the Gray family. Leon placed his hand on the servant's head. What are you doing, ahhhhh? The servant cried out in pain. Leon formed a condensed needle of fire with his ability and drilled it directly into the servant's spiritual sea and burned his earth seed, destroying his connection to the earth laws, effectively crippling his ability. His soul core was also not spared, and he was turned into an idiot by the damages. Leon didn't want outsiders to know he was the new boss of the Golden Lion Gang. He could have silenced the servant, but he needed the servant to bring a message back to the Gray family. Leon went to Snake's old desk and wrote a letter before sealing it and handed it to Gower. Send the letter and the servant back to the Gray family's doorstep. Yes, boss. Gower accepted without complaint. He was just dropping the baggage off at the front gates. There wouldn't be any real danger unless he was an idiot, staying at their front gates and waiting for the Gray family to finish reading the letter. He wasn't sure what the content of the letter was, but it probably wasn't something good. Most likely a warning or a threat for the Gray family to tuck their tails between their legs. If the Gray family do not know their place, then Leon wouldn't mind making their family suffer. He had already marked Edric Gray on his list of suspect for the poisoning event. It would be like killing two birds with one stone if Edric was truly the culprit. Leon continued sitting at the desk and started drawing up a blueprint on a blank piece of paper. Manager Doug. Yes, boss. Arrange for people to come and renovate this floor according to this blueprint. Right away, boss. Manager Doug complied. Leon planned for the underground floor to have the same format as an adventurer's guild and open it to all the members of the gang. It would become a gathering place to accept jobs and gather information. He plans to slowly transition the gang into a guild. Although they would still be connected to the underworld, their businesses would become legitimate. As to the types of jobs the guild would take on, Leon hadn't planned for it yet. He only had an idea of the framework and still needed time to work on it. After all, Rome wasn't built in one night. After settling all the matters for the gang, Leon stretched his limbs and headed home. He had previously told his parents that they didn't have to wait for him to come home for dinner, but they would probably still be worried sick if he doesn't come home at all. That night inside the reading room of a private manor, the sound-breaking vase and smashed furniture were heard. Albert Gray was furious after reading the letter sent by Leon and seeing the state of his servant. Golden Lion Gang. Know your place and behave properly. What a joke. How dare these dogs dare bite the hand that fed them? Did they think they are on top of the world after growing a little stronger? Gale, you called, my lord. Steward Gale entered the reading room and answered his lord's call. I want you to lead a group of servants to the deadly nightclub and raze it to the ground. Kill all who survives. Albert Gray commanded furiously. Although he was burning with rage, it was beneath his status as a seventh-step awakener to personally act. It was enough to delegate the job to his men. I beg the Lord to reconsider. Steward Gale dropped to his knees and beseeched his lord to not act rashly. Elaborate. Albert was displeased that his steward went against his orders, but knowing that his steward has always been intelligent and loyal, he did not explode and told him to explain himself. Although the queen had secluded herself in the royal palace for many years, such a high-profile action may draw Her Majesty out of her palace to investigate. If Her Majesty learns of what the nobles have been doing, I fear the capital would be washed in blood again, my lord. Steward Gale said, evidently very afraid of the queen. You're right. I was too rash. Albert Gray sobered up when the queen was mentioned. Knowing the queen's temper, she would definitely do just that when she learns what had become of her capital. Nobles have become corrupted, placing their own family and personal interest above the overall citizens. They were greedy and have been abusing the commoners both in the open and in the dark to fatten up their own coffers. Albert Gray was fully aware that the commoners had a lot of grievances bottled up inside them over the years. If they complained to the queen, then they would definitely suffer a family extermination. He was that certain of the outcome because the queen wields great power and they couldn't possibly silence all the commoners. They could only choose to flee to the other kingdoms if the queen exit her seclusion. They weren't aware that the queen was already informed of what they had been doing, and their doom was impending. The queen was a ninth-step awakener, but what was to be feared was not her cultivation but her bloodline ability. Her Majesty was the only person to awaken with the metal attribute outside the royal family since the founding of the kingdom. Anyone with a guilty conscience would not dare to step half a foot into the royal palace. The once beautiful white palace has been replaced by a black metallic one after it was destroyed in the rebellion. One could say that the Black Palace was the queen's absolute domain. One would have a feeling of powerlessness when they are inside, and their life would no longer be in their own control. In recent years, restriction on metal had lowered, and it was slowly being circulated within the upper district. It had too many uses for both commercial and development purposes to be solely wasted on fortifying the wall. But having metal circulated in the upper district means that the queen's domain has slowly expanded into the upper district. A ninth-step awakener could control the element within a range of 100-meter radius, but the public did not know this because they have never witnessed a ninth-step awakener going all out. How should we deal with the gang? Albert Gray asked. I believe we should investigate them first, my lord. The gang doesn't seem to be run by Snake. Snake was a loyal dog and a coward. Even if he had 10 times the guts, he still wouldn't dare to rebel. Furthermore, the servant who was sent back was behaving very strangely ever since he had regained consciousness. How strangely? Albert wasn't present at the time and didn't know how the servant had behaved. The servant was talking gibberish and acting crazy like he was trying to use his ability. I'm not sure what vicious method was employed, but I believe the servant had turned into an idiot and his ability was crippled. Steward Gale voiced his conjecture. Albert Gray's gaze turned serious when he heard what the steward said. Someone who could do that was not simple and very ruthless. Power was tantamount to status. To cripple someone's ability was like stripping their status. Have people investigate into who is behind the gang but do not antagonize them, and have a doctor check if the servant can recover. You know what to do if he can't. Albert Gray said coldly. He would not feed useless people. As you wish, my lord. The steward shivered and answered. After Albert Gray calmed down, he was able to think clearer, and did not want to make an enemy out of someone he wasn't confident in dealing with. He very much would like to know what method the opponent had used on his servant. What he didn't know was that he had already made Leon his enemy when they revealed their ill intentions on the Cromwell family. Early morning, as mentioned beforehand by the training instructor, no one dared to be late on the first day of military training. Everyone was gathered onto the field used for sport activities, as they waited for the arrival of Commander Eugene. Some came as early as half an hour prior, while the latest was 10 minutes prior. Seeing there was still some time before the instructor arrives, Leon found a spot on the field to wait along with the rest of the students. Over here, Leon Tilda. Rachel spotted him and waved. Leon smiled wryly while making his way over under the envious gazes of the crowd. Didn't expect you to also be taking part in the military service. With your status, you could be exempted from it. I didn't want to be treated differently just because of my status. Rachel said unhappily. Seeing that she wasn't fond of the topic, Leon decided to switch topic. Will our princess be able to manage under the pressure of the training? He said jokingly. Hey, are you looking me? Despite my frail appearance, I am still a third step awakener. Rachel pouted. Her competitive spirit was riled. Those who judges her strength by her appearance would be in for a rude awakening. Ha ha ha, who dares to look down on our princess? I'll be the first to teach that person a lesson. Leon laughed and flexed his arm's muscle. Leon had only been training for a few days, so his body was still thin and slender. His muscles didn't stand out much even though he possessed 500 jin worth of raw physical strength. His cultivation improves his body on a qualitative level rather than a quantitative one. The progression in cultivation would also continuously improve his skin and facial qualities, and eventually turn him into a pretty boy if it was high enough. He doesn't know whether to be happy or not when that happens, but the scene of him flexing was almost comical. PFTT tilde hahaha you. I can teach that person a lesson myself. Rachel showed her clenched fist, trying to look very menacing. She wasn't trying to look down Leon, but she was aware of his situation. What she wasn't aware of was that the present Leon was no longer the same as his past self. Leon just smiled at her posturing. Ah, Leon, how about introducing your friend to me? Lynn joined them and asked. She had noticed Leon earlier, but Rachel had beaten her to it. She was just watching them interact from the distance and felt very uncomfortable inside from their intimacy. Who knew where she found courage from to intrude on them? What? This Rachel, this is Lynn. Leon introduced them awkwardly. The two girls were left speechless at Leon's introduction, but their eyes did not leave one another. Who didn't know who Rachel was? Of course Lynn knew who she was. She was just using a randomly excuse to butt into their conversation. The two stared at each other as if they were staring at their greatest enemy. Tell you this, girls, be nice. Leon wasn't sure why the two can't get along well after just meeting, but he tried to mediate between the two. Unfortunately, he was ignored and was pushed to the sidelines. He felt an incoming headache. Yo tilde bro, you're back. I haven't seen you for a few days. How are you? Another person joined them. Rachel and Lynn seemed to come to a mutual understanding and put their differences aside as they focused their attention on the newcomer. Leon felt like his lifesaver had come, but he felt awkward when he couldn't remember who the person was. You are. It's me, Fatty Ben. I helped sent you to the infirmary when you suddenly passed out. Benjamin Farley said. I remember now. I owe you one. Leon remembered after Fatty Ben reminded him. That's right, you owe me one. Look at my body. You know how strenuous it was for me to drag you to the infirmary. Fatty Ben had yet to awaken. His father was just a baron, but their business was really good. Even so, the number of pills there could receive was limited and was focused on the upper echelons of the family. You should consider eating less and exercise more. Leon smiled. Fatty Ben was embarrassed at Leon being blunt. Attention! Commander Eugene arrived at the field and called out to the students. He had arrived with several soldiers and teachers. It would be difficult to instruct a few hundred students by himself without any helpers. They did a roll call to check the students' attendance. Very good. No one is missing. Since you are all here, we shall start with some running exercise. In the military, it is of vital importance that the soldiers are fit and able to keep up. The savage beasts on the battlefield would not wait for you to catch your breath. I want everyone to do 40 laps around the field. You may use whatever means necessary to complete the task, but if you fail to complete it within the allotted time, then you will be punished. You have 8 hours. Your military training officially starts now, Gio. The students started running as soon as Commander Eugene finished talking. They didn't have time to waste. The field was very big and wasn't a problem for all of them to run at the same time. However, due to the big size of the field, the total distance covered for 40 laps was almost 100 kilometers. It wasn't something awakeners can complete in 8 hours easily, let alone the unawakened students. Half of the students had not awakened yet. The task of complete 100-kilometer run in 8 hours was impossible for the normal students, yet they had to somehow make that impossible possible if they don't want to be punished. Some of the awakened students ran at their fastest straight from the start, while some ran at their own pace. Leon did not want to stand out, so he ran at a similar pace to Fatty Ben. This is impossible. How do they expect me to complete 40 laps of this field? Is the instructor trying to kill me? Fatty Ben complained. His fats jiggled with every step taken. Save your breath and just run. Leon said, I'll be going up ahead first. Lynn informed him. She thought that Leon didn't want to stand out since only a few knew that Leon was already an awakener. Before she left, she didn't forget to flash a provocative smile at Rachel. Why you? Rachel was easily riled by the provocation. I'll be going too. The two girls started their own little competition. Leon didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 1 lap, 2 laps. After 2 laps had passed, the disparity in the students were shown clearly, spreading the original big crowd throughout the field like a thin ring. 3 laps, the normal students were already showing sign of fatigue and breaking out into sweats, while some of the leading students already overlapped them a few times and was on their 5th to 6th lap. Edric and his 2 friends, Adrian and Caden, were one of the few leading students. They were all third-step awakeners. Many of the younger generations from Earl households and higher were stuck at this level. It was rare for people like Rowan to break through to the 4th step at their age. When Edric and his 2 cronies were passing Leon, they didn't forget to make passing remarks. A commoner can only amount to this level. They were looking down on him, but they weren't aware that they had also inadvertently slapped the faces of all the normal students with their remark. Their expressions all darkened at the trio's remark. They weren't doing much better than Leon. Wasn't that the same as saying that they all weren't that great either? Why you? Leon had no reaction to their remarks like he was listening to air, but Fatty Ben by his side was different as he was angered. Fatty Ben wanted to curse them, but they had already disappeared into the distance. They would not hear him even if he cursed them. Don't mind them. The more energy they burn at the start, the harder for them to finish. You just need to find your own pace and not be carried with the flow. Leon calmed him down with a smile. You might be right, but I don't think I can keep up much longer. You are a true brother for staying with me until now, but no need to slow down to my pace and just go on without me. Fatty Ben was aware that Leon had not even broken a sweat and should be much more capable than what people give him credit for, while he was sweating profusely. Leon just shook his head and continued the same pace. Fourth lap, fifth lap, many normal students were already tired by this point and already slowing down their pace. The awakened students were already in their 10th to 15th lap. The disparity was continuing to grow larger. Some first-step awakeners started sweating and decided to make use of their abilities to help them keep up their usual pace. Earth users made use of the earth below their feet to give them some springing power, but their action caused some students to trip over the lumps of earth they made in the ground. Water users were hydrating their thirst with their ability to create water out of thin air. Fire users were the most dominant, using their fire as thrusters to boost their speed. Their action left a trail of heat, making things difficult for the students behind them. The overall situation was so getting out of control. Overall, the awakened students were inconsiderate, selfish, and irresponsible. The instructor, soldiers, and teachers had moved to a high vantage point where they could overlook the field and the students. They were continuous scribbling something on their pieces of papers and communicating with each other, but did not interfere with what the students were doing. "I can't go any further, bro. Go on without me," Fatty Ben said. Leon looked at him in thought. Fatty Ben seemed to have approached him with some motive at the start, but his character was not bad and should be worth befriending. "Hop on my back. I'll carry you along." "What? Wouldn't we be punished if you help me?" "Why would we be punished? Did you forget what the instructor said? We can use whatever means necessary to complete the task." "You are right. Bro, you are awesome." Fatty Ben felt very touched. He wanted to cry. "Just consider it as me returning the favor," Leon said as he carried Fatty Ben on his back and picked up the pace. He still has not broken a sweat. Many normal students near them were surprised. Leon picked up Fatty and overtook them. Sixth lap, seventh lap, Leon carried Fatty through a whole 2 laps. "Bro, you can put me down. I've had enough rest," Fatty Ben said. He could keep going for a while longer now that he had enough rest. "Okay." Leon decided to help other normal students who were struggling by giving them a free short ride along the way. He thought it was a good idea to earn some goodwill towards himself. He didn't like to be looked at by so many envious gazes all the time. The normal students started seeing him in a new light when he helped them. These students all came from different backgrounds. Some came from rich merchant and business families, some from baron families, and there were even some from viscount families. 8th, 9th, 10th lap passed by as Leon continued helping people to complete their laps. Their feelings gradually changed from indifferent to friendly and from friendly to admiration. Another 5 laps passed, and Leon was finally starting to feel tired from all the carrying. They still have another 25 laps, but only 6 hours are left. Although it seems like a good pace and they would finish on time, it was not that simple. They would only continue to grow more and more tired, and their pace would continue to drop. The task was clearly impossible for normal students to complete, so why were they given the same treatment as awakened students? Maybe there was more to the exercise. Were they being tested? Leon felt he had figured something out. Rachel was closing in from behind him. She was going to overlap him again for who knows how many times. From behind her was Lynn, whom she was toying with. Lynn was close to breaking through to the 3rd step thanks to Leon's pills, but she was still a 2nd step awakener after all. She couldn't keep up with Rachel, who was at the 3rd step and a fire user. "Rachel, Lynn, stop here for a moment," Leon called out to them. "What's wrong? Do you want me to help carry you?" Rachel offered, seeing Leon's sweat and tired expression, and unaware that she was actually sweating a lot more than him. Leon was speechless. Where would his pride and a man be if he let a woman carry him? "Do you want some water?" Lynn offered. "No, did you offer your water to anyone else?" Leon shook his head. "No, why would I do that?" Leon smiled wryly at Lynn's answer. So he was getting special treatment by the girls. How envious people would be. "Never mind, what lap are you 2 on?" Leon asked. 27th lap. Lap 27. The two answered simultaneously. It could be seen that they had no problem finishing the 40 laps within the allotted time at this rate, but Leon thought this was not a good thing. "I suggest you two slow down and help the normal students as much as possible." "Huh? How come?" Rachel seemed to have understood something, but Lynn did not as she asked curiously. It's clearly impossible for normal students to finish the 40 laps, but Awakeners have no problem completing it. I believe we are being tested on our ability to work together. In the army, it is important for the soldiers to work together, right? No. What we do then? Lynn panicked. She had only been focused on beating Rachel in their little race. They had not bothered helping anyone at all. Calm down. It's not too late to start helping others now. Leon tried to calm her down. No. At the same time, the leading students were already on their 33rd lap, but they were all breaking down in exhaustion. They had been going all out straight from the start without a care for the others. The continuous usage of their abilities was also not without consequences. Lynn might be able to help others with her ability, but how about me? Rachel said. She was a lady and weren't willing to carry people on her back like Leon did. She was the campus belle, and the chances of the male students not taking advantage of her was close to nil. Her beauty was irresistible for the weak-minded students. You can carry the female students, but just the three of us wouldn't be able to help all the normal students. If we could get everyone to work together, the chances of everyone completing the exercise would be greater. Leon said after some thought. He had been helping the backline students continue, but it would be best if he got the others to do the same. If the instructor suddenly publicized him as an exemplary soldier in training for his act of not leaving any students behind, then it would defeat his purpose of not trying to stand out. He had just wanted to earn some goodwill and didn't expect to discover that the simple exercise to turn into an examination. He decided to push the work onto the other awakened students. He had a feeling that all awakened students would be punished if the normal students couldn't complete the exercise in time. Although he had not revealed his elemental ability, others would have already discovered he was not normal with his monstrous stamina. Perhaps I can help. A person joined their conversation. You are? None of them knew who the newcomer was. Pardon me. I am Reese Halwell, an Earth user. I can't help but admire your actions and feel embarrassed for my own selfishness. Reese had witnessed Leon's noble act of helping the normal students. He felt ashamed for only worrying about himself and not caring for the normal students, some of which were even his friends. Running 40 laps of the field was an unfamiliar experience that made him unsure whether he could complete it in time, but he himself was already on his 23rd lap and realized it was not a problem. But most awakened students couldn't be blamed for not knowing. Who would be bored enough to ever run 100 kilometers in 8 hours before? The problem was that even after realizing, helping the normal students was not part of their consideration. I'm flattered. How can I help? Reese asked. Can you make a jug? Shouldn't be a problem with a bit of water. Reese surveyed the earth beneath feet and answered. Leon gave Lynn a look and she nodded back, and assisted Reese by creating the necessary muddy paste with her water ability. Reese was only a first-step awakener, but he was very skillful in his control over the earth, as a rough shape of a jug was formed before it was smoothened out in the air. The process was much faster than doing it manually by hand. Although his level of control wasn't on par with Leon's, it was still enough to surprise him. In the end, nobles were different to commoners. Leon underestimated the foundation of nobles that have been established over a few hundred years. They should have their own techniques for practicing elemental control. Just because Leon hadn't seen it, it would mean that the nobles didn't have it. Although Reese was at the same step as Arlo and Gower, they were far from being on the same level. What next? Your turn to help. Leon looked at Rachel. She understood what he meant and used her fire ability to harden up the newly formed jug for usage. Her control over fire was also exceptional. Why a jug? Lynn couldn't help but asked after. For you to fill it with water. Leon smiled. Huh? Lynn didn't understand why they had to go through all the trouble just for a jug when people can just cup their hands. Leon already thought about that, but he had his consideration. It is inevitable that water would be waste drinking from cupped hands. I don't want you to overuse your ability and suffer a backlash. Leon explained. There were many students but very few water users. Leon was made aware that Awakener's abilities couldn't be used endlessly without a price. He could see that the leading students were lying down in pain, in addition to their fatigue in the distance. The field was flat without obstacles in the center, so he could naturally see the situation from afar. Leon assumed that overusing their abilities would cause instabilities in their elemental seed. Considering how close the seed was to the soul core, it would naturally be affected as well. Okay, thank you. Lin filled the jug with water while feeling warm inside for Leon's concerns. All right, let's give the students water to drink and convince the others to help. Okay. Everyone answered. Quenching the students' thirst was only a temporary solution with limited effects, and would still require awakened nobles to help in the end. Thank you. The students were grateful for their assistance. More and more nobles joined their cause and started helping under their persuasion. However, not everyone believed them and continued their solo run. Leon did not join them in gathering helpers and just continue carrying some students. Test. What nonsense are you people spouting? If there was a test, the instructor would have mentioned it. You expect us to believe your lies and help you pieces of trash. The normal students had joined them in gathering helpers, but all they got were derision and insults. Leon shook his head at this scene. If they knew it was a test, then would the test still have any meaning? But even if they heard the truth, they didn't believe. In the end, it was still all speculation on his part, and he could be wrong. He wouldn't force them, but he thought the chances of being wrong was very low. He was confident in his speculation. Forget it. We already did what we could. Leon discouraged the rest from asking and to just focus on finishing their laps. 3/4 of the awakened nobles had joined their cause, and they were all from Baron and Viscount families. All the third step awakeners from the Earl and Marquis families did not join them. They were arrogant and selfish to the extreme. They continued their run with difficulty, but no one was left behind. Everyone was pushing themselves beyond their limit, and they had become very united. They bonded and trust was established among their group. The selfish students that went ahead did not understand what happened to the leading students and ended up in the same situation as them, collapsing after overusing their strength and abilities. 18 laps, 26 laps, 33 laps, they continued completing their laps one after another until they're finally caught up to the leading student's lap. They were still collapsed on the field and haven't been able to move a muscle. Please help. Some started pleading for help, but the group just looked at them coldly and continued. They started feeling regret for their selfishness, while others just looked back at the group coldly. They were from Marquis families, proud, arrogant, and conceited. Even when they are down, they refused to lower their heads and asked for help. Asking in this situation was just the same as asking to be humiliated. Edric, Adrian, and Caden were among the leading students that kept silent. They had a look that says, I will not ask for help, but you will help me anyway. Why should we help? Why didn't you help us before when we asked? You people got what you deserved. All sorts of derision were sent back at them for their earlier refusal. Stop everyone. We would be no different to them if we hit them when they are down. A student stepped up to stop the crowd from continuing their ridicule and mockery. Let's just help them. It would be bad to leave anyone behind. You are right, Kent. We are different to them. Take them with us. We will make sure everyone completes the exercise. Kent Tucker said happily. That student saw an opportunity to take up leadership and be the leader of the group. Leon was happy to see this. He didn't want to be in the limelight. What an opportunist. Lin pouted in a low voice only Leon could hear. Towards this comment he just smiled. There would always be bad eggs mixed in a pot of good ones. Just let him be. Rachel's eyes flashed coldly while Fatty Ben and Reese was silent by his side. They all felt uncomfortable with the turn of events. Leon was the natural leader in their hearts for starting everything. Why is that Kentucky whatever trying to steal his position? They collapsed students were picked up and carried along as their continued running. Edric and his friends were also carried, but he wasn't feeling grateful. He just thought it was natural that they help him because of his higher status. 37 laps, 40 laps. Just when the last person completed the last lap, Instructor Eugene's voice was heard in the distance. Time's up. You may rest for a while before I announce some news. We did it. Everyone collapsed to the ground in relief and silently cheered. They could finally rest. Their sweats had long soaked their clothes and their bodies were depleted of energy, but their faces were excited and full of spirit. They never knew the word "you can rest" could sound so heavenly to their ears. The normal students' breathing slowly stabilized while they were resting, but they continued to lay flat in the field without movements. Their body felt as dead as a log. The awakened students were better off as their body had better recovery and able to sit up. Everyone has exceeded my expectation in both good and bad ways, but at least you all managed to complete the exercise. Did you mean you weren't expecting all of us to complete the exercise? An awakened student interrupted Eugene. Eugene's eyebrows creased a bit. He was already displeased with the behavior of the awakened students during the first half of the exercise. We were evaluating your characters and capabilities. There's no way to keep track of whether all of you actually did 40 laps. The students were surprised. What the instructor made sense. There are so many of them. Unless they were single-handedly targeted, there was no way of keeping track of who did how many laps. Some students had done more than just 40 laps to help the struggling ones make it through. They don't know whether to be happy or not at the sudden revelation. You are all the future elites of the kingdom, and what we are training are capable soldiers, not puppets. Following orders is good, but following blindly is not. You need to think carefully about orders given. Even your superiors could make mistakes. Mistakes are a part of what makes us humans. We make mistakes, learn from them, and grow. But do remember that a price is paid for mistakes made on the battlefield. Let that be the first lesson. Students of Crawford University naturally enjoy better privileges, but also burdened with an equal responsibility compared to other schools. The new recruits from the other schools only had a day of mental preparation before they were sent to the training camp near the wall. They did not get to stay back in the capital. Overall, you all did a great job. If this was the battlefield, those who leave their comrades behind to die are worse than animals. At least animals know the meaning of loyalty. But those animals are all savage beasts now. Would they still understand the meaning of loyalty? But this is not battlefield. Eugene was bombarded with a few questions and retorts. Times changed. The beasts of today are not the same as the beasts of 500 years ago. They have grown intelligent. Underestimate them and you will pay dearly. Did you also think that if it was the battlefield, then you would do things differently? Wrong. Your actions reflect your true selves. Egocentric. In the face of life and death, you would be the first to run without a care for your fellow comrades. Feeling wronged. Judged unfairly. The reason I didn't mention that you were all being tested was to evaluate your behaviors. I'm not interested in watching your hypocritical acts of concern for others. Eugene didn't give them any face at all and criticized them harshly. He changed his mind about giving them special treatments. Edric, Caden, Adrian, Eugene started calling names and a bunch of others. You are all the strongest, the offspring of high-ranking nobles, and should be the natural leaders of the group, but what were you all doing? Showing off your capabilities. Not only did you not help the others, you made it inconvenient for them as well. Those who charge ahead in the enemy lines alone are usually the first to die. What are you feeling proud and arrogant for? Wipe those things off your faces for me. Take away your family backing, and what are you? A nobody. The beasts would not care what family is backing you and would slaughter you all the same. Those that had their names called all had ugly faces for being criticized by the instructor. They felt like they were being humiliated by the commander who was a commoner. Leon watched the whole situation unfold and shook his head. The instructor was trying to instill important life lessons and wake them up with the hopes it would save their lives when they are thrown onto the battlefield. The front line wasn't a playground and needed to be treated seriously. He didn't want them to become complacent during training, only to forfeit their lives later. Pity the instructor's words was just going through one ear and out the other. They were unconvinced. Towards these noble scions, Leon knew that they wouldn't be convinced until they see the coffin. The instructor was wasting his breath. Who the hell are you calling a nobody? One of them couldn't handle the criticism and blew his top. 10 spanks. Towards this student, the instructor did not reply and just signaled for one of the soldiers to take him out to be punished with 10 hard spanks. The soldiers under the instructor were all third-step awakeners, the same as the student being punished. However, their physical prowess was on a whole different level due to their rigorous military training. The student couldn't even resist as he was dragged out of the crowd to be spanked. Anyone else? Those that originally planning to join suddenly cowered. They didn't want to be punished as well. Leon silently laughed. He thought the scene was like killing the chicken as an example to scare the rest. No one. Good. The instructor was silent for a moment before continuing. I guess it is my fault for not teaching you about military discipline and regulations first. You all must address me as sir from now on, is that understood? Yes, sir. The majority answered in unison. Good. Commander Eugene wasn't sure why he was chosen to train the Crawford University students. There were better candidates for the job. He was a practical person and wasn't good with teaching, but the General Marquis chose him, so he had to complete it to the best of his abilities. We will focus theory tomorrow. There will be no physical activities. Eugene was aware that the normal students would require more time to recover. But he wouldn't give them too much time to recover as he plans to continuously push their body's limits. Even if they weren't awakened yet, their body could still improve through physical training. Leon Bradford. Just when Leon thought the instructor going to finish his talk and dismiss everyone, his name was called. He became stunned. Why was his name called? He had a bad feeling. Despite being the strongest of the group, you did not rush for first place and decided to stay at the back line straight from the start instead. You did not leave anyone behind and was the first to gather helpers for the normal students. Excellent character, strength and foresight, a natural-born leader. I allow you to be the representative of this group, do you accept? Eugene did not care how Leon felt and just read out the evaluation he had noted down of Leon. Leon wanted to cry for being put in the limelight. He just wanted to slowly gather power in the dark. Being a very experienced fourth-step awakener, Eugene's eyesight was much keener than the students, and was able to tell that Leon was at least at the same level at him, if not stronger. It was an amazing feat to reach the fourth step before the age of 20. Eugene labeled him as a genius. It did not cross his mind that Leon was stronger than the fourth step. He would be shocked if he knew. Even the Queen, who was the most talented awakener in the last 100 years, still reached the fifth step at the age of 22. If the kingdom knew it only took Leon a few days to possess his current strength, they would be shocked to death. I accept. Leon had no choice but to accept as he did not want to get on the instructor's bad side. The entire group of students were stunned silent by what the instructor said. Only at this moment did they break out into an uproar. What? Leon is the strongest of us all. Wasn't he a commoner? Which noble family is he actually from? Impossible. Edric was the most triggered and stood up abruptly at the news. How can Leon be stronger than him? He was just a commoner. He couldn't accept the fact that someone he had been looking down upon was suddenly stronger than him. Silence! The instructor roared. He frowned at the exaggerated reaction of the students, unaware of the rumors revolving around Leon. Edric was scared silly by the instructor's powerful roar and was simultaneously pulled back down by Adrian and Caden. They gave him the grave expression of "we need to talk later." The two started fearing Leon, thinking that Leon had hid himself too well. Although they were also from Marquis families, they didn't have a territory like Edric's family. Since the centralization of the kingdom, territories and lands given to the various nobles to manage were reclaimed. There weren't many lords left who still had their territory. It's good that you accepted, but don't be complacent. There is no responsibility as a representative, and anyone can challenge you for the spot throughout the 2-month training period. The final holder of the representative position at the end of the training will be entitled to a special promotion. That is it for today. You are free to go home. They were dismissed, but no one had the energy to leave and just busy chatting among themselves about what they just learned. Those closest to Leon were pleasantly surprised and started looking at him differently. Lynn was the least surprised. She knew he was capable but didn't expect him to be this capable. Leon felt helpless at Fatty Ben's twinkling eyes. Wow, you are awesome, bro, no boss. Fatty Ben started changing how he addressed Leon. Don't start worshipping me now. Leon shrugged. Being the representative didn't give him any immediate benefits and only made him public enemy number one again. The students eyed his position covetously. They weren't sure what the special promotion was, but considering only one out of all of them would be entitled to it, it had to be something good. They thought that having a better position in the military would allow them an easier time during their service, but their thinking was a bit simple and naive. Leon Bradford with the instructor as witness, I challenge you. A third step Awakena challenged him. No one had left yet, and the student took first opportunity to challenge him. Like the rest of the students at the third step, he wasn't convinced that Leon was stronger than them. Since the instructor didn't mention how strong he was, they believe he was also at the third step like them. Leon was speechless, while glancing at the challenger that was still recovering from his fatigue. He could have picked a better time to challenge him. Even if the student manages to beat Leon, he would just defeated by the next challenger with his exhausted body. Leon silently labeled him an idiot. Well, go ahead then, make your move. Leon accepted the challenge straightforwardly. The representative position wasn't something he wanted, but since it was given to him, he wouldn't let others obtain it so easily. He wasn't a philanthropist. If the student wanted his position, then he had to earn it. There was no free lunch in the world. Right here. Are you sure? There's people around us. The challenger said with doubt. Someone might get caught in their fight. Don't worry, it will end quickly. Since his cover was blown, he was going to display his strength and exert his dominance, or else he would be tired out by the endless number of challenges. Of course, he wasn't going to display his full strength as there was no need to, and it was unwise. Why you? Fireball. The challenger had his own pride and was easily angered for being looked down upon. He let go of his misgivings and condensed a fireball and threw it at Leon. His body was too exhausted to fight physically and resorted to using his ability. He was confident in winning because fire was the most destructive element, and he assumed that Leon was physically drained like him. Leon stopped the fireball with his bare hand. He was a fifth-layer tempered body with five-element body. Fire from third step Awakeners couldn't burn him and just felt warm in his hands instead. Are we going to play with fire now? Leon formed a miniature fire dragon and let it dance on the tip of his fingers. The fire was no longer in the challenger's control when he threw it, so Leon was able to wrestle control of the fire and tame it easily. Why, you are also a fire user? The challenger widened his eyes at Leon's exquisite control. He didn't know what kind of creature the fire dragon was, but he didn't care. A contest of elemental abilities requires one's mental focus, and he couldn't afford to be distracted. Why ask the obvious? Leon tossed the fire dragon back at the challenger without warning. W8. Fire shield. The challenger wasn't ready to receive Leon's attack and casted a wall of fire to block the attack in a panicky manner. The thin wall of fire couldn't block the dense fire dragon for even a second and was directly pierced through. The fire dragon attack stops abruptly in front of the challenger's face under Leon's control, making the challenger's face pale as he stumbled backwards and fell on his bottoms. Do you admit defeat? The challenger's face changed from pale to red when he was asked. I do not. You launched a sneak attack on me. Are you kidding me? Am I supposed to yell out my attack like a fool like you? What kind of concept is that? Isn't that just asking to be countered? Leon had the urge to slap the kid. What sneak attack? He attacked openly. Why, you are pissing me off. That's how you duel here on campus. The challenger was used to the dueling method on campus and had not been in a real fight before. To begin with, they were taught that by giving voice to their attack, they would be able to form their attack easier, and the longer they chant, the stronger it is. It was just like a magician chanting their magic in the stories. Were those stories also the demons' work? Leon secretly blamed demons for how these noble scions think and fight. If the demons knew, they would be angered to death and retort with, "What the hell do you stupid humans do got to do with us?" Is it? Well, I don't have time to play games with you. Do you also expect the beasts to wait for you to defend when they yell out their attacks in battle on the battlefield? Leon felt the challenger was very ridiculous and childish. Leon wondered with all those raised with a silver spoon was like this. He knows that commoner kids who grew up with hardship are much more mature compared to the noble scion in front of him. The challenger was unable to retort Leon's words. You have lost, Sean. Stop embarrassing yourself. The instructor checked his information on the list in his hands before calling out. Yes, yes, sir. Sean said dejectedly. He felt the result was unacceptable, but he didn't dare to retort the instructor's words. Leon dispersed the fire dragon into thin air. Leon's words are very true. Don't expect the beasts to show you mercy on the battlefield. Now is there anyone planning to challenge him? If not, I'm leaving. Instructor Eugene asked, while making a sweeping glance through the crowd. None of the third step awakeners stood up for the challenge. It was just asking to be humiliated. Clearly Leon had exceptional control over fire, and they had no hopes of winning a contest of ability against him. They would wait until they fully recover physically before they challenge him. No one. I'm leaving then. Instructor Eugene and the rest of the teachers and soldiers present left. Leon also glanced at the crowd. He spotted Edric's ugly look and hostility. Leon made his way over while the crowd made way for him. You look unconvinced. Did you want to challenge me? And no, Edric was startled and denied it. Oh, I see. Leon rubbed his chin in thought before getting closer and whispering in a low voice only Edric could hear. Were you the one that poisoned me? No, are you be joking with me? Edric laughed dryly, while doing his best to remain calm, but his eyes couldn't help but changed as his heart shook at the question. Ha ha ha, yeah, just a joke. Leon didn't pry deeper. He noticed the small reaction Edric tried to hide with his keen eyes and got his answer. Edric was the culprit, Leon concluded. His two friends were probably also accomplice considering they were always together. Leon returned his previous spot to chat a bit before bidding farewell to his friends. Everyone was tired and wanted to head home for a more comfortable rest. No one wanted to spend their nights on the field. Lynn didn't say much as she thought Leon would stop her place later for another pill refining session. She could talk to him then when there are less people. Fatty Ben was a handful to deal with. Leon was hugged on the thighs by him and had a hard time peeling him off. Fatty Ben wanted him to take him in as a subordinate. Rachel didn't say much, although she had a lot on her mind. Looking at Leon's back disappearing into the distance, Rachel had a complicated look that had a mixture of surprise and disappointment. She had informed her mother, who was searching for her missing son-in-law, about Leon. Leon forgot to mention which orphanage he was from, and her mother had told her to ask Leon about it, but there is probably no longer a need to. Leon was a fire user like her. If it wasn't for the marriage contract between her and the prince, then Leon would have also been a good candidate for marriage with his excellent talent. The General Marquis gazed at the strategic map of the Great Wall region in front of him with a frown. What is the beasts planning? He pondered deeply. Ever since the first attack, they have not received a second one. One would assume that they would be attacked again considering the beasts' overwhelming strength, but not only have they not, there were no signs of them at all. Marquis Hendrik didn't dare to send another airship to venture deep into the wildlands to investigate, and only ordered the airships to scout the peripheries. They've already lost one airship and couldn't find any survivors. There were only a few corpses at the wreckage and many were still missing, of which they could not confirm whether dead or alive. They have no choice but to give up if the party was alive and escaped into the forest. They don't know what dangers lies within, and it would be unwise to search blindly. Dales, my friend, I hope you're still alive out there. Hendrik sighed at his decision to giving Dales the dangerous mission. But thanks to the contribution they made, the Great Wall garrison had ample time to prepare for the imminent battle. Hendrik could picture the beasts successfully scaling the wall if they had been caught off guard. Has there been any reports from the research team? Yes, General. A soldier present answered. Hendrik gave the soldier a silent acknowledgement to continue. From the study of beast carcasses, whether it is by evolution or transformation, the difference between human and beast have thinned and starting to become vague. Half of their bodies is no different to humans. What is meant is that the composition of their human parts is exactly like humans and not just the appearance. As for the truth behind their extraordinary strength, it has yet to be uncovered. What are your thoughts on these beasts compared to the past? Hendrik asked for the soldier's opinion. There was something peculiar about the beasts that he couldn't put his finger on. No. Why, yes, General. The soldier wasn't expecting the General Marquis to ask for his opinion, but he quickly recovered. He felt flattered for being valued. The beasts are very strange. Humans aren't physically strong compared to the beast, so for a beast to have half their body composed of human parts, logically, they should not have been as strong as full-fledged beasts of the past. But not only are they not any weaker, they are even stronger. The soldier noticed that the General Marquis wasn't pleased with his response, and figured that he had answered the wrong question. What he said was the same as not saying anything. It didn't mean anything at all. Humans can grow stronger physically through awakening without altering their form, so it wouldn't be surprising if the beast, who is practically half human, had a similar ability. What the General Marquis was asking was the soldier's thoughts on their half-human, half-beast appearance. I'm no scientist, but from a scientific perspective, I think it shouldn't be possible for beasts to evolve into humans. For a beast to have half-human appearance, it could only be through, the soldier continued, copulation between human and beast. Hendrik interjected. Yes. If that was the case, then that would mean there are other humans living outside of the human domain. That's impossible. All the humans have long evacuated behind the walls hundreds of years ago. A new voice interrupted. Brigadier General Rohan. The soldier saluted in greeting, seeing the person walking in. At ease. The soldier relaxed after the affirmation. It's rude to interrupt and not greet your immediate superior first, Rohan. Ha ha ha, rigid as usual. We've been pals for decades, loosen up, man. Never mind then. You claim it is impossible, but it's not like you lived through the past. How would you know what really happened in history? Hendrik was a bit helpless at his friend for being unconventional and not acting in a manner fitting for his position. Well, that was what was written in history. Besides, why did the humans not come to the wall to seek refuge if they were really left outside? Hendrik was speechless with his friend. He sounded confident in denying the possibility, but his reasoning was subpar and oversimplified. History was written by the people, and it could be changed by the people. Many years have passed, and no one would really know whether history was painted black or white unless they have lived through such an era or the truth was passed on by word of mouth. Continue with the report. Yes, General. The research team discovered that the bones and claws of the humanoid beasts are especially durable and sharp. They concluded that it could be used to craft better equipment and cold weapons. The blacksmiths are dying to get their hands on the material to play with. Send them the materials then. Hendrik had a weird look. Was that even something he had to delay with? Whatever the blacksmith made was for military use anyway and did not need his direct approval. Yes, what about the meat? Do we still sell it to the merchants? Out of the question. Burn it all. Hendrik waved off his hands. It was fine with the beast's meat they procured in the past, but not this time. That is 50% human meat. It would be considered cannibalism if people consume it. Yes, General. The soldier sighed in relief and left the room to carry out his order. So what brought you here? Shouldn't you be defending the south wall? Hendrik questioned. It was humanity's fortune that the human domain was enclosed by a steep mountain range, and there were only two mountain passes leading into it, a big one in the west and a small one in the south. The big mountain pass became the Great Wall, while the small one became the South Wall. Humanity did not have enough time and metal to build a pure wall of metal during the Great Retreat. If not for the steep mountain range acting as a natural barrier, the human domain of today would have long been overrun by beasts. Hahaha, the South Wall has never been attacked, and I heard you needed reinforcement, so here I am. That was in case of another full-blown war erupting. The beasts are acting strange and have not showed any signs of attacking again, despite the overwhelming strength they possessed. What if they went to attack your South Wall instead? Hendrik said in spite but froze right after. Hahaha, how is that possible? They never attacked the South before. What is your brain made of? Just because they haven't attacked the South Wall before doesn't mean they never will. Has the peaceful times in the South dulled your senses? Go get your ass back there. I'm letting you borrow one of my airships. Hendrik kicked him away. All right, I'll go. Rohan rubbed his bottoms. He couldn't hide the big grin on his face as he was leaving. Hendrik had never lent him an airship no matter how many times he had begged him in the past, but he willingly lent him one this time without him even asking. His trip here was not in vain. He didn't believe the South would ever be attacked. The South and West Wall were separated by thousands of miles. He thought that Hendrik was just too paranoid after being scared silly by some powerful unknown beast. Teacher Lena, are we still going to continue the lesson? Stella asked. No. Sorry, let's end the lesson here. Lena had been falling into a daze in the classroom. She didn't have the heart to teach. The classroom used to be filled with students, but now there was only 3 left. The rest had either been forced into their military service or requested leave and returned to their respective kingdoms. The 3 students were Stella and her bodyguards who attends classes with her. They have never experienced such shortage in students attending their classes before. The students usually decide to start their military service after completing their studies or taking a gap year before school commences, but never during their study. Seeing how things currently are, there is not much point in continuing to teach. Perhaps the dean would announce the suspension of classes soon. If a big war was coming their way, then everyone needed to contribute to the war efforts and not just the students. Luckily, Lena had just recently awakened and officially became a wood user. She already served her military service and remembered the military combat techniques. Coupled with a few family-exclusive techniques that her father recently taught her, she felt the need to train desperately hard. She didn't want to stay weak now that the opportunity to become strong had presented itself to her. She could picture Leon drifting out of her reach if she does not do her best to catch up to him. Having set her mind, she decided to find a quiet place to practice her techniques and hone her skills. Her father told her that wood users possess extraordinary self-healing abilities and were the ultimate undying fighters. When she was celebrating her awakening with her parents, her father started retelling the stories how glorious and hot-blooded their ancestors were in battle with their self-healing ability. But recalling that such a fighting style may not suit his daughter, he coughed awkwardly and told her to find her own path. Their ability has not been fully explored and still had a lot of potential. Their ancestors had only utilized their wood ability in the simplest manner. Who are you? Seeing a suspicious person clothed in black entering their nightclub, manager Doug was alerted. He felt the person came to cause trouble, considering the person was concealing their identity. Oh, it's me. Ah, boss, you are finally here. Manager Doug instantly recognized his voice. Leon had stopped by some stores and bought himself some new black outfit and bamboo hat to hide his identity. The color also blends well into the night. However, walking around in the open like he was doing, even if his identity was hidden, he stood out like a sore thumb. They moved to the underground floor to talk. How has my arrangements been progressing? There were a lot of resistance when we decided to cut off all our good source of money. A lot of the outer members have left the gang to join the other gangs. Our gang has weakened as a result, while our rival gangs have grown stronger. Let them leave. I don't need people who have forsaken their conscience for profits. Sooner or later, the other gangs will fall into my hands as well. If they do not know how to repent at that point, then they can all go to hell. The results were as he had expected. Has the things I ordered to you to fetch arrived yet? Yes, they are all stored in the vault below. On the second underground floor was the treasure vault, where the gang store all their collective valuables. Among the miscellaneous goods stored there was a pill cauldron, some herbs and a set of acupuncture needles like the one Lynn has. Good. The pill cauldron was something Leon wanted for convenience. He did not want to bother the Cromwell family every time he needed to refine pills. It was better that he had his own. He also wanted to open his own pill store, which would become the main source of revenue for the gang. He retrieved the 3 items into his world space, while manager Doug waited outside. It seems you weren't able to procure much herbs. Yes, boss. Most of the herbs in the hands of the merchant guilds. We were only able to purchase a limited number of herbs. The merchants sell most of their herbs to the noble alchemists. Unless we can establish a good relationship with the merchants, it would be difficult to increase our purchase quota. As their attention are mainly focused on nobles, they deign to do business with commoners. I see. You don't need to worry about this problem for now and can go attend to your own business. I will figure something out. Yes, boss. The underground floor had barely started on its renovation. Leon found himself a seat and started tapping on the table with his finger while he was thinking. He wasn't worried that once his pill store opened, his pills wouldn't be able to sell. His pills would be better than what is currently on the market. When news about their pills' excellent quality and effect spread throughout the capital, they would be selling like hot cakes. What was important was establishing a stable supply chain of raw ingredients. The ordinary herbs require a full day in his world space to upgrade to Tier 1 spirit herbs. Maybe he should forego the low-end market and focus on the high-end using hunger marketing. In any case, he would still need to pay a visit to one of the merchant guilds and persuade them to enter a deal with him. Leon took out the pill cauldron and started concocting some more true awakening pills. It was at this point that he realized how convenient it was to awaken as a fire user. He had absolute control over his fire, and it was much easier than searching for an earth fire to tame. 15 minutes later, 12 high-quality Tier 1 pills were successfully refined. The amount and quality of his pill concoction had improved by a huge leap. He divided the 12 pills evenly and stored it in 2 different bottles. He would send one bottle to the old man later. He could rely on the Cromwell's connection for his supply of raw ingredients, but it would put a strain on their liquidity if he wants to purchase large volumes of rare herbs through them. The Cromwell family is rich, but they wouldn't be making any money out of this deal. The pill he supplies them are used to strengthen themselves and weren't sold outside. So they are taking money out of their pockets to purchase the herbs. Taking out too much would affect their own businesses. It was better to depend on himself in dealing with the merchants. Once the money starts rolling in, he could rely on the Cromwell's connection then to establish another supply chain for his pill store. He wasn't planning to refine every single pill the store would sell. It would tire him out and he didn't have that much free time. He plans to train some people who would do the refining when he finds some suitable candidates. Boss, Miss Arya is here again. Manager Doug came back and reported. All right, I'll go see her. The underground floor was restricted to gang members and related matters. It wasn't a suitable place to receive guests. Leon headed back to the ground floor. You're here, come. Leon smiled, seeing the familiar person with her face covered. He took upstairs into the same room they met last night. The door has already been fixed. Arya blushed underneath her cover as her thoughts starts to run wild. Why did he take her to this room again? Did he want to do that with her? She had a mixture of uneasiness and anticipation. Since others had seen her face, it was better give her first time to someone she liked than someone she didn't. This going to hurt a bit. You can close your eyes if you are scared. Leon took off his bamboo hat and laid her on the bed. She did as he said and closed her eyes as her face started growing red like a tomato and her heart beating rapidly. Leon took out his new set of acupuncture needles and prepared to perform treatment on her. He couldn't read her expression under the cover of her hair, but she was bound to be disappointed in some sense. The first needle pricked the skin on her throat and the slight pain startled her awake. She realized she had misunderstood his intentions and couldn't help feeling embarrassed at herself for thinking in such a way. She remembered that he said he could treat her voice problem. Her mind wasn't as innocent and pure as she thought. She feared that Leon would see through her thoughts and tried to cover her face with more hair. Don't move. Leon frowned at her movements. It would be counterproductive if his needles were misplaced due to her careless movements, maybe even life-threatening. The art of acupuncture isn't to be taken lightly. Arya's movements froze at Leon's strict words. Good girl. Stay still. Leon started picking up speed and inserted another 8 needles around her vocal cord area and gave light flicks. He was using the 9 pulsating needle technique to fix her vocal cord deformity. Luckily, the problem wasn't innate but caused during childbirth. His hands would have been tied if she was born with the disability to talk. The treatment process ended shortly and seemed very simple, but it was not. Leon removed the needles and fed her an all-purpose healing pill to reinforce the readjustment. Done. You can open your eyes and try talking. He helped her sat up. Ow, Arya tried to speak, but she wasn't unable to form any words. She was akin to a baby learning how to speak for the first time. No rush. Take your time. Leon smiled. Sound was coming out of her mouth, meaning her vocal cords were working. She couldn't speak yet, but her voice was soothing and very angelic. It was very pleasant to hear. Arya was surprised at her own voice. So this is what I sound like. She felt very touched as tears began trailing down her face unknowingly. She can finally talk. She pulls Leon onto the bed with her and cling onto him tightly. Thank you. With Leon's strength, there's no way he could have been pulled by Arya if he wanted to resist. He just let her pull him. She seemed very emotional, so he gave her some gentle head rub. Do you want to become strong so no one can bully you? Leon whispered into her ears. Ah, woo woo. Arya nodded her head repeatedly when she couldn't convey her answer through speech. Her answer was very cute. All right. Swallow this. Leon popped a true awakening pill into her mouth. The effects of the pill varied from person to person. Some awakened shortly while some awakened later, but there was no doubt that it would happen within the day. Arya unwittingly fell asleep in his arms after swallowing the pill. He wanted to get up but realized that she was still holding on to him tightly even when she is asleep. Leon laid back down and continued enjoying the warm cuddle. It wasn't bad having a beauty lay in his arms. He wouldn't go out of his way to pursue a beauty, but if they want to be his women whilst understanding that he may not be able to give them the love they wish, then he would not reject them. He decided to put away his work and silently cultivate in his current position with his eyes closed. Knock knock. The door knocks interrupted Leon's training as he opened his eyes. Come in. Boss, we have trouble. Manager Doug came in urgent news. Leon signaled for him to wait with his hands. Leon had already gotten up. His movements in addition to Manager Doug's loud voice roused Arya awake. What time is it? Arya yawned while rubbing her eyes and exposing part of her fairy-like face. A trace of lightning briefly flashed by in her eyes. A slight blush was still present on her face that would suggest that she had a very pleasant dream during her short-hour nap. She was only half awake and had not realized that words had been articulated correctly while asking. Leon silently admired her as if he was seeing a rare creature. Sensing the energy fluctuation inside her, he already knew that she had finished awakening. But as for people awakening during their nap, she was probably the first. About 8 p.m. Leon smiled as her rubbed a trace of saliva from her cheeks. His action made her blood boil, painting her cheeks red from blushing. She was now fully awake and realized that not only had she fallen asleep, she had been clinging onto Leon and drooling on him. How embarrassing was that? She really wanted to find a hole to hide in. She was good at hiding her emotions, but for some reason it couldn't be hidden when she's in front of Leon. She tried to put on her usual cold face, but the blush was plain as day. Congratulations on awakening. Now you have the power to protect yourself from regular thugs. There's no need for you hide your fa. The hands brushing the hair covering her face away froze when he saw the cold eyes stared at him with blushed cheeks. The combination of the two made her expression appear as that of anger. Never mind. You can keep hiding it if you don't like. He covered her face back with both hands before scratching his head in confusion. He wasn't sure why she looked so angry. PFT Hahala. Arya found it hard to maintain facade and broke into laughter under his antics. Her voice rang out like pleasant chimes that left them spellbound. Her laughter made him even more confused. Manager Doug found it hard to remain calm when he saw her beauty in that brief moment and listening to her fairy-like voice. He could understand why the previous fat noble was desperate to bed her. Even he found himself tempted, but when remembered who else was in the room, he dared not continue entertaining the thought like he was splashed with cold water. Boss is a dragon among men. Only someone like Miss Arya is worthy of boss. Manager Doug gulped and started bootlicking. He didn't find it humiliating at all that a 40-year-old man like himself had to bootlick a young man under 20. The underworld was governed by the strong. Whoever had the bigger fist had the bigger say. Enough. What are the troubles? Speak. The other neighboring gangs have caught wind of gangs' diminishing influence and begun encroaching upon our territory. Arlo and Gower had went to handle the situation, but they were sent back with heavy injuries. Leon's expression darkened at the news. Humanity faced threats from the outside while being corrupted from within. He had not went to find trouble with the other gangs, yet they have came knocking on his doors for trouble. Since they have chosen to walk through the path to hell, he will help send them on the way. He did not fear the noble houses backing the two adjacent gangs. He might have hesitated if he was still an early-stage tempered body, but he was already a middle-stage tempered body and deemed himself to have sufficient strength to stand tall in the capital. He would do the kingdom a favor by ridding the tumor plaguing the capital. Only when they are united from within would they be able to stand strong against outside threats. Arya was sensible enough not to interrupt the serious talk and only snuggled next to Leon quietly like a little kitten. She had never been in a relationship and had no precedent to define her relationship with Leon. They had just slept on the same bed in each other's arms. Are we lovers now? Arya thought childishly. Manager Doug, you can send these 2 pills to Arlo and Gower to take. It will heal their injuries. As for these awakening pills, you may take one and give the rest to some trustworthy core members. Leon handed him some all-purpose healing pills and a bottle with the 5 true awakening pills. His action of leaving the pills in Manager Doug's hands to manage was not a testament of his trust in him but another test. Ordinary awakening pills had poor efficiency and may require the intake of more than 1 pill for a person to awakening. His pills, however, had 100% success rate of awakening. He would easily know if Manager Doug were keeping extra pills for himself when he checks the number of awakeners in the gang. Why yes, boss. Manager Doug received the pills with trembling hands. He was shocked at how freely the boss had given him the pills, as if he was giving out cabbages, and was overwhelmed. He did not doubt that the pills were fake, as there was no reason for the boss to cheat him. Manager Doug was unaware of the difference between the awakening pill on the market and the one in his hand. He would have broken out into cold sweats if he was planning to and found out later. Leon originally wanted to reward the more principled members with the pills over time, but time did not wait for him. His gang was significantly weaker than the other gangs without him, and he would be worked to death if he had to deal every problem that appeared in the gang. He was not that free. His previous promises were empty words without solid evidence. He was aware some members only continue staying in the gang because they feared his power and wasn't convinced that he would provide the benefits he promised them. Only by letting them see the solid benefits for themselves would they be motivated to put in their best efforts to work for him and lower the chance of them betraying him. Having died once due to betrayal, he understood that it is difficult to see through a person's heart, and if he didn't want people to betray him, he mustn't give them the chance to. He decided to forget about their past crimes if they have learnt to turn over a new leaf, treating the people well and work for him honestly. Someone would have rolled over in his grave if he knew of Leon's decision. Leon inquired the location of the conflicts before allowing Manager Doug to go hand out the pills. I will be busy and will not be able to accompany you further tonight. Leon brought Arya's forehead towards his own and mentally transmitted some martial techniques for her to practice with. Arya widened her eyes in surprise at Leon's miraculous ability. She had always remembered him being different to others, but never knew he was so mysterious. What exactly has Leon experienced in the years she had not seen him? These techniques will help you become strong if you train hard. With that, Leon put on his bamboo hat and left without waiting for her reply, and left behind a dazed Arya. The information she received in head was as clear as day and would not be easily forgotten in a long time. Only when Leon disappeared from her sight did her expression change into a firm determination to become strong. She didn't know how strong Leon was, but she would have to train really hard if she wished to continue staying by his side for the days to come. She also wants to stay by his side openly without having to conceal her looks. She was a girl blessed with fairy-like beauty. She wanted to be able to look beautiful in front of the one she likes. In the night skies, Leon was seen dashing through rooftop buildings towards the northwesternmost part of the Western Lower District, with great speed to deal with the Azure Wolf gang first. If medicine was his forte, running was his next best. In the past, he was weak at combat. In a world ruled by the laws of the jungle, in order to save others, they must first learn to save themselves. Actually, during his period of debauchery, he had not only slept with women from brothels, but also other people's wives. It was a skill born out of necessity whenever he was caught red-handed, as the husband would not give a rat ass about his status in their rage. He was long since taught a lesson by his father, and was no longer the debauchee he was back then. Leon thought he could avoid other people's attention by traveling on rooftop, but he was still detected by some people on the rooftops in the borderline upper district. These people had trained to adapt their eyes to the night, and was able to discover the abnormality moving in the lower district despite the distance due to the altitude difference between the upper and lower districts. Leon's speed was fast enough to startle these figures. "Who is that?" a figure in black asked. "An expert." The leader squinted his eyes and said, thinking the person was someone like them. They quickly stop observing when Leon turned his gaze in their direction. What scary perception! If Leon knew there was people like these who thought his movement skill was those of an expert assassin instead of a runaway thief in his past life, he would have been overjoyed. The debauched period was not something he'd like to remember and should be buried in the past. In the past, the commoners had a very stable lifestyle, but everything went downhill after the Queen's indefinite seclusion, abandoning oversight of kingdom affairs. The remaining nobles were fearful of the Queen and did not act out of line at first. But over time, her presence weakened with her long absence, and the courage of nobles grew. The reason the nobles had willingly relinquished their territories and allowed the centralization of the kingdom to carry out so smoothly was because to them, feudal power was not a tangible compared to the existence of awakening. It was considered an external force that was reliant on the obedience and loyalty of others. Only their own personal strength was genuine. In order to enhance that strength, a large amount of wealth was required. Although nobles had profitable businesses that provided them with the wealth to afford awakening pills, it was never enough to satisfy their insatiable greed. They started eyeing the wealth of commoners. They did not dare to act openly and only plotted behind the scenes. The birth of gangs was the result of their money-making scheme. When the other nobles noticed the immense wealth being raked in, the temptation it brought outweighed their apprehension. When other nobles start joining, more and more are tempted to join, and the original big pie was divided into smaller and smaller slices among the nobles. To increase the profits, the gangs were driven to come up with newer methods to exploit the commoners, and it eventually spiraled out of control with all sorts of crimes and evil being committed. When the funds enter the upper district, they do not circulate back into the lower district, and the economy of the lower district was severely affected. The poor becomes poorer while the rich became stronger. In the end, the one who profited the most were the alchemist who refines the awakening pills. The Fortune Soaring Hall was one of the gambling dens under control of the previous Black Snake Gang. Not many knew that the gang had recently been renamed as Golden Lion Gang. The building had 3 floors, with only the first floor was fully open to the public. The second floor was reserved for VIPs, and the top floor was only accessible by gang members. Although business at the Fortune Soaring Hall was no longer thriving like it once was, it was still profitable. But today, business was halted after the Red Salamander Gang occupied the first floor and chased away all the unrelated people. All the Golden Lion Gang members were rounded up into one corner, bruised and battered. Don't be stubborn, Beckett. The Black Snake is finished. You can retain your position in the Fortune Soaring Hall if you swear your loyalty to the Red Salamander. A core member of the Golden Lion Gang shouted. Beckett gritted his teeth while wiping the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth and stared daggers at the person he once called brother. He replied with only one question: why did you betray your brothers and join the enemy? Betray? The person shook his head. This does not count as betrayal. I have always been part of the Red Salamander Gang. So you have been a spy right from the start. Had our brotherhood always been a joke to you? Beckett raged. You're wrong. While our allegiance had always differed from one another, the brotherhood we shared during my time in the gang was genuine. That's why I am giving you the choice to join us. Your position remains unchanged, only your boss will change. Why must you stubbornly reject my offer and embrace death? You will die if you don't us. That goes for all of you. The person roared at Beckett and the gang members behind him. Genuine. What a joke. If I knew you were a spy, I would have never called you my brother. The boss will avenge me should I fall today. Why you stew? That's enough, Calvert. His choice has been made firm and resolutely. The Red Salamander Gang's boss, Alroy, interrupted. This is yes, boss. Calvert retreated behind the boss. His words had no effect on Beckett, and he had used up his time convincing. The boss must have ran out of patience. Still, I'm quite curious. Your boss is just a kid who is still wet behind the ears without any backing. The only backing your gang had was already offended and chased away by that kid. What does the kid have that made you willing to die for him than betray him? Alroy was intrigued by Beckett's resolution. In their line of business, there is a heavy emphasis on loyalty. But when push comes to shove, loyalty meant nothing in the face of life and death. Towards Alroy's curiosity, Beckett sneered. All I can say is you are too naive if you think my boss has no backing when he possessed great strength at his age, and have no fear of those unscrupulous noble families. I can see that the boss is a person who abhors evil and leans towards the side of righteousness. It is better to die proudly under such a boss than to live slightly longer only to die a dog's death under his hand. Beckett was all too clear on the outcome of his choices. All the Corps members were experienced fighters. He could tell that Leon was inexperienced at fighting back in the nightclub, but his great strength and speed made up for his lack of experience. Besides, Leon was also still young and his potential was limitless. PH, you think that kid can kill all of us here? Alroy felt rising anger for being looked down upon. At most, the kid should be at the third step like him. However, he had over a dozen years of battle experience and was obviously the stronger one. The kid would be defeated easily before anyone could be killed. Beckett gave him a look of disdain. He did not reply with words, but his answer was clear. Since none of you are willing to join my gang, then you can all die. Alroy roared with raised hand as a fireball appeared above his palm and grew larger at a visible rate. He was a rare fire user that did not belong to any of the noble families of fire. With his red hair and ability, he was known as the Red Salamander for a reason. Wait. Most members closed their eyes to welcome death, but some were unwilling to resign to the death and scrambled to the front. We are willing to join your gang, boss. It's too late to join now. Alroy did not care for these few men. Although he lacked subordinates to manage the West Lower District once they'd taken control over it, he did not need useless and irresolute men who only decide when death stares them in the face. Nausea. When Alroy was about to release his giant fireball and burn the whole lot to death, a painful scream came from behind him. Turning around in alarm, he saw a person in black standing near the front entrance with an arm in each of his hands. My arms! The subordinate wailed painfully on the ground after having his arms suddenly ripped from his body. Who are you? Alroy focused his sole attention on the person with his guard up. As for his subordinate on the ground, he did not care. A crippled person was a useless person. He did not need the subordinate since he had become useless. He was a ruthless leader. He did not care for any past sentiments they may have shared either. You came to my territory to cause trouble, and yet you ask who I am. Boss. Beckett's eyes lit up. He could not see his face, but he recognized his voice. He was excited that the boss had arrived on time to save them. Actually, Leon had arrived earlier from the second-floor windows and overheard the latter half of their conversation from a blind spot. He wanted to see his men's loyalty and who was prone to betray him. He would rather have a small group of powerful and loyal elites than raise a large group of riffraffs mixed in his gang. He could have arrived sooner, but he had gotten lost earlier due to his unfamiliarity with the area. So you are the new kid boss around here. Alroy smirked and loosened his guard when the identity of the other party had been determined. The remaining 19 Corps members retreated to sides in fear after witnessing Leon's brutality, clearing a path between the two bosses. The armless subordinate's heart turned cold when he saw his boss's attitude and his brothers worrying about themselves and abandoning him. The 20 Corps members present was only a third of Alroy's total Corps members. The rest had stayed behind to guard their territory in the North Lower District against the White Ferret Gang in the East Lower District. Leon was an abnormality that had disrupted the balance that existed between the previous 4 gangs and initiated a fierce power struggle. The Golden Lion Gang was connected to the Red Salamander's territory in the north and the Azure Wolf's territory in the south. Only the White Ferret Gang was not connected to the Golden Lion Gang. The White Ferret Gang would take the opportunity to attack one of their 2 gangs if they maneuvered a majority their men to take over the Golden Lion Gang's territory. Alroy was aware of that possibility and made contingency for it. Leon was displeased when he was called a kid and stomped down on the wailing subordinate's head, splattering gray matter and blood everywhere. Bastard! Alroy raged and fired the giant fireball at Leon. Although he did not care for the subordinate's life, the subordinate was after all an official member of his gang. Leon's action was no different to not putting him in his eyes and slapping his face. During the earlier clash between the two gangs, the Fortune Soaring Hall had already been turned upside down with all sorts of broken chairs and tables, gambling chips and playing cards scattered everywhere. There was no obstruction between the two bosses as the fireball was shot straight at Leon, unimpeded. There was only calmness in Leon's eyes as he faced the incoming fireball. With one hand raised, the fireball was stopped, albeit not as easily done as earlier in the day. The intensity of the flame was more or less at the same level, but Alroy's fireball was larger compared to Sean's. There was a stronger impact force. Nevertheless, it was still not strong enough to budge Leon's position in the slightest, nor the intensity of the flame was high enough to burn his hand. Like two magnets coming together, the fireball did not explode on impact and was quickly tamed under Leon's control. What? Alroy's eyes almost popped out its sockets. How was your hand not wasted? The scene of Leon catching his fireball shocked him deeply. Being a third-step fire user, Alroy was aware that the advancement of his strength also comes with a higher degree of resistance against fire, but even he would be burned by his own fire if he did not control it properly. The other party had to be a fire user 3 steps stronger than himself to be able to remain completely unscathed from his fire. From the information provided by Calvert, the person in front of him was only around 17-18 years old. What was the concept of 6-step Awakener under 20? He thought it was impossible even if he just saw it with his own eyes. What tricks did you use, boy? Alroy questioned him aggressively while making a defensive stance. Although he believed it was impossible for the Leon to be at the 6th step, he at least believed he was not simple and wasn't stupid enough to underestimating him. Underestimating your enemies always comes with a price. Driggs ho. Even if there were tricks, why should I tell you? Leon's voice had a hint of disappointment in them. His high resistance was bolstered by his initial success 5-element body. He thought he could shatter his opponent's fighting spirit by displaying an overwhelming difference in strength. It would save him some efforts and time in killing the boss if his fighting spirit was shattered, but his way of thinking was too naive. When the truth is too absurd, people tend to deny and come up with a more believable possibility. But even if Alroy believed Leon was a 6-step Awakener, he would not have given up so easily. He had climbed on top of a mountain of bones to be the boss of the Red Salamander gang he is today. Allowing the opponent to successfully intimidate him was equivalent to losing half the battle and could be further equate to throwing away his life. Alroy had asked in the spur of the moment if Leon spilled his secrets so easily just because he asked, then he was an idiot. He felt stupid for asking a stupid quesadin. Alroy looked at his men and barked. Surround him. His men would not be able to put up a fight should Leon charge at them, but Alroy just wanted to give him the pressure of being surrounded. Futile efforts. In Leon's eyes, such action was pointless. A bunch of ants would not be able to shake an elephant. These people all had very dense bloody aura. A lot of innocent lives must have been lost at their hands with grievance. He wasn't going to let any of them live. Leon raised the giant fireball high above his head. No one knew what Leon was going to do, but they did not stop him. They didn't want to jump out and be the target of Leon's fireball, including the boss. Alroy didn't want to suffer from his own attack. He was ready to jump out of the way if Leon decided to toss the fireball back at him. But Alroy had some level of confidence that Leon would not do that because his own men is right behind him. The fireball in the air started deforming and be compressed into a weird shape. It only took a few seconds before the final form of the fireball was clear. It had become a long, solid, fiery scythe. What could be a better weapon than a scythe for reaping lives? Careful. The moment Leon grabbed the scythe, Alroy immediately dropped to the floor. He tried to warn the others, but they did not have the time to react. They were all skilled fighters, but their reaction time and speed could not be compared to an Awakened. A circular swing was complete in a split second, and all the men surrounding Leon was dissected in half easily like a hot knife through butter. *T. 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 I'll kill you. Alroy was so mad for the loss of his core members, but did not make any move despite what he said. He was at a disadvantage. He could not condense a weapon of fire like Leon. The Red Salamander gang would be severely weakened after this loss. He regretted being greedy for more territory. Leon just stared at him with a mocking smile for all bark and no bite, but immediately frowned at the fiery scythe in his hand. It had lost its edge after the one swing. It was not solid enough to retain its shape. Leon could also feel the temperature of the flame dropping, but he thought this was natural. He was still at the first step, while Alroy was at the third step. His fire would not be as hot, so the heat of the scythe would continue to drop until it reached his level. He concluded that it wasn't viable to use his fire ability as a substitute for his weapon. He needed to get himself a real weapon, otherwise he would be at a disadvantage when fighting someone of similar strength. What's wrong? If you're not coming at me, then I will come to you. Leon dashed towards Alroy. Alroy's face was ugly, but there was nothing else he could do but try his best to defend against Leon's attacks and look for an opportunity to escape. This was outside his ability. He underestimated the kid far too much. How was this a kid? This was a little monster. He would need the noble families backing his gang to intervene. Although his idea was good, Leon did not give him the opportunity. Alroy gritted his teeth as he dodges each consecutive swings of Leon's fire scythe. It was missing its edge, so it was more appropriate to call it a fire staff now. Alroy was unable to perfectly dodge each attack and suffered burns. He was good at close combat, but Leon's weapon and speed easily suppressed him and didn't give him an opportunity to counterattack. Wait, can you let me go? I will never step into your territory again, Alroy said while continuing to dodge the blows. He decided to let down his pride and plead for mercy. No, Leon sneered, his words could not be trusted. He would call for his noble backing if he let him leave. Leon also had other plans for Alroy. He continued chasing after Alroy and dishing out blows, weakening him in the process. Vug. Alroy was slowly covered in burns and his movements became sloppy and slower. He suddenly came to an abrupt stop. His body couldn't keep up anymore and gave in. Leon wasn't expecting him to stop so suddenly, and his last blow sent Alroy flying in the direction of the entrance. Leon stunned. Beckett and the men were stunned. Alroy was also stunned after he landed but coughed up blood right after. The last blow had injured his organs badly. Were the heavens toying with him? What sort of cruel joke was this? His opportunity to escape finally came, but he no longer had the strength to run. Seeing the red salamander was finally defeated, Beckett and the men cheered. Lou, boss is amazing. They had been awed by the boss's strength and uncanny usage of his ability. No one had thought of compressing their ability into a weapon before. Leon ignored the gang member's compliment and went over to completely cut off Alroy's chances of escaping through hitting his acupoints. Only when Alroy's fate was sealed did he turn back to face the gang members. None of the gang members could tell what kind of expression Leon was making with his bamboo hat covering his face, but some of the members started feeling uneasy. These people were the ones that chose to betray his gang at the last moment. The moment you chose to betray the gang, you no longer belong here. Leon's voice was cold and stern. The few traitors' hearts jumped at his cold words. They thought Leon was going to kill them off as well, but they were relieved by Leon's following words. Get lost. The traitors got up and left the fortune-soaring hall with their heads down. They were too ashamed to ask for forgiveness and a second chance to stay in the gang. At the most critical point, they had chosen to cling to life pathetically than to die proudly as a Golden Lion gang member. They felt regret for not persisting for just a little bit longer. They could have been part of something great. They had a faint feeling that the boss was going to fight all the villainous nobles for the stability of Lower District in the future. Although they can longer be a part of it, they will not join the other gangs. After the near-death experience, they had realized they weren't suited for underworld life. They decided to go back to their families and live their life honestly. The others still in the gang thought it was a pity considering they were forced to betray them. Leon already knew that. That's why he didn't kill them. But they lost their qualification to remain part of the gang. He didn't want those with weak wills and would surrender to pressure. The gang was still weak but already have many strong enemies. Keeping them would be like keeping a time bomb. Lancaster Mansion. Rachel was walking down the dark corridor back to her room after having used the bathroom. Even though she was a goddess on campus, she was still a human at the end of the day. Like everyone else, she had to answer it when nature calls. There was no shame in it. On her way back, she noticed there was still light in the room with a half-opened door. It was her mother's study room. "What's Mum doing up this late?" Rachel decided to check on her mum. Opening the door, she saw her mum sitting at her desk, reading through a pile of reports with a frown. Putting down the report in her hand, Amelia rubbed her temples before noticing Rachel by the door. "What are just standing around there for, my little girl?" "It's getting late. You should be in bed," Amelia said with a smile, relaxing her frown. "Mum, I told you. I'm not little anymore." Rachel pouted as she made her over and hug her mum's arm while glancing at the bunch of report papers on the desk. "What seems to be troubling you so much, Mum?" Hearing her daughter's question, Amelia let out a long sigh along with her accumulated stress. "I originally thought I had a good lead on the whereabouts of the missing prince, but the only clue we had ended right where it started." "What do you mean it ended where it started, Mum?" Rachel asked, although she wasn't interested in where the missing prince was and hoped he was never found. However, she also did not want to see her mother so troubled and want to share some of the burden. She was not happy with her parents arranging her marriage, but she still loves her parents dearly just as they love her. She also understands that things cannot continue like this. With the king in coma and the queen without the heart to rule, the kingdom was slowly falling apart. Things would only turn for the better if the prince was found. "I told you previously that we found out that the prince was sent to an orphanage during the chaos 17 years ago. Originally, it shouldn't be hard to find the prince if we can locate the right orphanage and inquire the people working there about it, but none of the orphanages are open anymore. The people there are all gone. Every one of them." At this point, Amelia had a look of extreme hatred and disgust in her eyes. Such a look startled Rachel greatly. She had never seen her mother express such look of loathing and disgust at anything before. Was this still her gentle and kind mother? Seeing her daughter's startled expression, she smiled wryly. "As you know, the orphanages are completely dependent on donations from the people to remain in operation. This was not supposed to be a problem for our people because we are a wealthy kingdom. There are plenty of generous and kind people who would donate for the well-being of these children. Even rich merchants and nobles participate in fundraising and charitable events for these orphanages to raise their public images." "That's a good thing." Rachel was confused. It sounds like they receive plenty of donations, so why did they all close? However, those donations stopped coming in for many years. Instead, people even take the money from the orphanages. Amelia sighed with a clenched fist that was visibly shaking, showing her agitation. "What? Who dares to steal donation money from the orphanages?" Rachel felt angry for the children. Were they forced to starve? And where did they all go now? Who else but the nobles that raised the donation money? Amelia did her best to keep her temper under control. The nobles participated in events to promote their images for their own self-interest. It wouldn't be strange if they ordered people take the money back secretly if they did not actually want to give away such a large amount of money. What made her extremely angry was how ignorant they have been of the evil befalling the lower district in all these years. Nobles had their own circle in the upper district and rarely visit the lower district unless they are leaving the capital or have business to attend there. She had personally paid a visit the lower district to check the orphanages, and she had noticed that although things looked normal on the surface, there was no vitality in lower district. She had paid a visit to her best friend, the Queen, to update her on her findings, and they had shared what they have uncovered together. They knew the nobles were corrupted, but they didn't realize how deep the corruption ran until now. All sorts of evil had taken place in the lower district in the name of profits. Hallucinogens like the fantasy pill and forced protection money were just on the lighter side of things. There were forced prostitution, human and organ trafficking as well. The kingdom was just a shell of its former glory. The children were most likely sold off to the other kingdoms as slaves, or are already dead from having their organs excessively harvested. When the queen thought that her son might be one of those children, she was driven nearly insane and almost stormed out of the palace and washed the upper district in blood. She was ready to kill 10,000 innocents, then let any of the guilty ones escape unscathed. Amelia had taken a lot of effort to calm the queen down. Inside the Palace of Metals, the queen who is at the ninth step was omnipotent. Outside the palace, however, was an entirely different matter. No one really knows how strong the corrupted nobles have grown, or how much of their true strength were shown on the surface. The queen could very much lose her life if she acted rashly, not to mention the many innocent lives that could be lost. The queen's rage was not completely quelled, and she had given Amelia a single condition. Elizabeth had given her 2 weeks to find her son, otherwise she would be out for blood. With such little time to find someone who had been missing for 17 years, it wasn't strange for Amelia to be stressing over it in her study room. When Rachel learnt of the details of the events that had been happening in the shadows of the capital from her mother, she felt the world had suddenly become very dark. "Go to sleep. I'll be fine," Amelia said with a smile, but there was a hint of fatigue under her eyes. Rachel hesitated. She wanted to help relieve her mother's burden so she could rest. Suddenly, she remembered about Leon. "Mum, maybe Leon can help with your investigation. He was raised in an orphanage when he was young and might know a thing or two." Rachel suggested with some hesitation. Amelia smacked her head in realization. "I would have really forgotten about this friend of yours if you had not mentioned it. You should bring him over to our home tomorrow." "What? You want me to bring him over tomorrow?" Rachel was astonished. She thought her mother would just ask her to inquire Leon about the matter. She didn't think her mother would want to meet and question him herself. She must be frantic about the missing prince's matter. Rachel felt panicky at the thought of bringing Leon to her home. "What? You don't want to bring him over? Are you hiding something from your mother?" Amelia said with a sly smile. "No. We are just friends." Rachel's cheeks felt hot, and her heart wanted to leap out of her chest under her mother's inquisitive gaze. Being friends is good, but don't overstep the boundary. You are after all engaged to the prince. It would not be pretty if words get out that you were seeing someone else. Her mother warned her. "I understand. I will return to my room to rest first." Rachel felt tired and sad at the mention of her engagement. She wondered why her parents was so adamant when it comes to the arranged marriage, yet they spoil her when it comes to other matters. "Let me go." When Rachel left, Amelia thought of something and pulled out one of her desk's drawer, took out a small sandalwood box and opened it. Inside was only a single item, a jade pendant in the shape of a divine bird called the phoenix. She didn't know if such a bird exists, but it was something she was meant to give to her daughter a long time ago. Long ago, when life was still simple, the two pairs from the Duke family and the royal family went on a relaxation trip together and encountered a mysterious old man who was traveling by himself. They thought it was dangerous for an old man to travel by himself and offered help only to realize the old man was a master and didn't need any. However, their goodwill allowed them to form karmic ties with the old man. The old man said it was fated that they have met and broke a dragon and phoenix jade into two halves, and gifting one half to each of them for their future son and daughter. The old man profoundly said that the union of dragon and phoenix will help them change the fate of their race before disappearing into the skies. Although the two couples felt incredulous at the turn of event and how unbelievable the old man's words were, considering how prosperous the kingdom was at the time, they ultimately chose to believe in the old man's words after witnessing his godly ability to fly without the help of the wind elements. The decision for the arranged marriage between their future offspring was a result of that fateful meeting. Looking at the mess the Fortune Soaring Hall had become, it would take a few days of renovation before business could be resumed. "Tend to your wounds and clean up the place," Leon ordered his men. "Yes, boss." It was fortunate that the Red Salamander gang had gone easy on them and only light beating, and minor cuts were suffered. If the Red Salamander gang didn't have the intention to recruit them, then they would have already been dead by the time Leon arrived. "What do we do about Red Salamander gang members outside?" Beckett asked. "Leave them be. They will scatter on their own when news of their boss being defeated are spread by the traitors that left," Leon said as he made his way over to Alroy. "Just give me a quick death." Alroy had already resigned himself to his fate the moment he was immobilized. The loser falls while the winner takes all. Leon gave him a silent look before crushing all the bones in his limbs, effectively crippling him. Alroy wailed like a pig being slaughtered. He was already suffered severe burns, and Leon's action was like pouring salt on his wounds. Even someone durable to pain could not help but wail in pain. Just kill me. Why the need to humiliate me? Beckett and the gang members felt a chill up their spine. The boss was ruthless to hit someone when they're already down. They thanked their lucky stars their boss was not their enemy. Leon knocked Alroy unconscious to silence him and handed him over to Beckett and the others. Send him over to manager Doug at the Deadly nightclub to manage after you guys are done here. You will all receive an awakening pill when this is all over. Yes, boss. They weren't sure what the boss's intentions were for keeping the red salamander alive, but they complied, while feeling excited about the awakening pill. The fiery scythe was reduced to the size of a baton in his hands. Seeing that it had no further use, Leon tightened his grip and dispersed the compressed fire into the air before leaving the fortune-soaring hall. The gang members heaved a sigh of relief after Leon was gone. They felt both fortunate and fearful to follow such a boss, one who is good to his own people and ruthless to his enemies. If he was not ruthless towards his enemy, then he would be ruthless to himself. Being merciful to one's enemies was the same as giving them a chance to bite back. The Golden Lion Gang's territory was being attacked on two fronts. Leon had only just resolved one of them. The opposite side was attacked by the Azure Wolf Gang. Leon had no time to waste, as he utilized his best movement techniques to rush over at his quickest speed. Since Leon had taken over the Golden Lion Gang and became their boss, he was responsible for their lives. However, he was the only one capable of stopping the advances of the other gangs. Even if he was powerful, he could only handle the problems one step at a time. He was only one person. The Azure Wolf Gang had chosen to attack their Grand Serenity Hotel. Unlike other business owned by the original Black Snake Gang, the Grand Serenity Hotel was the only legitimate business that did not involve dirty money. Leon wasn't sure if the people there were still alive or if they have defected into the Azure Wolf Gang, but he swears to avenge them if they were killed. The inside situation was unclear to Leon as Arlo was defeated at the entrance and forced to retreat before the situation inside was known. Over at the Grand Serenity Hotel, a pile of dead bodies was seen stacked in one corner. The blood dripping from their body was still fresh, indicating that they have been killed not long ago. These bodies all belonged to members of the Golden Lion Gang. 4 were ordinary while 1 was a core member. The core member was also the manager of the Grand Serenity Hotel. In another corner, a bunch of normal workers were seen shivering in fear. They were spared because weren't part of the Golden Lion Gang, and they were needed to continue the hotel's operations. Boss, why did we kill all the Black Snake Gang members? Wasn't it better to recruit them? One of the core Azure Wolf Gang members asked. The Azure Wolf Osmond lit up a cigarette, while he was surrounded by 20 core members of his gang who were waiting for his answer. Like the Red Salamander, the Azure Wolf had mobilized the same amount of men for the same cautiousness he had against the White Ferret Gang. Osmond did not reply immediately, but took a deep puff of his cigarette before exhaling. There was no need to. If they can betray their own gang, then they can also betray us. They can't be trusted. It was better to just kill them off and rid ourselves of future worries. What the boss said makes sense. The core members all agreed with Osmond's logic. Besides, recruiting them would just mean more mouths to feed and less resource to be shared among ourselves. Osmond added. The men all felt an illusionary cold breeze at his words and kept quiet. Their gang was much smaller than the Red Salamander because everyone in their gang was a core member. They minimized their numbers to maximize their earnings. They did not need weaklings, and only the capable it allowed to join their gang. Finishing the rest his cigarettes, Osmond flicked the cigarette butt to the side and stood up. Ready yourselves. We are going to kill our way through the rest of the Black Snake Gang. Osmond did not plant spies in the Black Snake Gang like the Red Salamander did, and naturally did not know that it has been renamed to Golden Lion Gang. He also did not know that they had a new powerful boss either. He had only received word from his backers that the Black Snake Gang had lost the support of their backers, and it was golden opportunity to take over their territory. We are just going to abandon the Grand Serenity Hotel after taking over it. The core members were taken aback by Osmond's decision. We will come back and settle down our new territory after the Black Snake Gang is eliminated. Osmond turned his gaze towards the normal staff members. You better all behave yourselves and not go anywhere until we return, got it? Osmond's words were threatening and the staff members were terrified. They nodded their heads vigorously in understanding. They did not dare to escape in case their faces were remembered by these horrible people. Let's go. Osmond signaled his men as he heads towards the entrance. He had only taken a few steps before he stopped in his tracks. No need. You can all stay here. A cold voice was heard from the person in black walking towards them with a dangerous aura. Leon had took the liberty to enter through the front entrance, seeing that no one was guarding it. He allowed his killing intent to spill wantonly when he saw the dead bodies by the corner. Who the hell are you? There's no need to know who I am. You only need to remember that you will all die by my hands. Leon said menacingly, but his voice sounded young due to his age. So it's just a kid trying to play hero. Osmond was able to identify the approximate age of the person and concluded that the person shouldn't be his opponent based on age. Kid, why don't you go play sumo? Osmond halted his words abruptly and ducked quickly. Zwish, zwish, zwish. Leon had fired out his acupuncture needles at the Azure Wolf gang without warning. None of the Azure Wolf gang members were able to react in time and had an acupuncture needle planted into their heads each. Their bodies became slowly dropped to the ground lifelessly with their eyes open. Even in death, they did not know how they died. Osmond glanced at his fallen brothers before looking back at Leon with some lingering fear. If he had reacted just a bit slower, he would have been killed as well. How was this a kid? This is obviously a master-level assassin. Was his young voice used to throw me off guard? Who paid you to come after my life? I'll pay you back double. Osmond's question bewildered him for a slight moment, but Leon dashed forward without answering. Several more needles appeared in his hands, but they started to glow red. Leon was instilling fire elements into his needles, making it red hot. The only thing on Leon's mind was to kill all his enemies swiftly with the best of his abilities. It wasn't strange for Osmond to think that Leon was a hired assassin. His core members were killed very swiftly and cleanly. The other party didn't leave him any room for negotiation. Osmond's face turned ugly as he retreated, trying to distance himself. He barely managed to avoid Leon's needles. It was impossible to dodge at such close distance. Since he could not dodge it, he will stop the person's needle by forcing him into close combat. He made his decision in a split second and charged forward instead of retreating. When Osmond charged forward, Leon did not retreat to create distance for his throwing needles. He was a tempered body fifth layer. There was no need to retreat when he could overpower his opponent. Unaware of Leon's true strength, Osmond thought differently. Assassins were experts at killing, but they were not good at close combat. Otherwise, they would not resort to tricks and hidden weapons. Leon's young voice further strengthened his belief that he was the stronger one between the two. It did not cross his mind that Leon was one of those powerful nobles, as they wouldn't throw away their prestigious family to become an assassin. So his opponent was most likely a commoner that was trained to become a killer by some hidden faction with ulterior motives. No matter the ages, there would always people who judge others based on their age. Osmond threw out a powerful fist, aiming for Leon's throat. Such a move would have been lethal if it was able to connect. Unfortunately for Osmond, Leon's reaction time was not to be underestimated. Although Leon was unable to use his needles in such close proximity, he instinctively brought them closer to himself as he shot out his elbow to receive the blow in that instant. The elbow was the strongest and sharpest point of the body, and with Leon's superior strength and body, the result could be imagined. Larg. When the fist and elbow connected, Osmond was struck with an incredibly sharp pain that traveled along his arm to the rest of his body as his hand was crushed in the clash. Osmond retreated, while hugging his right hand that had transformed into a mangled mess. An ugly expression was wore on his face. He had made a grave mistake of underestimating his opponent's strength. It had costed him his right hand, but more importantly, it may very much cost him his life too. In fact, Osmond was correct. In the instant Osmond created distance between them, Leon shot out all his burning hot acupuncture needles. Osmond's body was unable to react in that instance, but he utilized his ability to create a body of water in front of him in a desperate attempt to reduce the momentum of the needles and buy himself some time to evade. Unfortunately, the body of water was barely formed before the needles shot through it with a brief SHH sound. The needles continued its trajectory, completely piercing through all 9 death acupoints on Osmond's body. The 9 needles only stopped after it had drilled halfway through the stone wall behind him. Osmond's body fell to the ground wordlessly with a thump. He couldn't be any more deader than dead. One of the death acupoint was located on his head, and it had cut off his brain receptors. The effect brought by striking all 9 death acupoints simultaneously had led Osmond to a swift and painless death. Leon stood quietly by the body with a thoughtful expression as he did a self-reflection on the battle that just finished. He did not feel proud for being able to kill 2 third-step Awakeners in one night. If he couldn't kill them at his level of strength, then he was no different than trash. Only when he was able to defeat those at similar or above his level would he have the right to feel proud. Moving on, he was surprised that the Azure Wolf was a water user. He thought fire and water users were uncommon, but it did not seem as uncommon as he has heard from the old man. In his understanding, the 5 elements formed a natural balance and shared an intricate relationship of creation and destruction among each other. There was no single absolute element that could dominate the rest among the 5. Leon didn't understand why the people of this world deemed metal as the strongest element when it could be destroyed by an equally strong fire. Perhaps the reason Duke Agni aimed for the throne was because he had deemed himself more worthy after the realization. In history, the hero king was recorded to have the greatest contribution to the construction of the Great Wall, but it would not have been possible without the fire users. Otherwise, the metal wall would not have been fused into a single entity and just be a lump of various metal pieces piled together. Leon had to admit that humanity was fortunate to have someone who was able to surpass the peak 9th step awakening and becoming a transcendent. But it was also their misfortune that it was transcendent metal user. A lot of blood and sweat had to be poured into the construction of the wall, and the development of their civilization was strained and restricted as a result of it. If it had been a transcendent Earth user instead, they could have filled the entire area in Earth, connecting the steep mountain ranges and fully enclosed the human domain from the outside world. When an Awakener break through and become a transcendent, their power increases by tenfold. The difference between the two could be imagined. Beneath transcendent, all Awakeners were ants. Leon speculated that the ratio of elements among Awakeners are so unbalanced had something to do with their lifestyle and understanding of the elements. The living residences of most people are built with earthen substances. The usage of wood and metal were in the minority. In addition, these people interacted with the earth the most in their daily lives. Thus, many tend to awaken as earth users, is what he believed to be the case. People like the Duke Ignis and Duke Agni's family, who tinker in the blacksmithing business and played with metal and fire all their life, naturally had greater chances of awakening as fire users and metal users. The Queen's maiden name was Elizabeth Arkwright. Duke Agni Arkwright was her uncle. It's understandable that her personality went through a complete transformation after being torn between family and relatives. She was also the only member among the fire element family to awaken as a metal user before marrying into royalty. Leon was confident that bloodline had nothing to do with one's affinity to the elements. He himself was the best example. His body was remolded and attuned to all 5 elements, but he awakened as a fire user thanks to his past life's comprehension of fire laws. The world had a severe misconception of awakening. The staff members had no idea what to do in this situation and could only remain silent and obediently in their corner. They had no idea who Leon was or who he worked for and was afraid that Leon would silence them. Leon was still self-absorbed in his own thoughts and had no idea what were going through these people's minds. His body moved to extract his acupuncture needles from the heads of the dead bodies and from the wall. Through this battle, he had a clearer understanding of his strengths and weaknesses. His close combat prowess was terrible as usual, but his killing potential could only be described with one word: frightening. With his medical skills and comprehensive understanding of the human body, he can perceive all life and death acupoints like an open book and strike them with pinpoint accuracy. Doctors were the masters of life, but they can also be the masters of death. They can deliver heavenly pleasure and pain like hell with the touch of a hand, and decide life and death with the use of one needle. If Leon hones his throwing skills properly, even 5th step Awakeners may not be able to dodge his needles like Osmond successfully did the first time. Leon was clear on what to focus. to build upon the foundation he already has and increase his killing potential. Increasing his killing potential would also increase his martial prowess, killing two birds with one stone. As for battle experience, it can only be gained through battle. Leon was ready to head back to the deadly nightclub. The only reason he let Alroy live a bit longer was because there was something he wanted to test out on him. In other words, Alroy had become another lab rat for one of his experiments. Alroy was still unconscious while being delivered to the nightclub. He had no idea what fate had in store for him. Leon was ready to return after collecting all his needles. He smiled wryly at the state of his needles. Some of them had lost their straight pointy form and were no longer usable. He needed to get his hands on a set of stronger needles, but steel was already rare on the market. Acquiring needles made with metals stronger than steel is going to be a very difficult task. However, he has no choice but to figure out a way if he wants to become stronger. Oh right. Leon turned towards the staff members. You can all return home for today. Someone else will come clean up the mess. Business will resume tomorrow like usual. The staff members all heaved a sigh of relief after Leon disappeared from their vision. They were just ordinary people looking to earn enough to feed their families. Although there was a level of risk involved in working for gang-owned businesses, they had gotten used to peaceful environment after working at the Grand Serenity Hotel for years. They didn't expect their workplace to transform into a death zone one day. Get some sleep, Lin. There's no need to keep waiting. He won't be visiting us tonight. Old man Dwight said. I wasn't waiting for anyone, I just don't feel like sleeping yet, Lin denied, but the blush on her face exposed her intentions. Ha ha ha, all right, don't stay up too late. Dwight shook his head as he retired to his bedroom. His granddaughter just couldn't be honest with her feelings. No one understood his granddaughter better than he did. Her parents were rarely home since they started working on property development projects in other cities away from the capital, and she was neglected. Their time was fully occupied with managing their Cromwell's real estate empire. If one was to argue who was at fault for the distant feelings they shared, her grandfather would be the one to blame. Dwight was obsessed with alchemy and had zero interest in taking over the family business. While his father, Lin's great-grandfather, was disappointed, he still chose to respect his son's choice. After all, succeeding the business can only guarantee their family's stability, but an alchemist would allow them to prosper to new heights. Lin's father was chosen to succeed the family business in Dwight's stead. Lin's father did not fail his grandfather's expectation by proving to be a very talented in the real estate business, and was able to expand their Cromwell's real estate outside, which was originally limited to within the capital. Seeing such a competent successor, Lin's great-grandfather was able to lay down the burdens in his heart and passed away peacefully from natural aging a few years later. Sitting on the soft, cushy sofa quietly in the dark, Lin was seen exercising her control over water with an absent mind. She was disappointed that Leon did not pay them a visit, but she was not idle while she was waiting. She'd been pushing to break through to the third. She felt threatened by Rachel's presence and her competitive spirit was ignited. She didn't want to be inferior to Rachel, but she had to accept the current reality that whether it was status, strength, looks, and even bearing, Rachel was superior to her in all aspects. Status couldn't be changed, but looks could be improved with makeup, bearing could change with practice, and strength could be improved with hard work. However, she wouldn't force herself to change in so many aspects as it would make her seem fake. Focusing on the improvement of her strength was enough for her. Each breakthrough not only improves her strength but also her confidence. She did not need anything else to prove her worth. One should learn to be independent and mustn't rely on their family background. It was fortunate that her grandfather had given her a large portion of the awakening pills. She had already taken 2 pills. One to break through to the second step and another one after reaching the second step. Striving for quick success, Lin threw caution to the wind and swallowed another 2 pills simultaneously in order to break through to the third step. The medicinal efficiency immediately flooded her body, and a burning sensation started swelling up into her throat. She instantly regretted her action as she tries her best to absorb the medicinal efficiency and suppress the sensation. She knew something went wrong the moment she started feeling pain in her body. 2 pills proved to be too much for her body to handle. Her body temperature started rising rapidly, and sweat trickled down her forehead as she tried to endure. Her vision blurred and consciousness grew hazy as she started bleeding from her nose. This is really bad. She wiped her blood in thought before passing out on the sofa. Boss, you're back. Manager Doug greeted Leon as he walked in the nightclub. The package is on the underground floor. Giving manager Doug a weird look. He was expecting the person to have been delivered. Leon thought manager Doug's choice of words to describe a person was interesting. The team stationed at Grand Serenity Hotel has been wiped out. Seen some people over to clean up the corpses and temporarily take charge of the business there. Right away, boss. Manager Doug complied, leaving Leon to head underground alone. When he laid eyes on the package, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Package was quite the accurate description. Alroy's bones were crushed, making his limbs very floppy and easy to bend in any directions. Leon assumed that the men delivering feared that Alroy would awaken during the short trip, and decided to tie him up for their own sense of security. The unconscious Alroy in front of him had been curled and roped up into a box-like shape. The scene was quite grotesque. Definitely not good to be seen by children. He thought his men was quite comical. The person was a fire user. The ropes would not bind him. Leon chuckled before shaking his head of unnecessary thoughts and placed his palm on Alroy's head. His divine sense dived past the glabella and straight to the soul core, where Alroy's fire seed resided. Leon always thought something was wrong when he had awakened as a first-step fire user. With his understanding of fire laws, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could shoot straight into transcendence with it. But he did not and remained at the first step, which baffles him. There must be some other condition that had not been met yet before he could advance his level. For example, intimacy with the fire laws or establishing a stronger connection. After all, his own cultivation was not high enough to come in contact with the fire laws on his own. It had only been made possible due to humans possessing such a miraculous awakening ability. The fire seed in front of him no doubt contained the answers to his questions, or at least it should give him some insights into his doubts. But the precondition was if he can obtain the fire seed and absorb it. With no good methods on hand, Leon used the most primitive method, brute force. He sent in his pseudo-grandmist energy and wrapped around the fire seed like a net. When the pseudo-grandmist energy contacted the seed, Leon almost lost control of his energy. SSSS, the fire seed made hissing sound as it started burning up his energy and depleting his reserves. Leon yanked the fire seed out of Alroy's head quickly. Luckily, his energy isn't just any ordinary energy and was quite tenacious. Otherwise, it would have been like adding oil to the fire, powering the fire seed. Leon sweated at the thought. No. Alroy issued a painful cry as the fire seed was teared away from his head, cutting his connection to the fire laws and damaging his soul core. His body stumped back to the floor with a thump, eyes open but lifeless. He was still alive but brain dead. The fire seed fried his soul core when it was torn away from his control. Leon immediately swallowed the fire seed to prevent it from dissipating back into the world. Leon had executed his move in a swift manner, but couldn't stop half the fire seed from being lost. The remaining half of the fire seed broke down in fragments as it flowed through his system. Leon directed it straight to his own fire seed. Without having to do anything further, the fragments were attracted to his fire seed on its own like magnet and began overlaying it piece by piece. His fire seed shared a profound connection to his soul core, and the information from the fragments were able to flow into his mind. When the fragments fused and became one with his fire seed, it became bigger and brighter than before. A pleasant feeling washed over him as he entered the second step awakening. Leon indulged himself in the pleasant feeling for a bit before opening eyes. His eyes shined with understanding as his doubts were cleared. Like divine practice require refining energy, the fire seed was the source of his awakening powers and needed refining. In order to strengthen it quickly, he had to feed it fire elements and refine it. The higher the quantity, the greater the increase in strength, and the higher the level of refinement, the stronger the power is on a qualitative level. With his high understanding of the fire laws, he would be to refine his fire seed to a very high level and grant himself higher quality fire. In other words, even if he was at the same step as his opponents, his fire would be superior to his opponents. Phew, Leon exhaled a breath of turbid air as he looks at the lifeless Alroy. Leon broke his neck and ended his life after he outlived his uses. There wasn't cold-blooded person, but there was no sympathy in his eyes. Living as a retard was no different to being alive while being dead inside. It was better to end his miserable life. But then again, Leon would still kill him all the same regardless of his state. He had too much blood on his hands. Back in the divine realm, everyone knew that karmic laws existed along with destiny and fate laws, but no one was ever able to comprehend them. They became the enigmatic tripartite laws. Enigmatic tripartite laws had no form and was illusionary. It was intangible. It could not be seen but could be felt. This was most obvious when it came to the laws of karma. When one mentioned karmic laws, they would associate with karmic virtues and karmic sins. Like their names implies, karmic sins are accumulated by willfully committing evil, while karmic virtues are accumulated by doing good. People with karmic virtues are blessed with good luck, while people with karmic sins are plagued with bad luck. A shortcut to gaining karmic virtues was to slay evil beings stained with karmic sins and vice versa for gaining karmic sins. Leon's cultivation level was too low to feel the karmic laws and had no idea whether the karmic laws governed this world or not, but there were no disadvantages to killing Alroy and only advantages. Firstly, he did not like Alroy, whose hands were stained with innocent blood. Secondly, he had invaded his territory and killed his people. Their presence also threatens the safety of his parents, and thirdly, if he could accumulate karmic virtues, he would be blessed with good luck. Although he does not believe in luck and only believe that his fate and destiny are decided by his own hands, there was no harm accumulating some karmic virtues even if he could not feel it. Being thrown into such a chaotic world, life was insignificant and fragile like a flickering candle flame that could be easily snuffed out at any time. Leon would need all karmic virtues he could get his hands on if he wanted to improve his chances of surviving in such a world. The moment his memories were awakened and many truths were uncovered, he was already burdened with many responsibilities. The fate of humanity had nothing to do with him, but since he understands the bleak future they have, he would not turn a blind eye to it. Ancient doctors had 3 levels of treatment. 1, they treat the illness. 2, they treat the body. 3, they treat the country. In this case, treating the country refers to solving the problem humanity face as a whole. Although it sounds far-fetched and unreasonable that doctors could treat a country, the existence of cultivation makes just about anything possible as long as the necessary threshold of strength was achieved. People always try to make sense of the world with logical reasoning, but nothing ever made sense in the world of cultivation. The only thing that did make sense is that nothing made sense. Of course, Leon understood that he was still too weak to take on such a heavy responsibility, and only needed to focus on increasing his own strength. However, as long as the matter is not too big and within his reach, he can still save who needed to be saved and kill who needed to be killed. He laments at how ignorant and easy the upper-class people live their life. They care neither for the commoners below them nor the threats that loomed outside and in the darkness. Ignorance was a sort of bliss, he guessed. Leon headed back upstairs to the ground floor. Care not for what others do if it does not affect him and those close to him. He shook his head. His thoughts wander off too much. Manager Doug, has the awakening pills been handed out yet? Leon asked. Yes, boss. I dare not delay any tasks you assign to me. Is there something you need, boss? Manager Doug asked nervously. He had not reason to be, but the boss's intentions are hard to guess. That's fine. I will be staying the night here. Arrange a room for me. Leon intended to ask Manager Doug to hand the pills to Beckett and the others. Since the pills have already been given to the other core members, it didn't matter. He can just refine another batch of awakening pills. Beckett and the others had to be rewarded for their loyalty. Yes, boss. Did you wish to continue using the room on the 2nd floor, or should use the presidential suite on the top floor? Presidential suite, huh? He did not need such a big room to himself. The same room on the 2nd floor will do. The room had been reserved for you this entire time, boss. You can head over and use the room anytime. The door should not be locked. Even if it is, I'm sure someone would open the door for you. A knowing smile appeared on Doug's face. His voice was a bit vague. Although Leon was puzzled, he wasn't bothered to ask. He was rather tired after running left and right the entire day and night, literally. He wasn't joking. During the day, he lapped the field on campus, and at night, he lapped the Western District. But at the end of the day, it was quite eventful. He had some pleasant gains from the trouble that came knocking. Like the old saying went, fortune and disaster came in pairs. The scale was just smaller. Arriving at the same room he was using on the second floor earlier in the night, he reached his hands out for the doorknob and turned it. The door was not locked and was opened easily. Inside, Arya was seen sitting quietly on the bed with her eyes closed. She was still trying to digest all the information Leon had transmitted to her. She wasn't sure which technique to practice first. The sound caused by the door opening made her frown as she opened her eyes. Seeing who was at the door, Arya's frown instantly changed into a happy smile. "You're back. You haven't gone home yet." Leon was stupefied and asked a silly question. She was right in front of him. Of course she hasn't gone home yet. Tonight I wanted to stay with you. Arya mustered up her courage and said. She did not think his question was silly at all. "Gov, you want to stay the night with me?" Leon thought he heard wrongly. Things seems to progress a little too quickly, no. Arya lowered her head and blushed profusely. She didn't have the courage to say it a second time. Leon was instantly put on the spot and suffered a dilemma on what he should do and say. An ancient doctor was supposed to be able to treat the body and the mind. However, Leon had lived a short 30 years in the divine realm and did not master treatment on the mind. There was still a lot he had to learn. The path of medicine was profound and never-ending. One would never stop learning. The mastery in treating the mind required the doctor to have a complete grasp on human psychology, to be able to understand people's thoughts and behavior. His grasp on men's thoughts and behavior was not too bad as he was a man himself, but when it comes to women, he was in the blank. He couldn't leave Arya hanging forever and had to say something quickly. He felt his heart pounding. Fortunately, they shared an interesting connection between them, and he vaguely understood that she had special feelings for him. "I can't." Arya looked up and stared at him with teary eyes that threatened to overflow. She wasn't going to let him go after finding him again, but if he rejects her, then she doesn't know if her heart can take it. Leon felt his heart melt. Arya was too beautiful and her voice was angelic. He would be a hypocrite if he said he didn't feel anything. He was tender towards the fairer sex, and it wouldn't be the gentlemanly way to reject a beauty when they offer themselves to him. "Okay, let me take a shower first. I reek of blood." Leon answered with a gentle smile. "Okay." Arya nodded in relief, heart thumping from anticipation and nervousness as to what would happen next. She did not mind the blood on Leon. She knew it was the blood from bad people. Leon didn't take long and came out of the bathroom in a new set of fresh clothes he had stored in his world space. Arya didn't know where the clothes came from, but she didn't ask. She let it remain part of Leon's mysteriousness. Leon entered the bed and laid down with Arya in his arms. "Let's sleep," Leon said. He wasn't planning to do anything else. There was a gradual process for everything. Arya felt a mixture of disappointment and relief, but also happy. Leon not doing anything to her means that he respects her. She felt warm in heart as her consciousness easily slipped into the land of dreams. That being said, the next morning Leon's eyes were red and his throat was dry and hoarse. He did not get a single wink of sleep. There was a beauty in his arms, but he chose not to eat her up. He was a man and naturally had a reaction when holding a peerless beauty in his arms. There was no need to pretend to be chaste or anything. He had slept with countless women in his past life. But then again, this was his second life, and he had yet to sleep with any woman. So in the end, was he a virgin or not? The dilemma of 2 lifetimes. He had no good answer and no idea what the right choice was to do. This would be the start of his first serious relationship. When he accepted her feelings, he was in it for the long run. He did not want to fuck it up for some momentary pleasure that could end on a bad note and lead to a lifetime of regret. In the end, a torturous long night of restlessness made him felt ever closer to Buddha. Was he becoming a monk? Arya had a strange dream. The dream world was much more beautiful than what she had ever seen in the real world. The buildings were built simply, but it was exquisitely designed like works of art. It was clean, beautiful, awe-inspiring, and majestic at the same time. What she was looking at was a lone palace on the peak of a snowy mountain. The air below was fresh while the sky above was bright. It was not grim and smoky like the screams of industrialization in the real world. The very world itself seemed to thrum with life as mythical birds flew over the skies. Arya was not in her own body but watched the world through the eyes of someone else. She had no control and was only a spectator. She experienced the sensation of being able to fly through the skies alongside these mythical birds. The person she was inhabiting was like the very definition of beauty. Her whole body was flawlessly perfect without a single blemish. Like a goddess or monarch, her looks and power reigned supreme. She could summon the winds and rains with a call and flatten mountains, and dry up rivers with a wave of her hand. Arya didn't think it was possible for humans to attain such strength, but tried to engrave everything she saw into her memory, as she might not remember such a dream when she wakes up. The scenery changes, and she was no longer the powerful goddess, but a sickly little girl suffering from a rare illness that leaves her bedridden. Time flashes forward a few years, and she became a sickly young girl. Her parents were poor, but they never once thought about giving up on her. She was well loved. However, one day her whole village was massacred by pillaging bandits, and she lost everything. Maybe due to the likelihood that she would die even if she was left on her own, the bandits did not bother her and spared her. She became the sole survivor of the village. While waiting to die, a pair of traveling miracle doctors, father and son, found her. The son was even younger than her, but his medical skills was beyond her understanding. Her knowledge of the world was limited within her village. While there were divine practitioners in that world, there were also a lot of ordinary folks. No one was born strong, and not everyone was born into a cultivation family. The father could easily cure her illness, but the task was left to the son as part of his test. The father and son felt sympathetic for her loss when they learned of her story and took her in as a maid after she was cured. Although she was taken in as a maid, her status wasn't below anyone else, and the son's father treated her like he would his own daughter. When she was freed from the illness, her talent in cultivation blossomed, and the father and son duo realized they had picked up a rare treasure. She possessed a unique body constitution that allowed her to cultivate at an unprecedented speed, and broke all records to become the youngest divine king in a very short amount of time. The scene changed once again, where she was still a loyal maid despite now possessing the strength to stand at the top of the world. She had never forgotten the kindness and new lease on life the father and son had given her. Despite being several years older, she had fallen in love with the young medical genius. But because they grew close as brothers and sisters, she kept her feelings bottled up inside. She was afraid of destroying the relationship they shared. When the young medical genius grew of age and became more conscious of matters between man and woman, he started to indulge himself in the brothels. Arya felt the sadness in the person's body she was occupying. Why did the boy look for smelly fishes in distant waters when there was a white swan in nearby pond? However, it wasn't her place to judge since she didn't understand anything. She was just an observer. The girl did not ask for much. She was content as long as she had a place in his heart. The scene changed once more as time seemed to move forward several years. The proud goddess was back on the snowy mountain palace, but the place felt desolate. Feelings of regret and sadness swelled in her heart as she stood by the side where the father and son laid in a pool of blood. The father and son weren't just doctors but royalty. The father was a powerful divine king and had vast territories under his rule. The palace was built on the peak of the snowy mountain because it had good vantage point to overlook his territory. They had many subordinates and servants, but at this moment not a single soul was seen. She was gone on a trip to procure some extremely rare divine herbs for the divine medicine king, and when she came home everything was gone. She had lost everything important to her once more. The loss overwhelmed her. Even if she was strong enough to go and take revenge, it would not bring the dead to life. With her loved ones gone, she lost her will to live and ended her life. If there was a next life, she would not hold anything back and try to live without regrets. Arya woke up with her eyes moist. She felt confused and lost. She didn't know why, but she felt sad. The dream became a distant blur and harder to recall after she was awake. It was also like a jumbled puzzle that was hard to follow, but she at least understood the tragedy of the girl's life. She did want to become like that. To live without regrets. With that thought, she wanted to bury herself into Leon's arms tightly and not let go, but her arms grabbed at nothing and realized she was alone in bed. Leon was already gone, and the sun was shining brightly in the sky outside. Crawford Campus training field. The students gathered early again. The awakened students have recovered from their fatigue, but the ordinary students were not. They felt sore all over their body and their legs felt like jelly. Their bodies weren't well trained and would take up to 2 weeks to recover from aching muscles naturally. Unfortunately, the instructor wouldn't give them that much time. If continuously pushed beyond their limit, they may have a chance at natural awakening. Looks like I'm the last one to the party. Leon walked over to the group with a smile. Fatty Ben, Rachel and Lynn were all present. What's wrong with you, Lynn? Leon immediately noticed something was wrong with Lynn. She had tried to hide it, but it did not escape Leon's sharp eyes. Her face was pale, and she was feeling lethargic and fragile like a stalk of grass that sways at the slightest blow of the wind. I am fine, Lynn said weakly and panicked while taking a step back. With Leon's medical expertise, he could easily discover something was wrong with her. However, she did not want her problem to be known by her rival in front of her. Her step back lacked strength and made her fall backwards. Leon swiftly took a step forward and grabbed her wrist and pulled her back up before she could hit the ground. He felt her pulse and his expression turned grave. Her hand felt very cold. In fact, it was bone-chilling cold. Even without fully checking her condition, he could guess why she had become like this. She had overdosed on the awakening pills, but since Leon was unfamiliar with the aftereffects of awakening pill overdose, he could not come up with a cure on the spot. It was a miracle that she was alive until now. If Lynn didn't break through to the third step, she would have died without a doubt. She was left unconscious overnight after all. The body-strengthening benefits brought by breakthroughs allowed her to last until now. But it came with a strange mutation. She was originally burning up when she took the pills, but all she could feel now is icy cold. Her water seed had gone out of control and became frozen. The cold energy leaked to the rest of her body. Your body is in such critical condition and you say you are fine. Leon's tone was harsh and stern. She was nominally his fiancée. How would he answer to her grandpa if something happens to her? Being rebuked by Leon, tears welled up in her eyes. Seeing her expression, he softens up inside. You are too impatient and reckless for success. Lynn lowered her head. Is it that serious? How do you know? Can you treat her? Rachel bombarded him with questions, but she was genuinely concerned. She did not know about Leon's medical expertise, but she chooses not to doubt his words. Leon wouldn't talk nonsense when he is serious. However, the more she learns, the less she understood him. Lynn was touched by her concern and thought there was no point in being rivals. Someone as excellent as Leon was bound to have more than one woman by his side. Yes and no, I can treat the symptoms but not the root. Leon answered after some thought. It was not a problem to expel the cold energy in her body, but the core problem was her frozen water seed. If it was not treated, then cold energy would continue to spread in her body. But it was too close to Lynn's soul core, and anything that involved the soul core had to be treated with utmost care. If he was careless and caused irreparable damage to her soul, it'll be too late for regrets. Please help her. Leon nodded. It goes without saying. He was about to begin treatment, but his hands paused briefly by a loud voice. Attention! Line up neatly for your roll call. Instructor Eugene arrived on the field and roared in a volume that everyone could hear. Leon ignored it and resumed his treatment plan on Lynn's body. In order to expel the cold energy, Leon first had to warm up Lynn's body by giving her a unique set of massage. His hands were infused with fire elements, making it warm to the touch. The temperature was controlled so he wouldn't accidentally burn her. When his hands contacted her leg, she felt the coldness on the surface of her skin being replaced with a warm, fuzzy feeling. Under his massaging technique, the cold energy in her legs were slowly being eliminated. It also came with an inexplicable pleasure that made her let out a weak moan inadvertently. Woo, she covered her mouth to muffle her moans, while her face turns red with both anger and embarrassment. She looked at Leon with some grievance. So hateful. Why didn't you warn me? She wanted to stop Leon from continuing, but she was too weak to resist as the wave of pleasure slowly overwhelms her. Rachel felt some envy, doubts, and curiosity looking at Lynn's face that was rosy red and plastered with a look of ecstasy. Was this really a medical treatment? Why does she look like she's on cloud nine? Oh, I wish we could trade places, huh? What am I thinking? Rachel shook her head of the ridiculous notion with a blush. She must be crazy. Lynn's moan was soft, but it was very erotic to those who heard it. Leon was no exception. Luckily, he still had some self-awareness and noticed the problem. He chose to stop the message and did not embarrass her further. However, he still placed one hand on her back and continued channeling fire elements to eliminate the cold energy in her body. Lynn's body has been enduring the cold energy for a whole night, and it had left part of her body frozen. The massage was good for restoring blood flow to the frozen areas. Leon Bradford, I made you representative for a day, and you are already defying my orders. The crowd was quiet, and only Eugene's voice was heard in a low tone. As fellow commoners, he had high hopes for Leon to become an exemplary soldier, but he was left disappointed. Only one day had passed, and the kid was already acting unruly and flirting in public. I'm treating my friend. Leon did not turn around and answered with his back to him. Eugene raised an eyebrow at his action. It did not look like treatment to him, but a shameless public display of affections. Leon was not giving him face at all by facing him with his back. He felt his anger rising. If he doesn't teach these kids how to respect their superiors, wouldn't they step over his heads in the future? Even if he put his military rank aside, he was a powerful fourth step awakener, someone stronger than these kids. They need to learn how to respect the strong. He wouldn't tolerate Leon's insolence. YHMPH. Acting so physically intimate is also considered treatment. Treatment for what? Your libido. But what a joke. When Eugene snaps, he was very uncouth. Leon was wholeheartedly trying to treat Lynn. It wasn't his intention to disrespect the instructor. However, the instructor's words were vulgar and very grating to his ears. Leon was immediately furious. What the fuck do you know? He roared at Eugene. What goal? If I don't teach you a lesson, I won't be able to live up to my nickname. Eugene barked before turning to the teachers and other military personnel on scene. All of you stay out of this. Leon took the opportunity to hand Lynn over to Rachel to take care, and under Fatty Ben's disappointed look. Be careful, Rachel said. She was displeased with the instructor. He was uncouth and narrow-minded. Everyone keep your distance. The teachers and military personnel made space for Eugene and Leon to duke it out. By the way, what is Commander Eugene's nickname? A teacher asked one of military personnel. That is, the person being asked had an awkward smile. Commander Eugene is called the Wild Bear in the Army. No. The teacher was taken aback but didn't ask further. Eugene was the least disciplined of all commanders and a big troublemaker. There was never day of peace in the army with him around. He was a battle maniac, challenging people left and right every day. No amount of punishment was enough to discipline and tame his wild nature. Hence, everyone cursed him as a wild bear, but he took the name with pride. It was uncertain whether he was assigned as the instructor because he was the best for the job, or he was simply sent away to save people from the headaches he brings. Nevertheless, many had rejoiced when he was sent away from the military base. The students watched the two face off with anticipation. Some rooted for Leon, while others were hoping he gets beaten badly and make a fool of himself. Edric and his friends were part of the later. Come. Eugene took a welcoming stance as the earth cracked beneath his feet before numerous rocks rose before dropping back to the ground. Leon wasn't stupid enough to engage Eugene in close combat just because he goaded him to. The military had a unique set of martial arts to combat the advantage beasts had in physical strength. Leon was impatient to end the fight quickly so he could resume Lynn's treatment, but he did not plan to use his needles. It was his trump card for killing. Fire gathered to him like numerous strands as they weaved around him in a spherical manner. YHMPH. Don't think I'll wait for you to power up your attack. Since Leon did not charge at him, he will take the initiative to strike first. Eugene took a step forward with a stomp, and the rocks rose again before Eugene punched at the air in front, and the rocks shot at Leon like bullets. Leon's face changed slightly as he dodged to the side. The fire followed with him at the center. Part of the fire strands gathered to his hands and condensed into fire needles. The fire needles were compressed and solidified before he shot them back at the same time. He was dodging the rock bullets. Eugene had anticipated a counterattack and quickly stomped the ground again as an earth wall quick rose in front of him to block the two fire needles. He had the choice of dodging, but someone may have been hit by the fire needles. Leon was forcing him to block the fire needles. The fire needles drilled through the thick earth wall with a lot of momentum, but it was not enough. The tips were exposed from the other end of the earth wall before they had lost all momentum. Eugene sweated as the tips were just inches from his face, but his blood boiled with excitement. His anger subsided and his battle spirit rose as one would expect from a battle maniac. Good. Let's see how you fare in close combat. As soon as the earth wall collapsed, a footprint was imprinted in the ground behind as Eugene shot forward like a cannonball. You talk too much. Leon roared. Eugene's anger may have subsided, but Leon's anger had not. Eugene was met with another two fire needles to his face. He was shocked as he twisted his body in midair and narrowly dodged the fire needles. He did not expect Leon to form another two fire needles so swiftly. *T. Everyone dodge. The teachers warned the students as the fire needle shot at them. There was no way the teacher could block the fire needles when Eugene barely did. They were only first to third step awakeners. They focused on education and naturally neglected training their ability. Everyone thought they had put themselves at a reasonable distance to watch the fight, but who knew that their lives would still be threatened at such a distance? Coincidentally, Edric was in the fire needle's most direct line of trajectory, as his eyes were wide open and feet rooted on the spot. Luckily, he had Caden and Adrian by his side as they were fast thinkers and tackled him to the ground. The fire needles brushed past them, drilled into a stone wall not far away. Edric was shaken with fear when he just experienced a close shave with death. An unpleasant smell traveled up his nose as he noticed his pants was wet. He had inadvertently pissed himself. Edric felt humiliated and embarrassed as he looks at Leon in the distance with hatred and gritted teeth. Leon was forced to receive Eugene's fist and locked into close combat as he had failed to halt Eugene's momentum. The person having the upper hand in the close combat was quickly determined after they traded several blows. Fighting close combat with Eugene made Leon want to puke blood from the frustration. He was so angry he could not land a solid blow on him and was suppressed instead despite wielding greater strength. All his fists and kicks could not connect and were parried one after another instead. Military arts flowing stream. It was a martial art technique that utilizes the opponent's strength against them and redirect their attacks. Like the name suggested, the technique flows along the opponent's attack like a stream and does go against it like the current. To fight hard with soft, Eugene was forced to use his military arts to his greater shock when he traded blows with Leon. Such powerful physical strength and physique. Leon was a fifth-step awakener. A 17-year-old fifth awakener. His talents were unprecedented and unrivaled. Eugene concluded. Eugene's appreciation for Leon's talent continued to grow the longer they fought. His eyes shone with a strange light that creeped Leon out. As for the previous disrespect, Eugene had already tossed it out the window. Leon was at a higher level than him and deserved to be respected. He may be able to suppress Leon now, but once Leon learned some martial arts from the military, things would turn out differently. Leon was a rough diamond waiting to be cut and polished. This little brother, how about we put our conflict behind us and start over? I apologize for my earlier remarks, okay? No discord, no conquered, right? Eugene did not want to fight anymore as there was no point to it. He tried to address Leon in an intimate term to ease the tension and bring them closer, but it went into deaf ears. None of Leon's blow had connected, and it had left him with a lot of pent-up frustration and anger. How could they end the fight there? He wasn't someone easy to bully. Fuck you. Leon cussed and threw out a swift punch with all his might. Due to Eugene lowering his guard, Leon's fist broke past his guard and went straight for his face. The fist was unavoidable and too late to block. The fist landed squarely on his face as Eugene's head followed through the motion of the fist and launched himself flying back to abate some of the damage received. Leon was finally able to calm himself down after releasing all his pent-up feelings in the single punch. He was usually level-headed, but his anger was explosive and uncontrollable once he snaps. Have you calmed down yet? Eugene got up on his feet and asked while rubbing his new black eye. Had he not reacted in a timely manner, Leon's fist would have left him with some serious head injuries or even killed. But he was not angry. He had his fair share of life and death experience, and what happened wasn't enough to affect his mentality. Sorry. Leon apologized and made his way over to Lin. He did not want to say anything further to Eugene. He did not like him. He had lost control of his emotions and exposed his true strength, which went against his interest. The reason he hides his strength is for people to underestimate him. If he offends powerful noble families, they may be too lazy to send powerhouses after him. But if he is strong, then they would only send stronger people. Fortunately, he had decided to keep his identity hidden as the boss of Golden Lion Gang while offending the Grey family. Eugene smiled wryly at Leon's unfriendly attitude, but he did not mind. The kingdom needed talented awakeners like Leon. Perhaps he had the highest hopes to break through to transcendence. Is the fight over? Just like that. The fight was too short. How anticlimactic. Anticlimactic. Has your head been kicked by a donkey? Did you not see him send the instructor flying with a punch? The students started discussing among themselves. They had to reassess Leon's strength. His strength was not weak to send the instructor flying. It did not look like the instructor was holding back either. No one would willingly let someone punch them in the face unless they were crazy or a masochist. How much have you been hiding? Rachel asked curiously. Leon seemed to have become a stranger to her. She did not know him well. Leon responded with a smile. What could he say? That he went from unawakened to fifth step equivalent in less than a week. People would try to dissect him for his secrets. Although Rachel might not spread the news, he knew better that a secret only remains a secret when no one knows. Let's continue your treatment, Lin. Lin's pale face blushed as she lowered her head. I don't need it. Don't worry, I won't use the massage. Leon assured, knowing what she was thinking. It was fine if he didn't mention it, but since he mentioned it, her face grew a shade redder. A blush was also seen on Rachel's face. The massage treatment was just too erotic. It's best you find a private room for that, boss. It's pure torture for us single men to listen in on. Fatty Ben suggested. Ha ha ha, Leon laughed awkwardly. He was too focused on the treatment and had neglected the time and place for it. But Lin's body was too weak, akin to an ember that was about to fade out. He was afraid it would blow out at any time. As Leon continued to channel fire energy into Lin's body, he was racking his head for a viable solution. The water seed was fully frozen. It was better to call it an ice seed. Ice seed. Ice was also part of the water laws but exists on a higher level of application. It seemed that the pill overdose didn't just upgrade her strength, but also the grade of her water seed. Leon scrunched his eyebrows together. Such forceful methods always came with a great price. Lin's body wasn't strong enough to handle the overbearing properties of her new ice seed, and it was practically killing her. Her lifespan was also shortened. Leon had already noticed the few strands on gray hair on her head. He remembered that all the women from the Ice Phoenix Divine Palace back in the Divine Realm all practiced ice attribute techniques. They were all peerless beauties with incredible strength. Unfortunately, their ice attribute cultivation technique was flawed, and their lifespans were shortened as a result as well. A divine state practitioner enjoys an average lifespan of 10,000 years. But for the ladies of the Ice Phoenix Divine Palace, their lifespan only amounts to 3,000 years unless they were able to break through to higher states. Leon knew their divine practice technique while helping them extend their lifespans. There were two ways of doing so. One was to revise their technique, and the other was to remold their bodies to be suitable to the technique. The technique Ice Phoenix Divine Cannon required the blood of a pureblood Ice Phoenix to remold their body. Unfortunately, the Ice Phoenix race was long extinct since primordial times. Leon could give Lin the revised technique and allow her to embark on the divine path, but it would involve sharing his secrets. He would have to think about his choice carefully. All right, gather around. I have some announcements to make. The Black Eye Eugene stated. I have decided that today's training is cancelled. Hearing the instructor's words, the students rejoiced. But before they could celebrate, his next words killed their excitement. However, in a month's time you will all be moved to the training camp. WTF. Their initial 2 months had been cut down to 1 month. The crowd broke into an uproar. What? Eugene did not explain himself and left to tend to his sore eye. He didn't need a reason and did whatever he wanted. Isn't the training camp where the commoners were enlisted to train? Damn. They don't know what it's like at the training camp, but they assumed they would be treated like everyone else there and start at the bottom with the commoners, albeit later. They were used to their luxurious life and didn't get out of their comfort zone. How are you feeling now? Much better. Lin was able to move normally after Leon dispelled most of the cold energy. But it was only temporary before cold energy filled her up again. That's good. We have to talk privately, Leon said. Seeing that Leon had something serious to talk about, Lin nodded and followed him. Fatty Ben did not tag along since it was private. Oh, young miss. Rachel's servants caught up to them, seeing that she was planning to leave with Leon and Lin. What is it? Are you trying to stop me? Don't you know my mother wants me to bring Leon back to see her? Rachel questioned her servants. They were startled and no longer blocked her way. They only remembered to keep other males away and forgotten it. Your mother wants to see. Leon was taken aback. What did the Duke's wife want to see him for? Oh yeah, are you free to accompany me home to meet my mother today? Rachel asked shyly. I should be free after I settle Lin's matter. That's great. What does your mother want to see my fiancé for? Lin interrogated. Fiancé. Lin noticed her slip of tongue, but since the cat is out of the bag it no longer mattered. That's right. Is that true? Rachel asked Leon. He did not know how to answer her. It wasn't a real engagement, but he could hurt either party depending on his answer. He was becoming more conscious of their affections. He thought back to his current relationship with Arya and felt a headache at how popular he was. He realized there was an ambiguous feeling from Lena as well. He wasn't sure why he accepted Arya so easily. Perhaps her name held a significant impact on him. How is she doing now in the divine realm? He wondered. Facing Rachel's question, Leon chose to shift the topic. There's more important things to be concerned about. Leon turned to Lin and traced his fingers along her long brown hair and lifted the strands of gray hair for them to see. Your lifespan has been severely depleted. You only have 12 years left. Leon dropped the bombshell on her. Lin paled at the news. The regret lingering inside her intensified. 12 years. Rachel was shocked. Regarding the cause of Lin's illness, she was still in the dark. She only knew that something was wrong and not why. She didn't think the problem would be so severe. Natural awakeners could live to ripe age of 100, but many awakeners have their years shaved off by taking the trashy awakening pills refined by the alchemists in the kingdom. Lin had taken one to reach the first step and added to her present condition, she would not live past 30. There's no need to despair, there are plenty of miraculous herbs that could extend life. Rachel tried to console her. Some light appeared in her eyes before it faded again. She shook her head. How many years could these herbs extend her life? 3 months. 6 months. It definitely wouldn't exceed 1 year. A lot of thoughts went through her mind, and the others felt her mentality undergo a subtle change. There was no use crying over spilt milk. It wouldn't change anything. She seems to have come to terms with the consequences of her reckless action. There was no one to blame but herself. She should have known better. Leon's awakening pills were still a type of drug, and local doctors have stressed to their patients over and over before that they should take their medicine as prescribed, because too much of anything could kill you. Humans were that fragile. Thanks, but I'll be okay. Lin gave Rachel a light smile. Leon was a bit surprised at her subtle change. She seems to have come to terms with her situation a lot faster than he had anticipated, or she was too good at hiding her true emotions. His impression of her secretly improved. He thought she would at least be in despair and weep for a while, but she did not. Perhaps his impression of her had been wrong. Thinking back, she wasn't quite the spoiled little princess of the Cromwell family he thought she was. She was just protective of her dear grandpa against an unknown stranger that time. Leon had yet to see her parents, but she must be closer to her grandpa than her parents. Come, I'll take you home first. Leon gestured. Leave me your address, I'll stop by later on my own. All right, just mention your name to the guards at the gate when you arrive. They'll be notified of your incoming visit beforehand. Rachel handed him a note with her address. She thought she could tag along with them, but it's fine this way. She would have time to dress up a bit and could try to surprise him. Thank you for taking me home. It's what I should do. They had arrived back at the Cromwell's villa by foot. Usually everyone apart from Lena and Leon would have a car prepared to take them to and from the campus. But today's training was cancelled unexpectedly, and the drivers designated to pick her up had not been notified beforehand. The villa was emptier than usual. The old man and some servants were missing. Your grandfather went out. The inside was completely empty. There were only some servants and guards outside. Seems that way. Lynn started fidgeting her fingers while she seemed to be struggling to contain something. There was only her and Leon inside the villa. What's wrong? Leon thought she was having another episode of cold energy eruption and planned to check her pulse, but he was taken by surprise when Lynn launched herself into his chest. Lynn started bawling in his embrace. She didn't want to look weak when she was in front of Rachel and had suppressed her feelings. She did her best to appear that she accepted everything calmly because she didn't want to look pathetic in front of her. But now that she was alone with Leon she finally let suppressed emotions out. Even though she understood she could only blame herself for her own foolishness, the price she had to pay was too great. She was still young and have yet to see the world. She was also very afraid of death. I'm scared. Her arms tightened around Leon. 12 years was neither short nor long, but the concept of death frightens her when it came so close. Leon felt a pang in his heart seeing her like this. He could feel her body shivering. He wrapped his own arms around her and sighed as he waited for her to finish bawling and calm down a bit. Everything will be fine. I know how to extend your lifespan. Leon tried to stabilize her emotion. He was weak against a woman's tears. He didn't know how to define their relationship, but he didn't want to see her sad. He decided he would teach her about divine practice. Really? Lynn asked doubtfully. Yeah, whether you want to live another 100 years, 200 years, or even 1,000 years, it's not out of the realm of possibility. Leon assured as he pulled her away from his chest and wiped her tears with both hands. How is that possible? She found it hard to believe but felt she could trust him. She wrapped her arms around his neck and closed her eyes expectantly for a kiss. She did not ask why Leon didn't say anything earlier if he had such a method. It must have involved some of his deeper secrets. She was touched that he decided to share his secret with her. Hesitation could be seen on Leon's face. If he kissed out like this, would it be considered taking advantage of her weakness? He wasn't quite ready to start another relationship so soon. What would Arya think? A while passed and Lynn opened her eyes and pouted. She gave him such a clear signal and the initiative, but he did not take it. Was she not attractive enough? Or had she mistaken his sympathy for affection? Ph. Fine. She would take the initiative instead. She was used to being willful. She mustered up her courage and pulled him in, planting her lips on his. He was stunned by her daring action and his brain temporarily short-circuited. Her sweet fragrance assaulted his senses as he tasted her soft cherry lips. The pleasure struck him like a tidal wave after long years of abstinence. His reasoning and restraint slipped away as he became increasingly aroused. His little brother stood up like raging dragon. He decided to stop thinking too much and indulge himself in the pleasure. Her unfamiliarity reveals her lack of experience as the kiss was her first. Leon placed one hand behind her head and the other around her waist as he gently guides her. His tongue pried into the opening between her small lips and like a predator, it played a game of cat and mouse until it caught its startled prey. Their tongue intertwined and a long and passionate kiss was shared. Unknowingly, their clothes slowly slipped off one by one as Leon laid her down gently on the long sofa, while panting from a shortness of breath. The exposure made her embarrassed, but she reached her hands out to welcome him bravely as infatuation colored her eyes. Love me. Her arms wrapped around his back as his long bulging dragon thrust it into her secret garden and allowed it to blossom like a flower. Tilda, her eyebrows scrunched together, and her fingernails dug into his back as a piercing pain threatened to tear her apart. Leon's hand freely roamed her body as he utilized his heavenly massaging technique to soothe over her pain, but not too fast. Lynn wanted to engrave the pain into her heart. The pain allowed her to remember that in this moment she was still alive and very much happy. She wouldn't regret her choice even if everything Leon said was a lie. The pain was quickly replaced by overwhelming pleasure as Leon took her to seventh heaven. Their bodies continue to tangle on the sofa as they enjoy the steamy hot session of love. Something is coming, Tilda. They climaxed at the same time as Leon shot his pure yang essence into her secret garden. Lynn laid exhausted on top of Leon and covered in sweat as he pulled a nearby quilt over them. You have to cherish me and you're not allowed to throw me away. Even if you want to run away, I won't let you. In this life, you can only belong to me. Leon said with conviction. He had lost himself in the vortex of pleasure, but he did not regret what happened, nor did she. With the future unknown, one should live for the moment. Although he did not expect things to lead to such an outcome, perhaps it was for the best. Only after Lynn had become his woman could he share his deeper secrets with her without any misgivings. Their trust are built upon the unbreakable bond they are forging. Yeah, Lynn rested her head comfortably on his chest as her consciousness slowly drifted off into slumber. While looking at her adorable sleeping face, he laments that she was still too rash and rushing into things. He had yet to teach her the method to extend her lifespan, and she had already given all of herself to him. He feared that she would easily be tricked if it was someone else. She could be naive, but he viewed it as an innocent mind. A characteristic that was rare as people grew older. He wanted to cherish and protect it. Leon's yang essence was pure of energy and contained zero capability to nurture new life. The pure yang essence was like a tonic to Lynn's body as it worked wonders and slowly nourished and strengthened her shaky foundation that was caused by forcefully increasing strength. Men of yang and women of yin. A perfect cycle of yin-yang was formed when the two are joined. Due to Leon's powerful tempered body fifth layer, the benefits Lynn's body received was great as her strength quietly rose to the peak of the third step. She was unaware of her body's changes as she slept soundly. Leon did not reap as much benefit from the steamy session as a fifth layer tempered body, but he made a breakthrough to the third step as an awakener. The mutual benefits the pair received made him remember about dual cultivation. If a dual cultivation method was used during copulation, the benefits could have been maximized. Pity he had no such method. The session ended and the passion have cooled. Leon realized how crazy it was to make love in the living room, with sun shining brightly in the sky. The front door opened, and the old man froze while holding onto the door handle. Their eyes locked onto each other, and the air seemed to freeze in awkward silence. Sorry, wrong house. Dwight closed the door. No. Why did he have to leave? This was his home. Before Leon could sigh, the door abruptly opened as Dwight stormed in. What the hell is going on? How did this happen? Dwight questioned him as the corner of his eye twitched, while glancing at the scattered clothes on the ground. Although he did intended to hand his granddaughter over to Leon, she was still the apple of his eyes. He could not help but feel some indignation as to how things progressed so quickly. Yuwu, Lynn groaned as she rolled her body over to her other side as the previous side became uncomfortable. Her head happens to face her grandpa's direction in her new position. Hearing his voice, she opened one eye to see what's going before she fully woke up with a start. Grandpa. She pulled the quilt up subconsciously. She sighed in relief knowing that she was covered before burying her face in Leon's chest, too embarrassed to face her grandpa. Dwight felt a bit frustrated at his granddaughter. How can she give up her purity so easily? How could she expect Leon to treasure her that way? What if he thinks she was a casual woman? Wouldn't she suffer? Dwight cleared his throat. Never mind. You both go get dressed. We will talk later. The old man closed the door on his way out and ordered no one to enter the villa. They both let out a sigh of relief when they were alone in the living room again. They both sat up ready to get dressed. Ah, Lynn fell back leaning in Leon's chest when she tried to stand up. Leon caught her with his arms. What's wrong? Her face grew red. It's all your fault. My fault? Leon was taken aback. What did he do? Why PH? Why are you making me explain? It's because you did that to me for so long. My legs feel soft. She pouted and wanted to softly pound his chest, but she had her back to him and his arms wrapped around her in a cuddle. Ha ha ha, what should we do about it then? Leon rested his head on her shoulder as he said with a smirk. Why are you asking me? Aren't you a doctor? Can't you do something about it? Lynn's voice grew intermittently softer until she was silent. She nestled her head on his chest and listened in on his strong and steady heartbeat as she enjoyed his warm embrace. Neither of them continued to speak as they wanted to savor the moment of tranquility. Love was a strange and magical thing. You did not need to overcomplicate it with reasons. It could come slowly and it could come swiftly. You never know when it's coming, but you can feel it when it arrives. They lost themselves to their lust and carnal pleasure and bonded. But because of the skinship they now shared, they were closer than ever and had a natural reliance on one another. Lynn wished time could freeze in that moment, but it was interrupted when she felt something poking her abruptly. She reaches her hand behind to grab the unknown object poking at her rear. Easy, easy, my little brother is going to be squeezed to death, Leon whimpered. No matter how tough his body become, there was one place that would always remain. There was nothing he could but break out into sweat when she had him by the balls, literally. Lynn had yet to familiarize herself with her newfound strength, and exerted too much force and made Leon's little brother turn from red to purple. His strength was drained by her strong grip. His arms around her slipped, and she was able to turn around to look at the little brother she was gripping. No, sorry. She was frightened by what she saw and instantly let go like a startled rabbit. She finally got the opportunity to have a good look at what a man's private part looked like, and didn't realize it would be so grotesque. However, she quickly recovered from her fright and felt a mixture of shyness and anger when she remembered the wonderful experience it gave her. Didn't we just did it? Why is hard again? She pouted. You can't blame me. It's a natural psychological reaction. Leon said helplessly. What should we do then? She started feeling aroused herself after tasting the forbidden fruit once, but they couldn't possibly go for another round. Her grandpa was still waiting outside. Are you two done yet? Dwight roared from outside after his patience grown thin. How could they make an old man like him wait outside his own home for so long? The two was shocked silly and scrambled for their clothes. Lynn did not get see his little brother deflate like a balloon. She would have been fascinated and might even find it cute. Sorry, Grandpa. We'll be ready soon. Don't come in yet. Lynn hollered. Dwight felt both frustrated and amused after hearing her panic. He shook his head with a sigh. The family's flower would eventually follow their husbands outside when they are married. Cooked rice could not be uncooked. His granddaughter wasn't exactly young anymore and should be able to take care of herself. Instead mulling of the matter and worry about it, he should think about the good points. They are now connected and could be considered family. He could use his newfound identity as Leon's grandfather-in-law to lower the prices of the awakening pills he buy from him. Having an alchemist in the family was naturally a good thing, and they could even start receiving free gifts. Thinking up to this point, Dwight became jubilant as let out a raucous laughter. What's wrong with Grandpa? He seems quite happy. Lynn was pleasantly surprised. Maybe they weren't in trouble anymore. However, Leon had a bad feeling. He felt the old man was up to no good. Yeah, come here for a sec, wifey. Wifey? Who's your wifey? We're not married yet. She blushed said with fake anger but was inwardly pleased with how he addressed her. She obediently came over while feeling blessed. A string of information was transmitted to her when they planted their forehead against each other. The information detailed how to practice the revised Ice Phoenix canon. Due to the grade dropping after revision, the divine was taken out of the name. In addition to the technique, Leon added some movement technique and his insights regarding the awakening path. If she could refine her ice seed and bring it back under her control, it would be for the best. It may allow her divine practice to be smoother otherwise. Hand these to your grandpa and tell him I'll come back later tonight to collect the usual. Leon took out the pill bottles and readily handed them to her before planting a kiss on forehead, and made a mad dash for one of the open windows and escaped before she could say a word. She was left dumbfounded by the turn of events. Ha ha ha, where is my grandson-in-law? Dwight barged in, impatient to have a good talk about their future transactions. Lynn pointed to the open window dumbly. He went out that way. What? Damn it. Dwight ran back outside, but Leon was long gone. Arg, that stingy little bastard. Dwight gnashed his teeth, clearly displeased by Leon's cowardly escape. His face changed faster than flipping a book. Lynn didn't pay her grandpa any heed as her mind was preoccupied with digesting the information. A while passed before her light shone with splendor. To think such techniques existed in the world, Leon had shown her many surprises and opened a whole new world to her. Leon did not head straight for the Lancaster mansion. It was in the Upper North District, while he was in the Upper West District. He would make a quick stop by the gang's headquarters first. He would tour the Lower North District, in passing when he heads to the Lancaster mansion. He wanted to assess the situation of the Lower North District, considering the Red Salamander gang had such bloody auras. Who are you? Manager Doug asked warily. He had become a first-step Earth user, but his confidence did not grow. He had been on edge while managing the nightclub all this while. The two gangs that attacked them still had several second-step awakeners, and any one of them was stronger than him, a non-fighter. There was also a greater threat looming over them. He does not know when they would face the retaliation of the Gray family. Prepare a room for me. Leon's familiar voice rang out under his newly bought lion mask. Nog, be boss. Yes, right away. Doug felt his tensions relaxed once the boss was present. Only the boss had the strength to block the winds and rains. He would be disappointed when he learns that Leon wasn't staying for long. The boss's temperament seemed quite eccentric. He could relate Leon's previous appearance to being inconspicuous and wanting to keep his identity hidden, but his current appearance was very conspicuous and was akin to screaming, "I am the boss of the Golden Lion Gang." Leon had found a nice lion mask and matching set of clothes on his way to the nightclub and bought it without second thoughts. It was more suitable to be worn during the day compared to his complete black attire, which would have been conspicuous in broad daylight. The new attire was exquisitely designed and perfectly outlined the appearance of the Golden Lion. The attire could be mistaken as that worn by royalties if not for the quality of the material used. One could see that the seamstress was very skilled in what she does. He decided he would find the seamstress to tailor a few more sets of attire for him in the future. Leon thought it was the perfect fit for the boss of the Golden Lion Gang. One would question why he would want to stand out like a sore thumb when the Golden Lion Gang had enemies on all sides. He was just asking for trouble by making himself look like the Golden Lion Gang boss, even though no one knew what the boss would look like. He was precisely hoping his enemies would come trouble him. The fight with instructor Eugene had awakened something inside him. Eugene was a difficult opponent that made him struggle and feel very uncomfortable, but it was these types of battles that would get his blood pumping and excited. He had gained many insights from the battle. Only strong and powerful opponents could give him the adrenaline and desperation he needed in battle and force him to break limits and improve his skills swiftly. To tread the thin line between life and death as he overcome all obstacles was a life to die for. Only with the threat of death could he feel alive. He is equipped with the skills and talents to be an assassin, but he longs for the life of a warrior. He cherishes his life but is also drawn to danger. He didn't know when he had become such a complicated creature. Leon entered the room after receiving the room key. It was the same room he shared the night with Arya, but the person was gone. She had her day job to tend to. He locked the door and entered his world space. The world space's life energy was recovering at a nigh imperceptible rate due to the sparseness of spirit energy in the world, but the herbs were growing well. Only one day was required to upgrade normal herbs to Tier 1 spirit herbs. There was a tenfold increase in duration for each successive upgrade though. 10 days for Tier 2, 100 days for Tier 3 and so on. If he wanted to increase the rate, he would have to find spirit energy-rich area of objects to feed his book of life. Although he doubted there was any in such a desolate world, he would keep an eye out for them. Leon grabbed the necessary spirit herbs and exited the world space. Without any surprises, he fished out his pill cauldron and began concocting pills. An hour passed and 3 sets of 2 pill bottles laid out in front of him, with a different use for each set, namely, True Awakening Pill, All-Purpose Healing Pill, and Golden Ointment. He handed 1 pill bottle of each set to Manager Doug and left with some pain in his heart. The herbs used in the Golden Ointment was not cheap and was worth more than the other 2 combined. However, it was a necessary investment for the development of his gang. He laments over how low he had fallen to be affected by such little money. He was the son of the Divine Medicine King, and this amount of money would not even enter his eyes, but that was all in the past. He is now an orphaned commoner who had nothing to his name. He realized how fortunate and blessed his last life was, but had taken everything for granted. He came to understand the meaning of failing to treasure what he possessed and only value what is lost. He would not repeat his past mistakes and treasure everything important to him, namely, family and loved ones. Money and treasures were inconsequential compared to the above, but he still had to treat it care and not be extravagant. Stepping foot into the lower North District, his expression had a subtle change. The air was different to lower West District. It felt thicker and hotter, but not so much in the literal sense as it is illusory. It was like a dense aura of despair and resentful clouding the entire lower North District. His expression finally turns grim when he noticed the streets lacked the hustle and bustle of the day and was devoid of people. There was no life to it. The 2 districts were both ruled by gangs, but situation of the 2 was far from the same. The lower North District was in a far, far worse situation. Noticing the neat and clean clothing Leon wore, a weak and sickly little girl to him from an alley, not intimidated by his lion mask. "Big brother, do you have any food?" The little girl had her hands extended but hesitated to grab onto his clothes, afraid that she would dirty it and get in trouble. She was famished and did not ask for money. "Could money be eaten?" As if she had overexerted herself, the little girl suddenly coughed up blood and fell over. Leon caught her in his arms before she hit the ground and felt her pulse. He was not affected by how dirty she was. Leon's body shook as his eyes glistened red and looked at the face of the little girl. She should only be 5 or 6 years old, but she was missing a fucking kidney. How inhumane. The kidney of a child wasn't even useful. He didn't take himself to be the sentimental type, but he felt both sad and angry for the little girl who was a stranger to him. The children are innocent and should not have to go through such experience. He did not hesitate to pop an all-purpose healing pill in her mouth and help her absorb its medicinal efficiency. The lost kidney could not regrow, but her wound from the organ harvesting would be healed. Since they had met, he would not turn a blind eye and leave her to die. The districts were separated by walls, and the entrants were usually guarded by the gang members. Even the city guards did not want any involvement and had long abandoned that area of jurisdiction to the gangs. The Red Salamander gang members had long noticed Leon entering their territory and swiftly informed their superiors. The fame of the Golden Lion gang had spread last night after the survivors escaped. Even if they were idiots, they could tell that even if Leon was not the boss of the Golden Lion gang, he was related to the Golden Lion gang. Leon had ignored them earlier, but now a bigger group has gathered and surrounded him. They were all carried ironwood weapons and dense bloody auras with them. Leon had rage building up in him. These bastards all deserve to die. The pill worked wonders and the little girl was back up and standing. She started shivering in fear after finding herself surrounded by a bunch of scary people. If you're scared, you should close your eyes and cover your ears. She was very obedient and closed her eyes immediately. Who are you to the Golden Lion gang? The leader of the group, Hudson, barked. He was the new elected boss of the gang, but he would not be able to enjoy for long. Leon stood up and faced the crowd with a cold glint in his eyes. Dead men don't need to know. Leon's voice was laced with icy killing intent. He would do humanity some good and rid the entire district of evil. He was no saint, but he will stand on the side of good to condemn evil today. This place was completely lawless that even children weren't spared. The Red Salamander gang were all armed with crudely sharpened ironwood swords and spears. They were crafted not too long ago. The gang's loss drove them to find alternative means to bolster their strength and confidence. Dead men, you think you can take us all on unarmed? Who you think you are? The boss of the Golden Lion Gang. Hudson was cocky to the extreme. He seemed to believe that with his second step strength and weapon, he could even put up a fight against someone stronger. Leon couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on him. With a smirk, he waved his hand, and a fire of wall formed itself around him to protect the little girl from harm. She had suffered enough. Hudson had an ominous feeling when he saw the wall of fire appear and quickly turned tail to escape. Who was he kidding? Even the ex-boss and 20 core members didn't stand a chance against the boss of Golden Lion Gang. His ironwood sword was just a toy in front of Leon who could burn him from a distance. Extreme vanishing step. Boom, the ground cracked under immense pressure. Leon flashed through the wall of fire without harm and appeared right behind Hudson in an instant. Before he could turn around check, Leon's palm was already on the back of his head as his head was slammed into the ground with the full brunt of 500 Jin force. His skull was crushed and his brain matter splattered. An instant kill. Everything happened so fast, the other members weren't able to react until it was over. When they finally registered everything, they threw away their weapons and did their best to run in different directions. What they felt was fear. They were just ordinary people. They stood no chance when even their boss was killed instantly. What a monster. Everyone run. They had to flee immediately or they will all die. Kill the head and the mob would scatter. They became easy pickings when they lost all intention to fight. However, Leon had no intention to let them escape. They weren't allowed to run. They weren't allowed to surrender either. Leon was like the Grim Reaper as he sentenced them all to death. He would definitely kill them. None could outrun him. Like a specter, only his shadow could be seen as he darted between them. With each stop, a fountain of blood would spray, heads would roll, and hearts pierced. He went for every fatal shot. His fiery hand was like the Grim Reaper's scythe, reaping lives with every swing. Within a matter of minutes, the entire group was decimated and slaughtered down to the last man easily like chickens on a chopping board. Leon could have burned them all to death quickly, but he wanted them to die by his own hands. Otherwise, the rage burning inside him would not be abated. Only a pile of incomplete bodies remained as blood and gore painted the scene in a gruesome way. Any normal person who could see the scene would retch and empty out their stomachs. It was no doubt the stuff of nightmares. Leon thought the little girl would be traumatized if she saw such a scene as he hurried back. But it was too late. When the wall of fire disappeared, the girl's eyes had already opened and took the scenery in when everything had gone quiet. However, the expected expression of horror was not seen on the little girl's face. It was calm and serene. So calm and serene, it makes people's heart go cold if they knew that a child could watch such a gory scene so calmly. Everything is over. Are you not scared anymore? Leon asked. The little girl shook her head. Are you not afraid of me? He was fully covered in blood. The girl shook again. Leon felt pain in his heart. They say hardship and suffering could make a person mature faster. But he did not feel good when the one maturing was just a 5-6-year-old little girl. She was so young but already forced to learn the cruelty of the world was for what it was, unforgiving. Children her age should be innocent and naive. To be cheerful when happy and cry when sad. What's your name? Mia. Do you know where your parents are? Big brother can take you to them. Mia nodded her head before but shaking them. The bad guys took many things from them before killing them. Leon drew in a deep breath to calm his turbulent emotions. He didn't doubt that the things she was referring to was her parents' organs. She watched her own parents have their organs harvested and killed. How messed up was that? His parents had been quite free after he told them to stop slaving away at their old work, and he didn't have much time to accompany them anymore. Maybe they would adopt Mia and take care of her to pass their time. He wouldn't mind having a little sister. Do you have anywhere to go? Mia shook her head once more. Do you want to come along with Big Brother? Can I? She looked up at him with clear eyes. Leon nodded. If you want to, you can. There's no way he would leave her to fend the world on her own after knowing what she had been through. He was not heartless. I want. Mia nodded vigorously. Come, let's go get ourselves cleaned. Leon smiled while offering out his hand. She took his hand when she was surprised to be suddenly pulled. Leon placed her on his left shoulder. She was too small to keep up with his pace, and it would take forever to walk at her pace. Their stomach growled. They both looked at each other and laughed. Ha ha ha, and find something to eat. Hugging her small stomach, she nodded several times. Very much in favor of the later choice. But we still have to clean ourselves first. Mia pouted unhappily immediately. No place would accept them dining in if they were to walk in full of dirt and blood. Heck, they might even faint from horror when they see him. Who would serve them then? They found a public well and rinsed themselves clean. Leon dried the both of them up after with his fire ability. It was quite useful for a number of things. They stopped by a clothes store and changed into a set of fresh clothing. Leon paid the owner slightly higher than the marked price, seeing the poor condition of the store. He could pay more, but he chose not to. If every problem could be solved with money, then he would not hesitate to spend it. Unfortunately, it couldn't. He had to solve the root cause, the remnant gang members and the nobles' insatiable greed. He would come back and uproot the gang after he finished his business in the Upper North District. Leon had already taken off his lion mask, and the little girl's eyes immediately sparkled. "Wah, big brother is so handsome. Lorn't I?" He grinned and made an exaggerated pose. He wanted to make Mia laugh more and cheerful like someone her age would. "Bang, big brother, your nose is pointing to the skies." She sniggered. "Haha, I was just kidding," Leon laughed awkwardly, but inwardly he was shocked. Was she really 5-6 years old? She was so intelligent. Leon treated her to a luxurious meal when they arrived at the Upper North District. He wanted her to have a good meal. "Wah, tilde so yummy." Mia gobbled her food really quickly with an expression of bliss. It was the best thing she ever had. She would shriek in joy and wiggle her legs with every mouthful. The food was sweet and springy like an omelet, served with rice, diced beast meat, and coated in their special sauce. "Remember to chew properly," Leon warned, afraid that she would choke. The meal costed 700 crores. Neither too high nor too low for a dish with beast meat. Carrying Mia on his shoulder, they arrived at the gates of the Lancaster mansion. "Hold. State your name and reason for visit." The guards barked while looking at them bottom up with disdain. "Leon Bradford. I pray you have been informed that the Duke's wife wanted to see me." They searched their memories and recalled there was such a matter, but they have waited for his visit for over several hours now. It must be a person of great personage to make the Duke's wife wait so long. After all, that is the sworn sister of the Queen. Furthermore, they were expecting one person, not two. Looking at the two wearing shabby and low-quality clothing, their disdain intensified. There wasn't a spot on their being that didn't scream commoner. "Get lost. I don't know where you got word of it, but the Duke's wife wouldn't see commoners like you two." The guards were very arrogant and shooed them away. WTF. What did he just hear? Get lost. In the world where strength ruled and the strong is to be respected, he would not take things quietly as he was disrespected by two lowly first-step guards. Who the fuck did they think they were? Because their masters are great, they also think they are great. Nonsense. Facing these two arrogant pricks with inflated ego, he would not be able to rest easy if he don't teach them a lesson. Leon forcibly calmed his violent urges. "Mia, cover your ears." With no questions asked, she obediently did as asked. "Oi, did you hear what we said? Get lost, commoner." He looked at them coldly as he took a deep breath and circulated his energy to his throat to amplify his voice. Is this how the Duke's household treat their guests? To invite them over only to be shunned at the door? Leon's deafening voice traveled far and wide, shaking the entire mansion and shocking all its inhabitants like a lion's roar. The majesty and power of his voice was to be awed and revered. Never in their entire life had they heard such a powerful and penetrating voice. No one would ever be able to come close to reproducing the same volume as Leon did. It sounded incredible, yet it was only one of the more simpler application of energy to a divine practitioner. The energy refined by a divine practitioner was mystical and had unaccountable number of uses and applications. This could not be more true for spirit energy, which was the most gentle and malleable type of energy to all life. It could be transformed into practically anything like magic under the right condition and method. His pseudo-grandmist energy was slightly different in characteristics, as it was heavier, tenacious, and overbearing, as his voice continued to echo out to the surroundings. Leon was not giving the Duke's household any face at all with his action. However, he did not care. He had decided to stop being restrained by excessive concerns in live life, unfettered like a proud warrior. Be true to his name's meaning, majestic and proud like a lion, the king of the jungle. He would tackle problems as they come. Thanks to Leon's instruction, Mia was completely safe and sound from his lion's roar. However, the same could not be said for the two guards. Larg. The two had dropped to the ground rolling while hugging their ears. They had suffered some damages to their hearing and mild concussion. They were fortunate that Leon did not directly target them or their eardrums would have bursted. Who can tell me what happened here? Amelia Lancaster questioned, visibly shaken by the powerful voice. It was powerful enough to rattle the glass windows. The entire mansion had been alarmed as everyone, including the Duke's wife herself, came out to assess the situation. You should ask your good subordinates about it. Leon scoffed. Amelia squinted her eyes and scrutinized him carefully. His stature was upright and he had an unyielding and proud disposition. If she wasn't wrong, the powerful voice should have belonged to this young man. But since when did they have such a figure in their kingdom? Jizai. Heroes indeed come from the young. Rachel in her stunning white dress pushed her way through the crowd of servants. What are you doing, Leon? How can you be so rude to my mother? Rachel frowned. What's wrong with him? Is this his true self or did he have an alter ego or what? Leon glanced at her with some brief appreciation for her beauty, but felt a bit awkward and his unyielding disposition collapsed. He was too agitated before. He should not have been rude to her mother as they were friends, which made her mother his senior. I'm sorry, I should not have been so disrespectful. He apologized sincerely without any excuses, but inwardly reflected on the thought that perhaps he was a bit extreme due to the killing earlier, and allowed the dense aura of despair and resentment to affect his state of mind. It's fine. Now can you tell me what happened here? Amelia waved as she did not mind. She was quite open-minded. In her mind, Leon wasn't someone simple, and was actually seemed very extraordinary on the contrary. She should not bully him while he is young. Rachel frowned, finally relaxed and sighed in relief when she saw that he admitted his wrong so readily and became cordial. After all, she did not want her mother and Leon to be hostile to one another. Little did she know that her mother looked him in another light precisely because he wielded such disposition. What can I say? Your guards told us to get lost even after I stated my name. What? There was such a thing. Amelia's expression was stern as she turned towards her guards. Is that true? Your Grace, what did you say? Their heads were ringing and did not hear properly. Her expression darkened immediately. She would not repeat herself. Cripple them and throw them away. They do not need come back for work. How dare they treat my guest with such disrespect? Amelia ordered her steward. She had taken Leon's word to be the truth. Yes, Your Grace. The steward complied and dragged them away. Even if they were idiots, they could tell things were bad for them by her expression. Mercy, Your Grace. Mercy, Lord. Their painful cries rang out as they were dragged away and crippled. Evidently, Amelia wasn't as affable as she seemed. It depended on who she interacted with. All this while, Mia had been silently perched on Leon's shoulder like a canary as the adults do their talking. Rachel had been giving intermittent glances at her. Who is this adorable little girl? Rachel finally couldn't suppress her curiosity anymore and asked. It couldn't be his child, could it? She hoped not. Leon gave them a recap on Mia's condition and how he met her in the lower North District. He had skipped over how he had decimated most of the Red Salamander gang. Oh heavens! You poor thing! Come, let big sister giving you a hug. Rachel's heart melted as she felt sorrow for the little thing. How could such a thing been happening right next to them without them knowing? She had forgotten they rarely ever visit the lower district. Mia's current appearance was that of a healthy, clean little girl thanks to the healing pill, wash, and new set of clothes. It was a clear contrast to her previous dirty and sickly look. The difference was like heaven and earth. Rachel found it hard to believe that the little girl could have undergone such drastic changes in such little time. Even if one were to place the two pictures in front of her, she might not believe it. But there was no reason for Leon to lie. Mia felt her eyes glisten with tears as she accepted Rachel's warm hug. In the end, she was still a 5-6-year-old girl who needed the comfort and love of others. "Big sister, you are very pretty." "Oh, thank you. You are very sweet. I'm sure you'll grow up to be just as beautiful." "Really? Really?" Rachel couldn't help but squeeze her cute cheeks. Leon was amused seeing this side of Rachel. He guessed that no woman could resist the temptation brought by cute things. Feeling his weird gaze, Rachel flushed with embarrassment. "All right, let's talk inside." Everyone can return to what they were doing. Amelia Lancaster gestured. "What about the guards, Your Grace?" Steward Sebastian asked. "Find someone else to replace them. I don't want a repeat of what happened today." Amelia paused before continuing ahead. "Right away, Your Grace." A duke's household is on a whole different level, sure enough, Leon thought while looking at the receding crowd. Every one of them was an awakener. "What are you waiting for? Let's go." She hurried him while carrying Mia in her arms. "You're lucky the one you met today was my mother and not my father. My father isn't as easygoing. If you said the same thing to my father, he would have you." Rachel finished off with a threatening throat-slicing gesture with her free hand. Leon smiled and walked on ahead, paying no heed to her warning. She stomped the ground in annoyance. She was just warning him out of goodwill. Does he not care about his own life? Her chest heaved up and down. If he doesn't care, then she wouldn't care either. IGMPH. Why did she have to worry about him so much? Rachel threw her tantrum silently. They entered the Lancaster mansion and gathered around in the parlor. The servants tended to their own various work around the mansion. "Leave, I wish to talk to your friend privately," Amelia said to Rachel. "Yes, mother," Rachel answered before turning to Mia with a smile. "Let's go, big sister will take you around to play and eat." Mia didn't answer her immediately and stared at Leon and waited for his cue. "Go on, she would definitely have nice things for you to eat. You must take advantage of that." He smiled. His words made Rachel speechless. Although Rachel was nice and warm to Mia, she was still more reliant on Leon. Leon sat opposite of Amelia after the two left. "All right, what would you like to talk about?" Leon cut to the chase. His tone was neither servile nor overbearing. He does not know the Crawford noble etiquettes, nor was he a subordinate of hers. He neither cared nor required to address her as Your Grace. Like everyone else, he wasn't willing to lower himself below others. Sitting opposite of each other, Amelia didn't answer his question. She studied his appearance from top to bottom silently. "Tea?" she asked abruptly. "Sure." He wasn't thirsty, but he felt drinking something would make him feel better. Amelia's gaze was very invasive and made him very uncomfortable. He had no idea what she wants. Did she discover something about him and want to dig out more secrets? Amelia had no idea what was going on in Leon's mind as she clapped her hand twice, and a servant brought a tray with a pot of tea with some sweets and poured them a cup each. He took his cup and drank the tea to ease his nervousness. He was expecting some impressive tea, but he was left disappointed. It was just ordinary tea. Any spirit tea in the divine realm was better than it by a large margin. And then there is the legendary divine tea, if some wasteful eccentrics was willing to use their divine herbs to concoct it. "How is the tea?" "Very ordinary," he said bluntly. He was sure where this conversation was going. He felt like he was being reviewed to see if he was a potential son-in-law. Amelia took some sips of her tea as she continued to observe him and become deep in thought intermittently. Indeed, it was just normal tea. There was no sugarcoating it. But she got would be showered with compliments when she asked the same question to all her previous guests. They didn't mind spouting nonsense to get in her good books, but what they didn't know was it had the opposite effect. She didn't like fake people. She was quite pleased with Leon's honesty. "You're right. It's very ordinary," she agreed. "And you should not be drinking it," Leon added. "No? Why?" She was intrigued by his words. She didn't understand why it was a problem. I can see that you have not been sleeping well. This type of tea keeps you awake. Drinking this tea will not help you, but instead aggravate your sleeping problems. You see, there is a reason for that, and I'm stuck in a helpless situation. However, you might be able to help me solve the problem. Amelia stated. The search for the prince had bumped into a dead end. Leon was probably her last hope at finding the missing prince. She had been observing Leon's facial feature very carefully. She had already noticed that he did share some resemblance to the king and queen, but there was a larger part that felt foreign to her. She couldn't put a finger on what it was, so she did not want to jump conclusions so quickly. She didn't want to hand a fake son over to her sworn sister. It would make the queen lose faith in her. Leon had started divine practice, and the act of remolding his body so whatever she was trying to find in him, she would not be able to so easily due to the changes his body had already undergone. Is that why you wish to speak with me? Leon asked. Did the Duke's family already figured out he was an exceptional doctor? So she hoped for me to cure her insomnia. That doesn't seem right. Only a select few knew he was a doctor. He seems to be forgetting something important. But her next words unveiled his doubts. Yes, I heard you grew up in an orphanage until you were 5. Leon nodded. So it was matters relating to the missing prince. Do you still keep in contact with anyone from that orphanage? No, since I was adopted there was no further contact. Leon shook his head. His childhood memories were blurry and not much could be remembered. Amelia was disappointed by his answer but didn't give up. Was there anyone else in the orphanage that was born in the same year as you? I seem to have been the youngest. The others were at least 2 years older. Leon's tried hard to recall. He couldn't help but feel the doubt in his heart grow bigger. Born in same year and have the same circumstance as the missing prince. He had pushed the matter behind him because he was satisfied with what he had. He did not want to be conceited, to think he was the one out of so many orphans and orphanages. The bigger the expectation, the bigger disappointment. But now that the matter was brought up again, he felt incredulous about everything. Why was he reborn on such a barren land? Why did his memories awaken? Why was he equipped with such overwhelming advantage in life? Why does humanity have such a bleak future on this world? One had to know that in the divine realm, humanity was one of the ruling races. He felt like the hands of fate guided him here to lead them out of their predicament, and there was no easier position to lead them than to become the ruler of the Guardian Kingdom. Leon subconsciously traced the jade pendant he always wore around his neck. Gasp asterisk, he felt Rachel's mother quickening her breathing and looked up. Are you wearing something around your neck? Can I have a look at it? Seeing no reason to reject, he took the jade pendant off for the first time and handed it over. Rachel's mother accepted the jade pendant with shaky hands. Her expression turned to one of excitement when she recognized the jade pendant. It was the other half for the Phoenix Jade, the Dragon Jade pendant. Where did you get it? She had lost her bearing and elegance as she grabbed onto his shoulders and asked him in a hurry. Quick, answer me. I always seem to have had it on me. You ask me where I got it, but who do I ask? Leon was taken aback by her loss of composure. Leon's words confirmed her final suspicion. It was apparent that the missing prince had been sitting right in front of her all along. Come follow me. Rachel's mother grabbed his hand and took him to her study room. Although he had already guessed the answer, he was still surprised by her sudden rise of intimacy. Inside the study room, Amelia pulled out the drawer and took out the Phoenix Jade that was in the sandalwood box inside. When she put the two jades together, there was a magnetic force that pulled them together. The dragon and Phoenix Jade became whole again as it glowed with a pale purple light before fading back to normal. It seemed quite mystical, but nothing special happened. It turns out you were the prince all along. Amelia made a comment. She felt very relaxed as the burden has been lifted off her shoulders. The task has been completed. Amelia circled around Leon as she inspected him again and gave him approving nods. Leon felt a bit helpless as he stood there like a piece of art on display. She was very satisfied with her son-in-law. She had heard that he was a fire user, which made her almost cross him off the list of suspect before, but thankfully she found him in the end. It didn't bother her that Leon wasn't a metal user. Although it was rare, it wasn't impossible to awaken with a different element. His mother was a perfect example. She had no intention of informing Elizabeth her son had been found right away. She wanted to bring Leon directly to the palace and surprise her. Her expression at that time would be something to look forward to. Come, tell your mother-in-law about your life until now. He was helplessly dragged back to the parlor to recap his life. His family seemed to have grown bigger. Time passes by. Leon became familiar with his new mother-in-law. I see. You also have an engagement with the flower of the Cromwell family. Not a problem. You are the future king of the Crawford kingdom. Great men would always have a number of women. However, I won't forgive you if you let my daughter suffer grievance. Amelia narrowed her eyes. Her strength billowed out for the first time, and she was a 9-step awakener, the same as the Duke. What a scary pair of couples. She sounded quite accepting of Leon having multiple women as long as her own daughter doesn't suffer. But if her own husband dares to look for other women, then they would be entering a cold war. Ugh, don't worry. I won't let that happen. He assured, but he wasn't feeling confident. His beautiful friend had suddenly turned into his beautiful fiancée. As a man, he should be happy, but he doesn't know how he should feel. Their friendship was pure and hadn't progressed in that direction yet. He would have to take things as they go. Remember those words. A man's word is worth his weight in gold. Leon nodded. A while later, Rachel came back with Mia as she ran to Leon with happy faces. Clearly, they both had a good time, while not so much for him. What are you happily talking about, mother? Rachel asked curiously. She came back because they have been talking for hours. Even if they had lots to talk about, it should go for that long, right? Leon and his mother-in-law enjoyed a long conversation on lighter topics. They did not discuss unpleasant topics like the kingdom's corruption and state of the commoners. As the top noble house just below the royal family, these matters shouldn't have escaped their ears and eyes. The fact that they haven't done anything about it means that they must have their own ideas and plans, or so he thought. Whatever plans they had, it should have been enacted long ago. They shouldn't have dragged it out for so long. Many commoners have suffered, and the lower district has become like a dried-up lake. If Rachel's mother knew his thought, she would have flushed with shame. They had realized the severity of the problem not longer ago. The Lancaster Industries was a military enterprise. They had always been focusing on supplying weapons and equipments to the army, while researching more powerful tools at the same time. The airships were their proudest invention, as it allowed the military to counterattack and not just sit behind the walls and stay on the defensive. They had always looked at the bigger picture. If the wall was lost, then it would spell the end of humanity. They thought it was fine for some nobles to be corrupted as long as they didn't step over the boundary. After all, there would always be bad eggs among a bunch of good ones. As long as they stood united whenever the war comes to them, which it will, they could turn a blind eye to some things. They had never once stopped preparing for the war that would come again. But the years of preparation didn't prepare them for the war that would come from within. Their thinking was too naive. Everyone had ambitions, and when you give them room to grow their ambitions, they would no doubt betray you once they were stronger than you. One could not rely on the words of promises and the rules they set to run the country. Rules are made by the strong, and strength was the only absolute thing in the world. If one does not want to be betrayed, they mustn't give others a chance to betray them. Amelia does not know how strong these corrupted nobles have become, but considering they have not made a move, they must still have their misgivings. The Metal Palace was like an absolute death zone for those who treads inside with ill intention on the throne. What are you happily talking about, mother? Oh, I have some good news. We found the prince, and I was just thinking of when to set the wedding date for you two, but I would have to visit your queen auntie to discuss the details. Amelia said jovially. Boom asterisk, it was like an explosion had went off in Rachel's head. It was good news for her mother, but it was like earth-shattering bad news for her. It's good that the prince was found, but why is her mother already discussing marriage plans when she still hasn't met the prince yet? Her mother seems so anxious about the marriage. It's not like she's the one getting married, right? Why are you already talking about marriage? I haven't even seen who the prince is. Tears welled up in Rachel's eyes as turn around and run away. Wait. You know, Amelia didn't finish her words when Rachel had disappeared out the front door. She was running away from home. Ah, yeah, this girl. Won't even let her mother finish. I'll go fetch her auntie. Amelia raised an eyebrow. Mom. Leon sweated. Men. Go. Amelia nodded with a pleased expression. It was unknown whether she was in a hurry to hold her grandson or the prospect of establishing a stronger bond with Elizabeth's family. Mia wanted to follow after Leon but was held back by Amelia. Be good and stay here. They will be back soon. Amelia placed Mia on her lap and gave a good look. She was very adorable and grew increasing fond of her the longer she looked. Mia was very cute, a far cry from when Leon first met her. But she was able to draw the sympathy of others all the same. Mia was alerted to be left alone with Amelia, but her guard was slowly lifted as she enjoyed the warmth from Amelia's touch. It reminded her of her own mother and she grew emotional. There, don't cry. Amelia's maternal instincts kicked in as she gave her gentle rubs on the back. A cold light glimmered in her eyes. The corrupted nobles couldn't be touched, but the same could not be said for their pawns in the lower districts. She plans to cut off their limbs they have extended there, so there wouldn't be any more tragedies like Mia's in lower district. Rachel did not have a destination in mind when she ran out the house. Before she knew it, she had already found herself lost in an unfamiliar place. Unlike her parents, she had never been to the lower district, despite her home being situated in a relatively close proximity to the entrance. Usually, the Red Salamander gang would do their best to cover up their dealings and make the district look perfectly normal on the surface for the passing nobles. If one wasn't attuned to killing before, they would not be able to detect the lingering despair and resentment in the air. However, the dead bodies of the Red Salamander gang was not cleaned up, and their bloody stench filled the district. Even someone like Rachel, who was inexperienced to fighting and killing, could smell the blood in the air. The sickening atmosphere made her feel uneasy, but she did not leave. As the Duke's daughter, she could not turn tail and run without investigating the source of the bloody smell. The term noblesse oblige rang in her mind. Her curiosity and sense of duty to protect the commoners steeled her resolve as she wiped her tears and ventured deeper towards the source. At the square where piles of bodies laid, the remaining members of the Red Salamander gang gathered around with a mixture of anger and fear. Who did this? Borden roared furiously. He was the last second step awakener in the gang. He was guarding the east entrance against the White Ferret gang with his men when they received news of their main force being wiped out. I'm not sure, but I heard there was an outsider. Should we contact our backing? We can only do that. The problem has gone far beyond what they could handle. The unknown enemy was very powerful, able to slaughter the entire main force. They don't know when they would be next. At this moment, Rachel appeared and saw the gruesome scene. She paled at the blood and dismembered bodies on the streets. She immediately started puking at the sight. She didn't know it was Leon's doing and thought the state of the lower district was far worse than what he had described it to be. Who are you? Did you do this? They did not recognize who Rachel was. They questioned her with threatening gazes and bloody auras. Although she was a third-step fire user, she had no combat experience and was easily intimidated. I didn't, she subconsciously retreated a few steps. It doesn't matter if you did or didn't. We will use you to vent our frustrations. They smiled lasciviously. They wouldn't let such a beautiful lamb run away. Back off or you will get hurt. Rachel threatened them with false bravado. She regretted coming here. Yo Tilda, I'm so scared Tilda. Borden said sarcastically. He closed in on her without stopping. The fires of lust burned in his eyes. A wave of fire suddenly appeared and blocked his advances as he was forced to retreat. *T. She's a fire user. Borden warned his men as he sweated. He would have been burnt to a crisp if he didn't retreat quick enough. That wasn't me, Rachel was dumbfounded. She was indeed a fire user, but that fire wasn't made by her. You sure know how to run. A familiar, helpless voice rang in her ears. She turned around much to her pleasant surprise. Leon finally caught up to her. He didn't think she would run to the lower district, making him take his time to search for her. She dived into his chest and wrapped her arms around him tightly without any others. She was badly frightened by what she just experienced as her body couldn't stop shivering. The fear of seeing blood and dead bodies seemed to hit her especially hard. It seems I have let you see something unsightly today, Leon said gently. Rachel was confused. What did it have anything to do with him? Leon didn't explain as he carefully settled her aside and proceeded towards the gang. The fire wall parted ways for him before closing again. One of the gang members didn't recognize his face, but managed to arrive at a certain guess when he saw his fire ability and unfamiliar face. He might be the person didn't finish his words when a needle penetrated into his brains. He dropped dead on the floor. He was the messenger who relayed the news to Borden. Who are you? Borden's face was ugly as he wasn't able to react at all to Leon's sneak attack. Leon didn't waste his breath as he waved his hand and another fire wall quickly spread out and surrounded them, cutting off all possible escape. *T. There's nowhere to run. It's do or die, brothers. Seeing Leon's zero intention to talk, Borden rallied his men. They raised up their ironwood swords and spears, ready to charge their way out. Not everyone was brave enough to fight Leon head-on if he was the one who decimated their main force. Some took their chances and tried to dash through the wall of fire to escape. Noah, the person wailed painfully as he was lit on fire like a human torch. The fire could not be extinguished, and the individual continued to wail in excruciating pain before dropping dead. Yes. Everyone took deep gasps of air with fear. Those who had similar thoughts cowered at the scene. Don't hesitate. Charge with me. Borden roared and lead at the forefront. Charge. They hardened their resolve as they roared in unison and followed behind. However, their efforts were destined to end in failure no matter what they do. If Leon could conjure a wall of fire around them, he could conjure one in front of him. They wanted to halt their steps, but it was too late. Ones at the front were able to halt their steps in a timely manner, but the others slammed into them from behind and pushed them into the wall of fire and became human torches as well. Their anguish and painful wails was enough to send chills down people's spine. Rachel felt strength in her legs gave out as she slumped to the ground. She closed her eyes and covered her ears. She didn't want to listen to their cries or see such a terrible scene. She felt like she had walked into a nightmare and couldn't stop shivering. Leon's fire had improved in both quality and quantity. He continued to burn all the bodies and blood-covered streets until everything was incinerated into ashes. A strong wind carried the ashes away after the fire died out and left nothing behind but a blackened land. It was his negligence that he did not clean up his mess before he left and allowed Rachel to witness such a horrific sight. If no one cleans up the mess, all sorts of diseases would eventually fester in the dead bodies. It would have been bad news if an epidemic appeared in the capital, where hundreds of thousands of people reside. Leon stood quietly in the square alone as he was watching the ashes disappear into the wind. He did not turn around to face Rachel. He did not know what Rachel thought of him after seeing him taking lives without hesitation. A murderer. A cold-blooded killer. Would she be afraid of him now? No matter what it was, his hands have already been stained by blood, and more blood will continue to be spilt by them. Not to mention these people all deserve to die. He would not harm the innocent, but he would never hesitate to slay an evil person. His path was destined to be filled with mountains of bones and rivers of blood. She would need to overcome her fear if she wishes to accompany him on his long journey to the divine realm. However, the blood and dead bodies weren't really the source of Rachel's fear. It was just the catalyst that triggered some intense memories from her childhood. She couldn't stop shivering in fear as she hugged herself. Leon sensed something wrong and finally turned around. Phobias shouldn't invoke such intense reaction. A trauma. He checked her pulse. Her breathing was erratic and her mentality was in complete disarray. Sure enough, it was a trauma and a serious one at that. Treating the mind was his weakness. He felt his hands tied. He could only try to calm her down and restore her steady breathing. Everything is going to be okay. The blood and dead bodies are all gone. Leon tried to soothe her mind by whispering gentle words while rubbing her back. Rachel calmed down after a while and fell asleep in his arms. He felt depressed seeing her in such a state. What exactly did she experience in her childhood? He didn't expect the campus goddess to have such a weakness. He wanted to understand her better. Leon carried her back to the Lancaster mansion. "What's wrong with my daughter?" Amelia asked with concern as she saw Leon enter with the sleeping Rachel. What did Rachel experienced in her childhood? Leon settled Rachel down in her bed before answering Amelia's question with another question. Amelia's expression changed greatly. She didn't know what happened, but she didn't need to know. Leon's question gave her all the information she needed to know why her daughter was in such a state. My daughter is really pitiful. Even though Ignis and I both possess the strength to not fear anyone, we weren't always around to look after her due to our work commitments. She have suffered a total of 3 assassination attempts in her younger years. It was fortunate that she came out unscathed, but the maids who protected her did not. They performed their duties well and bought enough time for us to arrive. These maids were also her best friends, whom she spent the most time playing with when we are not around. To watch her friends die one by one as she was forced to flee for her own life. She must have been haunted by those memories. Any drop of blood would trigger her memories of that moment. Amelia sighed sadly. To this day, she still hasn't found out who the culprit was and for what reason they were after their daughter's life. Leon widened his eyes in astonishment at the revelation. For this unknown group to try and assassinate the Duke's daughter 3 times, one could see how much they want her dead. Exactly what was their purpose? Nothing could be gained from the assassin's body. They were all awakeners, but none of them could be identified. Leon frowned in thought. He could think of 2 possibilities, but they don't seem very plausible either. They could have been raised secretly by one of the noble families, or the unknown force had came from outside the capital. Whatever it is, it's all just guesses at this point. You seem to be proficient in medicine. Amelia shifted the topic. The past was the past. Rachel hasn't suffered any more assassination attempts afterwards. She cared more about the present and whether her daughter's trauma could be cured. Why, yes. How did you know? Leon was taken aback. He didn't seem to remember mentioning it. You seem forgetful. You could easily tell I was sleep-deprived and made recommendations like a doctor would. Just from that, Leon was flabbergasted. Anyone can see that she was sleep-deprived by the bags under her eyes, right? It's general knowledge that most tea keeps people awake unless it's herbal tea, no. How can she tell from just that? Actually, it was just a guess, but now I am certain. Amelia said with a cunning smile. Leon realized his slip of tongue. It was as good as admitting that he was. However, they were on the same side, so it didn't matter if she learnt some of his secrets. But of course, he wouldn't openly tell them. She had to figure it out herself. So can you treat her trauma? Amelia had sought help from medical experts before, but they all gave her the same answer. Mental illnesses were hard to cure, she could only rely on herself to overcome it. She didn't have much hope that Leon could do what the medical experts couldn't considering his young age, but age was never an accurate measurement of one's capabilities. She at least understood that much and held on to that faint glimmer of hope. Mental illness is difficult to treat. I can't cure it at present, but I can alleviate to some degree. Leon was silent for a moment before he answered. That's fine. Please help her. His first line disappointed her, but she was pleasantly surprised by the following. There's still hope. You don't have to ask. It's what I should do. I'll need to borrow your kitchen first. Leon smiled. All right, go ahead. Amelia was taken aback, but she agreed. What did the kitchen have to do with alleviating her daughter's trauma? Leon was about to head for the kitchen when he felt a tug on his pants. No, dearest me. How can I forget our cute little Mia? Leon picked her up in his arms. Will Mia forgive Big Brother? They were so caught up in Rachel's matter, they neglected poor little Mia. She felt aggrieved as they had not spared her a glance, but she could only endure quietly as she was intelligent enough to know something was wrong with the big sister. Mia nodded unwillingly. She was afraid to act spoiled. She feared they wouldn't want her anymore and throw her away. She was most afraid of being alone again after feeling their warmth. Leon felt sad and gave her a warm hug. Big Brother will treat Mia to a nice meal later. Okay, Tilda, her mood was lifted immediately. Her unhappiness was blown away at the mention of good food. It seems most children were natural-born foodies. Leon smiled and gave her a pinch on the cheeks before putting her back down. Big brother will be back. Stay with Auntie. He went to the kitchen by himself. Amelia did not have to wait long before Leon came back carrying a teapot that was steaming hot. Tea? Amelia was dumbfounded. Tea can alleviate her daughter's trauma. When Leon had left for the kitchen, Rachel had woken up not long after. You're awake. How do you feel? Amelia asked with a gentle tone. I am fine. Rachel's body still felt a bit shaken, but she had already forgotten what happened earlier. It was like her self-defense mechanism kicked in to protect herself, as the unpleasant memory was pushed to the back of her mind. Seeing her mother, she could only think about the engagement as her mood dropped. Amelia could easily tell what was on her daughter's mind. Which mother wouldn't know their child best? Be honest with your mother. What do you think of Leon? Do you like him? She shifted the topic to her favor. Rachel's face pale. Why did her mother ask this? Was her mother going to do something to Leon if she said yes? Would she harm him? She was filled with worry. Don't worry. Mother wouldn't do anything to harm him. Amelia assured her. Why would she harm her own son-in-law? Really? Rachel was rather skeptical. Seeing her daughter's doubt, she couldn't help but tease her. You still haven't figured out who the prince is. Amelia said with a smile on her face. Huh? Her mother's words seemed to imply that she's already know the prince, just not aware of it. Leon's image seemed to cross her mind. Leon, she blurted out. Amelia's smile grew bigger. Rachel was stunned by the twist of events. Her face felt hot under Amelia's big smile as she flushed with shyness and buried her face in the blanket. Her heart started beating rapidly at the prospective thought of marrying Leon. If she had to choose between someone she knew and someone she didn't, she would naturally choose the former. But when the two were one and the same, she felt strange that she was quite accepting of the matter and wasn't repulsed by it. Due to her trauma, she was afraid that she would get attached to any new friends she make, only to watch them die in front of her. The feeling of watching her friends killed in front of her was something she never wanted to experience again. Because of such reasons, she built a wall around her heart and did not have many friends. People can only be acquainted and not befriend her. Yet despite the walls she built, Leon walked right into her life and they became friends very easily without resistance. It was a surreal and mysterious feeling. Like a game of chess with the king as her heart and the pawns as her wall, other people would have to work to take down her defenses before they could reach her heart. But Leon did not follow convention and completely flipped the chessboard. The so-called wall did not exist for him. His existence was an enigma, but she did not hate it. The hand of fate had brought them together, and it felt especially strong now that she had learned that he was the prince, whom she was engaged by birth to. I don't know. Rachel collected her thoughts and gave her answer. She did not know if she liked Leon, but she did not hate him. It's fine as long as you don't hate him. Amelia nodded. All relationship has to start somewhere, but the marriage must be carried out. The sound of Leon's footstep was heard as he came back with a steaming hot teapot. A young maid had followed right behind with an expression of being wronged and wanting to cry. Leon had suddenly barged in her kitchen and prepared his own tea before carrying it back in her teapot. He was the esteemed guest of the Duke's wife. Such menial task should have just been left to her, as it was her job to prepare tea. To have the guest prepare the tea and carry the teapot himself, she felt she was useless and not needed. Since Amelia had not said anything, she did not know what to do and could only follow Leon helplessly and mentally prepare herself for punishment for not doing her job properly. Amelia was dumbfounded. She glanced at her young maid behind him after. Did he bully her? Leon smiled at the question directed at him. This isn't any ordinary tea. This is herbal tea. Leon explained. Spirit to your herbal tea, he mentally added. The Acromus valerian root was one of the many miscellaneous herbs he had collected. He didn't expect it to be useful so soon. It has the effects of curing insomnia and relieving anxiety and psychological stress. Such a tea will also be useful to you, Mom. Leon added. He was not used to calling someone he just met by such an intimate term and couldn't control his eye from twitching. Rachel blushed when she heard Leon address her own mother as Mom. Stupid, I haven't agreed to marry you yet. She mentally protested. It was still a lot for her to take in, and she wasn't ready to accept things as they are even though she knew she had no choice in the matter. She was just throwing a silent tantrum. Having been evolved to spirit tier, the effects of the herbal tea can only be stronger and not weaker. Leon did not have the time to prepare the herbal tea the standard way by drying it before boiling it in water. Instead, he used his alchemic skill to extract the medicinal essence from the herb and dilute it in the boiled water to bring about a similar effect. The difference in preparation would only affect the taste and not the effect. He was a doctor to begin with, not a tea maker. No, in that case, I should definitely have a taste first. It's not that Amelia didn't trust Leon's skills, but she was indeed mentally tired and could use some of the tea if the effects was as he described. Serve the tea, Lily. Why, yes, your grace. Lily finally heaved a sigh of relief as she took the teapot from Leon politely. She thought she was going to be reprimanded, but thankfully she was just overthinking things. Your tea, your grace. She served the first tea to Amelia. Amelia brought the teacup close and took a whiff of the tea before her eyes lit up. It was very aromatic. She could tell a good tea by its smell. She took a sip and savored it in delight. The warmth traveled throughout her body, and she felt refreshed as the fatigue was washed away. Good tea. She sighed in relaxation. She felt calm and at peace. I don't think I can drink normal tea again. Her words seems to have a hidden meaning. Leon smiled wryly as he seemed to understand her meaning. I will leave a batch of the herbs here, and the servants can prepare the tea for whenever Mom wishes to drink it. His eye twitches. But in any case, the achromatic valerian roots was a common herb found in various places of the kingdom. It just need to be upgraded to spirit tier with his Book of Life. It didn't cost him much to gift them his mother-in-law. It can be shown as a form of filial piety and earn her goodwill in return. It would make his life with Rachel easier if he got along with his mother-in-law after all. In his heart, he already accepted this pie that had fallen out of the sky and taken Rachel to be one of his wives. He already has two, another one wouldn't hurt. But such was a dangerous way of thinking. Who knows how many more would end up joining them later. There was no lover or girlfriend in his vocabulary, only wife. If they decided to enter a relationship with him, then they are stuck with him for life. Sorry ladies, but there's no backing out after boarding the pirate ship. That's great. Amelia was pleased by Leon's answer, but she was also confused as she eyed his school bag dubiously. It's too much of a coincidence for him to carry the herbs with him, right? He seemed to have came prepared. Maybe her daughter already knew of his medical skills, had told him about her. AHMY daughter is so thoughtful and caring. Amelia looked at Rachel with affection. Rachel didn't know what was going on and just smiled back. She wasn't going to deny it if she heard her mother's mental compliments. She would be an idiot if she didn't accept the free caring look and warmth from her mother. Well, I should get going. Thank you for having us. Leon thought it was a good time to leave as he picked Mia up. They had stayed long enough. He still had things to do, but he should visit home first and drop Mia off in his parents' care. What? Leaving already? Amelia was astonished. The sun was setting. She still wanted to take him to surprise Elizabeth. You should stay with us for dinner at least. Leon smiled wryly as he shook his head. He knew it wasn't as simple as just a dinner, not to mention he was a bit afraid of meeting the Duke, who would be present for dinner. He was the son of the divine medicine king, why should he cower? However, the fear of meeting the father-in-law for the first time seems to be an instinctual trait of all men. Don't you want to meet your birth mother and succeed the throne? Amelia's question made him silent for a brief moment. It's fine as long as she know I am alive and well. I will meet her when I am ready. As for the throne, I don't want it. You don't want the throne? Amelia widened her eyes in shock. Rachel was also startled. Maybe I do, but not now. There are many things I want to accomplish and experience before taking on such responsibility. I trust you would keep my identity a secret until then. No. Amelia was amazed at Leon's level-headedness. Many couldn't wait to sit on the throne should the opportunity be presented to them. Leon was able to see the bigger picture. There were many nobles eyeing the throne. To put himself in the center of the storm was not wise while he was still weak. Even if he likes to look for trouble, he would have to assess whether it wasn't too big for him to chew. The troubles from being the center of the storm was enough to drown him faux death. Fair enough. I will not keep you if you insist on leaving. Do remember to visit us often, Amelia said. It was unbefitting of her status to force him to stay. He had his own plans and she wouldn't intrude on it. Leon nodded and left with Mia in his arms. Goodbye, Auntie and Big Sister. Mia waved her hand cutely from Leon's should as he was leaving. Bye-bye. They waved back with some reluctance as they parted ways. They didn't play with little Mia enough. Rachel sighed with both relief and disappointment after Leon was gone. Come try this tea. It is very good for you. Amelia cheered herself up and told her daughter. Rachel nodded and accepted the tea with curiosity. Leon was not in a rush to return to the Lower West District as he was carrying Mia in his arms. He was afraid of hurting her delicate body by moving too quickly in the wind. By the time he reached the entrance of the district, night had already settled in. Leon frowned as he paused his steps. The night was still early, but the streets was devoid of people. It gave him an eerie and ominous feeling. He had felt like he was being watched when he had left the Lancaster mansion, but he thought it was just his imagination as he could not detect anyone. But the feeling had only grown stronger as he got further away from the Lancaster mansion. He still could not detect anyone, but he decided to trust his gut feeling and put on his guard. It was better to be safe than sorry. Leon's pace slowed down as he tread forward carefully. Mia saw his serious expression and was intelligent enough to keep quiet and not distract him. Having been in dangerous situations before, the eerie silences also made her unsettled. He didn't step into the Lower West District for long before he felt a dangerous feeling creeped up behind. He instinctively made a leap for the side as he rolled on the ground while protecting Mia. Swoosh, a metal throwing knife implanted itself in the floor right where he originally stood. Enjoy. The unknown assailant covered in black grunted, having failed to kill his target in one shot. Who are you? Why are you trying to kill me? You don't need to know. Just obediently offer your head to me. The person in black leaped down from the entrance wall and made a mad dash for him. A metallic dagger appeared in his hand as it shined in the night sky. His speed was fast. About as fast as Leon. Damn it. Leon retreated backwards with Mia in one arm as he waved his free arm to conjure a fire wall to halt the person's advances. The figure leaped over his firewall and made a beeline for him. With no time to think, Leon withdrawn the block of steel ingot and defended the dagger blow in a timely manner. The two broke away after the clash. Mia quickly run and hide somewhere. He couldn't fight while protecting her at the same time. Why do you carry a block of steel ingot around? The figure questioned as he made his next move. Your dagger isn't bad either. Leon narrowed his eyes as they traded blows. The other party's background wasn't simple to be a fifth-step awakener and in possession of weapons made of metal. Leon wasn't as good as the other party as he suffered cuts to various places on his body. Just give up, boy. You're no match for me. The other party mocked him, but he was inwardly shocked that Leon was at the same level of strength as him. His killing intent strengthened. This kid has to die. Leon gritted his teeth as he defended the figure's attacks without wavering. He could feel his strength slowly being sapped from the wounds he suffered, but giving up was equal to death. He couldn't continue like this for long. He had to find an opening to end the fight in one blow, but the opponent had no openings to exploit. He was a skilled fighter, killer, or even assassin. Who wanted him dead? The only person who had animosity against his identity as Leon was Edric and his cronies. He thought it was impossible for them to get their parents to mobilize a high-level killer after him for some trifles between children. Who else could it be? He felt being watched since leaving the Lancaster mansion. Was this person from the same unknown organization that wanted Rachel dead? Budgie. He suffered a deep stab in his left shoulder due to a lapse in judgment. Leon's expression changed as he instinctively kicked the figure away at the same time. Damn it. This was no time to be distracted. His left arm's combat effectiveness was cut in half by that blow. He had to create his own opening and finish the person off in one blow quickly. Mia's eyes were red as she was watched Leon covered in his own blood. Leon took initiative to close the distance, but he felt his foot sink into the ground like quicksand before hardening. *T. His leg got caught. The opponent was a earth user. It's over. The figure roared as the dagger aimed straight for his heart. Leon felt it piercing his chest as he made a minuscule movement and shifted the dagger away from his heart. The dagger stabbed into his chest, missing his heart by a small margin. Big brother, Mia cried out. Leon coughed up a puddle of blood as he grabbed the figure with his weakened left arm and prevented him from breaking away. For you that is. Leon clenched his right fist. What? The figure tried to break away, but it was too late. 9 echo oscillating fist 2 echoes. His fist slammed straight through the figure's chest and pulverized his heart with the full 1,000 Jin force. Impossible, how can I lose to a brat like you? The person in black felt all of his strength drained from his body as he dropped to his knees and drew his last breath. Nothing is impossible. Leon popped an healing pill into his mouth and swallowed it. One must not only be ruthless to their enemies but also on themselves. It was a very close call. Leon took away the black mask, and an unfamiliar middle-aged face appeared in his view. He didn't know who he was, but maybe someone he knows might. He pulled the dagger out of his chest and planned to keep only the head. His face was pale as he popped another healing pill in his mouth and rubbed some golden ointment on his chest wound. His body suddenly felt heavy like lead as his vision blurred. I lost too much blood. Leon passed out on the ground. The pills slowly heal his wounds but couldn't make up for the blood he lost. Woo, big brother, don't die, Mia cried over to him. These days, Lena had been in a gloomy mood as she wasn't able to meet with Leon. She wanted to spend more time with him and ask for his help to cure her parents, but was also hesitant as she seemed to owe him a lot already. With all the students busy with military training, she couldn't find the opportunity to and had a lot more free time instead. She used her free time to retrain the military arts she once learned in the army. If only she had continued to keep her body in shape from practicing the military arts, then the normal thugs wouldn't have been a problem for her back then. She was just on her way home from campus when she heard a child crying somewhere. Lena was rooted on the spot. Why was there a child crying at this time? Something was wrong. She was timid and afraid of the unknown, but she still couldn't ignore a child's cry. At the scene, a little child was crying over one body, while another body laid not far away. What exactly happened here? She inspected the later body. Isn't this the Gray family steward? Woo-woo, big sister, please save my big brother, Mia pleaded tearfully. She didn't know what to do. Lena looked over at the blood-covered body. This is Leon. In the dark of the night, a study room in the Gray family's mansion was still lit. Albert was seen tapping on his desk impatiently. Edric was standing obediently on the side like a little mouse. He knew his father was in a bad mood. He had told his father about his humiliation and near-death experience during the day. He didn't forget to twist the story of his life on campus and make himself out to be the victim and Leon as the bully. He wanted to borrow his father's hand to kill Leon, since he didn't have the capability himself. Albert was furious and sent his steward out for the job. Of course, he didn't believe everything his son told him. He understood his son's character well. His son nearly dying should be true enough. That reason alone was sufficient to warrant Leon a death sentence from him. He only had one son and heir. Even if his son was a complete disappointment, he was his son nonetheless. Having learnt that Leon was a commoner with the strength of a fourth or greater, Albert had his doubts. Wasn't the little bastard from the Golden Lion gang also in possession of similar strength? They were both young as well. Could there be such coincidences in the world? He didn't believe it. Albert had inferred that Leon was the young boss of the Golden Lion gang from those small clues. Even Leon would be shocked if he knew his secret identity had been so easily compromised. He would have regretted not disguising his voice. Just when their investigation couldn't garner any results on the background of the Golden Lion gang boss, his son gave him such important intel. His son wasn't completely useless after all. Albert didn't hesitate to send his steward Gale to finish the job. A well-trained fifth step, Awakener, should be more than enough to take care of the little bastard. He still had a stomach full of anger whenever he thought of that arrogant and contemptuous letter he received a while ago. However, he was a proud noble at the seventh step and wasn't willing to take action himself. What would others think of him if he was forced to take action himself? A whole day had passed and the steward had yet to return. This wasn't good news for him. Even if the steward decided to take action at night, he should have long finished the task and brought the little bastard's head back for him. When the time clocked over midnight, Albert grabbed his coffee cup and smashed it on the ground, startling Edric. "Gale is dead," Albert said darkly. "That's impossible. That commoner can't possibly be that strong." Albert was in deep thought as he had to reevaluate Leon. He went from a nameless commoner to a powerful awakener capable of killing his fifth-step steward. It wasn't rare for people to be able to naturally awaken, but most resort to pills to awaken quickly to get the head start. The nobles knew that the pills would cut their lifespan each time they take it, but it did not deter them from doing so. The one with the bigger fist has the bigger say and the weak would just be stepped on and bullied. No one was willing to be weaker than the others, especially the higher the status they held. Albert no longer felt anger for his steward's death as greed filled his being. There must be some great secret on Leon's body to allow him to advance his strength so quickly. He had no intention of sharing his discovery with his fellow corrupted nobles, as he planned to take the secret for himself. He stood up excitedly. "Where are you going, father?" "Treasure hunting." "Go wake up all of the servants and tell them to gather in the courtyard for me." Since his steward was no longer around, he ordered his son. Albert did not grieve for the steward who had accompanied his for 36 years. He was a cold and ruthless person. "Hey, all of them. Wouldn't mobilizing such a large force alarm the others?" "Do you not fear alarming the queen, father?" Edric was confused and fearful. "So what if that demon is alarmed? She would be no match for the ninth-step ancestors of the other three families if she leaves her palace." Albert snorted. The four corrupted nobles have entered an alliance and called themselves the Four Great Families. They were namely the Grey family, Weld family, Esmond family, and Acker family. They don't fear the queen anymore, but if she turtled herself in the palace, then there was nothing they could do. In her palace, she was invincible. "What?" Edric widened his eyes in shock. The queen was a peak existence in his understanding. He had thought that her position was unshakable along with the duke and his wife siding with her. He had no idea that the other three great families all had a peak existence as well. The power of both sides are roughly equal. "What about our family?" "We are a bit behind. Your grandfather is still at the 8th step." However, the secret on Leon's body could be the impetus he needed to push through to the last hurdle to the 9th step. Grandfather wasn't dead yet. Edric hadn't seen his grandfather in many years. "What? Nonsense. How dare you curse your grandfather?" Albert smacked him on the back of the head and glared at him. He had been in secluded training all this time. "Oh, I'm sorry, father." He apologized after being reprimanded. But he became confused about another matter. If his friends, Adrian Esmond and Caden Weld, both had peak existences in their family, why did they willingly treat him as the big brother of the trio? Did they butter him up so he could carelessly spill family secrets to them? Did they treat him like an idiot? Edric's expression darkened as his thoughts came to that conclusion. He should be more careful around these so-called friends of his. It is fortunate that his father didn't trust him with important matters. The alliance's unity wasn't as strong as he thought, which makes sense. There were 4 families but only one throne. They would end up fighting each other after they toppled the royal family. "Go now." "Why, yes." Edric snapped of his thoughts and ran to wake the servants. Leon groaned as he woke up in an unfamiliar room and his body bandaged. He didn't make further sound and movements as he surveyed his surrounding with vigilance. He noticed his left hand was held by someone. He traced the hand to the person's body and realized who it is. "It seems Teacher Lena was the one who found me and brought me back home," he thought as he looked at her sleeping face on the side of the bed, while the rest of her body laid uncomfortably on the floor. The flowery scent of the bed entered his nose as he realized it was her own bed he was laying on. He was touched by her care. "Hold on, where's Mia?" He searched the room only to realize she was sleeping soundly right next to him. One could still see the dried tears on the corners of her eyes. She must have been really scared for his sake. The concept of being alone again was probably scarier than death for her. He rubbed her head gently. Little Mia was too tired to be affected by Leon's affectionate head rub, but his small movement woke Lena up instead. Lena felt very tired having slept in such an uncomfortable position, but she seemed to be energized the moment her eyes rested on another pair of eyes staring right back at her. They both slowly shifted their gaze down to her hand that was still tightly hold on his. No, this isn't what it looks like, Lena exclaimed as she released her grip in a sudden manner. Her movement jolted his left arm as he groaned in pain. I am sorry, are you okay? I'm okay, Leon smiled wryly. Of course he wasn't okay, but he will just suck it up like a man. He glanced at Mia, whom was still in deep sleep. Where is the body of the other person that was with me? He jumped straight to the important issue. No, you mean the Gray family's steward. I left it where it was. What exactly happened between you two? She naturally was going to bring a cold corpse back home. Why would she want to carry the corpse of a middle-aged man? Leon didn't hear her second question as his eyes turned sharp. So it was the Gray family after all. He wasn't curious how she knew. Social gathering and tea party wasn't uncommon among nobles. He didn't go looking for trouble with the Gray family, but they came looking for him. Under his true identity, no less. Edric's image crossed his mind. He should have killed him sooner. Leon did not know that danger was drawing closer, and his identity as the gang leader was already exposed. Leon was thinking how to take his revenge on the Gray family. Haven't they been exploiting commoners for many years? Their treasure vault would surely be stacked with riches. He was lacking resources to manage his gang and improve his cultivation, and could surely use those riches. He has his Book of Life's world space. It had a lot of space for storage. You people better pray I don't find my way into your vault, or else there would be nothing left. Leon mentally swore. When Leon snapped out his thoughts, he realized he was making a very scary face in front of Lena, which made her seem frightened. Sorry. He smiled awkwardly. It's fine, Lena replied in very soft mumbled voice with her head down. She was startled Leon could have such a scary expression. She was just concerned about him. If he didn't want to talk about what happened, then he doesn't have to. There's no need to give her such a look, right? She felt a bit wronged, but being the older one, she thought she should be more open-minded and bicker with him. Their small talk descended into silence. Leon inspected the state of his body in detail and gave a self-depreciating smile. The healing pills did not heal his body well. He could still feel the medicinal efficiency working on his body, but the recovery rate was slow. He suffered too many wounds. Tier 1 healing pills weren't effective enough for him. Do you have my bag? He suddenly asked. Yeah, but what do you want to do with the empty bag? Oh, never mind. Leon lapsed into silence. He was going to use the bag as a pretense to take out some golden ointment from his world space to rub on his external wounds. But since his bag had been searched, he dropped the idea. He didn't want to deal with troublesome explanations. You bandaged me pretty well. Leon suddenly complimented. Due to suffering wounds to various parts of his body, he was wrapped up like a mummy. Thank you, Lena flushed with embarrassment at his compliment. She had to remove his clothes in order to bandage all his wounds. She was drawn to his body while she was bandaging him. She wasn't sure if it was because she was already attracted to him or curiosity towards the body of the opposite sex. His body wasn't big, but he was tall and lean. His muscles seemed lacking, but they were packed with power underneath. She couldn't help but touch and roam his body a bit. It was like the devil's whisper when no one would know what she would do. Mia was relieved when someone was willing to save her big brother. She was struck with weariness after her relief and fell asleep as soon as she hit the bed. If Mia had suddenly woke up and saw how she was touching Leon, she would want to find a hole to hide in. If Mia said something like "Big sister is perverted," it would have been the finishing blow and she would never crawl out. But that is all just a what if. Her guilty conscience made her heartbeat quicken when the bandaging was mentioned. Leon didn't know his body was taken advantage of and just thought his teacher was not used to taking compliments. By the way, couldn't you heal my wounds with your wood element ability? Leon didn't mean to sound ungrateful, but he could not help but be puzzled by this matter. I don't really know how to control my ability yet. Lena bit her lips. She would have done it if she could. Did he think she liked seeing him in such a horrible state? She had only recently awakened and had not received prior training or knowledge. There wasn't any reason to, as it was public knowledge that those who drink the water of absolute nothingness could never awaken for the rest of their lives, so her parents never taught her when she was younger. Leon seemed to have forgotten that everyone else did not have a strong soul and powerful divine sensibility like him. It might be easy for him to use his ability upon awakening due to it and his 24 odd years of playing with fire, but the same could not be said for the others. They had to learn and practice their ability slowly like normal first-time awakeners would. What he asked was a bit insensitive. "I'm sorry, that was insensitive of me," Leon apologized. "It's fine, my father or mother might have been able to help, but their abilities have been sealed." Lena tried to appear nonchalant to hide what was on her mind. She wished Leon could cure her parents, but it was inappropriate to ask with his present condition. "I can go cure them now, but how will you repay me after?" Leon said with a teasing tone and hidden implications in his words. He sensed her unnatural behavior and figured what was on her mind. Her expressions were quite cute. It was at least better than when she is in teacher mode. "No way, how could I make you do that?" Her face grew red. She could sense his teasing tone. Was this considered flirting? Did Leon like her? He had flirted subconsciously when he found her cute. His old habits from his past life seems to be kicking in after he losing his self-restraint to a passionate session with Lynn. It was like being a virgin again. The impulse was hard to control after tasting it once and would make him lust for more. There was a myth that for every year men abstained from sex, they regained back 1 year of virginity. If he went by this saying, then he could indeed have been regarded as a virgin up until that point. Suddenly remembering about Lynn and that she was probably still waiting for him to visit her, his head cooled. It was already late, and he didn't know if the Gray family sent anyone else after him when they figured out their steward was dead. Lynn would have to be disappointed. "Don't worry, it's also for my sake." The sooner he was fully recovered, the better he can adapt to further unforeseen circumstances. "That's great. Let's get started right away." At this moment, Lena's father and mother barged into her room and said, "Mom, Dad, why are you still awake at this hour? Haven't you been eavesdropping outside the whole time?" Lena was stunned before she interrogated them angrily. "Ho ho ho, how can we be at ease when you bring an unconscious boy home, all bloodied and stay in the same room? We naturally had to see if anything was going on." Lena's father said straightforwardly, admitting to the eavesdropping. What did you think was going to happen? The matters between men and women, of course. Why else did you bring him to your room? Can't you just settle him on the couch outside? Clearly this boy means something to you." Her mother answered as she looked at Leon like she was looking at a son-in-law. 16 was the marriageable age among noble daughters, but her daughter was already 24. She was worried that no one fancied her daughter. Although it wasn't the scenario they anticipated, her daughter had brought someone home in the end. "What? How can you say that in front of him, Mom?" Lena was upset. She felt like her parents was sabotaging her relationship instead of helping her. Did they forget there was also a child in the room? What would Leon think of her? She panicked. Mira's sleeping. All eyes focused on Leon. Hi, Uncle and Auntie, I need acupuncture needles for the treatment." Leon was startled when they all focused their attention on him with such scrutiny. "No problem. You can use my set of needles," Lena's father stated. He was a local physician who specialized in acupuncture after he could no longer serve in the army. He had suffered various degrees of injuries on the front line and had a good understanding of the human body as a result. He relied on his acupuncture skills to bring home the bread and butter for the family. "Hello? All right." Leon was surprised her father had a set of acupuncture needles, but didn't put too much thought into it. The Green family was still a noble family, no matter how much they have declined. "What do we have to do?" "Just standing there is fine." "All right. Let me see your skills, boy." Although Lena's father, Robert, didn't doubt Leon's acupuncture skills as his daughter was the best proof, he still had to see it for himself. Leon was evidently much stronger than the time he cured Lena. Although he wasn't in 100% condition, he did not have to expend much effort to unblock Robert's and Lena's mother, Aisha's pores, and draw out the devouring parasite demon in their body. Robert and Aisha did not get to see the devouring parasite before Leon reduced them to dust with ease. Although they devour all forms of energy, there was a limit as to how much they could devour with their minuscule size. Leon burned them both to death. Robert's and Aisha's empty wood seed was much larger than Lena. Unlike her, they were powerful 7th and 6th step awakeners respectively before their ability was sealed. After they were completely freed from the curse that plagued them for 17 odd years, their bodies automatically drawn in the wood elements from the surrounding like hungry gods. Leon benefited a bit from the wood element drawn to Robert and Aisha, as it had some small recovery effect on him. Robert's strength recovered to the 4th step in a short time before the process slowed down due to a lack of wood element in the surrounding. Hello. Very impressive. You have done the Green family a great favor, boy. Say, how should we repay you? Robert was exuberant. For starters, please heal me. Lancaster Mansion. Amelia and Rachel could be seen waiting at the dining table. Luxurious and delicious-looking dishes filled the table. Each dish were treated like works of art as the content was neatly and thoughtfully placed, bringing out the aesthetic beauty in food. However, the food had already all gone cold as they waited for the Duke to return home. I'm sorry, my dear. I was a little caught up with work. Duke Ignis apologized as he entered the dining room. Sit down, we'll talk over dinner. Amelia nodded. Work commitments couldn't be helped. Go reheat the food. The servants came and took the plates away, leaving the family of 3 at the dining table alone. I heard you sent my steward out on a task. Ignis had a bitter look. His own right-hand man was being ordered around casually by his wife. Was he the Duke or was she the Duke? He may seem imposing and dignified outside, but at home, even he had to listen to his wife. He was a henpecked husband. Yeah, I wanted him to watch over someone secretly in case of any mishap. Lo, to send the steward to watch over this person, he must be very important. Who is he? Sebastian may just be a steward of the Duke household, but he was a 7th step awakener. His status wasn't any lower than the marquises of the kingdom. The prince. You found him. Duke Ignis was pleasantly surprised. He knew how hard his wife had been working to find him these days. It's good that she doesn't have stress over it anymore. That child is very good. I'm very satisfied with this son-in-law of ours. Amelia nodded with a smile. Lo, what is good about him? Duke Ignis narrowed his eyes for a moment before glancing over his daughter. He thought she would protest against the engagement like usual, but she was strangely quiet. Feeling her father's stare, she lowered her head with a blush. She might seem like she wasn't paying attention, but her ears were wide open as soon as her parents mentioned Leon. Can't you see I'm quite lively and not tired? It's all thanks to that child's tea. Tea? Duke Ignis' mood soured. Don't you know tea keeps you wide awake? You might not feel it now, but it will only hit you harder later when it wears off. That child is clearly harming you. What do you know? What he gave me was herbal tea. It's not really tea in the truest sense. Don't run your mouth if you don't know anything. Amelia defended. What? Tea that isn't real tea. Ignis was baffled by her words. What nonsense is that? Wasn't I just being concerned about you? Why do you defend a child you just met so vehemently? Glancing over at his daughter again, she was also giving him a disapproving look for accusing Leon's good intentions. What? Even his daughter is not happy with what he said. Why is his own wife and daughter not on his side? Exactly what happened today. What spell did that kid cast over his daughter and wife? Duke Ignis felt indignation and blamed it on Leon. Leon might have cried injustice if he knew. PH. I'll let you have a sip to know, but a sip is all you get. Amelia grunted. Prepare the herbal tea. Amelia's firm, articulate voice was heard in the kitchen next door, and the maid, Lily, soon got to work right away. The herbal tea was gifted to her and useful for Rachel. She was also a tea connoisseur. She liked the tea very much. Amelia wasn't willing to share her herbal tea with her Duke husband. She was only willing to part with one sip to convince him of its extraordinariness. The tea came out before the food, and it was as she had intended. One sip was all Ignis get. His eyes lit up as he felt the warmth soothe his being, and brought him a strange calmness and relaxation he hadn't felt in a long time. Cough asterisk dear, I did not taste it well. Can I have another sip? Ignis rubbed his hands and asked carefully. The herbal tea was incredible. No, Amelia flatly rejected. Ignis winced at his wife's flat rejection. Cough asterisk well, I admit the tea is good, but I must also see for myself whether or not he is suited for our daughter. Both daughter and wife looked at him with disdain. Would he dare break off the engagement if the prince wasn't good enough for his daughter? Most likely it was an excuse to ask for some herbal tea himself. Duke Ignis had always been the staunchest supporter of the engagement. He felt he had failed his sworn brother for not being there when he needed him most. Protecting the engagement was a form of solace to liberate himself from his self-blame. The door to the living room was suddenly knocked twice. Come in. Amelia's voice rang out. Having received the acknowledgement, the door was pushed open as steward Sebastian entered. Your Grace. Sebastian saluted. Duke Ignis did not show any displeasure for not being greeted first. He didn't dare upset his tigress wife. The steward was the faint presence Leon had sensed since he left the Lancaster mansion. From Leon's departure to his arrival at Lena's home, nothing was missed under the steward's watchful eyes from the dark. Amelia nodded. Did they return home safely? Safely. Sebastian was rooted as sweat began to form on his forehead. He asked carefully, didn't you want me to spy on them and report back where they headed to? I asked you to watch over them. What part of watching over them do you not understand? Don't you think a seventh-step expert like you have better things to do than tailing someone? I wanted you to protect them from any harm. Amelia was livid. Such simple instructions couldn't be understood. Did he feed his brains to the dogs? She immediately exploded. She just found the prince. If something happened to him, then she wouldn't dare imagine what her sworn sister would do. Duke Ignis wanted to speak up for his servant, but he kept his mouth zipped and looked on with pity. He knew his wife's temper well. The storm would not stop for anyone, not even him. Why would he want to direct the angry god at himself? Sebastian felt his head buzzed. He knew he had fucked up. Leon wasn't a simple guest as he thought. In fact, he was a very important guest. The instruction of the Duke's wife had been very clear, but he had interpreted incorrectly. In his mind, he had looked down on Leon. Although he had displayed a unique set of skill, he was still just a commoner who had been lucky to befriend the young lady and invited to their home. He had thought the Duke's wife's intention for him was to track Leon's home to dig deeper into his secrets later. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere when Leon was attacked and expose himself. Sebastian had forgotten his own roots, having served the Duke household for many years. He was a classic example of commoners hating on other commoners. I was wrong. Please punish this servant. Sebastian dropped on his knee and admit mistake. Just answer my question. Amelia said darkly. Yes, they were attacked by the Grey family's steward Gale. The steward was killed, while the guest was heavily injured and taken away by a passerby. His condition left unknown. Sebastian recounted what he saw. He had only seen Lena once when she was still a little girl and didn't recognize her current self. The emotions of the family of three fluctuated between agitation, shock, and concern like a roller coaster during Sebastian's recount. They were so anxious they had unknowingly stood up. The Duke, who had not met Leon, seemed to be the most anxious of them all. He might not like the prince much due to his wife's and daughter's favoritism, but the prince was still the son of his sworn brother, the king. Round up the servants at the fifth step and hire outside. We leave immediately. Duke Ignis barked with an imposing aura. At times like these, the men took charge of the matters outside. He was a peak existence, but he wasn't so arrogant that he would believe he could take on the Grey family alone. He had to take precautions against the Greys' actions when they discover their steward was killed. Their movements would not be small. Why, yes, my lord. Sebastian scurried to his feet and left in shock. Duke had not met the guest earlier in the day, but seems to already know who the guest was. Exactly what is the identity of the boy to move even the Duke himself? He had questions, but it was not his place to ask. The Lord will inform him when he needs to know. Rachel was burning with anxiety as her trauma relapsed. Why does every friend she make dies? Was Leon going to be the same? She started hyperventilating. You go first, I'll follow later, Amelia said to her husband before refocusing on Rachel. She had noticed her situation right away. Drink some tea, my dear. Duke Ignis had nodded and left. Although he was also worried about his daughter, he had his wife taking care of her. A big storm was brewing in the lower West District. The unity of the kingdom could not endure the test of time and fractured into three bodies of power. The royal faction consisting of those loyal to the crown, the Four Great Family Alliance which includes all the corrupted nobles, and lastly, the neutral faction that consists of nobles who could not choose a side and adapted a wait and see. They were the fence-sitters. The Four Great Family Alliance had always been keeping watch over the royal faction's movements. The moment Duke Ignis mobilized his men, the spies watching over their mansion were alerted of their movements. They immediately started relaying the information back to their families. Albert Grey excluded, the other three heads of the four great families gathered for a quick meeting. Is the Duke finally making a move on us? Marquis Gregory Weld initiated with an important question. The situation wasn't clear to him, as few spies were planted in Upper North District. That area was managed by the Esmond family. Not exactly. They seemed to be heading to the Lower West District. Marquis Ray Esmond replied. Any recent news from the Lower West District? Marquis Ray shook his head. That is Albert's territory. He should most clear about the situation there. Why did he not come? The Greys have been quiet in recent years. Marquis Gregory stroked his chin in thought. Indeed. They seem to be up to something. Marquis Ray nodded in agreement. To be honest, the Grey did not deserve to sit on the same position as them unless their ancestor also break through and become a peak-level existence. The main problem is the Duke is heading to the Greys' territory. They will most likely clash. Do we help him or not? Let him suffer some losses. We can help after and gain some benefits from him. He can only blame himself for being sneaky and not sharing whatever it is he's hiding. I'd agree. Marquis Ray agreed with Gregory's opinion. They did not want to clash with the Duke's forces unless had their fathers with them, whom both reached the ninth step. The Duke household had monopoly of the firearm production. It would not be a surprise if their men were all equipped with firearms. What are your opinions, Marquise Liulla? The Acker family was one of the fewer noble families headed by a woman. Liulla had been silent up until this point. She was a cold and proud woman of few words. If not for the emergency meeting, she would deign to attend the meeting. Her daughter, Audrey, was of similar character and never interacted with the offspring of the other three great families. All men seemed to be their enemy. Agreed. Marquise Liulla nodded coldly. Liulla was in her 40s, but her beauty shows no signs of aging like her coldness had frozen her youthful appearance. However, no man dares to have designs on her. She was a widow shortly after she had conceived Audrey. Similar cases had happened to all the previous heads of the Acker family throughout history. One would be an idiot if they could not even guess what was going on. Both marquises were tempted by her beauty, but neither of them think they were tired of living. They were both very ambitious people. Very well, we shall return and ready our forces. When Albert comes pleading to us, we set out at once. Fair enough. The debt of gratitude the Green family owe Leon was something that couldn't be measured. What might not have been much effort for Leon was like sending coal in winter for them. Healing Leon's wounds would not be enough to repay the kindness he had given them. Robert placed his hand on Leon's chest and began to channel wood elements into his body. Wood element had the best healing properties towards organic life forms. Due his mummified bandaging, Leon's wounds could not be seen under it, but he was able to feel them closing up at a noticeable speed. The results were astonishing. Much better than the pills he had on hand. Within minutes, his wounds have fully healed. Only scars were seen after he removed the bandages. Thank you. Don't mention it. Robert waved while secretly astounded by his own ability. It was the first time he had used his ability to heal someone else. Heck, it was the first time a member of the Green family even healed someone other than themselves. They had been using their ability wrongly this whole time. True wood users boast great self-generative abilities, but their greatest ability was healing others. It shouldn't be used for combat. They were more suited to be supporters. Although they won't share the same glory on the battlefield, their honor wouldn't be any less as the number of lives saved could be greater through healing, rather than killing. Robert could think of the possibilities with his Green's family ability as his eyes sparkled. He could become a healer, herbalist, or even an alchemist. It was all within the realms of possibilities thanks to his wood ability. Wood element nurtures life while water sustains it. He can speed up the growth of herbs as a herbalist and refine healing pills as an alchemist. Money was easy to earn regardless of the path he chooses. They won't have to suffer poverty anymore. Robert's mood was great. He liked Leon the more he looked at him. Besides, his daughter seems to share some ambiguous feelings for the boy. Leon was preparing to leave as he was concerned about his foster parents, but he was held back by Robert. "Where are you going, boy? I need to check up on my parents. They may be in danger. I hope Uncle and Auntie can look after Mia while I'm gone." Leon answered seriously. "You're going?" Lena panicked. "It's dangerous." She didn't want Leon to get hurt again. He was lucky to keep his life this time, but he may not the next time. It is the Gray family that's trying to kill him after all. She didn't know why they want to kill Leon, but she would stand on his side. Leon was her whole family's benefactor. "I must go even if it is dangerous," Leon said sternly. His parents raised him with much love and care despite the difficulty. He wasn't going to abandon them. "I understand. Be careful," Robert said. Leon was firm in his choice. It didn't look like they can convince him otherwise. Leon nodded and left without hesitation. Lena's eyes swelled with tears as she watched him leave. "The only way we can help him is to quickly recover our strength and get stronger. The Gray family is a titan to overcome," Aisha said unexpectedly. "Lay," stole the words from my mouth. Robert smiled dotingly at his wife. "Crying won't do you any good, my baby girl. Instead, you should work hard and train. Only when you're strong will you be of help to him." Robert lectured his daughter before adding, "Maybe I should propose marriage for you if he comes back alive." Her father seemed to have regained his confidence and vigor after his strength returned. He could even crack a joke to cheer her up at a time like this. "Your joke isn't funny at all, father." Lena pouted with redness. "I'm not joking. I'm seriously considering him as an excellent son-in-law. The boy has courage and values familial ties. He is skilled in medicine, capable and young. A boy like him would not lack women. You have to take the chance to grab onto him before the others do." "I'm going to train." Lena flushed like a tomato. She wanted to hurry away. "Ooh," Mia woke up with a groan. They had forgotten someone was still sleeping in the room. No matter how deep of a sleeper she was, Mia would still wake up if she was constantly barraged with noises. "Where is Big Brother?" She teared up when she didn't see Leon. "Sorry, Mia. Where we noisy? Your brother went to look for his parents and will be back for Mia later." Lena diverted her attention to Mia and rubbed her cute head, saving her embarrassment. Oh, Mia understood and went quiet. She will wait patiently like a good girl. Leon made haste and arrived home very quickly. His house was not far from Lena's home. "Mom, Dad," he called out. "You finally came home, son." Helen and Brian was happy to see him home. They were still awake and were practicing some simple movements after they awakened as Earth users. Leon himself was relieved after he saw his mother and father doing fine and well. Maybe he was too paranoid after a near-death experience. No, he killed their steward. The Grays would not leave him alone. The Lower West District was basically their backyard. It would be too easy for them to find him in their territory. They had to leave, but where? Leon racked his brains and could only think of the Lancaster mansion. He didn't want to rely on others, but he wishes for his parents to be safe. Only when they are safe would he be at ease to do whatever. "Mom, Dad, we need to move. Now, I offended some powerful people and this place will no longer be safe." Leon did not explain in details as he rushed them. He could explain later after they were somewhere safe. It was better to be safe than sorry. What's going on? Who did you offend? Where are we going? Helen has questions, but Leon did not answer them. I'll explain later. We got to go move quickly and quietly. He had a nagging feeling something big was going to happen. He didn't want his parents to be dragged in the center of it. Leon's hand paused when it was about to reach for the door as many threatening presence was suddenly sensed drawing closer from the outside. His expression turned grim as he realized it was probably too late. The party on the other side of the door had no intention of masking their arriving presence. Their arrival was very high profile as their killing intent billowed out indiscriminately. Those who felt it shivered in fear, and the sound of windows shutting could be heard. The people living in the area did not want to be implicated by whatever was happening outside their homes. Why did you stop? Helen was oblivious to the danger and asked with confusion. Weren't you rushing us to leave? Sorry, Mom. It looks like it's too late. Leon apologized for getting them caught up in his mess. He blew out the candle lights and shifted towards the front windows and took a careful peek outside. 3-7-15-24-27. What the fuck? Leon couldn't help but curse when he counted the numbers of people outside. He had a hunch they would send more people after him, but why is there so many? Did the Greys deploy their entire household after him? Why? Didn't he just kill one steward? It's not like he murdered their ancestors or something, right? Leon was agitated by how strongly the Greys had reacted to the death of one steward. His chest heaved up and down as his face became very ugly and regret started to seep in. Why didn't he listen to Amelia and meet with his birth mother? He could have been able to avoid the steward's assault and the Greys would come for him. He was the prince and the resources of the royal family would be at his disposal. His birth mother wouldn't hesitate to lock him in the palace and nurture him with their resources. Although he would be able to grow safely in the confinements of the palace, it was not what he wanted. A person who is raised in a greenhouse would never truly be strong. One may possess powerful strength, but if they were weak in mind, then their heart would also be weak, and they may not be able to fully utilize that strength to its full capability. A truly strong person can only be forged through a tempering of life and death experiences. There was no shortcut to it, otherwise that person would be stepping on the face of all who have achieved it with great efforts and determination. Leon knew his own weakness, and the tempering was what he needed to forge his iron will. Determination flickered in Leon's eyes as he looked at his parents. Mom, Dad, no matter what happens, do not go outside. He plans to face his enemies alone. His parents would not be able to help. Not possible. We should face the problem too. Please. Leon pleaded strongly. Helen wanted to refute his decision, but Brian placed a hand on her shoulder and shook his head. Just when they thought their lives were turning for the better, disaster strikes. We understand. We won't go out no matter what. Thank you, Dad. Brian understood that they weren't strong enough to help Leon and would only get in his way. However, there was resolution in their eyes. If something happened to Leon, they would not want to live either and accompany him on his journey to the netherworld. Leon exhaled a sigh of relief. His foster parents was one of his greatest worries and the biggest reason he chose not to meet his birth mother. He heard that the queen was a cold and ruthless ruler. He was afraid that his queen mother would be narrow-minded and think that his foster parents had taken him away from her and killed them. She was the one who was supposed to enjoy raising him and watching him grow, but it had fallen into someone else's hands. Leon was afraid his queen mother would had such dangerous thought and jealousy. However, Leon had already made his decision as he walked out the door. If he survived this ordeal, he would let go of his apprehensions and meet his birth mother. To protect his loved ones, he must use all the resource at his disposal. He would try to convince his birth mother if she does things contrary to his wishes. Is this the house of that bastard? Albert Grey stood 100 paces away as he looking at the humble abode in front of him with disdain. If it weren't for Leon's secrets, he deigned to step foot into the lower district. According to our information, this should be the address. As one of the servants reported, Father, would he still dare to be at home after killing one of our own? I can see that there is no light coming from the inside. Edric commented. Albert frowned as his son's comment. You're right. We should check. Bring his parents to me if they are inside. If there is no one, I want that thing razed to the ground. Yes, my lord. Albert would not step foot in such a lowly abode himself. He believes he would be tainted by the filth of the commoners, but actually there is no problems with hygiene inside. The servants were all armed with iron swords and strapped with holstered revolvers. The one in the lead raised his hand and halted the group just as they advanced a few steps. Someone is coming out. Facing the crowd outside his home, Leon's expression was sullen, and his footsteps felt heavy from the pressure weighing down on him. Why do you want to kill me? Hearing Leon's question in the distance, Albert laughed as he heard a funny thing. That's him, father. That's Leon. Edric pointed fingers at him. Leon shifted his gaze towards Edric that made him cower behind his father. Albert felt his face heat up as his son's cowardly action that made him lose face. You're very arrogant, don't you think, little boss of Golden Lion Gang? However, if you tell me how you become so strong in such little time, I can spare your life. Albert said darkly, restraining himself from slapping his son as they were in public. Realization dawned on Leon. No wonder they came to him so strongly. They wouldn't be able to stomach such humiliation from his letter, and suspected he held a great secret on him due to his cultivation speed despite being a commoner. Really? Will you really spare me if I tell you? Leon faked a fearful appearance. He did not believe Albert's promise one bit, but he had to buy time as he think of a plan to overcome his sticky situation. Of course. I promise, now tell me. Albert was pleasantly surprised and smug at Leon's reply. Weren't you very arrogant? I ph. Nothing but a paper tiger. Albert thought his strong force had deterred Leon. Are you sure you want to hear the secret with all these people listening in? Can you trust that they are completely loyal to you and wouldn't betray you by selling the secret to others? Why don't you come over so I can whisper it to you? Albert froze at Leon's words. Due to his wary nature, he did not trust others and found Leon's words very reasonable. It would be surprising if one or two of his people were bought over or planted by other families. However, if he did as Leon said, then he would be disappointing servants. How could he not see that Leon was acting and trying to sow discord? But so what? It did not matter. As long as he got close and capture him, he would be able to torture the secrets out of him. The process was different, but the results would be the same. He was completely confident in his strength. There was a dividing line between the 6th step and the 7th step. The physical enhancement did not change, but his earth ability was greatly improved. He was not concerned how strong Leon was. As long as his guard was up, Leon wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Earth users were strengths lied in their defense. It was already impressive that Leon could kill his steward at his age. All right. Albert strode forward with ease and stood before Leon. So what do you have for me? The secret is... Leon drawn closer and his hand glowed red as he clenched it into a fist and threw it out at his quickest possible speed. Albert saw the incoming move and smirked. He reached his hand out to catch it. He had been expecting Leon to make a move. You're too predictable, brat. 9 echo oscillating fist. The two made contact, and the colors were drained from Albert's face as he quickly attempted to summon up his earth armor. His palm was unable to stop Leon's fist as it broke his hand and continued straight for his chest. Albert's body shot backwards like a kite with its strings cut, and a fountain of blood sprayed from his mouth. He felt like he was hit by a truck as his body was struck by a force of 1,500 jin. A faint 3 echoes was heard when Leon's fist connected as he made a breakthrough with his martial technique. It followed by a wave of pain like he had just struck a rock mountain. His skin split and bled from the impact. Due to the strain on his body from using the technique, there was an instinctual limiter that stopped him from reaching 3 echoes previously. But when he threw caution to the wind and went all out, the hurdle was overcome smoothly. The martial technique was designed for body cultivators, as it had strong requirements for body toughness and speed. Most divine practitioners stop at 2 echoes as it was an introductory skill. Majority practice the energy cultivation system, and at energy condensation state, they can begin using spirit arts, which was stronger than martial arts. They wouldn't waste time in practicing martial arts too much. Speed was Leon's forte, while the 5-element body strengthened his body's toughness to some degree. Thanks to his new changing body constitution, he did not suffer too much of a backlash from using 3 echoes. His bones would have shattered from the force if his body was still ordinary otherwise. My lord, father, are you all right? Everyone was shocked by the turn of events as they gathered to Albert. Fuck off. Go and kill him now. Shoot him to death. Albert was enraged after suffering such a loss. What kind of force was that? It completely broke through his earthen armor defense and hurt his inwards badly. Had he been slow, he would have died from having his bones shattered and his heart crushed from the blow. Yes, my lord. The servants drew the revolvers and chased after Leon. Leon did not wait for them as he turned and ran. His plan was very simple: to catch the person with the biggest threat off guard by delivering his strongest attack. They might anticipate his attack but not its force. Whether he was successful or not in killing the person, he had to utilize his advantage in speed and run. A mob of third step to fifth step awakeners was different to a mob of ordinary thugs. He could not fight 4-fist with 2. His powerful attack did not deter them as they still had their firearms. He had to run and draw them away from his home. As long as his parents hid well inside, they would be safe. He would move to a more favorable terrain at the same time, and be able to commence his counterattack on his pursuers without distractions then. Father, are you all right? Edric tried to support his father up with great concern. Albert continued to cough up blood as he replayed the scene in his mind with lingering fear. Although he had suffered heavy injuries, he was fortunate to have kept his life. Leon's fist had broken his understanding of the physical limits of humans. Earth users like him bolstered great confidence in their defenses, as even the physical strength of a peak 9th step awakener would not be able to break the defense of his earth armor so easily. However, Leon had teared through it easily, or so Albert thought. Leon had thrown 3 punches in an instant to generate such incredible force. Albert was under the impression that Leon's physical strength had already exceeded the peak 9th step, but he did not think that Leon was a transcendent. Albert knew that Leon is a fire user. If he was a transcendent, he did not have to act weak, as he could just burn them all to death with his transcendental fire ability. A transcendent was a revered and mighty existence, and should never be disrespected. In the Crawford Kingdom, where transcendent-level awakeners were non-existent, they would be able to summon the winds and rains to dictate the fate of the kingdom. The throne is theirs for the taking if it was their wish to usurp the current reigning sovereignty. Albert believed that Leon's abnormal strength is related to his secrets. His eyes burned with greed as he arrived at this conclusion. Okay. Do I look okay? Albert asked rhetorically as he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Let's go. Go? Go where? Where else? Back home? Or did you want to stay here instead? Albert felt frustrated at his son's stupid question. Did he not see how his father was shot flying? He was a 7th step Earth user, but he was no longer in a condition to do battle due to his heavy injuries. He had to go back and seek stronger help. He wasn't going to give up so easily when there's a chance for his family to ascend to greater heights. He had sent all his servants after Leon in his fit of rage, but he did not think that they would actually be able to kill Leon now that his mind had calmed down. At most, they could only buy time for him to return home and get help from his father. Whether they survived or not did not bother him. He could just train a new batch of servants. He was still reluctant to ask the other families for help. They may be an alliance, but they were still rivals in the end. He naturally wouldn't want to see them grow stronger than they already are. No, come back here. The servants of the Gray family chased after Leon. They pulled their revolvers and aimed at him in the distance. His figure drew further away very quickly. The servants had not had many chances to practice shooting with firearms, as the private production of bullets weren't cheap and easy to make. They couldn't be extravagant with their bullets. Their aims were unsteady as they were chasing at high speed. Shots were fired, but the trajectory were completely off target. They were no match for Leon's speed as he continued to draw further away before turning a corner and disappearing out of their sight. Where did he go? Left? Right? Or did he climb up the building? Should we split up and search? Do you want to die? Leon's powerful punch was still fresh in their minds. They wouldn't be able to take him on individually. They had to stick together to stand a chance. On the rooftop of one of the buildings, Leon had switched out into his nightwear. The black clothing blends in the night and grants him a higher level of stealth, making it harder for them to detect him. *T, then do you want to head back and tell our lord that we lost our target? Let's split up into 5 teams and search. We can only do that. They don't want to be punished by their lord. Their lord did not take lightly to failures. They were unaware that they were just cannon fodders in the eyes of their lord. The 5 newly formed teams scattered into different directions, with one team climbing a building to search from above. On the rooftop of a different building, Leon listened in on their dialogue with a hyper-focus. Their actions worked towards his advantage, but there would still be 5 servants per team. It was impossible for Leon to take them head-on. He doesn't know how good they were at close combat compared to their steward, but he had learnt from his mistake. He would not take the risk, but neither was there a need to. He had no choice back then because he had to protect Mia. The steward did not give them the opportunity to escape. However, things were different now. He was alone and no longer restricted. He was free to act as he pleases. Leon checked his acupuncture needles. There was still 27 of the original 36 needles set in perfect condition. The number seems to coincide with the number of people that came tonight. As long as Leon does not expose his position, he should be able to kill them off one by one with his silent needles. A blade in the open was easy to dodge, but a dagger in the dark was not. If he shoots his needles from their blind spots, his chances of one-shot kill increases significantly. The dull skies suddenly crackled with a flash of lightning as rain began to drop heavily. The sudden downpour came without warning and didn't seem to have any intention of stopping in the short run. Looks like even the world wants to help me eradicate these villains. The heavy rain created poor visibility and interferes with their hearing. They wouldn't be able to hear the sound of his needles that's already subtle enough due to its thinness. The moment the first team of servants jumped on top of the 2-story building complex opposite of him, they exposed their backs wide open for him. He took the opportunity and fired 2 needles at the back of their heads before leaping to a different building out of their sight. The 2 unfortunate servants dropped dead on the roof of the building. *T. He got Timmy and Gary. Everyone, he is on the top of the buildings. Another servant tried to alert the other teams before they got too far away in their search. Unfortunately, his voice was drowned in the rain. The others could only faintly hear his voice faintly. Darn it! Where did this accursed rain come from? Leon circled around the buildings and fired another 2 needles at the back of another 2. Bull, Kobe, damn it. Fuck this *T, I'm out a run. The remaining servant lost his will to fight by himself and jumped back down from the building. He was just sitting target waiting to be slaughtered up there. 4 of his brothers died in the blink of an eye. This wasn't an opponent he could take on alone. Leon did not pursue the runaway servant and let him went to call for help. The rain had changed the course of the game in his favor. He went to the bodies of the dead servants and collected their weapons and firearms into his world space. It should prove to be useful in strengthening his gang. After he was done, he followed in the direction the servant headed. The servant was also at the 5th step, the strongest in his team. But he was a coward as he did not understand the extent of Leon's abilities, and neither did Leon understood his. They were wary of each other. Leon thought it was best to kill off the weak ones before aiming for the strong. Their fight slowly drifted towards the south, while he continued to pick them off one by one after he found the rest of them. Got him it. Where is he attacking us from? In just half an hour, their numbers had dwindled down to a measly 5. However, the survivors were all 5th step awakeners. Leon did not forget to collect his spoils from the bodies of the fallen brothers, the surviving servants abandoned. These last 5 weren't easy to finish off as they actually survived a number of his needles. They were able to avoid being hit in their fatal areas in the nick of time, due to their keener sense of danger each time he fired his needles. The 5 gathered back to back as they cover each directions and extracted the needles from their bodies. Fucking hell, man, are these acupuncture needles? Just who exactly did we make an enemy out of? A doctor. An assassin. What the hell? I thought he was just a kid. He's no kid. He is a monster. No normal teenager would be able to replicate what he did and slaughter 20 of their brothers. The five cautiously surveyed their surroundings. Leon had recollected his needles from the heads of the dead servants, but he still ended up running out of needles. The other parties were impaled with the rest of them in various areas. It seems I still have to resort to close combat. Leon thought. However, he now possessed a level of confidence in fighting them. They have been weakened by his needles and they weren't as skilled as their steward. He was also equipped with a proper weapon. There was no disadvantages. He was no longer helpless as before. Leon gripped the iron sword in his hand as he was prepared to engage his enemies. During the rainy night, a group of cars have arrived at a rundown house before parking. Staring through the glass window, the Duke looked at the building with a frown from the passenger seat. Is this the house? The Duke didn't mean to look down on the poor, but having lived a life of luxury, he does enjoy the state of cleanliness. His eyes couldn't help but twitch at the thought of how poor the living condition of his son-in-law was despite being the prince of the kingdom. What a tragedy, he thought. But it could also be a blessing in disguise. How can a person become a great ruler without understanding the suffering and hardship of their people? A great nation is built by the collective efforts of its people. If the people's hearts is not with him, it would be difficult for it to prosper under his rule. Yes, my lord. Sebastian answered from the driver's seat. A total of 6 cars had arrived at the scene. The trunks were loaded with firearms and cold weapons. All right, we will head in to check. You stand guard outside with the rest. The wealth of the Duke household was on a different level to the other noble houses. Not only do they have cars, they have multiple cars. Being the closest friend and ally of the crown, it shouldn't come as a surprise. They have monopoly of all businesses with metal at the core. Car production was just one of them. Although there was some delay due to Rachel's relapse, they had all left together. The Duke's family of 3 arrived at the door and knocked. Some hurried footsteps were heard from inside before the door was opened. Lena was excited to answer the door as she had expected Leon to return. However, she was disappointed and shocked to find it was someone else. Why, Your Grace, what brings you here? Lena stuttered. She was intimidated by the Duke's overwhelming presence. If she could not even recognize the Duke, whilst living in the capital, then she would have been living under a rock. Confusion struck her. What did the Duke come here for? Duke Ignis was similarly dumbfounded. Did they come to the wrong house? He did not hear about Leon having a sister. Teacher Lena, why are you here? Rachel peeked out from behind her father. Rachel. Lena was taken aback. Why can't I be here? This is my house. Your house. Isn't this Leon's house? The Duke came to an understanding from the dialogue between the 2 girls, and he flashed a glance at his steward, who was directing the servants to guard the perimeter. The information they got was incorrect. Sebastian felt a chill and began alerted as if there was an enemy nearby. You came for Leon. Lena seemed to understand their intention, but had no idea how they knew. What do you want from him? She wasn't sure if the Duke's family was a friend or foe. She became cautious after knowing they were looking for Leon. You don't need to be on guard against us. We came to protect him. We heard he was seriously injured. Duke Ignis interrupted. Lena could not help but look at them with doubt. What kind of status does Leon have to summon even the Duke to protect him? But it didn't seem like they were lying to her either. Where is he? Duke Ignis asked with some impatience. With Leon's situation still unknown to them, he was annoyed at Lena's sluggish reaction and wasting their time. His imposing aura seeped out and Lena paled as she stepped backwards. What the hell do you think you're doing, Ignis? We haven't seen each other in years, and the first thing you do is bully my daughter at my own house. Robert's voice rang out as his figure was slowly made known to the people outside. Robert! Duke Ignis retracted his aura as he stared at his old friend's face with growing excitement. So this is where you have been living all this time, old friend? Huh? You got a problem with my home. Haha, no problem, but seriously, where is Leon? The Duke very much likes to catch up with his old friend, but important matters comes first. Ha, you just missed him. That boy went to check on his parents. Parents? Ah, Duke Ignis remembered Leon was adopted. You let him leave in such a seriously injured state. Where did he went? Nonsense, he is the benefactor of my house. How can I let him leave in such a state? I already healed him. The boy went that way. Robert pointed in a direction and waved them off. He could naturally see the Duke's anxiousness. Although he didn't know what relationship they shared, it wasn't the time to ask. The Duke's forces would be able to keep Leon safe from the Grey family. No, thanks. The Duke was pleasant surprised, as he knew exactly what had become of the Green family years ago. It was evident by Robert's gray hair that speaks volumes of how much stress and depression he suffered all these years. However, his friend did not show any sign of it in his eyes, as it burned with new vitality. Duke Ignace was prepared to leave with his family and men when Robert stopped. No, Ignace, wait. Take us with you. With your large movements, the other noble families are bound to be restless. It's best we stick together. Having lived in the lower district, Robert was more aware of the ongoing corruption and the possible spark of rebellion. Once it erupts into open conflict, nowhere would be safe in the capital. All right, come in. Duke Ignace agreed. The car the Duke arrived in was long and spacious compared to the other 5. There was no problem fitting them all. Stand in the middle of the streets with a mixture of sweat and rain dripping down their faces, the remaining 5 servants continued to stay vigilant and did not dare relax their guard. Leon's needle attack was too difficult to evade, and the slightest slip-up could cost them their lives. We can't continue holding back, or else we will all die. Agreed. Our lives are more important than others. Having said that, the servants no longer restrained themselves, as the ground and buildings in the vicinity began to shake and crumble. Leon felt a mixture of shock and anger at the servants' unscrupulous action as he retreated to another building. With a resounding boom, all the residential properties and buildings within a 30-meter radius of the servants collapsed into debris. Their surrounding view were cleared, but at a cost of all the people living in these buildings as they got buried underneath the rubble. The rubble broke into smaller rubbles before circulating around the 5 like a protective barrier. They were like cornered mouses clinging to life. Push them too far and they will commit unspeakable atrocity for their own survival. Bastards! You all deserve to die. Leon cursed. A whirlpool of flames erupted from his body involuntarily in his rage, before it was suppressed by the heavy rain and transformed into fog-like steam blowing off his body. The scene was especially eye-catching as the servants immediately spotted his location. They turned to face him like they were facing their greatest enemy. Leon gripped the sword in his hand especially hard as he glared at them hatefully. He imbued his sword with fire elements as it glowed sizzling red, before similarly suppressed by the rain as well. Its silver luster returned, but the heat emanating from it was retained. Die! Leon roared as he used the extreme vanishing step to launch himself over from above, bypassing their barrier of rubble. Like a silver flash of lightning, Leon dropped down with a downward slash at lightning speed. The defending servant attempted to block with his own sword, but along with his body, it was sliced in half like hot knife through butter. Kill him! Another servant immediately roared after one of them. Their own was bisected in the blink of an eye. Leon immediately entered a strange state when he was surrounded. His heart was raging, but his mind was experiencing an inexplicable sense of calmness and clarity as he dodged each attack with ease. He was gaining enlightenment through the battle. Enlightenment could only be chanced upon and not sought after. He completely gave up on the offense and continued enjoying the feeling of enlightenment as he evaded each attack. His footsteps moved in a profound pattern as it looked like he was dancing in the rain from a bystander's point of view. With each passing moment, his movements improved and became more refined and precise. With a sudden opening, Leon lashed out with his sword and sent a head flying through the air. *T. Stop the earth barrier. The revolving rubble around them had quickly changed from being their barrier to a cage, as they have locked themselves inside. With a few steps, Leon sent out another slash and another head was decapitated. His enlightenment didn't last long, but his gains were enormous. No wonder many divine practitioners walking the martial path were such senseless troublemakers. They're always seeking to gain enlightenment through battles. Each step of Leon's became more meaningful, and each slashes were swift and decisive. His wasted movements were minimized. When his opponents started to panic due to their losses, more openings appear in their movements. One two steps, swoosh, another head flies, three. The last two were also finished in the same manner. It was very anticlimactic. Leon had expected a hard battle, but things happened contrary to his expectations. A single martial enlightenment and a superior weapon was enough to dominate the battle. The servants of the Greys could not fight to their full potential due to fear of having their weapons broken by him. Leon forgot to include the biggest deciding factor of his battle, speed. Offensive and defensive type techniques and skills were great, but only speed was unbreakable. He stood out on top because he was faster. There was no joy on Leon's face as he stood in the rain and glanced at the destruction of their battle. He proceeded to search the ruins for any survivors. Arriving at the entrance of his home, Albert Gray frowned as there were many empty cars parked outside his gates. The vehicles of the Great family each had their own unique crest engraved to represent their house. Albert immediately recognized them as belonging to the other three Great family due to their defining crest. What the hell were they doing at his home? The moment he stepped inside his courtyard, he was stunned at the sight, before shaking with anger as dark clouds loomed over his head. "What have you done to my courtyard?" Albert roared before coughing incessantly. "Father, how are you?" Edric supported him. His once beautifully decorated courtyard was ruined by the heads of the three other Great family. The flower garden in the center was cleared out, as it was replaced by newly erected stone chairs tables. He felt his heart ripped to shreds as he glared at them. His beautiful and delicate flower garden looked like it was ravaged by wolves, as it was scattered throughout the four corners of the courtyard. How dare they casually have a tea party on that spot? He didn't care much for the courtyard itself, but the small flower garden was a totally different story. It may seem strange for a cold and ruthless person like him to place so much importance on a mere flower garden, but not to those who knew the inside story. The flower garden belonged to his dearly beloved wife, who passed away during childbirth. He also shared a love and hate relationship with his son as a result of that incident. "Yo, look who showed up. Where is the rest of your servants? Looks like the Duke made you suffer big time." Marquis Gregory of House Weld taunted as he looked at Albert's pathetic appearance. "Why you?" Albert pointed at him with 7 parts anger and 3 part confusion. "The Duke did. Oi, PH. So what if I suffered loses to the Duke? You would have suffered just as badly had you gone up against him as well." Albert admitted shamelessly to being defeated by the Duke. Being defeated due to a sneak attack by a junior was an embarrassment and a stain on his life. He would not admit to that fact, lest he wants to invite humiliation upon himself. Albert had no idea the Duke had mobilized his forces and rushed to the Lower West District for the same person he had tried to kill. He was fortunate not to bump into the Duke on his way back. Hello, perhaps. But that is a what if. The fact is that you were defeated miserably and I have yet to be. Marquis Gregory satirized. His laugh sounded very grating on Albert's ears. A chilling light could be seen in Albert's eyes as his expression turned frighteningly calm. The atmosphere felt very gloomy. A person blinded by anger isn't scary. What is scary is when their anger is clearly beyond boiling point, but they could still control it and think with unprecedented calmness. Although they were all 7-step awakeners, Gregory felt chilled by Albert's calmness. Albert knew he was being bullied. Intolerable bullying. But he can still the bigger picture. His family could not afford to have a falling out at this juncture. If he has the opportunity in the future, he would let Gregory die a dog's death. What they did to the flower garden was unforgivable by his books. "Gregory, stop it. We are after all guests. We should not disrespect the host." Marquis Ray of Esmond family interceded on Albert's behalf. But of course he didn't really mean what he say. He couldn't be happier if the two of them fought it out. If they build their grudge now, his family would stand to benefit, as his family would less likely be a target during the fight for the throne. They would be too busy fighting each other. He was calculating and a hypocrite. Whatever. Gregory shirked his hands of the matter. He was too lazy to deal with Ray's hypocritical act. Ray's family was different to Albert's. The House of Grey was easy to bully because they have yet to have a powerhouse guarding the house. Albert wasn't qualified to be treated on the same level as them. F***seeking hypocrite. Albert murmured. Verbal insults was still all right. It wasn't enough to break up the alliance, but getting physical potentially can. What did you say? Say it again. Ray's facial expression turned vicious, but he restrained himself from resorting to violence. Marquise Liula quietly sipped her tea as she chose not to involve herself in the quarrel between these men. Disdain was written on her cold face as she watched them like she was watching a bunch of dogs. All bark and no bite. Men are such pathetic beings. There's no need to waste her breath on them. Enough. You're all grown men. Do you have nothing better to do than bicker like children? An elderly man roared as he walked out from the mansion. Two other and an elderly woman followed behind. We were wrong. They were quick to admit their mistake and accept their scolding from their respective fathers. In the eyes of their parents, they will always be children, though. Ray thought, Mother. Marquise Liula greeted. The old lady nodded. Her daughter's temperament was much like her own. There was nothing to scold her for. Father, did they force you out of your secluded training? Albert asked his father, Lord Grey. The eldest and most authoritative figure of each noble family were addressed by their family name as they were the real leader in the family. The head was just the representative. But there is a golden opportunity for our alliance to topple the royal faction. I had to come out for it. Albert had no idea for what reason all their fathers were forced out of their seclusion, but he trusted his father would explain further. With the queen locked in her own palace, the royal faction is mainly spearheaded by the duke and his wife. We couldn't do anything to them before because they were in their own territory and too close to the palace. They could escape to the palace and join forces with the queen should we try to fight them. We would be locked in a stalemate, while exposing ourselves if we failed to kill them before then. However, now the Duke and his wife have entered the Lower West District, they are far from their home territory. It's impossible for them to escape our clutches should we make our move. This is a good chance for us to take them out with our superior numbers and strength. If the Duke and his wife fell, the royal faction would only be left with one peak existence left, their queen. There was actually one more, but that person has been in a vegetative state for many years. I see. This is a really good chance for us to turn the tables, Albert said, but he still had his worries. His father have yet to reach the 9th step. They were at too much of a disadvantage should they start fighting the other great family for the crown afterwards. Why did you bring all your servants to the commoners' district? Lord Weld suddenly interrogated Albert. Although he created such an opportunity, there was something fishy about the matter. The others had finished their little talks and gathered around to listen in. My pawn in the commoner district was killed and replaced by some arrogant brat. I came to show the little runt our overwhelming differences and kill him after I make him despair and regret for making an enemy out of me. Albert spoke with half-truths. He dare not frown and show his displeasure in front of Lord Weld, lest he invoke his ire. Considering such large reaction from the Duke, that kid must be a secret talent the Duke's household had nurtured. Looks like it was the Duke's secret move to cut off our sources of income from the commoner districts. Lord Esmond assumed. Albert found this assumption plausible. It would explain how he managed to enroll into Crawford University with his humble background. He was part of the Duke's household. The Duke have made a move against our alliance first. He cannot blame us for retaliate back. We are on opposing sides after all. Lord Grey commented. Oh yes, we should mobilize all our forces quickly and give them no chance to escape. They must die tonight. All in favor say aye. Lord Weld nodded and stated. Aye aye. Lord Esmond and Lord Grey both answered. Is there something wrong, Lady Harriet? Lord Weld did not address the lady as Lady Acker. Marquise Liula's mother had insisted on having them address her as Lady Harriet. She did not like the sound of Lady Acker. She was an eccentric old lady. Despite being such a dominating person, she preferred to be addressed by her first name. There is something wrong with this matter. How could the Duke make such a stupid move? Could it be a trap? Lady Harriet's brows creased into a fold. Even if there is, they would still not be a match for us four. We have hidden ourselves for too long. They shouldn't have known that we are still alive nor guess our present level of strength. Lord Weld's words were very reasonable. Lady Harriet could not refute it and nodded. They really have hidden themselves for far too long. All right, let's set out immediately. Time waits for no one. Their noble houses did not possess superior training methods like the Duke household and royal family did, which could make the king, queen, duke, and duchess all possess the same level of strength as them despite being a whole generation younger. They had completely relied on pills to propel them to their current strength. Logically speaking, they should all be dead due to all the pill exhausting their lifespan. However, they are very much still alive. Who knew what secret methods they used or untold evil they have committed to extend their lifespan?